Wicked Games and Wasted Years. Part 1. Amanda Jane Schiller. Trigger warning. This novel contains difficult subjects that individuals may find difficult to read about, such as psychological abuse, gaslighting, manipulation, death, and suicide. Copyright 2022 by Amanda Jane Schiller. All rights reserved. 3rd edition, Extinguishing the Fire. No part of this book may be reproduced in any form or by any electronic or mechanical means, including information storage and retrieval systems, without written permission from the author, except for the use of brief quotations in a book review. Disclaimer. This story is a fictionalized retelling of true events. Names were changed to protect the innocent and the guilty bastard. No way in hell would I dedicate this to anyone. Letter to the Narcissist. Dear asshole. I remember the exact moment when you told me not to put you in one of my stories. Well, here you go, babe. You're the star of this one. Narcissists like you just love when everything is about them. You almost ruined me with your wicked games. You wasted 5 years of my life. But I wrote a book about it too, actually, and moved on. And I'm not going to thank you because this is my story. My story, damn it. Without love. Amanda. Part 1. 1. Present. My husband? He's great. Supportive? Very. How was the wedding? My wedding? It was good. Good? Dr. O asked from an identical blue rocker a few feet across from her. His right ankle rested over his left knee. It looked painful if she were to do it, but he made it look relaxing. Sarah remained rigid in her blue rocker. Yep. The P unintentionally popped off her lips. She was not here to crack open and start crying in front of a stranger, and having no poker face, her best tactic was to keep her eyes fixed on the weird pattern of the rug and avoid eye contact. A strand of her bleached blonde hair fell in front of her face. Too bad the rest of her hair wouldn't fall into place and hide her completely. The memory of her wedding day was fresh enough to easily recall. At least she'd lucked out on it being a gorgeous weather day. The leaves had all changed to their reds, yellows, and oranges. Her best friend Tanya had designed her dress. The cute style she'd come up with let Sarah's long blonde hair splash off her bare shoulders, something her to-be husband Brandon had requested. Sarah had asked that the whole back be made of lace after seeing several similar styles while window shopping. As a finishing touch, Tanya had added a white sash with white skulls embroidered into it, with one skull outlined in black thread for a gentle statement, as her friend referred to it. Sarah loved it. And Tanya had stood by her side in a bridesmaid dress she'd also made herself. Brandon wore a traditional tuxedo with low-top Converse while Sarah wore a matching pair. His brother Seaver sat beside him on a stool and played his guitar as Sarah began her march from the back door and looked at her husband waiting at the end of the path made of flower petals. He stood waiting for his bride in front of the pond with a water feature that her dad had rushed to install before the wedding after her parents insisted they have it at their place. She was glad that they did because it looked fantastic in the photos. Her husband's side of the family was quite large, consisting of his parents Seaver with his wife and kids, his other brother Aaron and his wife Eve, his grandparents, and his 2 younger sisters Maddie and Lexi. Sarah's side was just her parents, one aunt, longtime neighbor Tracy, and 2 other friends from high school, Val and Courtney. Her other longtime friend and neighbor Bodie sat in the back. What wrenched her gut was her brother not being there, nor his best friend and their longtime neighbor Daryl, and with it came an awfully fresh memory of their sudden deaths. That horrible accident. She'd had to physically shake her head to stop from remembering the strong details of it. Sarah had insisted on a bonfire for the reception. Brandon had protested at first, saying he didn't want his family fleeing from mosquitoes since the bonfire area was right next to the river. After realizing he wouldn't have to pay for a DJ, he became suddenly cool with her idea. To her surprise, everyone stayed for at least 2 hours after the wedding around the fire. They all had to carry their own lawn chair across the street along with their belongings and plates of food, but no one seemed to mind. It was a great time with easy conversations, the only kind Sarah was good at. By midnight the celebrations were done. Sarah and Brandon had gone home to the condo that they'd recently purchased. Dr. O spoke suddenly, bringing her out of the woods and back in the blue chair. How long before the wedding had your brother passed? Dr. O asked, interrupting her stroll down wedding memory lane. He rocked ever so gently in a matching blue rocker, hands folded on his lap. Sarah made eye contact as a formality to acknowledge the question and returned her gaze to the rug. Just over a year. Did your husband meet your brother? No. He didn't. I met Brandon after he died. And how long has it been since the wedding? 6 or 7 months. So it's been over a year since your brother's accident? His best friend, Daryl. Died too. I'm sorry. I didn't realize there was another victim of the accident. And you were close to Daryl as well? I have known him my whole life. We knew him. My brother and I. He lived on our street. And he was my brother's best friend. It's weird not seeing him around either. Sarah shifted uncomfortably as she waited for Dr. O to ask how they died. He knew there had been a car accident from her million-question intake form, but would he want the details? It was still strange telling them to a stranger even after repeating the gruesome details to everyone from the first responders to the police, her parents, Daryl's mom, and then Bodhi. Brandon was the most recent person she'd had to tell. She was not ready to mull over that whole scene yet again. I need to go to the restroom, she said while rising. Sure, it's the first door on the right. In the bathroom stall, Sarah's memory of their wedding day played on. Sure, she was absolutely devastated that her brother wasn't at her wedding, but it could be more productive if she shared her sour feelings toward her to-be husband and best friend. Like how Brandon had refused to invite his friends to their big day after saying he would. It would be nice to hear what a professional thought about it. Or how she was still mad at Tanya for promising to explain why she was snooping around the house of someone they'd only met once before, and how badly she wanted to believe she wasn't trying to steal shit. But she wasn't going to mention either of that to her psychiatrist. This was only about her grief over the deceased. She washed her hands and returned to the blue rocking chair. I really wanted him there, she said, routing the subject. My brother never got the chance to meet Brandon. It kind of felt wrong. Hopefully that would stray him away from asking about the accident. What felt wrong exactly? To be getting married without him there. Or marrying someone your brother didn't know. These are just suggestions. Sarah returned her stare to the area rug. I was just sad about not having my brother there. Even though my whole family was there, maybe it was too soon for anyone to start feeling happy about anything. Are you saying that people were still mourning your brother and that it was too soon for them to feel happy about you getting married? And Daryl, she reminded. I also didn't want anyone thinking that me getting married had anything to do with my brother dying. She refrained again from adding anything off topic, like getting married so soon was Brandon's idea. A bit of guilt, perhaps? I think so. Here we have all of these things weighing on you on your wedding day. What about other days? Sarah exhaled at the rug. I think about my brother's death every day. Has it been any easier since the wedding has passed? No. Hence why I am here, Doc. Dr. O paused for a moment as if he was letting Sarah change her mind. And so where are we in the timeline now? How long ago did you say you were married? We were married 7 months ago. Why was this guy so obsessed with time? That's right. So I'd like to ask, what is it that you were hoping to achieve with therapy? Sarah wanted to laugh at the question. Her gaze had already been stuck near the floor at the carpet, Dr. O's feet, her feet. She was further stuck in place. What was the answer really? How do I move on from remembering this horrible accident but not forget my brother? But instead of answering with that, she looked up at Dr. O and shrugged. I don't know. My husband said I needed this. 2. Sarah exited the Woodview Clinic and kept to the shaded sidewalk on her way to Brandon's Volkswagen GTI, where he sat with the windows up and AC on. It made Sarah a little giddy thinking that summer was on its way, and that meant outdoor festivals and long walks with Brandon. Sarah wanted to start planning right away.
Hey babe.
Brandon was lounging back, one knee bent, foot resting next to the shifter. Sarah plopped into the passenger side of the GTI. Hey. Being back with him already was erasing the stress of the therapy session. She loved staring at his bod when at rest. The way his red athletic shorts hung loose below his knees and how the crook of his elbow pushed against the bulge of his bicep, flexed simply with the task of holding his cell phone. His skin was always a few shades darker than hers, and in those creases they darkened more. His dark eyes narrowed into teardrops as he focused on the screen. His signature beanie hid all but a few strands of his short black hair. Dark stubble coated the entire lower half of his face. Brandon put down his phone to put the car in reverse. Sarah pulled out hers. Ice cream, she asked.
Yep.
Great. Sarah scrolled on her phone.
Well. How did it go?
All right. We just talked?
Well. Yeah. You went to go see a psychiatrist. To talk.
Brandon laughed at his point. It was hard. I didn't like talking about it to a stranger. And he had a weird obsession with time.
Well, yeah, he's trying to keep your story straight. Geez, let a guy do his job. And I know you're not crazy about it right now, but once you get through the tough part, it will get easier. Just keep going. As long as you need it.
You know, you can help me out too. It doesn't matter that you never met my brother, and
Is that what your therapist said?
Sarah hated it when he cut her off as she was explaining. Maybe she should learn to talk faster. He did, actually. She recalled their session ended with a brief discussion about who she could safely reach out to and talk with when she felt sad. Of course, that was Tanya and her parents. When Dr. O asked about her husband, she nodded. It was too difficult explaining that Brandon could be difficult to have conversations with at times. Unless it was simple stuff like dinner and what shows to watch.
I mean, I guess. Whatever you need, babe. I just think that a professional will help you more than I would. I've never lost anyone close to me. You should go to your friends and your family first.
Yes, he said that actually. I was going to say that. But he also said it would be good for our marriage for us to talk about it.
What? Is he a marriage counselor too now? And who are you texting? Your lover.
Brandon quickly changed the subject, which Sarah was quite used to. She shot him a whatever look and smiled playfully. I'm not texting anyone. I'm looking at all the summer shows. I want to get an itinerary going. Chevelle is playing in Chicago at open air. She looked at him expecting excitement.
Cool.
So we should definitely go to that.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm really into being outside all day sweating my balls off for one band that is just okay.
Just okay? Sarah repeated. We met at a Chevelle show. We should be going to all of their shows.
Why? That sounds a little obsessive, babe. So, just because we met at one of their shows, we're indebted to go to all of them? You definitely need therapy. I love Chevelle, but I wouldn't stand outside all day and sweat my balls off for a 1-hour show. I'd rather see them in a more intimate setting where they were headlining.
I didn't mean it like that. It's special to us now. We should go as a tribute to our relationship. And what you said makes sense. Though there will be a lot of great bands to see at the festival. She knew the comment wasn't going to get him any more excited about it.
I always make sense. You should listen to me more often.
Brandon was facing the windshield, but she could see that he was grinning. Sarah rolled her eyes. She didn't have to like all of his opinions. 3.
I'd let this guy have my babies.
Sarah laughed at the awkwardness of Tanya's statement. Tanya was the funny one. Wow, he must be cute, she said into herself.
And charming. Smart. Fun. Actual sense of humor. I seriously bet he's awesome in bed too.
I'm really excited for you, T. When is the date? Hang on a sec. Sarah put her phone down and put her on speaker.
Did you just put me on speaker?
Yes?
Okay. Don't forget to warn a girl. You never know when I'll start talking about a random dick or something.
Sarah dropped her hands over the salad bowl and let out a laugh. She recovered and went back to breaking the leaves apart for the salad.
So hey, can you go to the mall with me and help me pick out an outfit? Tanya continued.
Absolutely. By the way, we should start getting tickets for shows this summer. Are you going to open air in Chicago?
Yeah. You coming with?
Awesome. Yes. I definitely want to go with you. I really want to go to more shows. Sarah stopped there. She was about to bring up her conversation with Brandon and his lack of interest in going, but Tanya didn't like guy drama. Or rather, guys who acted like bitches. Her words.
I almost forgot to ask, but how did therapy go?
Sarah sighed.
That bad?
She shook a bunch of walnuts and fresh raspberries into the salad bowl. It was okay. Maybe it gets better. I gotta get comfortable with telling a complete stranger my stuff.
Yeah, I bet. Just know that I am always here. Always.
I do. Sarah's voice was soft. A stray tear fell down her cheek. That seemed to happen from time to time. Hey, I was thinking we should get a fire pit going.
The old one?
Here. My new place. I thought maybe we could have Bodhi over to help dig it.
Dig it like with shovels? Or dig it as in can you dig it, man?
Sarah chuckled as she added salad toppings to the bowl. With shovels.
Shit. Why not?
Sarah was so lucky to have Tanya as her best friend. She really could always count on her to say yes. Always. Hey, I gotta go. I'll call you later.
Later?
Sarah ended the call and crossed the living room to open the sliding door for Brandon, who was trying to do so while balancing a plate of freshly grilled salmon in his hands.
It's way too buggy out there to eat. Tomorrow I'll grab some citronella candles or something.
Brandon paused in the living room and stared at the coffee table. Here, wait, Sarah took his pause as a cue for her to spring into action. She ran to the kitchen and grabbed an oven mitt to put on the coffee table. She went back to grab another plate, forks and the bowl of salad she had made with 4 components just like Brandon taught her while he placed the plate of salmon steaks on the mitt.
Thanks, babe. I like that you know me.
And you're an amazing cook. I can't wait to eat these. They sat beside each other on the couch. Sarah dished out half of the salad onto an empty plate. Brandon stuck a fork into one of the salmon steaks and put it over the salad, then moved the other salmon to the side of his plate. Sarah hesitated with the bowl in midair, fork holding its contents from falling out.
Yep, just dish it out.
He made a rolling motion with his hand. Sarah obliged and scooped the rest of the salad onto his plate, trying not to completely cover the salmon. Brandon flipped the salmon over so it landed on top of the salad.
Ta-da.
Sarah laughed sheepishly. Brandon leaned in and placed a kiss on her cheek, making a smooch sound before pulling away. Sarah's cheek felt warm from the kiss. She loved that he kissed her all the time. Brandon grabbed the remote and brought up a show on Hulu. They always had about 3 shows they were watching at once. Their current favorite was It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, which they just referred to as Sunny. Brandon had insisted they watch it after he found out that Sarah had only ever seen one random episode. She had felt the same way when she found out that he had never seen that 70s show. They'd begun watching it before they were married and finished the last season soon after. Before that, it had been her and her brother's show. That show had always kept them laughing. She was glad that Brandon enjoyed it too. He got a kick out of quoting Red Foreman. Brandon was mid-laugh when it turned into violent coughing. Sarah thought he was messing around before realizing he was trying to reach for a drink that wasn't there. She ran to grab 2 San Pellegrinos from the fridge. She opened one immediately and gave it to Brandon, who was done coughing but obviously needed his drink. He took a long swig and made a refreshed sigh.
Love ya.
I love you too. She loved the little things she could do for her husband. After the show ended, it was paused before the next episode played so they could run dishes to the kitchen and relax while watching more episodes without dirty dishes in the way. Damn, that salad was good, Sarah said, quickly washing the plates.
You liked that marinade, didn't you?
It was so good, babe.
Do I deserve a back rub then?
That. And more, Sarah answered, winking.
I'll go put on Sunny in the bedroom.
Before we start the show, I thought we could talk about some summer itinerary stuff.
Ah. Okay.
Brandon shut off the TV and went to the bedroom. Sarah made a stop in the bathroom before going to the room and saw Brandon sitting up on his side of the bed naked with the covers up to his waist. He was scrolling around on his phone. He hadn't turned the TV on yet. Sarah began undressing, keeping her panties on. She thought she looked sexier that way. Brandon quickly removed the covers and flopped down so that his head was at the foot of his bed. His ready-to-receive rubby position. Sarah grabbed the coconut oil and stood in front of him. Brandon reached out and tapped her on the rear.
Cute little butt.
Thanks, babe. Her cheeks blushing at the compliment. She was excited to get rewarded with sex after rubbing his back. She grabbed a small clump of coconut oil and warmed it into liquid between her palms, then smoothed them around his shoulders and back, going as far as she could reach. So I have a bunch of stuff I want to do this summer. Kayaking, hiking some state parks. And there's a few shows I want to see.
Have fun at the show.
His face was pressed into the sheet. What do you mean? Sarah's hands paused. Brandon jolted his body to remind her not to stop. She resumed, kneading her thumbs into his upper back.
Have fun at the shows.
He repeated, face still pressed into the bed. So you're not going to any?
Nope.
But not all of them are outdoor festivals. I thought you'd go to the more intimate ones like you said you enjoyed.
I said I prefer more intimate shows, but that didn't mean I plan to go to any. You go. Ask Tanya to go with you. I'll plan my annual water park outing with the guys that day.
Brandon said, turning his head to rest on his cheek. Sarah's thumbs were pressing into his spinal erector muscles. Brandon didn't move, but he moaned under the touch. Oh, I was going to ask you if I could tag along to that.
Why? So you can ask them questions.
What? No.
So you can defend your territory in front of Katie.
No. Wait, Katie's going?
It's cute. And flattering. Of you to be jealous, but she's not even my type. She's kind of dumb. Plus, she's a very half-assed secretary for the shop.
Sarah hated when he made statements like that. I'm not jealous. I thought maybe I'd hang out with my husband and get to know his friends.
Why?
Because it's time. You promised.
Promise what?
His tone had become very defensive. Sarah hated when he asked questions like that. She felt backed into a corner. Obviously he knew what he had promised. He just wanted her to say it. But she had no idea why. He jolted his shoulders.
Keep rubbing.
Sarah kept to her strokes up and down his back.
Harder.
She laughed, hoping he was being playful. And partly because she wanted to cry. But she needed to prod more. This conversation needed to happen. Before we got married, you'd said that I would meet your friends eventually, and...
Yeah, eventually.
And when is that?
What's with the urgency?
I just thought that the opportunity was there, so why not?
Maybe next time, okay? Let me have one last time with the guys, okay?
What does that mean? You can still have outings with your friends without me. I just wanted to be included once in a while. And I hate it when you call it going out with the guys when there's women involved.
So you are jealous.
Sarah flopped her arms at her sides. No, I'm not. You're trying to cover up the fact that...
Are you done?
He said, cutting her off yet again. Huh? Sarah was bewildered.
Are you done rubbing me?
Until we are done talking. Yes?
Then let's just stop talking.
He made an exaggerated motion of going limp. No. I want to finish this conversation.
Fine.
Brandon got straight up and grabbed his boxers and t-shirt, then got back under the covers without saying anything. Thank you.
I don't like how you're trying to control me.
He grabbed the remote and turned the TV on. Sarah moved to her side of the bed and sat at the edge. Babe, I'm not controlling you. I just want to understand why every time I bring up meeting your friends you just yell at me.
Because you're controlling me.
His voice shot up an octave. See. Yelling and screaming. Again. Acting like a child.
Just get the fuck out.
What? Sarah had a look of bewilderment on her face. Did he really just say that? Brandon remained motionless as he focused on the TV. As she gathered her pillow slowly, she expected him to say gotcha and they'd laugh and go back to their perfect night. She stood for a few seconds holding her pillow against her chest. Her gut and her cheeks burned in humiliation. This was a whole new sensation. It actually took a mustering of courage for her to speak. Brandon. What do you want me to do?
I said get out.
He wasn't screaming anymore, but his voice was cold. Sarah turned and sulked as she left the room. She tossed her pillow on the couch and turned off the kitchen nightlight so it would be dark enough to fall asleep. Brandon's harsh and cold words replayed in her head, stabbing her again. She found herself imagining a completely different scenario where she never had to ask to tag along in the first place. One where he'd just invited her. But he didn't want her there. Tears leaked out from under her closed eyes while she cried silently in the darkness. She could barely hear the TV in the bedroom. But she could tell that he was watching Sunny. 4. Before the accident. Sarah was upstairs in her bedroom sitting at the edge of her bed when she heard the doorbell ring. Then the front door opened and closed. She listened for the footsteps to ascend the stairs. They were heavy and a tad begrudging. After hearing a stomp at the top of the stairs, she turned her head to the bedroom door. No knock as usual, and the door flew open as Tanya entered the room, dragging her purse to the chair in the corner where she plopped down exhaustedly.
Work was torture today.
Yeah, you look beat. How does a gas station manage to suck the life out of you?
The customers? Got any party favors?
Sarah recognized their code phrase for weed. I do. Is there a fire going?
Yep. There's one going already.
Who's all down there?
Everyone?
So like the usual.
As in the same 3 guys we've been having fires with for the last how many years.
I wonder where they keep getting all the wood from. Sarah tried making a funny comment. It had sounded humorous in her head, but Tanya looked baffled that she had asked a dumb question.
We live next to the literal woods.
Yeah, but that's owned by the farmer, isn't it? Have we been stealing all these years? Sarah got off her bed and walked over to her tall dresser. She opened the top drawer and pulled out a purple cloth bag with gold tassels that once held a bottle of booze. Tanya pulled out her phone and started texting in the midst of ignoring Sarah's question. Want to head down? Sarah asked, holding onto the bag.
Actually, can we spark it here first? I need to relax.
Tanya said, putting her phone away and slouching. Of course. Sarah sat back down on the edge of her bed and reached down where she kept the Pantera vinyl jacket she used to clean her weed on. Her brother had left it in her room weeks ago when he'd joined her to smoke one. She balanced it on her thighs, dumped a small pile of green onto it, and began picking through it before packing it in the glass pipe that was also tucked in the purple bag. She held it out to her friend. Tanya waved her hand.
You spark it.
Sarah brought the pipe to her lips, lit the bowl, and inhaled. She was overcome by an onslaught of coughs. Tanya smiled for the first time since she'd arrived and shook her head.
You always hit it so hard.
Yeah, Sarah mustered between coughs. She held it out once again and bowed her head to cough into her lap. Tanya took a hit. Sarah watched her methodically blow out a trail of smoke.
So, last night my parents said they were getting a divorce.
Holy shit. Really?
Yep.
You okay?
Yep.
Oh. Tanya passed the pipe back.
They told me really late last night. And then my dad left. He has an apartment already. I just felt like listening to music alone after that. Or I would have come over and told you right away.
That's totally fine. What happened? Was this like something that you expected or? Sarah trailed off, leaving Tanya to fill in the blanks.
I don't know. I'm kinda happy for them. Why drag it on with someone you're unhappy with?
Sarah nodded and passed on, taking another hit. Tanya took her second.
I'm probably gonna move in with my dad.
Really? Sarah felt a ping in her gut. She had lived next door to her best friend her whole life. Even though they were adults now, she wasn't ready to let go of that. Even if it was just across town or something. Where is your dad's apartment?
Across town. He's keeping his same job and everything. It's right next to the bar he goes to. And above a tailor shop, which is pretty cool.
Sarah felt a little relieved. It was inevitable that they started leaving the nest, and one day it would be her turn. Tanya held the pipe out to her and she waved a hand, knowing she'd be smoking more once they joined the others at the fire. Tanya took another hit and held onto it.
Nothing's gonna change. Except I might have to drive across town to come and hang out with you, and you'll have to drive across town to hang out with me.
Sarah stood. I need some air.
Yeah, let's go.
Tanya got up. Sarah caught the look of reassurance that Tanya gave her, as if she'd sensed this would be tougher on Sarah than herself. Trigger warning. This novel contains difficult subjects that individuals may find difficult to read about, such as psychological abuse, gaslighting, manipulation, death, and suicide. Copyright 2022 by Amanda Jane Schiller. All rights reserved. 3rd edition, Extinguishing the Fire. No part of this book may be reproduced in any form or by any electronic or mechanical means, including information storage and retrieval systems, without written permission from the author, except for the use of brief quotations in a book review. Disclaimer. This story is a fictionalized retelling of true events. Names were changed to protect the innocent and the guilty bastard. Part 1. 1. Present. My husband? He's great. Supportive? Very. How was the wedding? My wedding? It was good. Just good? Dr. O asked from an identical blue rocker a few feet across from her. His right ankle rested over his left knee. It looked painful if she were to do it, but he made it look relaxing. Sarah remained rigid in her blue rocker. Yep. The P unintentionally popped off her lips. She was not here to crack open and start crying in front of a stranger, and having no poker face, her best tactic was to keep her eyes fixed on the weird pattern of the rug and avoid eye contact. A strand of her bleached blonde hair fell in front of her face. Too bad the rest of her hair wouldn't fall into place and hide her completely. The memory of her wedding day was fresh enough to easily recall. At least she'd lucked out on it being a gorgeous weather day. The leaves had all changed to their reds, yellows, and oranges. Her best friend Tanya had designed her dress. The cute style she'd come up with let Sarah's long blonde hair splash off her bare shoulders, something her to-be husband Brandon had requested. Sarah had asked that the whole back be made of lace after seeing several similar styles while window shopping. As a finishing touch, Tanya had added a white sash with white skulls embroidered into it, with one skull outlined in black thread for a gentle statement, as her friend referred to it. Sarah loved it. And Tanya had stood by her side in a bridesmaid dress she'd also made herself. Brandon wore a traditional tuxedo with low-top Converse, while Sarah wore a matching pair. His brother Seaver sat beside him on a stool and played his guitar as Sarah began her march from the back door and looked at her husband waiting at the end of the path made of flower petals. He stood waiting for his bride in front of the pond with a water feature that her dad had rushed to install before the wedding after her parents insisted they have it at their place. She was glad that they did because it looked fantastic in the photos. Her husband's side of the family was quite large, consisting of his parents Seaver with his wife and kids, his other brother Aaron and his wife Eve, his grandparents and his two younger sisters Maddie and Lexi. Sarah's side was just her parents, one aunt, longtime neighbor Tracy, and two other friends from high school, Val and Courtney. Her other longtime friend and neighbor Bodie sat in the back. What wrenched her gut was her brother not being there, nor his best friend and their longtime neighbor Daryl, and with it came an awfully fresh memory of their sudden deaths. That horrible accident. She'd had to physically shake her head to stop from remembering the strong details of it. Sarah had insisted on a bonfire for the reception. Brandon had protested at first, saying he didn't want his family fleeing from mosquitoes since the bonfire area was right next to the river. After realizing he wouldn't have to pay for a DJ, he became suddenly cool with her idea. To her surprise, everyone stayed for at least 2 hours after the wedding around the fire. They all had to carry their own lawn chair across the street along with their belongings and plates of food, but no one seemed to mind. It was a great time with easy conversations, the only kind Sarah was good at. By midnight the celebrations were done. Sarah and Brandon had gone home to the condo that they'd recently purchased. Dr. O spoke suddenly, bringing her out of the woods and back in the blue chair. "How long before the wedding had your brother passed?" Dr. O asked, interrupting her stroll down wedding memory lane. He rocked ever so gently in a matching blue rocker, hands folded on his lap. Sarah made eye contact as a formality to acknowledge the question and returned her gaze to the rug. "Just over a year." "Did your husband meet your brother?" "No. He didn't. I met Brandon after he died." "And how long has it been since the wedding?" 6 or 7 months. "So it's been over a year since your brother's accident?" "His best friend, Daryl, died too." "I'm sorry. I didn't realize there was another victim of the accident. And you were close to Daryl as well?" "I have known him my whole life. We knew him. My brother and I. He lived on our street. And he was my brother's best friend. It's weird not seeing him around either." Sarah shifted uncomfortably as she waited for Dr. O to ask how they died. He knew there had been a car accident from her million-question intake form, but would he want the details? It was still strange telling them to a stranger, even after repeating the gruesome details to everyone from the first responders to the police, her parents, Daryl's mom, and then Bodie. Brandon was the most recent person she'd had to tell. She was not ready to mull over that whole scene yet again. "I need to go to the restroom," she said while rising. "Sure, it's the first door on the right." In the bathroom stall, Sarah's memory of their wedding day played on. Sure, she was absolutely devastated that her brother wasn't at her wedding, but it could be more productive if she shared her sour feelings toward her to-be husband and best friend. Like how Brandon had refused to invite his friends to their big day after saying he would. It would be nice to hear what a professional thought about it. Or how she was still mad at Tanya for promising to explain why she was snooping around the house of someone they'd only met once before, and how badly she wanted to believe she wasn't trying to steal shit. But she wasn't going to mention either of that to her psychiatrist. This was only about her grief over the deceased. She washed her hands and returned to the blue rocking chair. "I really wanted him there," she said, routing the subject. "My brother never got the chance to meet Brandon. It kind of felt wrong. Hopefully that would stray him away from asking about the accident." "What felt wrong exactly?" "To be getting married without him there. Or marrying someone your brother didn't know. These are just suggestions." Sarah returned her stare to the area rug. "I was just sad about not having my brother there. Even though my whole family was there, maybe it was too soon for anyone to start feeling happy about anything." "Are you saying that people were still mourning your brother and that it was too soon for them to feel happy about you getting married?" "And Daryl," she reminded. "I also didn't want anyone thinking that me getting married had anything to do with my brother dying." She refrained again from adding anything off topic, like getting married so soon was Brandon's idea. "A bit of guilt perhaps?" "I think so. Here we have all of these things weighing on you on your wedding day. What about other days?" Sarah exhaled at the rug. "I think about my brother's death every day." "Has it been any easier since the wedding has passed?" "No. Hence why I am here, Doc." Dr. O paused for a moment as if he was letting Sarah change her mind. "And so where are we in the timeline now? How long ago did you say you were married?" "We were married 7 months ago." "Why was this guy so obsessed with time?" "That's right. So I'd like to ask, what is it that you were hoping to achieve with therapy?" Sarah wanted to laugh at the question. Her gaze had already been stuck near the floor at the carpet, Dr. O's feet, her feet. She was further stuck in place. What was the answer really? How do I move on from remembering this horrible accident but not forget my brother? But instead of answering with that, she looked up at Dr. O and shrugged. I don't know. My husband said I needed this. 2. Sarah exited the Woodview Clinic and kept to the shaded sidewalk on her way to Brandon's Volkswagen GTI, where he sat with the windows up and AC on. It made Sarah a little giddy thinking that summer was on its way, and that meant outdoor festivals and long walks with Brandon. Sarah wanted to start planning right away.
Hey babe.
Brandon was lounging back, one knee bent, foot resting next to the shifter. Sarah plopped into the passenger side of the GTI. Hey. Being back with him already was erasing the stress of the therapy session. She loved staring at his bod when at rest. The way his red athletic shorts hung loose below his knees and how the crook of his elbow pushed against the bulge of his bicep, flexed simply with the task of holding his cell phone. His skin was always a few shades darker than hers, and in those creases they darkened more. His dark eyes narrowed into teardrops as he focused on the screen. His signature beanie hid all but a few strands of his short black hair. Dark stubble coated the entire lower half of his face. Brandon put down his phone to put the car in reverse. Sarah pulled out hers. Ice cream, she asked.
Yep.
Great. Sarah scrolled on her phone.
Well. How did it go?
All right. We just talked?
Well. Yeah. You went to go see a psychiatrist. To talk.
Brandon laughed at his point. It was hard. I didn't like talking about it to a stranger. And he had a weird obsession with time.
Well, yeah, he's trying to keep your story straight. Geez, let a guy do his job. And I know you're not crazy about it right now, but once you get through the tough part, it will get easier. Just keep going. As long as you need it.
You know, you can help me out too. It doesn't matter that you never met my brother, and...
Is that what your therapist said?
Sarah hated it when he cut her off as she was explaining. Maybe she should learn to talk faster. He did, actually. She recalled their session ended with a brief discussion about who she could safely reach out to and talk with when she felt sad. Of course, that was Tanya and her parents. When Dr. O asked about her husband, she nodded. It was too difficult explaining that Brandon could be difficult to have conversations with at times. Unless it was simple stuff like dinner and what shows to watch.
I mean, I guess. Whatever you need, babe. I just think that a professional will help you more than I would. I've never lost anyone close to me. You should go to your friends and your family first.
Yes, he said that actually. I was going to say that. But he also said it would be good for our marriage for us to talk about it.
What? Is he a marriage counselor too now? And who are you texting? Your lover.
Brandon quickly changed the subject, which Sarah was quite used to. She shot him a whatever look and smiled playfully. I'm not texting anyone. I'm looking at all the summer shows. I want to get an itinerary going. Chevelle is playing in Chicago at open air. She looked at him expecting excitement.
Cool.
So we should definitely go to that.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm really into being outside all day sweating my balls off for one band that is just okay.
Just okay? Sarah repeated. We met at a Chevelle show. We should be going to all of their shows.
Why? That sounds a little obsessive, babe. So, just because we met at one of their shows, we're indebted to go to all of them? You definitely need therapy. I love Chevelle, but I wouldn't stand outside all day and sweat my balls off for a 1-hour show. I'd rather see them in a more intimate setting where they were headlining.
I didn't mean it like that. It's special to us now. We should go as a tribute to our relationship. And what you said makes sense. Though there will be a lot of great bands to see at the festival. She knew the comment wasn't going to get him any more excited about it.
I always make sense. You should listen to me more often.
Brandon was facing the windshield, but she could see that he was grinning. Sarah rolled her eyes. She didn't have to like all of his opinions. 3.
I'd let this guy have my babies.
Sarah laughed at the awkwardness of Tanya's statement. Tanya was the funny one. Wow, he must be cute, she said into herself.
And charming. Smart. Fun. Actual sense of humor. I seriously bet he's awesome in bed too.
I'm really excited for you, T. When is the date? Hang on a sec. Sarah put her phone down and put her on speaker.
Did you just put me on speaker?
Yes?
Okay. Don't forget to warn a girl. You never know when I'll start talking about a random dick or something.
Sarah dropped her hands over the salad bowl and let out a laugh. She recovered and went back to breaking the leaves apart for the salad.
So hey, can you go to the mall with me and help me pick out an outfit? Tanya continued.
Absolutely. By the way, we should start getting tickets for shows this summer. Are you going to open air in Chicago?
Yeah. You coming with?
Awesome. Yes. I definitely want to go with you. I really want to go to more shows. Sarah stopped there. She was about to bring up her conversation with Brandon and his lack of interest in going, but Tanya didn't like guy drama. Or rather, guys who acted like bitches. Her words.
I almost forgot to ask, but how did therapy go?
Sarah sighed.
That bad?
She shook a bunch of walnuts and fresh raspberries into the salad bowl. It was okay. Maybe it gets better. I gotta get comfortable with telling a complete stranger my stuff.
Yeah, I bet. Just know that I am always here. Always?
I do. Sarah's voice was soft. A stray tear fell down her cheek. That seemed to happen from time to time. Hey, I was thinking we should get a fire pit going.
The old one?
Here. My new place. I thought maybe we could have Bodhi over to help dig it.
Dig it like with shovels? Or dig it as in can you dig it, man?
Sarah chuckled as she added salad toppings to the bowl. With shovels.
Shit. Why not?
Sarah was so lucky to have Tanya as her best friend. She really could always count on her to say yes. Always. Hey, I gotta go. I'll call you later.
Later?
Sarah ended the call and crossed the living room to open the sliding door for Brandon, who was trying to do so while balancing a plate of freshly grilled salmon in his hands.
It's way too buggy out there to eat. Tomorrow I'll grab some citronella candles or something.
Brandon paused in the living room and stared at the coffee table. Here, wait. Sarah took his pause as a cue for her to spring into action. She ran to the kitchen and grabbed an oven mitt to put on the coffee table. She went back to grab another plate, forks, and the bowl of salad she had made with 4 components just like Brandon taught her while he placed the plate of salmon steaks on the mitt.
Thanks, babe. I like that you know me.
And you're an amazing cook. I can't wait to eat these. They sat beside each other on the couch. Sarah dished out half of the salad onto an empty plate. Brandon stuck a fork into one of the salmon steaks and put it over the salad, then moved the other salmon to the side of his plate. Sarah hesitated with the bowl in midair, fork holding its contents from falling out.
Yep, just dish it out.
He made a rolling motion with his hand. Sarah obliged and scooped the rest of the salad onto his plate, trying not to completely cover the salmon. Brandon flipped the salmon over so it landed on top of the salad.
Ta-da.
Sarah laughed sheepishly. Brandon leaned in and placed a kiss on her cheek, making a smooch sound before pulling away. Sarah's cheek felt warm from the kiss. She loved that he kissed her all the time. Brandon grabbed the remote and brought up a show on Hulu. They always had about 3 shows they were watching at once. Their current favorite was It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, which they just referred to as Sunny. Brandon had insisted they watch it after he found out that Sarah had only ever seen one random episode. She had felt the same way when she found out that he had never seen that 70s show. They'd begun watching it before they were married and finished the last season soon after. Before that, it had been her and her brother's show. That show had always kept them laughing. She was glad that Brandon enjoyed it too. He got a kick out of quoting Red Foreman. Brandon was mid-laugh when it turned into violent coughing. Sarah thought he was messing around before realizing he was trying to reach for a drink that wasn't there. She ran to grab 2 San Pellegrinos from the fridge. She opened one immediately and gave it to Brandon, who was done coughing but obviously needed his drink. He took a long swig and made a refreshed sigh.
Love ya.
I love you too. She loved the little things she could do for her husband. After the show ended, it was paused before the next episode played so they could run dishes to the kitchen and relax while watching more episodes without dirty dishes in the way. Damn, that salad was good, Sarah said, quickly washing the plates.
You liked that marinade, didn't you?
It was so good, babe.
Do I deserve a back rub then?
That. And more, Sarah answered, winking.
I'll go put on Sunny in the bedroom.
Before we start the show, I thought we could talk about some summer itinerary stuff.
Ah. Okay.
Brandon shut off the TV and went to the bedroom. Sarah made a stop in the bathroom before going to the room and saw Brandon sitting up on his side of the bed naked with the covers up to his waist. He was scrolling around on his phone. He hadn't turned the TV on yet. Sarah began undressing, keeping her panties on. She thought she looked sexier that way. Brandon quickly removed the covers and flopped down so that his head was at the foot of his bed. His ready-to-receive rubby position. Sarah grabbed the coconut oil and stood in front of him. Brandon reached out and tapped her on the rear.
Cute little butt.
Thanks, babe. Her cheeks blushing at the compliment. She was excited to get rewarded with sex after rubbing his back. She grabbed a small clump of coconut oil and warmed it into liquid between her palms, then smoothed them around his shoulders and back, going as far as she could reach. So I have a bunch of stuff I want to do this summer. Kayaking, hiking some state parks. And there's a few shows I want to see.
Have fun at the show.
His face was pressed into the sheet. What do you mean? Sarah's hands paused. Brandon jolted his body to remind her not to stop. She resumed, kneading her thumbs into his upper back.
Have fun at the shows.
He repeated, face still pressed into the bed. So you're not going to any?
Nope.
But not all of them are outdoor festivals. I thought you'd go to the more intimate ones like you said you enjoyed.
I said I prefer more intimate shows, but that didn't mean I plan to go to any. You go. Ask Tanya to go with you. I'll plan my annual water park outing with the guys that day.
Brandon said, turning his head to rest on his cheek. Sarah's thumbs were pressing into his spinal erector muscles. Brandon didn't move, but he moaned under the touch. Oh, I was going to ask you if I could tag along to that.
Why? So you can ask them questions.
What? No.
So you can defend your territory in front of Katie.
No. Wait, Katie's going?
It's cute. And flattering. Of you to be jealous, but she's not even my type. She's kind of dumb. Plus, she's a very half-assed secretary for the shop.
Sarah hated when he made statements like that. I'm not jealous. I thought maybe I'd hang out with my husband and get to know his friends.
Why?
Because it's time. You promised.
Promise what?
His tone had become very defensive. Sarah hated when he asked questions like that. She felt backed into a corner. Obviously he knew what he had promised. He just wanted her to say it. But she had no idea why. He jolted his shoulders.
Keep rubbing.
Sarah kept to her strokes up and down his back.
Harder.
She laughed, hoping he was being playful. And partly because she wanted to cry. But she needed to prod more. This conversation needed to happen. Before we got married, you'd said that I would meet your friends eventually, and...
Yeah, eventually.
And when is that?
What's with the urgency?
I just thought that the opportunity was there, so why not?
Maybe next time, okay? Let me have one last time with the guys, okay?
What does that mean? You can still have outings with your friends without me. I just wanted to be included once in a while. And I hate it when you call it going out with the guys when there's women involved.
So you are jealous.
Sarah flopped her arms at her sides. No, I'm not. You're trying to cover up the fact that...
Are you done?
He said, cutting her off yet again. Sarah was bewildered.
Are you done rubbing me?
Until we are done talking. Yes?
Then let's just stop talking.
He made an exaggerated motion of going limp. No. I want to finish this conversation.
Fine.
Brandon got straight up and grabbed his boxers and t-shirt, then got back under the covers without saying anything. Thank you.
I don't like how you're trying to control me.
He grabbed the remote and turned the TV on. Sarah moved to her side of the bed and sat at the edge. Babe, I'm not controlling you. I just want to understand why every time I bring up meeting your friends you just yell at me.
Because you're controlling me.
His voice shot up an octave. See. Yelling and screaming. Again. Acting like a child.
Just get the fuck out.
What? Sarah had a look of bewilderment on her face. Did he really just say that? Brandon remained motionless as he focused on the TV. As she gathered her pillow slowly, she expected him to say gotcha, and they'd laugh and go back to their perfect night. She stood for a few seconds holding her pillow against her chest. Her gut and her cheeks burned in humiliation. This was a whole new sensation. It actually took a mustering of courage for her to speak. Brandon. What do you want me to do?
I said get out.
He wasn't screaming anymore, but his voice was cold. Sarah turned and sulked as she left the room. She tossed her pillow on the couch and turned off the kitchen nightlight so it would be dark enough to fall asleep. Brandon's harsh and cold words replayed in her head, stabbing her again. She found herself imagining a completely different scenario where she never had to ask to tag along in the first place. One where he'd just invited her. But he didn't want her there. Tears leaked out from under her closed eyes while she cried silently in the darkness. She could barely hear the TV in the bedroom. But she could tell that he was watching Sunny. 4. Before the accident. Sarah was upstairs in her bedroom sitting at the edge of her bed when she heard the doorbell ring. Then the front door opened and closed. She listened for the footsteps to ascend the stairs. They were heavy and a tad begrudging. After hearing a stomp at the top of the stairs, she turned her head to the bedroom door. No knock as usual, and the door flew open as Tanya entered the room, dragging her purse to the chair in the corner where she plopped down exhaustedly.
Work was torture today.
Yeah, you look beat. How does a gas station manage to suck the life out of you?
The customers? Got any party favors?
Sarah recognized their code phrase for weed. I do. Is there a fire going?
Yep. There's one going already.
Who's all down there?
Everyone?
So like the usual.
As in the same 3 guys we've been having fires with for the last how many years?
I wonder where they keep getting all the wood from. Sarah tried making a funny comment. It had sounded humorous in her head, but Tanya looked baffled that she had asked a dumb question.
We live next to the literal woods.
Yeah, but that's owned by the farmer, isn't it? Have we been stealing all these years? Sarah got off her bed and walked over to her tall dresser. She opened the top drawer and pulled out a purple cloth bag with gold tassels that once held a bottle of booze. Tanya pulled out her phone and started texting in the midst of ignoring Sarah's question. "Wanna head down?" Sarah asked, holding onto the bag.
Actually, can we spark it here first? I need to relax.
Tanya said, putting her phone away and slouching. Of course. Sarah sat back down on the edge of her bed and reached down where she kept the Pantera vinyl jacket she used to clean her weed on. Her brother had left it in her room weeks ago when he'd joined her to smoke one. She balanced it on her thighs, dumped a small pile of green onto it, and began picking through it before packing it in the glass pipe that was also tucked in the purple bag. She held it out to her friend. Tanya waved her hand.
You spark it.
Sarah brought the pipe to her lips, lit the bowl, and inhaled. She was overcome by an onslaught of coughs. Tanya smiled for the first time since she'd arrived and shook her head.
You always hit it so hard.
Yeah, Sarah mustered between coughs. She held it out once again and bowed her head to cough into her lap. Tanya took a hit. Sarah watched her methodically blow out a trail of smoke.
So, last night my parents said they were getting a divorce.
Holy shit. Really?
Yep.
You okay?
Yep.
Oh. Tanya passed the pipe back.
They told me really late last night. And then my dad left. He has an apartment already. I just felt like listening to music alone after that. Or I would have come over and told you right away.
That's totally fine. What happened? Was this like something that you expected, or? Sarah trailed off, leaving Tanya to fill in the blanks.
I don't know. I'm kinda happy for them. Why drag it on with someone you're unhappy with?
Sarah nodded and passed on, taking another hit. Tanya took her second.
I'm probably gonna move in with my dad.
Really? Sarah felt a ping in her gut. She had lived next door to her best friend her whole life. Even though they were adults now, she wasn't ready to let go of that. Even if it was just across town or something. Where's your dad's apartment?
Across town. He's keeping his same job and everything. It's right next to the bar he goes to. And above a tailor shop, which is pretty cool.
Sarah felt a little relieved. It was inevitable that they started leaving the nest, and one day it would be her turn. Tanya held the pipe out to her and she waved a hand, knowing she'd be smoking more once they joined the others at the fire. Tanya took another hit and held on to it.
Nothing's gonna change. Except I might have to drive across town to come and hang out with you, and you'll have to drive across town to hang out with me.
Sarah stood. I need some air.
Yeah, let's go.
Tanya got up. Sarah caught the look of reassurance that Tanya gave her, as if she'd sensed this would be tougher on Sarah than herself. 5. Present. Sarah's eyes popped open at the sound of her phone vibrating loudly on the coffee table. Aside from the screen on her cell phone lighting up, she was in total darkness. She looked at her phone. It was 1:34 a.m. Brandon.
I'm sorry. Come to bed.
Picking up her pillow and her phone, Sarah returned to their bedroom. Brandon was sitting up with the blanket pulled up to his lap. The only thing he was wearing was a comforting smile.
Hey. Do you want to cuddle and watch Sunny?
Yes, Sarah answered, feeling a rush of warmth in her gut. Relief.
Come here.
He beckoned her over, holding an arm out. Sarah undressed quickly and slipped under the covers to snuggle against him, resting her head on his chest and draping an arm across him. She loved how warm he felt. He draped his arm around her and held the remote in his free hand.
I only watched one episode without you and switched to MasterChef. I want to re-watch it with you though.
Sarah mocked. How could you? She instantly regretted feigning disdain, as he could have easily taken it seriously. Brandon squeezed her.
Aren't you glad to be back in bed with me?
Of course, baby. Absolutely relieved.
You should be nicer to me.
Okay. She internalized a huge what the fuck. Me be nicer to you? That's a little vain. The last thing she wanted was to set him off again, so she decided to keep her opinion to herself and go the satisfactory route. Especially when it felt so good to be in his arms and have him want her there. They watched 2 episodes together before Brandon let her feel that he was ready for her. He gently pushed her off his chest and onto her back and lightly kissed her lips, pulling away before she could kiss him back. Her eyes flew open expectantly and saw his giant smirk. She smirked back, happy she was under playful Brandon and not his pissed-off version. Later, after both had orgasmed, which Brandon was so good at making sure happened, Brandon flopped on his back. She really liked how he took charge when they had sex. He was the initiator and was in control of what position they did, while she never had to ask for it. She rolled onto her side and Brandon put his arm around her. She was ready to fall asleep just like this when Brandon spoke.
Hey, you want to finish that rubby?
6. Glad you called, Sarah said into her cell phone. She was standing in her living room and staring out the sliding glass door that opened to the back deck.
You and B have another fight?
Tanya asked nonchalantly at the other end. Yeah, how'd you guess?
What happened?
For the record, we already made up, but we were having a great evening and I was giving him a back rub. I brought up meeting his friends. He got so upset and started yelling at me and told me to leave the room. I slept on the couch.
Has the asshole apologized?
No.
But you already made up?
Just listen. He made me feel like it was my fault for bringing up the friend thing. I get it's a touchy subject for him, but we should at least be able to talk about it, right?
Yeah. He needs to man up and let you talk about it.
Especially because I didn't attack him with it, right? I brought up the subject in a nice calm way.
That is stupidly fucked up.
Side question, is it not nice of me to insist he give me an answer?
I am profoundly confused why you are concerned if you were nice or not when this friend thing has gone this long unanswered.
Right. Anyway, you never told me how you met your guy. Are you sure he's not a serial killer? Sarah giggled. She needed a subject change.
Oh no. But I'll make sure to check out his knife collection.
How long has he been coming into the gas station to see you?
Just a couple of weeks. It's been nonstop flirting.
What do you all know about him?
I know he drives a big black truck and he buys the expensive gas. And he has a dog, a golden retriever. I've seen him in the cab before.
Sarah was silent as she stared at the grass on her back lawn. Damn lawn was way too grassy. Tanya waited several seconds before speaking.
You who?
Ha. Sorry, my mind took over for a sec there. Her forehead pressed against the glass as she continued to stare into the backyard.
We're still going to the mall, right? For my cute first date outfit.
Yes? Sarah answered before her brain registered the question.
Want to pick me up at 10 tomorrow? If that's cool?
Yep. I'll see you then. After hanging up, she continued to stare at the backyard. The massive grass-covered barren yard. Couldn't be more boring. Her mind went back in time and once again reminded her of what was lost. If she would have asked her brother over to dig a fire pit, he would be there with a shovel in a heartbeat. But he wasn't coming. He wasn't even available to ask. Sarah had to squint her eyes to keep the hot tears from spilling down her cheeks. 7. Sarah pulled into a random stall in the tiny parking lot that was wedged between the bar and the tailor shop that was below the apartment Tanya shared with her dad. She texted Tanya telling her she was there and then relaxed into the driver's seat listening to a ballad on her Alice in Chains CD on repeat. It was nice to just listen to sad music and remember shit. A recent memory passed while Sarah sat staring at the spots of peeling white paint on the brick wall in front of her front bumper. She was there for the first time helping Tanya move her furniture in. The stairwell had been ridiculously narrow, and they had to turn a wobbly chair on one landing to get up a second flight of stairs. They were both high and horribly uncoordinated. Their efforts had been so bad that the other people who were trying to bring in objects from the trailer had to wait for them to stop having a laughing fit every time they got stuck, which was about every 2 inches. At one point Tanya was laughing so hard she had to sit until she was done laughing and could hold on to the chair again. Sarah hadn't known she dropped her end until she gave a shove, and the chair ended up pinning Tanya's legs under it on the stairs, creating a loud shriek from Tanya and ending in a laughing fit that lasted several minutes. At which point Tanya's dad had taken over moving the chair by himself, and they just abandoned helping and went over to the bar across the parking lot to get food for everyone. Sarah shook her head and smirked at the memory. Out of the corner of her eyes she saw Tanya approach the passenger side door. Today her long brunette hair fell loose around her round face and she was wearing her signature outfit, long-sleeve flannel and short jean shorts. Tanya had really gorgeous long legs and she knew it. She plopped her little black backpack on the floor between her legs and started rummaging through it.
Sup? Oh. Alice in Chains. Nice.
Sarah quickly tapped off the repeat function. She knew Tanya would say something about having the ballad on repeat. She didn't want to talk about how she'd just felt so down lately. She moved the gear to reverse and backed out of her parking spot. You do know that this is your CD and you're the one who put it there, right?
Oh yeah. I keep forgetting I insist you listen to good music. I've been listening to the Stones lately. Oh yeah, don't let me forget. We gotta pick up a carton of cigs for my dad, and a gallon of milk at the store on our way back.
He stopped rolling them?
Depends how big his checks are.
Sarah nodded. She reached into the pocket in her door and grabbed the entire stack of CDs that Tanya left in her car and held them out to Tanya as she approached a red light. Here's your duty for the duration of this ride. Tanya ignored them momentarily to finish applying her lipstick just when Sarah drove over a pothole. Sarah tried stealing a glance.
Don't even bother looking.
Sarah snorted as Tanya shielded her face while she fixed it.
Eyes on the road.
When Tanya finished fixing her lipstick, she finally grabbed the stack of CDs that Sarah was still holding onto. Sarah settled into her seat and listened to the tunes her friend picked, thankful that nothing had changed after she'd moved across town. Tanya leaned over Sarah and swiped her debit card before Sarah could swipe her own. Sarah grinned playfully. She was most likely paying it forward because Sarah had bought the short black pleated skirt that Tanya was gawking over for her. Even after pointing it out that it made her look like a gothic Sailor Moon. Then she'd made a joke about how she would probably wear flannel with it, to which Tanya replied.
Fuck yeah, watch me make that shit work.
Sarah took the 2 boxes of cinnamon buns covered in frosting from the young kid in the teal apron and put them on the tray with 2 forks. She followed Tanya to a table at the edge of the food court where she loved sitting so she could people watch. Sarah took a bite. This is so good.
I should serve this at my wedding instead of the cake.
Tanya replied, taking her own forkful. Sarah giggled.
So you and B still good?
Tanya asked. We're great as long as I don't bring up anything. And then there's Katie, his receptionist. He casually mentioned that she's going on his annual guy outing to the water park. And he doesn't want me along. He rarely mentions her, but when he does I get crazy.
You've mentioned her before. You meet her yet?
No.
Wait. You're telling me you've never met the receptionist at the business that your husband owns?
Tanya's jaw was hanging open. Yep. Her eyes narrowed.
Have you ever checked his phone?
No. I trust him. He goes to work and comes home every day at the same time. We still go to have sex in his office after closing. Sarah blushed.
You've never showed up on his lunch break before?
Sarah scraped the last bits of frosting with her plastic fork and licked it off. Yeah. I just wait in the parking lot for him and we go out for lunch. I've actually never been inside during the hours the office is open.
I think you gotta keep pushing him into giving you an answer. Seriously. Even if he has some weird fucked up innocent reason for not introducing you, he at least owes you that reason. When you're in a fucking relationship, you fucking communicate and you don't freak out and refuse someone the simple fucking human decency of answers to their dumbass behavior.
That was a real soapbox moment.
You can defend him, but I'm serious, dude.
Tanya finally took a break to eat another bite. I know. And thank you. And I'm not defending him. I know you're right. I'll wait until he's in a good mood or something. When I feel I can handle the inevitable fight for bringing it up.
See, you shouldn't be expecting a fight. And he needs to understand that. Is everything else okay, though?
Yeah.
Hey. That chick's wearing my skirt.
Tanya blurted. She wiped her lips with the back of her hand after tiny bits of food escaped.
Oops.
Huh. Sarah turned and looked behind her. It took her a moment to realize Tanya was referring to the skirt that Sarah had just purchased for her. There was a chick standing next to a guy. She was wearing the same black pleated skirt with knee-high socks, red Converse, and a purple long-sleeve top that showed her midriff.
See, what did I tell you?
Tanya boasted.
Long sleeves and skirts worked so well.
Sarah turned back and smirked. I hope you have a really fun time on your date. Secretly, she really hoped Tanya had a winner this time. 8.
Hey babe.
Brandon called from the side door. Sarah had just finished making the mashed potatoes and was amid searing 2 almond-crusted tilapia fillets after Brandon had texted her he was on his way home from work and to start dinner. I'm so glad you're here. Come tell me when I need to flip the fish.
Seriously?
Brandon beelined toward the kitchen.
Flip them now.
He said as soon as he glanced at the fish. Sarah carefully did so and reoriented them in the center of the pan. He guided her to turn toward him and she wrapped her arms around his waist, burying her nose into his shirt. His arms enveloped her and they stayed like that until Brandon announced the fish needed to be plated unless they wanted burnt tilapia for dinner.
Let's eat on the patio. It's really nice out.
Okay. Sarah put a fork on each plate after loading them up and carried them out to the table on the deck. Brandon slid the door closed behind her. Both began eating right away.
Damn, this is good.
Brandon declared while he was still chewing. Absolutely. How was work?
Good, except Katie messed up big time.
Sarah felt her stomach flop a little at the name drop. What happened?
She accidentally double-booked Matt, our pipe guy. We almost lost the business of a great customer.
Wow. That really sucks. She was trying to ignore the fact that she felt hurt that Brandon talked about work while not wanting her there. At least that's how she felt now after her conversation with Tanya.
The first guy was like 20 minutes early, and because they were done with the job before this whole crap happened. Had they just showed up on time, I would have caught it before they had his truck up and we wouldn't have to lose money on parts. I even caught her mistake when I checked the appointment log.
Or if Katie had not double-booked appointments, Sarah added. Brandon grinned.
You probably just want me to fire her, don't you?
I wouldn't know. Don't know the girl. But I hope you make the right call when she messes up too much and starts wasting more of our money, Sarah went on, feeling proud for standing up for herself. She was dreading a possible backlash.
Geez. Just admit that you're jealous.
Sarah blinked in confusion. He had dismissed her entire statement. She felt herself getting angry and defensive. No. I am not jealous.
I don't get why you get all jealous. She's just a secretary. And she's kind of dumb. I actually have been thinking about firing her for a long time.
Brandon chuckled. Dude. What the hell? I'm not jealous. Look at the circumstances. You talk about her in weird ways and you refuse to even let me meet her.
Hold on. Hold on.
Brandon shouted.
First off, I don't not let you meet anyone.
He hushed his voice before any neighbors overheard their fight.
And what do you mean by I talk about her in weird ways?
Sarah closed her eyes and inhaled. This conversation was already exhausting. I guess I'll have to take it back to the beginning. Ever since I met you, you talk about how cute she is and…
Babe, I was joking. Geez. Relax.
Just then Brandon got up and walked into the house. Sarah felt tears forming in her eyes. She refused to let them fall. She felt embarrassed about her feelings. What if he was right that she was just jealous? To her, she didn't feel mad at Katie for making a simple mistake. She didn't want her to lose her job. She'd probably defend Katie and make Brandon let her at least find a new job before letting her go fully. But she was sick of hearing about Katie when her own husband didn't want the two to ever be in the same room at the same time. Brandon re-emerged and put a can of San Pellegrino on the table next to her plate. He sat down and opened his own can. Sarah's lungs deflated.
So, how was your day? How's Tanya?
Fine. She didn't know whether to feel relieved he would not start screaming at her or mad that she didn't get a fair shot at defending herself.
You guys went to the mall, right? And are you going to finish your fish?
Yes, Sarah said, answering both questions as she took another bite of her tilapia.
What's she up to?
Sarah took one more bite and held her plate out. Oh shit. She has a date tonight, and when we met to go shopping earlier, I told her to text me the address if she goes to his house. She grabbed her phone from the table and saw that she had no texts and quickly sent a friendly reminder to Tanya. Brandon took her plate and ate the last 2 bites of fish from it.
You better keep tabs on that one.
She dodged his rude comment and let a minute pass before she spoke again. Hey, what do you think about digging a fire pit?
I think let's go do the dishes and cuddle and talk about it later.
Brandon said, standing with the dirty plates. Sarah frowned at being dismissed yet again and rose too, following him into the house. I'm serious. Bonfires were a big part of my life. With my brother. It would mean a lot to me. Brandon set the dishes in the sink and started washing them. She was too defeated to say anything else. Brandon too was silent until he motioned for her to follow him to the bedroom. Once there, they laid on the bed in their normal position, her head on his chest and his arm draped around her. Even in her current state of confusion and anger, she still felt content there. Brandon grabbed the remote and was scrolling through the watch list on Hulu. She waited for him to say something. Anything really.
This Saturday is my grandma's birthday party at my parents' house.
Brandon finally announced, breaking the silence. Sarah felt genuinely hurt that he didn't acknowledge her question at all. Okay. That sounds like fun, Sarah responded. She was about to add discussing a gift but decided his lack of interest in her request didn't warrant the effort now.
I think a fire pit would be a really cool idea, but I need to look at our condo association rules first.
Sarah's eyes widened. Finally, he was answering her. Okay. Just like that, all her disgust evaporated.
Hey.
He whispered. She looked up and he pressed his lips against hers. She lingered in the kiss and pulled back as their kisses usually lasted only a second long. But he pressed his hand into her side, encouraging her to not pull away. Her body warmed instantly under his touch and she kissed him more intensely. He began lifting her shirt. She instantly broke the kiss to climb on top of him as he shifted his body beneath her so she could comfortably straddle him as she lifted her shirt off. He smirked up at her.
After sex, do I get rubby?
Her lips formed in the softest, subtlest smile she could muster. 9. Sarah turned her Scion down the familiar road that led to her childhood home where her parents remained. The road was disintegrating at the shoulders on both sides. It was so bad that huge chunks of asphalt were ripped off, and if another car was coming, there was barely enough room before you fell off into the realm of your car being destroyed. She pressed the brake as she passed by the gap in the trees across the road from the row of houses and gazed through the thick foliage to where the old bonfire area had been. Sadness hit her like a ton of bricks and tears started forcing themselves from their ducts. She stopped her car in the middle of the road, allowing herself to just stare at the fire pit and release sobs that had begun welling up inside. The pit was covered in dead brush as the forest slowly reclaimed the spot. The chairs were gone. There was barely any sign of time spent. Sarah inhaled deeply, trying to control the tears as she recalled visions of her and her brother Tanya, Daryl and Bodhi around the flames. This place should be made into a memorial. Preserved forever in time. When no more tears came and Sarah was able to dry her cheeks, she finally pulled the car into the driveway of her parents' house. The house was a yellow bi-level that sat on top of the garage. She thought about entering through the garage and seeing if her dad might be in the family room watching television, then decided to head up the front stairs. She knocked once before entering. To her surprise, both of her parents were in the living room watching television, her dad in his recliner and her mom on the couch. Her mom had a tray propped over her and was doing some beadwork. Hey! Sarah called just before ascending the stairs inside the front door. John, your daughter's here, she heard her mother say as she entered the living room. Her father pressed the mute button on the remote that was on the arm of his chair where his hand was guarding it. Hi honey, he said softly. He turned his head and smiled at her. Sarah walked up to him, leaned down to hug him and kiss his cheek. Brandon with you? No, he's at work, she answered, on her way to hug and kiss her mom as well. She took a seat beside her on the sofa, gently so not to cause any beads to go rolling around the tray. How are you and Brandon? Her mother asked. We're good. How are you guys doing? Your dad's got a new hobby. Do you want to show her? She asked her husband without looking up from her beads. John replied by putting his footrest down and getting up. Sarah followed him as he headed to the back patio. She looked behind her but saw that her mom hadn't followed them. Wow, Dad, Sarah said amazed. She was looking out at the backyard that she spent her entire life playing in. The swing set with the cool climbing wall and playhouse attached to it and the sandbox made from the huge tractor wheel had been removed. Where the swing set was stood a wooden gazebo with lattice walls covered in vines from large pots that lined the outer walls. Inside it was an outdoor sectional and a coffee table. It was a nice compliment to the pond he'd installed right before the wedding. There are fish in there now, John said, breaking her mind from her fixed gaze. She nodded her head. Koi. Nope. We just got goldfish. You should check them out though. They're huge. Her father started down the stairs and onto the grass. Sarah followed. She gazed into the gazebo and saw a few more touches. Hanging from the ceiling were Moroccan lanterns in green and orange. A sun plaque hung on the back wall. And a small bar was in the corner. She stood by her father at the pond and looked into it and spotted several goldfish right away. Holy shit. They are big, Dad. Oh, a nice bar by the way. Oh. He chuckled. Yeah, your mom wants to sit out here and drink a bottle of wine or two if we get company. And she wants me to build a bridge over the pond. Sarah crouched down and put her fingertips in the water. That would be cool, Dad. You should do it. We'll see. I told her maybe for an anniversary present. Sure beats flowers and chocolates, I guess. Well, I learned a long time ago to just ask her what she wants. Your mom isn't big on surprises. She knows what she wants. After that whole cat disaster? Sarah joked. Absolutely. I thought about trying again and getting her a dog though. But really what I should do is take her to the Humane Society and tell her to pick something out. Sarah chuckled. Probably a good idea. She might blow your mind and come home with a snake or something. Sure, and she could wrap it around her neck while she does her beads. Sarah giggled and gazed at the pond. She felt happy that her parents had a proper yard to enjoy. Soon she would too. She should see if Brandon looked into the rules for fire pits tonight. This is all very cool, Dad, Sarah said, looking around again. I have a surprise for you, he said, starting off again. What? Sarah said, excited. It's in the garage. They circled around to the front. John opened the passenger door to his truck and pressed the garage door opener. Wait there, he said, walking into the garage. He came out with a wood chair above his head and set it down gingerly in the driveway. In the sunlight she could see that it was stained a deep purple. He returned to the garage and emerged with one exactly like it and placed it down beside the other. Then he sat down in one and crossed his ankles. Oh my gosh, Dad. These are gorgeous. They're Adirondack and they're rockers. Sarah pushed down on one arm and it started rocking back and forth slightly. Dad, this is so cool. Thank you so much. Sit already. Sarah giggled and sat in the other rocker, imitating her dad's pose. They sat together in silence a few minutes, rocking away in the driveway. In that moment, Sarah wasn't thinking about Brandon and their fight. Just let me know when and I'll bring him over. I will. Brandon will love these. And we're talking about building a fire pit, so this is just in time. Perfect. Okay, I'll put these back. Your mom has some stuff for you, so I'll let you get to that. All right. She entered the house through the garage and found her mom in her old bedroom. She was lifting a box from the floor and set it down beside another box on the cedar chest that stood at the end of the queen-sized bed. Okay, I'm here, Sarah announced. Did your dad show you the surprise? Yes. I love them. I told him he was just in time because we're going to dig a fire pit as soon as Brandon checks out the rules for it. Oh, that's nice, her mom said. She patted one of the boxes. This box here is some of your stuff that we found in storage. And this box, she said, patting the other one, is filled with your brother's stuff. Tracy dropped it off. She apologized for taking so long to bring it over, but anyway, it's stuff from Daryl's apartment that she was sure didn't belong to him. Why don't you look through it and see if you want any of it? Okay. Sarah was hoping to be left alone. I thought I'd go ahead and make this room a guest bedroom. I'll keep the bed, desk and chest unless you want any of it. They belong to you after all. Oh. No, Mom. Go ahead, she assured. All right, honey. Thanks. I'm going to go and start dinner. Did you want to stay and eat? No thanks. Brandon and I are going to go out tonight. It's Friday. Dinner and a movie night. Oh, sounds like fun. We'll have to plan for you to have dinner sometime then. Of course, Mom. Basically any other night. All right, she said before leaving Sarah with the two boxes. She'd waited until her mom was well down the hall before she opened the first box. She almost laughed when she saw her old unicorn lamp. Alongside it was a cloth wall scroll with a yin-yang symbol and a cigar box full of random trinkets and some ticket stubs from movies and carnivals. Where have you been hiding? She asked the box of memorabilia. You are so coming home with me, she said, continuing her conversation with the box as she closed it and placed her hands on the other box that contained her brother's items. Like so many things today, this required a deep breath. The box flaps tried to collapse back to their folded position from being kept like that for who knew how long. After she wrangled the adamant box flaps, she paused for several breaths. Sitting right on top and nestled in a black t-shirt that was cradling it like a nest was her brother's glass pipe. She used both hands to lift it up at either end into the sunlight that was spanning the room, and she peered through the colored swirls within the glass. You, she softly spoke out loud, speaking to yet another object. She set it down on the bed far from the edge and pulled the black t-shirt from the box, holding it up by the collar. It had 3 tigers silk screened on it. The tiger at the bottom was rubbing off from age and washing. The last time she'd seen her brother wearing it was right before he'd moved to the apartment with Daryl. The knot came twisting in her stomach so fast it slammed up into her throat. She shoved the t-shirt against her face to stifle an onslaught of uncontrollable sobs. The attack made her so weak she moved quickly to the bed, grabbing the pipe in her hand before she sat. She kept the shirt against her face until the sobs quieted. After a final heave, she lifted the shirt from her face and used it to dry her cheeks. She then wrapped her brother's pipe in it and placed them back in the box and let the flaps close in on themselves. She stacked the 2 boxes and lifted them, thankful they weren't too heavy. She needed them to shield the sadness on her face as she took them out to her car. When she made it down the stairs and to the door, she was able to balance the boxes by pushing them into the wall, while she used one hand to turn the doorknob. "Okay. I'm out. I'll call you later," she called out, hoping the shakiness in her voice went undetected. Once at her car, she used a similar mechanism to open the car door without having to set the boxes down, although it was a bit more difficult. She was just relieved to be alone. With both boxes in the backseat of her Scion, she turned the key and reversed onto the shitty road. As she drove down the center of the street, safe from the car-killing shoulder, it wasn't until she pulled into her own driveway that her tears started drying up. 10. "Wow. She's alive," Sarah said as she answered her phone.
Yes, I feel so alive.
Tanya sang into the other end. "You sound happy. But you are in trouble. You didn't text me the location of your date. And you didn't call me after it ended."
So, I'm kinda still on the date.
"Oh. What?
Aha.
Where are you?"
His house. In his bed.
Tanya sang out the last word again. "And where is that?" Tanya giggled.
His house is on a nice wooded street. It's very cute.
"Text me his address, please. Someone needs to know exactly where you are, okay?"
Okay.
"Is he there now?"
No. He went out to get us food. I swear someday you'll be able to have food from any restaurant delivered to you besides pizza.
"He left you at his house?"
Yeah. With his dog too. He's so cute.
Sarah imagined Tanya ruffling the dog's cheeks as she said that. "So things are going great, I take it?"
Yes. I'll have to pop over and tell you all about it. How are you doing?
"Meh. Fine."
What level of fine?
Tanya pressed. "I've been having these breakdowns lately."
What's your asshole husband been saying now?
"That's another story. But no, I've just been really missing my brother lately. Like really missing him," Sarah said, trying her best to make it not sound as though she were fishing for sympathy. It was hard being sad.
I know. We should hang out really soon.
"Yes? Guess what else though?" Sarah needed Tanya to hear this one. "I found my brother's pipe."
Was it missing? Where was it?
Sarah internalized her hurt. "I went over to my parents and my mom gave me a box with his stuff in it. It was right there on top."
Cool. Wanna celebrate with it?
Sarah paused. "Maybe." Tanya chuckled.
When was the last time you even smoked?
"I dunno. Before I was married."
Maybe we can change that.
"Possibly. Anyways, I'm happy for you."
Thanks.
"So I guess you can text me the address and later we can plan to hang out."
Will do.
She heard the phone click off. Tanya hadn't sounded as happy as Sarah thought she'd be about the pipe. Maybe she was just distracted with her new man. Sarah frowned. Unfortunately, she remembered every detail. 11. Before the accident. "Sis." Sarah's eyes popped open at the sound of her being called. Rude. She closed her eyes again, choosing sleep over responding. "Sis." "Oh my god, what?" The bedroom door made a long, annoying creaking sound as it slowly opened. Her brother stood in the doorway. Sarah threw a fluffy throw pillow at him, making it true to its name. "Fire. Come outside. Bring party favors." Sarah squinted as her brother shut the door behind him. She grasped her purple comforter and considered pulling it over her head. "Seriously?" "It's 7 a.m., she said up at the ceiling as if it would answer. She took her damn time getting ready, even though she put on the same pair of jeans from yesterday and a random shirt she found draped over her chair. He deserved to have to wait and crap. Who in their right mind gets up this early on a Saturday and starts a bonfire? She grabbed the purple bag containing the party favors her brother requested from her top drawer before leaving her room. Approaching the spot, she could make out the silhouettes of her bro, Daryl, and Bodie. Bodie was poking at the fire with a metal rod. Daryl and her bro were both in chairs and Daryl was smacking his glass pipe upside down into his palm. They'd cached a bowl while waiting for her. Alright, who's going to buy me a coffee from the gas station? Sarah announced it as a way of making herself known once she was within earshot. Not me. I don't drive, her brother answered. No one else offered. Sarah had been joking, but if anyone had said yes, she'd have taken them up on the offer. She sat in her regular chair after checking it for moisture. I know. Want a clean one though? He asked. It's clean. It's a good batch. Tanya and I smoked it last night. She recalled to herself, commemorating Tanya's first night at the new apartment with her dad. Daryl handed her his pipe. She filled it with a bit of bud and held it back out to him. He waved at her. Your weed. You spark it. Sarah lit the weed and inhaled. She held her breath for about 2 seconds before coughing and extending the pipe out as far as possible, begging for whoever to take it while she coughed up a lung. Daryl took it. She kept her head down, coughing, and held the lighter out for a good 10 seconds until realizing Daryl was using his own. She finally stopped coughing enough to take a long swig from the water bottle she'd grabbed from the kitchen before coming outside. To her delight, both Daryl and her brother had coughed, though not as much as her. Damn sis. You always hit that thing too hard, her brother remarked. I heard you cough. Yeah, but it was more like an caw-caw, her brother mimicked a dainty coughing sound. Daryl laughed and turned his head. Sarah stuck out her tongue at her brother and he did the same back. The pipe came back to her and she swore it off after her second hit. She rarely did more than that anyway. She needed to let her high subside so that she could function and do what she'd planned for the day. Hey Bodie, was it your crazy idea to wake up this damn early? I woke him up, her brother piped in, also cracking open a beer. She hadn't even realized they'd been drinking. Nah, I was awake anyway playing video games, Bodie said, answering the question. I haven't gone to bed yet. Geez. Where was everyone last night? Tanya and I were smoking. We could have used a fire. Where did you plan to have a fire by, Tanya? The parking lot. We could have popped over. You've been to Tanya's place? Helped her dad move a couple loads? Oh. I'll need to sleep soon, but I can have another one going tonight, Bodie offered. Sarah chuckled. Bodie, you're like the village pyro. Damn proud of it too. What are you doing today, bro? Sarah asked, trying to decide if she should abandon her plans for the day and do whatever they had planned instead. Probably going diskin later. Maybe grill out some burgers. Disking? That sounds cool. I might tag along. What are you doing later, Bodie? Sarah said, finishing her plans to assess everyone else's plans. I dunno. Might get some ice cream. Watch a movie. I was serious about having a fire if you want me to. Sarah smiled. What else is there to do, right? Yep. Hold that thought. She took out her phone and began texting Tanya. Can't properly plan a day without knowing what your best friend was up to first. Sarah. Hey T, wanna go disking with my bro and Daryl later? Tanya. Some people sleep in on Saturdays. And yes. Daryl invited me. Sarah. He did. Tanya. Yes? He stopped in the gas station and mentioned it. Sarah. Cool. Sleep on. See you later. Tanya. Thank you. Sarah flopped her phone down on her thigh. Tanya's coming disking later too. Daryl's gaze roamed in Sarah's general direction at the name drop. When he met Sarah's questioning gaze, it casually wandered off toward the guys, nodding as if he were accepting the news. But I guess you already knew that. 12. Present.
You look hot.
Brandon stood and gawked at Sarah as she opened the passenger side door of his GTI. Sarah blushed. Her husband's compliments never failed to produce that response. Before sitting, she inspected the seat for any crumbs or drops of sauce that could have been left behind from their frequent lunches spent in the car. She didn't want her blue and white polka-dotted dress, Brandon's suggestion, to get stained on the way to his parents' place. Flipping the visor down, she checked her pinned-up blonde locks before settling in for takeoff.
Oh. I see you wore your Converse.
Brandon said, completely changing his tone. What's wrong with Converse? Sarah asked.
Nothing, I guess. I just like the slip-on shoes better. They make you look hella cute.
Oh. I thought you liked Converse too. We only got married in matching pairs.
I don't. I just did that for you 'cause I'm awesome like that.
Oh, Sarah frowned. I guess I remembered it a little differently.
Yeah, you have a terrible memory.
Brandon teased. Not really. You acted like you wanted to do it when I brought it up, she pointed out.
Wow, all I did was say, okay, let's do it. You twist things.
What? Sarah said, becoming disgusted. That was definitely not how she remembered it. And no, you didn't. You said that it was a cool.
Just stop. You're twisting things.
Brandon shouted. Wait a sec. Sarah yelled, matching his tone. I remember now. You were the one who suggested that we match.
Oh, how convenient for you to remember all of a sudden. And if I did say that, it was because it was a joke.
Seriously? Sarah said, dumbfounded. She had thought he was still playing, but apparently not. How am I supposed to know when what you say is a joke?
Because I laugh after I say it. Ha ha ha.
He followed with a grin. Sarah exhaled. Brandon was playful most of the time. But even now, she didn't know if he was mad. He'd just yelled at her, but now he was all smiles and laughing. She carried her gaze out the window. So confusing. She felt his hand on her leg and decided it could stay there.
How's Tanya?
I don't know, actually. I'm disappointed with her.
Huh.
I called her and she was still at that guy's house in his bed, and I told her to text me his address and she still didn't. She's probably dead. Sarah meant the last part to be funny, but it didn't sound like it when she said the words.
So she went straight to bed with him.
I guess. Her joke had been lost in translation. And now she was probably going to defend her friend since Brandon was making condescending comments. Sometimes conversations with him were so physically exhausting. She wished they could go to his parents' house in silence.
Reminds me of someone I know.
Sarah scoffed. I did not sleep with you on our first date.
I know. It was our second date. But I could have gotten you to sleep with me that first night if I'd wanted to.
Oh, really? Sarah said, batting her eyelashes in his direction. She played along, especially if he was offering sex tonight.
Women are easy. If I wanted, I could get literally any woman.
That didn't sound very playful. She was back to being confused.
I could easily get Tanya if I wanted to. It doesn't even matter that she's your best friend. Or that you're married to me.
No. Tanya's loyal. You're not even her type.
It doesn't matter. Women like her just want a guy who gives her attention. Most girls are like that. If I started flirting with Katie at work, she'd sleep with me so fast.
Sarah returned her gaze to her window.
What?
Sarah didn't respond.
Are you mad at me now because I mentioned Katie?
You know, I think it's rude and manipulative of you to constantly talk about people who I'm not allowed to meet.
God damn it. Stop twisting things.
Brandon's fist pounded the steering wheel.
I never said that.
Brandon yelled. Why do you keep putting off introducing me to people, Brandon? Sarah shouted back.
That's different. Fuck. Just stop twisting shit.
Do any of your friends ever ask where I am? Don't they want to know why you've never introduced us? Do they even know you're married? Sarah pressed.
My friends know I'm married.
Does Katie know you're married?
Just shut up. You're fucking crazy.
There's your go-to phrase again.
Shut up.
You never let me talk about anything. She refused to yell anymore. Yelling was his thing.
Shut up.
Brandon yelled so loud it left her ears ringing and sent a chill down her spine. Sarah got her wish because they spent the rest of the drive in complete silence. She just watched the scenery change from woods and cornfields to the gated community where his parents lived. Being nestled between farms, it felt a bit out of place. Brandon slowed and rolled his window down and punched in a code. The gate slid open and he pulled in. They passed massive homes with perfect front lawns. Sarah despised those enormous mansions with no yards, covered in facades with grandiose entrances that you never saw people use since they entered their homes from their attached garages where they parked their luxury cars. They approached the end of the road and Brandon pulled in the long driveway that was paved with individual bricks in a zigzag pattern. On one side there were 3 cars parked in a row. Brandon's mom's SUV was in front of the garage door with another SUV behind it and a red sports car behind that. In the second lane was a sleek black minivan which Brandon lurched their car to a stop behind it. He immediately shut off the engine and got out, grabbed the flowers from the back seat and walked off before Sarah had even released her seatbelt. She decided then to take her time and let him enter the house alone. Maybe she could slink in without the formal introduction and could avoid everyone until the party was over. She'd much rather sit and text Tanya and have an actual conversation. That was if her date ever ended. Knowing that was just a wish and that she'd face consequences, Sarah got out and retrieved the small box of chocolates she'd wrapped for Brandon's grandmother, which he'd conveniently left behind. She saw Brandon waiting at the front door. Her stomach didn't know what to feel as it flipped in a blip of excitement that he'd waited for her and then realized he just did it so that anyone else wouldn't criticize him for not waiting for his wife. He also looked annoyed that she'd taken so long. Sarah enjoyed the maintained silence as he opened the front door. The house was an open concept, so it could be argued that technically everyone was in the same room. The great room had a large table where Brandon's grandma and sister-in-law sat. Eve was holding a baby in her lap. Sarah tried remembering if she'd been pregnant at their wedding. Brandon's mom was in the kitchen with his youngest sister Lexi. The large TV in the living room area was blaring a football game. Brandon's dad and his brothers Aaron and Seaver were there watching it, along with a younger boy, Seaver's son, sitting on a beanbag chair. Just maybe one day their child or children would be here hanging with their cousins at family gatherings in this house. Brandon, beamed the sweetest littlest voice. Brandon crouched down to hug his little sister Madison.
Hey Maddie.
He said happily. Did he finally chill out or was he still masking his anger, Sarah wondered. Madison. Grab their coats. Brandon's mom shouted from the kitchen. The three women at the dining table all smiled and waved. Sarah waved back. Madison threw her arms around Sarah and squeezed her. Sarah felt her insides warm up. This little girl lit up the room. She was feeling her anger from the car ride subside while she squeezed her back with her free arm. I really like your dress, Maddie exclaimed. She felt the sleek fabric of Sarah's dress between her little fingers, then took a step back. Do you like mine? She asked cheerfully, holding her skirt out and twirling. It's so pretty. Did you just get it? Yes. Mom took me shopping, Maddie gushed. Brandon handed Maddie his hoodie. An uneasiness settled in Sarah's gut. She didn't feel the most comfortable around Brandon's family. Not that they weren't nice. She just felt like the odd one out and never knew what to even talk to them about.
Hello, birthday girl.
Brandon said, kissing his grandmother on the cheek. Thank you, dear, she replied, kissing his cheek in return as they hugged. Hey, Brando.
Hey, Eve.
Hey, Sarah, Eve said, turning to smile at her. Hello, Sarah mustered. She was almost startled that Eve remembered her name.
So where's Gramp?
Brandon asked his grandma. In there watching football, she answered and motioned with a nod. He's not feeling the best, I'm afraid.
Oh, is he sick?
Just not feeling his old self. I told him that maybe now after 80 years he can start taking his vitamins, she said with a wink and a smirk. Sarah laughed to herself. Brandon nodded and headed toward the TV. Sarah's anxiety went up a notch as he walked off, leaving her there. She wished Maddie would come and tug on her so she could just go off with her to some corner and play dolls, anything that would last until the end of the party. How have you been, dear? Brandon's grandmother said. And Sarah was officially in the spotlight. Oh, I've been great. Thank you, Sarah smiled politely. Then gulped. How's my grandson treating you? You can tell the truth. She winked. Good. Sarah refused to abandon the safeness of the polite smiling. She couldn't think of anything to add, and she had an inkling that they all could sense her unease. She looked at Eve, who was gently rocking the baby in her arm as she slept, then at the other wife who was checking her phone, and back at Brandon's grandmother, and she suddenly remembered she'd had the gift still in her hand. Oh, these are from Brandon and I, she finally mustered, presenting the chocolate box wrapped in its ribbon. Oh. It's my chocolates. Brandon's grandmother cooed. This is a tradition of ours. Did he tell you? No, actually. He just told me to get this specific brand. He had overheard me once scolding his grandfather for eating the last one of my chocolates, and he asked his mother to get them at the grocery store. It was several months before my birthday, but he'd kept them in his room, never opened it, and he wrapped it himself and gave them to me on my birthday. His mom didn't even remember buying them. He must have been 7 or 8 years old. Oh wow, I had no idea. That's so sweet, Sarah said warmly. At least he wasn't always a confusing dick face. Lexi and Pamela both came to the table with a tray of veggies, crackers, and fancy meat. Well, thanks, Pammy. And thank you, sweetie, she said to Lexi. After Lexi dropped off her tray, she took a seat on her grandmother's lap. This should tide everyone over until Lee gets back, Pamela said before heading back to the kitchen. She hadn't smiled or made eye contact with anyone, so Sarah didn't feel totally left out from her demeanor. From her experience, Brandon's mom never seemed to be in good spirits. Sarah thought she could take some food to her husband in an attempt to get away. Maddie bopped over to the table and grabbed some carrot sticks and started munching. Yum. The two wives started grazing too. Sarah made a stack of cheese and ham on a cracker and hoped everyone forgot she was there. Lexi jumped down from her grandmother's lap and Maddie took her place. Oomph, she exclaimed as she tried adjusting her in her lap as Maddie jumped up onto it. Grandma, is Grandpa going to die? A chorus of coos came from the two moms and Brandon's grandma. Nonsense. Who told you that? Mom said he has to go back to the hospital after the birthday party. Maybe for good. Oh, that. He just has to go and see his doctor is all. He needs some medicine. Okay, Maddie said and hopped off her grandma's lap. The adults exchanged relieved glances. Sarah felt a bit left out from whatever was going on. Brandon hadn't mentioned his grandpa not doing well or anything. Maybe it was just a young girl escalating her worries in her mind. Sarah. Maddie ran to Sarah's side and grabbed her arm. Can you come to my room? I have a secret. She looked around realizing she made a mistake by saying it out loud. The other moms smiled at her innocence. Thank the universe? Sarah stood and gladly followed Maddie up the stairs and down the hall to her bedroom. She peeked into other bedrooms along the way with their perfectly made beds and sparsely decorated but magazine-worthy rooms. Maddie's room was the opposite of sparse. She had a huge queen-size canopy bed, a desk full of papers and gel pens, a huge toy chest, another cedar chest, and a huge dollhouse. Everything in this room was huge. Maddie passed it all and went to the closet door. She opened it and motioned for Sarah to follow. She found herself 6 feet deep in a massive walk-in closet. This girl had all the clothes. Still, Maddie went on. She crouched down next to a tiny door in the corner that was hidden behind some hanging pants. She slid them aside and turned the doorknob. Follow me. Sarah followed, completely intrigued. Getting down on hands and knees, they crawled in. The floor was the splintery, unfinished wood, so she moved carefully. Sarah passed a light switch on the wall and wondered why the builder had wired this tiny room. She sat next to Maddie and looked around, taking the tiny space in. The room was small, about 6 feet by 4 feet. The ceiling was almost tall enough for her to stand. Maddie easily stood. Finally, Sarah took in the walls, which were covered in paintings made by the little girl. Open paint tubes and brushes were all over the floor, making the floor a mess. Wow. What are all these drawings? It's a story. See, it's a cat that goes to outer space to serve in the military and defend his planet from the evil planet. His name is Milo and he's orange. Sarah nodded. I see it. This is really cool. Does anyone know this is here? You and me. You can tell Brandon but no one else. I won't. Thank you for showing me. Sometime you'll have to tell me the whole story. Really? Yes. I'm so excited. Who's this green cat? That's Milo's best friend Jade. He's from the bad planet. And his mom is a scientist and she uses these purple flowers. They have special powers. Sarah gazed at the painting of the taller cat surrounded by a patch of purple flowers. I can see it. Do you hear that? Hear what? Someone's coming up the stairs. Oh. What should we do? Sarah felt weird asking the 9-year-old what to do. Let's go out into my room and pretend we were playing with Barbies. Maddie took off out the door. Sarah followed, rushing as quickly as Maddie. She understood now that Maddie didn't want them to think they'd disappeared. Then they'd have to explain where they were. Maddie giggled and opened her toy chest and pulled out 2 Barbies and handed her one. Sarah took the doll and sat in front of the dollhouse. She posed it to sit down on a chair on the front porch. Maddie took out a brush and started brushing her doll's hair and they started digging through doll clothes. I don't know if it matters to Dad or not. But all I keep hearing from Aaron is that Brandon needs to learn the business or he might not get his next wave of inheritance. Sarah stopped moving at the sound of the words coming from down the hall. They were coming from Pamela, Brandon's mom. Maddie was changing her doll's clothes and hopefully not listening. All the conditions was to get married. Eve's voice this time. Yes, but why would he give Brandon his own store when he doesn't perform? He's just plain lousy. Pamela's voice again. Pam, it's written that when each of your sons gets married after 5 years they get their own store. And Brandon is married. Barely, Pam laughed. You can tell that's not even going to last. Sarah felt a pain in her gut. She wanted to storm out of the room so she could get Brandon and leave immediately. But she held tight. This felt unreal. She knew Brandon had received a small inheritance from his grandfather when he'd turned 21, right before they'd met, but she had no idea about this other inheritance. Wasn't the store already his? Why do you say that? Sarah is a very sweet girl. They're all sweet. Brandon just isn't very good at keeping them around. Well, he's married now. It's very different from just dating someone. It sounded like Eve was defending Sarah and she appreciated that. I can tell for certainty that Aaron married you for love. I don't think Brandon has it in him. Just watch what happens after he receives his inheritance. I told Dad that giving them their inheritances after marriage was a stupid idea. It should have been college or even a certain age, like their first million they got when they turned 21. A million. Sarah almost burst from the room to ask both women to confirm that Brandon did indeed receive $1 million. Brandon had made it seem like a much smaller number when he'd told her about his inheritance. Basically, he bought their condo in their safe neighborhood, furniture, a vacation, and told her it was spent. Instead of dwelling on all of that, she focused on Pamela's comments insinuating that Brandon would end up divorcing her after he got his next wave of inheritance. But Brandon hadn't had her sign a prenuptial. That would have been something that a guy who was getting married just to receive an inheritance would do. She knew in her heart that Brandon loved her. The more she thought about it, she didn't even need to have any conversation with Brandon about it. She wasn't even going to tell him what she'd heard. Because Pamela was wrong. She knew Brandon described his mom as pessimistic anyway. Here she was showing just that. She and Brandon were fine. There was nothing to worry about. They were having their occasional lover's quarrel that all couples went through. They were just fine. 13. Sarah opened the door to her scion, slumped into the driver's seat, and tossed a small book she just got from Dr. O into the passenger's seat. While exiting the Woodview Clinic parking lot, she scanned her radio presets and settled on one that was playing Nirvana. While driving toward the condo, she tried focusing on the lyrics of Polly to not think about the session she just had with Dr. O. It was only her second session and she was ready to quit. A scenario played out in her mind about telling Brandon she wanted to quit therapy. She couldn't seem to predict whether he'd be supportive of her decision, encourage her to keep trying, or yell at her for being stupid. After the past few days, she longed for the return of her sweet Brandon. He had to be getting sick of being so off the wall and unpredictable. In that case, maybe she should just say she was going to her appointments but then hang out with Tanya instead, or even just walk around aimlessly. Anything to avoid a potential Brandon meltdown. Then she could just wait until he was in a decent mood to bring it up. Although even that wouldn't guarantee he wouldn't flip.
Hey babe.
Brandon greeted from the couch as soon as she came in the side door. Hey. You're home so early.
Yeah, just thought I'd surprise you. I thought we could go for a walk, get some food, and watch shows.
Ah. This was quite a great start to the evening. God, please let it stay this good. Brandon stood holding his arms open. Sarah almost ran into them and breathed him in as she wrapped her arms around his middle. He squeezed her and let his arms rest around her back, and then he gently rested his chin on her head. Sarah could have stayed like that for the rest of the night, but soon Brandon removed his arms and went to put his shoes on. Sarah stood and waited for him.
Hey. You know you got me right.
Brandon assured, his eyes meeting hers as he tied his pumas. Sarah gave him a knowing nod as if she were nodding to herself. That single sentence seemed to make her forget any problems from the past fights over Katie, meeting his friends, and who decided to wear matching Converse at their wedding. With a magnificently contented feeling, she followed her husband outside into the warm air. They didn't bother locking the door as they walked down the driveway to the street, Brandon's arm around hers. She put her arm around his waist as well and grabbed a fistful of his shirt. A familiar smell wafted into Sarah's nostrils. Babe. Sarah gasped. Someone's having a fire in their backyard.
Where?
I can smell it. I can hear it. It's close.
Oh yeah, I smell it now.
Let's go find it. Sarah tugged Brandon's shirt.
Okay.
Brandon steered her to the opposite side of the road.
I heard voices this way.
Sarah followed Brandon, their arms still around one another, and tried scanning backyards as they approached houses. Sarah stopped dead in her tracks when she saw a bit of a flame. Wait. Oh my God, I see it. It's a bonfire. Yay. Brandon stopped to look too.
Of course it's a bonfire. What else would it be?
I was starting to think I smelled a grill or something. But it's a fire.
Shish.
Brandon said, nudging her slightly.
We don't want to draw any attention.
I can't see if it's in the ground or not. Sarah tried craning her head so she could look over some bushes to see what was going on, with no success.
I'll get a closer look.
Brandon broke from her side and started walking up the driveway of the house next to the one hosting the bonfire. Sarah snickered giddily. To her surprise, Brandon walked up the entire driveway and was heading to the side of the garage. At first, Sarah thought the owner would see them for sure, but realizing the house was totally dark, she followed him. She met up with him just as he had turned to come back up the driveway. He slipped his arm back around her and they hurriedly walked back down the driveway onto the road. Brandon slowed her to a normal pace. What did you see? Sarah almost squealed. Brandon grasped her shoulder.
It was above ground, babe. Can you live with that?
Yes. I can live with that.
Wow, fires really mean a lot to you, don't they?
They do, babe, she said, ditching her excited tone for a slightly serious one. It was how I spent most of my time with my brother.
I mean, I know that. Didn't you just smoke weed and drink a lot?
A knot formed in Sarah's stomach and she braced for a bout of defense. She answered calmly. I did smoke a lot of weed, yes. Not just with him. Tanya and I mostly smoked together. And I rarely drank. Don't you remember me explaining all of this?
Yeah, I was just gauging you.
Gauging me how? For what?
Nothing, babe. I'm just trying to see what kind of connection you two had besides partying together. I get that he's your brother, but you haven't told me any stories aside from ones revolving around a fire and booze.
Oh, Sarah said. She was stuck in an infinite pause while she dissected the meaning behind his words. Her stomach began filling with a dreadful feeling, realizing she couldn't conjure up a memory that didn't involve a fire or weed unless she went back as far as elementary school age when he'd walk into the room, picked her up nonchalantly, and body slammed her on the couch before he left the room. She almost felt compelled to make something up so Brandon wouldn't have something to judge her on.
Do you understand the picture you've painted for me?
Sarah stayed silent.
I'm not trying at all to change anything between you and your brother. It's just my observation based on what you've all told me. Your relationship with him just seemed quite different from my relationship with my brothers and sisters.
He gave her a squeeze for good measure. Sarah perked up. His words seemed less threatening now. She began considering the facts out loud. Well, he's a lot older than me, so we were never in the same school. We hung out and did stuff together at home and as a family. We had separate friends, of course, and he never brought anyone over. He was close to Bodhi and Daryl since they lived on either side of us. We all grew up together. I have a lot of memories of playing outside with them, ghost in the graveyard, football, kickball, baseball. When he got to high school, we were more distant with each other. He started smoking and drinking and I was still playing with ponies and stuff. And when he found out I smoked weed, which wasn't until my last year in high school, we started having fires. We actually became close. That lasted a long time. Up until he died. She inhaled deeply. During her account, she decided not to care what his opinion would be. Brandon squeezed her again. Maybe I should keep going after all, Sarah said. She wiped the corners of her eyes.
What do you mean? Keep going?
Sarah inhaled. To my therapy appointments. After today, I felt like quitting.
Really? Why, babe? I was going to ask you how it went, but then we went fire hunting.
He laughed. Sarah chuckled, reminiscing about their short trespassing adventure they'd had minutes ago. I honestly hate just talking about my brother to a stranger. It was even hard just talking to you about him now. I don't like feeling like I'm defending him or our relationship.
It shouldn't be like that. You're not there to decide if you had a good relationship with him or not. You're there to process your feelings. And if it feels like you're defending him or whatever, I'm sorry, babe, but maybe that means that you are trying to defend that in your own mind.
Sarah's eyes glazed over with tears. She felt one run down one of her cheeks. A lump formed in her throat big enough to cut off her words. Had she any? Brandon stopped and turned to look at her. He saw her tear and wiped it away with the back of a finger.
Babe. Come here.
He whispered as he enveloped her with his meaty arms. He swayed slightly as she cried. He held on to her until he felt her last heave and took in a deep breath and collected herself. Then he kissed the top of her head and resumed his spot next to her with his arm around her waist. They continued their walk down the street in a calming silence.
I think you should still go. I know it's hard, but isn't it supposed to be hard?
It feels like everything's been too hard lately. Sarah tried recouping her normal tone.
I know you'll figure it out, babe.
He gave me a journal.
That's cool.
It's stupid. I had a diary once and I quickly learned how much I hate journaling, like after the first page.
Well, you're older now. You should just try it. Plus, it's basically homework.
He said in a teasing tone. Sarah began, wiping her eyes again, this time out of frustration. Can you ask your parents if we can go up to their cabin for a while? Like a week or something?
Babe, you're my wife. Even if you wanted to go up there without me, you can. You know where the keys are.
Well, I thought I'd ask in case someone else was using it. And I really want you there with me. She took a turn, giving him a squeeze.
Do I get rubby every night?
You get all of the rubbies.
Tomorrow I'll work on clearing my schedule.
Sarah sighed in relief. She held on to her husband as they finished their walk of the neighborhood, her stomach filling back up with blissful content. 14. Sarah was so happy. Relieved. To be parked outside of her best friend's house with her best friend sitting in the passenger seat of her Scion. Even if she was wearing those awkward-looking cowgirl boots she had resting on her dashboard.
You keep looking at them.
They're just... Sarah paused.
Awesome? I know.
Tanya winked. Different. Sarah said, settling on a word.
I guess. That's because it's not something I'd typically wear.
Tanya said, her tone hinting. Oh, so then how did they happen? Tanya laughed.
Wow, dude, you have a way with words. They belong to Trevor's sister. He gave them to me.
Did his sister die? Why was he giving you her stuff?
So inquisitive today. His sister moved out and left them behind. He said she didn't want them.
Move out? So they were living together?
Yeah, for a bit. His parents sold him the house. It's his childhood home. They just moved to Texas and his little sister just went off to college.
Wait, Sarah said, warning that she needed to process some things. This meant a long pause ahead. So what exactly does he do?
I dunno. Tech. Started his own company. He makes apps. Did I mention he's 30?
No. Sarah repeated.
Not that that's the point in which to focus on here.
Tanya said, holding her hand up.
I mean, he is charmed by me after all.
She finished proudly. Why would he stay here though? If he gets more successful, he might want to move to a different state.
California would be cool.
Tanya winked again. She hadn't mentioned California in a long time. A sound not resembling any word came out of Sarah's mouth.
He did mention that he wants to raise a family in his childhood home. He has plans to renovate it. You should see his ideas for a pool. He's trying to buy the neighbor's property so he can do other cool stuff.
Hey, as soon as we get our fire pit, you should bring him over for dinner.
Cool. I'll bring it up to him.
Sarah was expecting Tanya to bring up the fact that Sarah had asked her to come and dig one, and then she'd tell her they decided to get an above-ground pit. It was okay. Tanya was preoccupied with her new man. Also, you should just come over anyway. Like old times.
Yeah.
Tanya said as she pressed the CD button on Sarah's dashboard. The same track as their ride to the mall played.
Dang, Alice in Chains again. Stay here, I'll grab some new music.
I have.
Plus, I have to pee.
Tanya announced before she shut her door. Sarah felt awkward suddenly. She closed her eyes and her mind summoned up the view of a raging bonfire behind the tree line across the street from her bedroom window. It felt like Tanya was a bit too preoccupied to share in her excitement of having nightly bonfires being an option again. The song ended and started back over. Visions of the last bonfire entered her mind. Sarah's eyes popped open suddenly as an incredible idea hit her. Moments later, Tanya pushed open the stairwell door and came back to the car. Hey, Sarah began. I just had an awesome idea.
What's that?
We should have a fire on the anniversary back at the old pit. I drove by there the other day and it's still there. Someone filled it with brush.
Damn girl, you are seriously obsessed. It's probably all overgrown back there.
Sarah winced, not expecting that response at all. She was hoping Tanya would find that idea as exciting as she did. We can even smoke, she added in an effort to sweeten the deal.
You know you can always come to my place and smoke. We can go smoke one right now if you want.
It's not about just smoking weed though. It's about everything, the old fire pit, Bodhi tending the fire. That stuff. Tanya blinked a few times before responding.
Sarah, I don't understand why you're trying this hard to recreate the past. Am I right?
She grinned playfully. What? No. I just want to do some sort of memorial thing once a year to remember my brother and Daryl who died in a car crash. That's it. Sarah answered, exacerbated.
I don't know, you just seem a little obsessed with the whole fire pit thing. Like those people who are in war reenactments and have war memorabilia in their basement. Can't we just remember them?
Sarah was too angry to respond. She felt backed into a corner. There was no use convincing someone who otherwise had their opinion set. Tanya just didn't get it. She didn't really lose anyone close like Sarah had. Maybe had it been herself who died, Tanya would be the obsessed one. But that was definitely too mean to say out loud.
Okay, so I brought Scorpions, Tom Petty and Hell Yeah.
Tanya said, holding each CD up as she read them off.
It's my melancholy ensemble.
She added, removing the Alice in Chains CD and popping in a new one. As Sarah watched her, she reconciled to move on to other topics. So today, I'm going to go grab a bunch of job applications. Do you have any ideas? Tanya's head started bobbing up and down as the CD started playing.
Come work at the gas station with me. We can do graveyard shift together.
Really? That would be awesome. Can you put in a good word for me?
Yeah, dude.
Tanya said, still head banging and now hand drumming on the dash.
Hubby making you get a job?
No. Things have been going really well between us. He's been very sweet. It made me feel like contributing more. He never asked me to get a job. But it's not like we have any kids. And I can put away for our retirement or some really nice vacations.
Did you meet any of his friends yet?
Sarah sighed. Tanya was very good at playing devil's advocate. I mean, no. Nothing's changed in that department. And he still gets defensive when we talk about Katie.
Defensive how?
He keeps saying I'm jealous of her. Which I dunno how I can be jealous of someone I haven't met yet. I feel like I sort of need an opportunity to decide if I'm going to be jealous of someone or not.
Sounds like he needs to chill the fuck out and respect your feelings a bit more. And you do have a right to meet her. Is she even his actual friend? I thought she was just his secretary.
I don't even know. I have no idea how they met. He didn't answer when I asked if she knew he was married. He just screamed at me.
He needs anger management. And he needs to stop withholding information from you. You should check his phone. No, wait, you should visit him at work.
I do visit him at work.
Surprise him. Go in there.
Oh. I dunno.
What's not normal about going into the business that your husband owns and bringing him lunch?
Yeah, I know.
Why doesn't he just fire that chick and make you his secretary?
Sarah laughed. No thanks. I would not want to work there. Tanya finally turned to Sarah with a serious look.
You can't let him get away with dictating your feelings. He needs to respect you more. You're freaking married and he needs to open his life up and stop being weird about the friend thing. Make him give you real answers, okay? You deserve that.
Sarah nodded. I will.
Okay, good.
So when are you seeing Trevor again?
As soon as I'm done here with you.
15.
Get in.
Sarah glanced around the store before taking a seat in the small bench seat attached to the shopping cart, the one intended for small children. Brandon zoomed off down the main aisle making car sounds. Sarah laughed out loud, trading embarrassment for having a little fun instead. With Brandon in charge, that was actually possible. They turned a corner and went past the checkout lanes toward the outdoor area of the store. A few adults glanced. Brandon zoomed past another bench cart that had two little kids strapped into it. They looked at Sarah with amazement and a sort of jealousy. Once through the sliding glass doors, Brandon slowed to a more appropriate speed so they could browse. Ooh, I want some of these, Sarah announced, reaching out to touch a hanging basket of peonies.
We'll come back.
Brandon replied, not stopping. She recoiled her hand. Okay. Brandon had just about zipped down every aisle when a young guy in an apron approached them. Can I help you folks find anything?
Yes. We're looking for fire pits.
Oh yes. We're all out in this area, but check back in the store by the staged patio sets over by the Christmas section, the guy replied casually.
Seriously? Christmas? It's July.
Brandon addressed. We actually have a permanent Christmas section.
Wow.
Sarah raised her eyebrows in mutual surprise. Yeah, you'd be surprised how much sells year-round. Plus, a lot of campgrounds nearby celebrate Christmas in July. Halloween too.
Do you have a permanent Halloween display too?
Brandon asked. Sarah nodded in mutual agreement, quietly spectating. She imagined herself with hands on hips and mimicking Brandon's words. The worker laughed nervously. We don't, sadly. Would you like me to show you, or I can point you in the right direction?
No, we'll find it. I know where I'm going.
Brandon turned the cart around and headed back inside the store.
I kinda want to camp out here and see how many housewives and little old ladies come here to buy ornaments and tree lights.
Brandon laughed. Hey, I'm a housewife. That's a bit rude. What if your mom comes here to buy Christmas stuff? Sarah said, looking back at him to shoot him a cross look.
My mom probably does shop here once a week for Christmas junk.
Brandon said, unoffended.
Plus, she's not a housewife. She has a job.
Brandon added. It felt like a dig.
Wait, do you shop here?
He laughed at himself hysterically. Sarah gulped. She didn't want this to be the segue into her announcement, but oh well. Could be worse. Yesterday, I was talking to Tanya about getting a job. I was going to talk to you about it tonight.
Why?
He had made a pit stop in the small stand full of snack nuts. His odd response wasn't helping her feel very sure of herself, so she decided to just give the short story version. I was telling Tanya I felt like contributing. She told me she could probably get me a job with her.
At the gas station.
Yes, Sarah answered, annoyed. Why was he asking about something so obvious? She braced for things to get weird. Brandon stopped the cart and sat down on a wooden rocking swing. He patted the seat beside him. Sarah got off the bench on the shopping cart and sat down next to him. He put his arm around Sarah. She felt herself relax instantly. This had to mean it would go well. Brandon pushed off the floor gently with one foot, launching them into a gentle rock.
Thank you for wanting to contribute. Right now I am making enough money for us. It's not a necessary thing to do with your time. If you're bored though, I think that the best thing for you would be to go to school.
Sarah perked up. Wow, babe, I like this idea.
We'll talk about it later though, okay? I'll help you figure it all out.
Okay, she said, feeling rather good about the situation. College. She felt both nervous and excited. Having Brandon behind the reins made her like it even more. Brandon had gotten up and walked over to a section with outdoor seating and some fake trees and started examining a huge fire pit. Sarah hopped up and followed him. That's gorgeous, she squealed. The pit was made of curved sand-colored pavers that formed a circle about 3 feet across. There was a bag of marshmallows staged on it with 2 long metal prongs for roasting them. Sarah went and sat in one of the loungers set up close by and laid back, hands behind her head. Ah. She remembered the chairs her dad had made and was about to tell Brandon about them.
Yeah, too bad we can't get this one. I really like it too.
Sarah frowned. Can't we just sit here for a bit and pretend?
You know why we can't get it, right?
He took a seat on the lounger across from Sarah. Not really.
We can't have something that huge. Not in our backyard. But I wonder if we can open this bag of marshmallows.
Sarah grinned. We'll just say we saw them there and thought they were complimentary. Brandon seemed to consider it but then put the bag down.
Come on, let's find our fire pit. Maybe we can use it tonight.
Sarah anxiously got up and went with Brandon to the shelves of above-ground pits and boxes.
Hey, how about this one?
He said, grabbing the smallest box from the shelf.
It's only $29.99.
Sarah gave him a serious, grossed-out look.
Okay, fine.
He said, putting it back. This one, she said, pointing to one that was higher on the shelves. It resembled the one they were just sitting around, although smaller. Brandon stood behind her and reached for the box, groaning as he grabbed it and hoisted it off the shelf.
Shit. Help.
Sarah gulped and reached up and put her hands on the box, but Brandon took all the weight, letting the box drop gently.
Damn, that was heavy.
He heaved. Sorry. She offered since she hadn't actually helped.
No. It's okay. Why would they put something that heavy on a higher shelf?
I dunno. It says though to ask an associate for assistance with this item, she read from the tag. Oops.
Who wants to go around looking for someone anyway?
Sarah nodded and started inspecting the box.
Open it and see if you broke anything.
Me? She asked, bewildered.
Yeah, you didn't help me, so if anything broke, it's your fault.
Okay, Sarah said, annoyed.
I'm kidding. Relax. You should rub me tonight though.
I should?
I'm buying you a fire pit.
Sarah refrained from rolling her eyes, knowing it would set him off. I would have bought it if I had a job.
I'll buy the stuff. You rub.
At least her comment didn't set him off. 16. Sarah stood in front of the massive wall of career cards. She had no idea that when Brandon suggested she go to the local technical college to get ideas on what to study, that there were going to be this many options. She grabbed the first card, which read accounting, only because it was a familiar career type. On the back it had all the required classes listed. So much math. As her personal stack grew, she saw that some were labeled as associate degree, technical diploma, certificate, or 2 of the 3. She guessed that meant it determined the sort of job you could get. She looked through her stack and pared it down to 3 choices, each of which had a very minimal math requirement: Associate of Arts, Baking and Pastry Arts, and Veterinary Technician. Either she was going to open up a cupcake shop or help a vet cut off a lot of balls. And whatever the heck the Associate of Arts was for. Was that selling crafts? Brandon should know. She checked her phone. The home screen showed no recent replies, so she went into her inbox anyway. She could have missed the beep while her phone was in her pocket. Her message to Bodhi was still unanswered. Hey stranger. Then she checked her text message to Tanya. Also no reply. It was looking like she'd have a lonely afternoon. When she looked up from her phone, a guy was standing at the far end of the card wall. He was reaching for a card at the top row while trying to balance on a crutch under his opposite arm. She noticed his backpack was about to fall off his shoulder. She waited just in case he needed help and watched as his backpack started slipping down his arm, then suddenly crashed to the floor. Sarah took a step forward. "Oh hey. I can get that for you," Sarah said. She waited for his approval before grabbing the backpack. "Oh haha. Thanks," the guy replied with a nervous laugh. He lifted his crutch, freeing the strap. Sarah bent down and grabbed the backpack by the top handle. The guy was waiting with his weight shifted on one crutch. She held the backpack as she slipped a strap over his arm. "Maybe I should use both straps this time," he said, giving another nervous laugh. "Here," Sarah said as she slipped the other strap around his right shoulder. "Thank you so much. You ever break your ankle?" "Nope, I've never broken any bones." "Oh man, it sucks so much. I tried out for the soccer team here last week and oh man," he said, making an exasperated sound. "Do you think you got in?" "No. Even if I did, I wouldn't be able to play." Sarah suddenly regretted her comment and just nodded. "But it's okay. I have other hobbies," he joked. "Cool, like what?" Sarah asked, surprised at herself for asking. The guy perked up in delight. "I do a lot of nerdy gaming. My dream is to get paid to game," he answered, adding yet another laugh. "And they don't teach it from what I see," Sarah replied, motioning at the wall of cards. "No, but there are school clubs for gaming. I might try to start a new one, but it will probably be all the same nerdy people I hang out with." Sarah smiled and looked at the floor, then back to him. His spiked black hair and dark lashes stuck out against his lightly tanned skin. A dark shadow lined his upper lip and continued from the divot under his lower lip and framed his chin. As she gazed, his lips curled into a smile, revealing dimples in his cheeks. A sudden calming feeling erupted from Sarah's stomach as it gave her the feeling of releasing an immense amount of tension inside she hadn't even realized she'd been carrying. "I'm Hero," he held up an open palm. He couldn't extend it too far since he had to keep the crutch from falling. It almost startled Sarah awake. "I'm Sarah," she said, making it her turn to add a nervous laugh. She quickly extended her hand into his. His hand felt so soft in hers. For a split second, her mind took her to what it would feel like to be fully embraced in his arms. She held onto his hand until he let go. Hero repositioned his crutches with his hand once he'd freed it and took a step forward. "Well, maybe I will see you around, Sarah." She turned toward him as he passed long enough to reply. "Yeah. Take care." Before walking down the hall in the opposite direction, she glanced back and watched him turn a corner. She was left alone with a feeling she couldn't quite place. 17. In her scion, Sarah sat in silence and reveled in the calm feeling that still lingered over her. She couldn't quite figure out the response she'd just had to her meeting with Hero, and felt guilty that maybe it was an actual attraction, something she'd rarely felt before Brandon. She reassured herself that attraction was merely a biological response, and she had no reason to feel guilt unless she started any behavior that she would otherwise have to keep secret. She could even go home and tell Brandon that she'd met a nice guy today. Or not. She didn't tell him about every person she spoke to every day. Something made her feel like she was going to lose her calm feeling once she went home and started talking to her husband about school. She considered going by her parents' house and maybe taking a walk around the old fire pit. A tinge of excitement entered her gut as a destination came to mind. A place she hadn't been in a while. A place where she could definitely be alone. A place that somehow felt like a good fit for the moment. She wound her way around the side roads that brought her to the northwest edge of town. Once she got out of the town limits, the noise in her mind shut off. Having reached her decision, she opened the door and stepped out. There were no sounds of people. Not even a rumble of an engine. Just tall grass, branches and leaves all bustling in the wind. She hesitated before taking a step. The great oak, dominating a small clearing sitting a mere 100 feet from the road, represented a power that many people would never imagine. Finally, Sarah owned the fact that she was here, walked up to the great oak and placed her hand on a spot that was missing bark, noticing the patch had smoothed over quite a bit. There were 2 other spots just like it, inches apart. Each of the spots showed rounding at the edges of the bark where it had been torn away, definite signs that the tree was in the process of healing itself. While standing there with her hand on the tree, she urged herself to look down at the wooden cross made from Bodhi's parents' old wood fence he'd made from scraps after they'd replaced it. Sarah took a step back to examine the words she knew were painted on. The letters RIP went down the vertical plank, and 2 names on either side of the horizontal plank. The black paint had been touched up once or twice thanks to Bodhi. After seeing Daryl's name, she flung her gaze away. Through the thin sole of her Converse shoe, Sarah could feel something hard on the ground. It felt too flat to be a root or a rock. She bent down and had to part the grass to expose the dirt. Lying flat in the ground was a thick piece of glass. She carefully yanked at one edge and it popped out of the ground, wet dirt clumped to the bottom side. She held the dirty piece of glass in her hand. Just like that, the calmness she felt ever since meeting Hero had faded. Quickly in its place came a heavy feeling of dread. Reality. Her intense sensation of not wanting to be home had completely changed into an urgency to rush there. She quickly got back into her car and turned on the radio, hoping to find a DJ talking. It didn't matter what the topic was. She just needed a voice. A live voice. She needed to not feel so alone. She panicked that if she went home, Brandon wouldn't be there. Maybe she could make a grocery run. There would be plenty of people there. It was absolutely imperative that she be anywhere but here. As she drove away, she clenched the piece of glass in her hand while steering the Scion back around the bend. 18. Before the accident.
Alright dude, let's go.
Tanya announced as she hoisted herself up off her bedroom floor in front of the full-length mirror she had propped against the wall. She still had a few scarce items in her old bedroom at her mom's for the occasional overnight. Sarah sure enjoyed that she still stayed next door from time to time. "You're so weird," Sarah observed.
What did I do now?
"You put your makeup on just to go outside," Sarah pointed out.
I like looking a certain way.
She crossed in front of Sarah, who was sitting on the foot of her bed, and grabbed her long-sleeve flannel off the back of her desk chair.
Actually, I should say you're weird for not having a look.
She teased, heading toward her door. Sarah jumped off the bed. "I have a look." They both descended the stairs into the living room and headed for the front door.
And what's your look?
Tanya prodded. "If you haven't noticed, I've worn Converse jeans and a t-shirt every day."
Very low maintenance.
Tanya chuckled and opened her front door. Sarah closed it behind her. The autumn chill hit Sarah immediately. She stopped on the wood porch to put her hoodie on and felt her elbow hit something. "Ow."
What?
Tanya asked, stopping. "Oh shit. I just knocked your dad's ashtray off the railing." "It's down there somewhere," Sarah said, peering over the edge. "I can't see it."
Fuck it. My dad doesn't live here anymore. If he hasn't come back for it by now, he's not missing it.
Sarah shrugged and descended the stairs to the empty driveway. She was used to walking past Tanya's dad's forest green Subaru whenever she left Tanya's house for as long as she could remember. Now she just lost the last sign of Tanya's dad at the house for good when she knocked that ashtray over. Well, it was still technically on the property. She saw Tanya look down the dead end of the road. Daryl's Jeep was in his mom's driveway, which meant he and Sarah's brother were here. Ever since they'd gotten an apartment together, they'd been coming back to have fires here. There were a couple of random cars parked on the shoulder straight out from where the fire pit was located, none of which Sarah recognized. Neither of them watched for traffic as they crossed the road. Before they hit the crumbling shoulder on the other side, the snap of the fire and voices could be heard. They followed the path of matted grass that led to the large clearing. All three chairs were taken by new faces except the one Daryl sat in. Bodhi and Sarah's brother were standing by the fire. Another new face was standing by them. All the guys except Bodhi had beers and two girls had a bag of fast food between them. And not that it was important, but Sarah saw an old beat-up bike in one of the trees just behind them. She was about to gesture toward it when Tanya spoke.
Hey.
Tanya said, announcing their arrival. None of the new people said anything, but they all looked up. A sign of being drunk and high. "Hello," Bodhi finally said. "Hey," Sarah's brother dragged out. He was half in the bag already. She wondered if Tanya was going to smoke with all of these people. Daryl got up and offered his chair to Tanya. She waved her hand and sat on the ground. She took a small bag of weed out of her pocket to Sarah's surprise. "So who are all your friends?" Sarah looked around, trying to make eye contact. Daryl pointed with his head to the girls in the chairs. "That's Caitlin and Kara." "Kaylin?" "There's no T," one of the girls corrected. She seemed to be scolding Daryl with her eyes. "Oh yeah. And over there's Sam." Sarah held up her hand and fanned her fingers. The two girls nodded back at her. Apparently Tanya's way of saying hi would be to just pass them a pipe full of green. "No." Sarah's brother suddenly yelled. "Shut up, old man," Sam said to him, receiving chuckles from the guys. Her brother made a dramatic point at the guy sitting next to Daryl. "That's Sham. Not Sam." "Oh yeah, that's right. We call him Sham, not Sam," Daryl confirmed. Sham just sat back with a grin and took a giant swig from his can.
That's kind of rude.
Tanya laughed. Sarah wished she could be as outgoing as Tanya, as to walk into a crowd of new faces and just fit into the conversation and get to having a good time. Yeah guys. That's rude, Sham said as if he were realizing his nickname for the first time. Tanya finished packing the bowl and then sparked it. She motioned at Sarah to come over.
Get over here,
she said before exhaling. Sarah went and sat down on the ground by her friend. Tanya passed the pipe to her and the lighter. Sarah lit the bowl and inhaled until her lungs felt like they were going to burst, and she went into a fit of coughing while holding the pipe above her head, waiting for anyone to take it.
Geez, you're not siphoning gas,
Tanya joked. I need a drink, Sarah said in a dying voice. Do you want a beer? Daryl offered. Is there anything else? Nope. Okay. Sarah opened the black bag next to Daryl's chair in a hurry for a drink. Hey, Sham barked as he quickly snatched up the bag. Sarah put both her hands up as if she were caught with her hands in the cookie jar. Sorry, I thought there'd be beer. He lifted the bag off the ground and slung it around his shoulder. Not beer. Just my video camera. Sarah felt like he was trying to laugh off the fact that he'd gotten all huffy and snatched his camera from her like she was some kid who would touch it and wreck it. Daryl grabbed a beer from his cooler and handed it to her. She took a long sip from it and handed it over to Tanya to finish it for her. The pipe went around again, but Sarah waved it off. Her brother got another beer from Daryl's cooler. Well, I'm out now. I'm gonna go on a beer run, Daryl said while eyeing Sarah's brother.
Where to?
Tanya asked. Just up at the gas station.
I'll go with,
Tanya said and slammed the beer that Sarah passed her. Please get me an iced coffee. Tanya responded by patting her friend on the shoulder.
I already know your drill.
Once Tanya and Daryl went off, Sarah took his chair just as her brother handed her the pipe. She wanted to wait until her drink came, but she hid it anyway and let her head droop back after she handed it back off. Hey bro, Sarah said after a short eternity. She was on high time. What's up, he replied. Why don't we cook something out here? Like what? Weenies, he suggested. Yeah, I think we got brats inside. Who wants to be grill master? I'm already fire master, Bodhi piped in. Dude, we should make mac and cheese, Sarah said as if it were the greatest idea she'd ever had. What? No, her brother protested. How is that not cool? Your house is like 3 feet away. Why don't you go make it on the stove and bring it back here? Bodhi suggested. Sarah gave him a very serious look. You guys are so lame. Bodhi shrugged. I might go and get some ice cream before DQ closes. I'll come, Sarah said quickly. She was feeling a bit weirded out by the newcomers. The two chicks just sat there staring at the fire, taking hits and saying nothing. Seriously, how weird is that? It wasn't possible that they were more shy than Sarah. Sarah left with Bodhi and returned to the fire with their ice creams finished. Sarah was happy to have coated her throat. She still wanted her coffee though. A quick glance around showed no sign of Daryl's Jeep. The newcomers were also gone, and Sarah sat down in the chair beside her brother. He was sitting there just staring, barely holding on to the beer in his hand. You awake, bro? She prodded. Words came out of his mouth, but Sarah couldn't make them out. She shrugged and leaned back. Do you want to spark one? He managed audibly with a hiccup interrupting his sentence. Let's wait until Tanya and Daryl get back. Bodhi poked at the fire and came and sat down in a chair on the other side of Sarah. The three of them sat in silence. Sarah felt herself truly relax. Silence amongst good company was way better. She thought about texting Tanya an "Are you lost?" courtesy text and decided to just gaze up at the sky instead. She heard a car pull onto their street, but it never came down. Probably one of Bodhi's parents, since they lived on the open end. After several more minutes, or who knew how long really, Sarah started to again contemplate texting Tanya. She looked over to where Bodhi was sitting, but he was up and poking at the fire again. She had a clear view through the trees all the way to the bridge, where she saw the shadowy figure of a vehicle parked at the edge of it. Two people silhouetted in the moonlight were making out on the bridge. Sarah held her gaze long enough to confirm the female was her best friend and the other was Daryl. Then her eyes quickly departed the scene. Now was a great time to break the silence. Oh yeah. What's the story with the bike? 19. Present. Sarah sighed in complete relief hearing the garage door open. She paused the episode of Sunny she was watching in the living room to wait for her husband to enter. Moments later, Brandon had opened the front door and paused to make a dramatic "honey, I'm home" grin. Hey baby. Sarah beamed.
Well, are you just gonna sit there?
Brandon joked. He spread his arms out, continuing his exaggeration. Sarah smiled and jumped off the couch to rush to his side and wrap her arms around him. He put his arms around her and squeezed. When he let go, he crossed the room to the couch. Sarah followed.
Rough day, babe?
I had a good day. It was just slightly interrupted by a panic attack, as I'm calling it, she said, trying to downplay her emotional setback from her visit to the tree.
You worried me when you texted me to just come straight home because you needed me.
Yeah, I just really needed to see you. She walked over to the couch where he was sitting and settled into his embrace again.
Of course, babe. I see you're watching Sunny without me.
Oh, it's the episode we watched last night, she assured.
I'm joking. It's fine. You probably needed something funny to offset whatever feelings were going on. So what did happen exactly?
Sarah inhaled and exhaled sharply. Sometimes it seemed like her husband was so in tune with what was going on inside her head, and then other times not. It almost felt as if he was choosing when to be sympathetic or not.
Is it about your brother?
Yeah, Sarah said, looking mildly surprised.
Maybe you should go over this with the therapist?
Sarah blinked. It's okay, babe. We are allowed to talk about him. It's not something that's exclusive to just me and Dr. O.
I know, it's just that he's probably better qualified to help you out. It seems like you had a pretty serious emotional breakdown today.
I get what you're saying, but I'd like to talk to my husband about some things too, she said, trying to justify.
Okay. I'll try.
He made an audible sigh. Thanks, Sarah tried, shaking the feeling that he felt like he couldn't say no even though he wanted to. Maybe he was just worried about not saying the right thing. I went to the tech college, as you know.
Oh yeah, I definitely want to know how that went.
Brandon chimed. We will. In a sec. When I was done, I just felt good. Calm. But I also felt like being alone, but in a good way. So I drove out to the tree.
The tree?
Sarah sighed. The crash site, she clarified, but in a defeated tone.
Yeah. Sorry. See, I suck at this.
It's okay. So when I initially thought about going there, it just felt like the right thing to do. So I went there. And I was fine. Until I felt something under my shoe, and it was a piece of glass. I think it was a piece of the windshield. She paused as her brain seemed to remain focused on that detail.
And then? What?
Then I just panicked and I left.
Wow, babe. Should I be worried about you?
No. Can we order Chinese?
Of course. Do you want to go and pick it up while I shower? You want me to come with you, don't you?
And maybe shower with you too, she answered. Her tone was pleading.
Dang, do I get rubby tonight for coming to your rescue?
If you need a reward for spending time with your wife when she needs you. Okay.
Wow, you sound so enthused to give me a little rubby after a full day of work when I come rushing home to your side.
Sarah frowned at herself. You're right, baby. I'm sorry. It didn't feel like she owned a single one of those words. He glanced at her with one eye closed.
You should be nicer to me.
Yes, I know, she said in a cheerful tone, so he knew she fully agreed. Even if the words didn't ring true for her. Sarah's fingers scraped across the top of the coconut oil. She touched her fingertips against her opposite palm, and the oil instantly warmed into a thick liquid which she let drip from her hand onto Brandon's back. Using both hands, she spread the oil all over him. She then repositioned so that she was straddling him over his butt, keeping her thighs engaged enough so that her weight didn't rest on him too much to cause discomfort. Her thumbs pressed into the muscles that created the mounds on either side of his spine, going up the full length of his back.
Oh. Yeah.
Brandon moaned into the comforter on their bed. Sarah repeated the strokes along his back. She was hoping he wasn't expecting the full body treatment since she wanted to have sex. Rubbing Brandon was a lot of physical work. Sex with Brandon was not. Their shared shower had been more of a fight for the hot water than erotic. After that, the car ride to get dinner was more along the lines of romance as they listened to his tool station on Pandora and held hands. They'd watched Sunny in the living room while eating and had many good laughs. So I went to the tech college today, she said, taking the offensive side.
Oh yeah, how'd it go?
They had about 1 million careers and I chose like 3.
Which ones?
Vet, tech, baker, and some associates of art thing. I was hoping you could tell me what that was.
Really? I was thinking you were going to pick something that actually made money, like nursing or cosmetology.
Oh. Sarah had not anticipated that at all. Brandon shrugged his shoulders, alerting Sarah.
Harder?
She pressed harder in compliance.
Okay, so vet tech isn't that bad. Baker, I don't really know why you picked that. I'm the one that cooks around here. And an associate degree in liberal arts is basically the shittiest degree you can get. You can basically be a barista. I don't think you can even get a desk job with that.
I wonder what Katie's credentials are then, Sarah immediately thought, but knew better than to voice them. I don't think I could ever be a nurse, babe. Too personal. Same with cosmetology too. I'd rather deal with animals.
You'll still have to deal with the owners.
Yes, but not 100% of the time.
Yeah. Oh, can you do some neck, please?
Brandon pressed his face deeper into the comforter. I think you're supposed to relax. Brandon flopped, exaggerating himself relaxing. Sarah giggled.
Tomorrow we'll look at the requirements and everything, okay, babe?
Thank you. I'm actually really excited.
I'm excited for you. And proud of you, babe. Let's make it happen.
Ah.
You want to do it?
Yes, Sarah replied. She felt a sense of pride that her accomplishment really put her husband in the mood. He maneuvered onto his back while still staying under her.
You sitting on my ass was making me horny.
Or not. She grinned lustfully down at him despite the letdown. Either way, she would get to finally have sex.
Afterwards, can you do my arms, legs, and feet?
Sarah bit her tongue and smiled. As she scraped at the coconut oil, it dawned on her. Hero had a lot of similar facial features as Brandon, but his personality was strikingly opposite. And she was glad she didn't bother mentioning him after all. 20. Sarah pulled her Scion into an empty stall close to the entrance of Ray & Son's auto body. The entire lobby was floor-to-ceiling glass, which gave her a perfect view of the wheel display and other custom parts that boasted the shop's abilities and enticed customers to add even more bling. Bling, chrome, whatever. Of course, Sarah was more interested in seeing the front desk. And even more interested in the person behind it. A quick glance gave her the view of a complete Katie bust as she sat behind the front desk. Long straight blonde hair flowed past her shoulders and disappeared behind the desk along with the rest of her. She was wearing a bright red V-neck t-shirt clad with the company logo. Sarah was searching for ways that Katie could be flaunting, but there were none. Katie was dressed professionally and modestly. Even her black eyeliner was very minimal. The way it framed her brown eyes made her look beautiful. Still, Sarah couldn't help but feel a little jealous that her husband was around her all day. It was the first time that Sarah was inside the shop while it was open. It didn't escape her that might be a little weird since her husband owned the place. Why was she a nervous wreck? Since before they were married, Brandon had asked her to please wait outside in her car whenever she'd picked him up for lunch. Of course she'd ask why. He simply stated that he thought it looked bad and he hated people knowing his business. Of course things were different now that she was his wife, but Brandon had said he just wanted to keep things separate. He added how much he loved leaving work and coming home to her. It was easier for him to leave work behind if he didn't see her there. At the time, Sarah had considered it a reasonable request. Now she was starting to read into it a bit more. She had met none of the shop guys, let alone their significant others. Why did it matter if the boss's wife came into the store to retrieve him for lunch? Wasn't that a normal thing? Did that really make a poor example? Sarah had no idea. All she could think about was the possibility that there was another reason that had to do with the woman behind the desk. A knot formed and took over space in her stomach. Sarah tried reminding herself it was just paranoia and she had no genuine evidence to suspect anything. But that wouldn't stop her from a little investigating. She looked at the clock. Brandon was supposed to be out 3 minutes ago. She peered in the flip-down mirror and ran her fingers through her hair, giving it a tinge of volume before she got out of the car. Her heart was pounding against her chest as she opened the glass door to the shop. "Hi there," Katie called out to her as she entered through the front door. Sarah smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. She went straight past the desk and into the women's restroom. Inside, she grabbed her chest and inhaled deeply. "Wow," she whispered to herself. She went over to the sink and looked at herself in the mirror and splashed water on her face. She grabbed a paper towel and pressed it against her face, soaking up the drips. Her heart decided it would not calm down. The door creaked lightly as she opened it and re-entered the main lobby. Katie looked at her again and gave her a smile, then looked back down at her computer screen. Sarah approached the desk much slower, hoping she didn't look like she were acting completely ridiculous. Katie looked back up at her as she stopped right in front of the desk. "How can I help you?" she said, smiling pleasantly. "Hi, I was wondering if you knew if Brandon came out yet. I was waiting for him and had to quick use the restroom. I hope I didn't miss him." Katie looked slightly confused for a half second and seemed suddenly enlightened. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't recognize you at first. He hasn't left the shop for his break yet. Are you? She trailed off. His girlfriend? His wife? Here to pick him up. She wanted so badly for Katie to finish the sentence. She just wanted to know what she knew or didn't know. Fuck it. Yeah, I'm Sarah. His wife. Sarah said as nonchalantly as she could. The look on Katie's face was extremely telling. She had no idea. Do you want me to go tell him you're here? You can always go back to the shop too if you want. At least someone here thinks it's okay for me to be here. Oh, I think I'll just wait for him. It might be all loud in there, huh? And it can get dirty. I hate going back there sometimes, Katie added. Sarah's eyebrows perked with interest. Do you? Feeling extra curious, Sarah stole a couple glances at two photos that were taped within view beside a landline by the computer. One was a close-up of Katie and some guy smiling at the camera. She was wearing a large sun hat and the guy was wearing sunglasses. The sun rays were coming in from around them. It was pretty standard for a beach vacation selfie. The other one was of two dogs. One a golden retriever and the other was a smaller lassie kind of dog. The photos had an immediate relaxing effect on Sarah's stomach. She considered making small talk about the dogs but then thought Katie might know she was snooping. She decided against it and then started feeling like her and Katie might get along if they ever got the chance. Still, the feeling that Katie's surprise at her mentioning that she was Brandon's wife had her completely discombobulated. Did it mean that Katie didn't know that Brandon was married? Either way, Brandon didn't want Sarah to go to his job during opening hours, and she was now convinced it was so she wouldn't be around Katie because there was something. He's actually outside right now, Katie pointed out, breaking Sarah's thoughts apart. Huh? I see him right outside the door standing next to that sign, Katie said, pointing. Sarah saw Brandon standing beside the car. When their eyes met, he gave her an annoying look. Oh, see you later, Sarah said as she took off for the door. Have a good one, Katie said as she left. Damn, he came out through the shop door.
What were you doing?
Brandon asked before opening the passenger door. I had to pee. You were late anyway, Sarah half lied. She waited to see how big of a deal he would make it.
Oh, and stayed to make a friend? Are you trying to be besties with Katie?
Excuse me? Sarah said, truly offended.
Let's get going.
Brandon snapped.
I can't be gone forever.
Where are we going? Sarah asked in her defeated voice.
Zodiacs. I want a bowl of ramen. They take forever to make it, so we gotta get there quick.
Okay. I wonder what other soups they have today, Sarah said, trying to avoid finishing the conversation they'd started.
Hey, so we're going to go up to the cabin this weekend.
He said, taking Sarah's right hand. Really? Yes? Sarah exclaimed. Her mood had officially rerouted back to happy.
I knew you'd be happy.
So are we leaving tomorrow after you're done with work?
Yep. Be packed. I'll pick you up. We'll get drive-through for dinner and hit it. I'll leave work early so we can be there between 5 and 6.
Should we take the bikes?
Yes.
Oh, I'm so excited.
Me too, babe. I need to relax. Do I get rubby?
Yes, she answered automatically. I want to spend a lot of time outside. And I want to check out some shops or something in town. Oh, and go get potato pancakes.
See, baby, all you gotta do is take care of me and I'll take care of you.
Sarah squeezed her husband's hand, although it felt more automatic than a sincere gesture. Sarah was convinced that when Brandon got home, he'd want to press her more about what was said between her and Katie. Then he'll probably get mad and maybe call off their weekend getaway. It sucked that she was walking on eggshells and had the fate of their weekend getaway to carry as she walked on them. She knew he saw past her needing to pee excuse. It was as if he'd told her not to go into the shop, knowing that inevitably she would, so he could get mad at her. It felt like a game he'd set up for himself to win. She sat on the couch with her laptop and clicked on every link on the website for the tech college. Anticipating starting school was making her feel excited and a tinge less anxious as long as she kept her eyes off the clock. She came outside after hearing him pull his GTI into the driveway and greeted her husband with an enthusiastic embrace. Brandon's arms wrapped around her snugly and they stayed that way for several minutes. Sarah sighed against his chest. A good start. Though things could head south at any moment.
Missed you, baby. I can't wait for our trip.
Brandon said softly, kissing the top of her head. Sarah looked up at him and he bent his head down. She closed her eyes and felt the kiss on her nose and opened her eyes and saw a huge grin. She tried making a teasingly dissatisfied look.
You get the good stuff after rubby.
Sarah's stomach filled with disgust, but she smiled and released him. Well then, let's get the car packed, she mustered through a shaky voice. She turned and walked back to the house in a hurry just to turn away from him. The last thing she wanted to see was that wicked grin. 21.
I just really don't know about the whole vet tech thing, babe. Yeah, I don't make money, but I don't know if you can stick with it.
Brandon said as he focused on the road. Sarah stared out the windshield as well. The highway was lined with trees on either side, blurring as they whizzed past them. What do you mean by stick with it? The school part or the job part? The comment annoyed her.
School.
Oh well, that's how I'll find out if I like it. I read everything on the website about it. It's really hands-on, which would give me all the experience I need to make a decision.
Maybe you can just enroll, take a few classes, see if you even like college.
I'm pretty sure I'll like it. Babe, I'm sorry, but I need to get out of the house.
I understand. And I know you suggested getting a job first, and I appreciate that. I suggested school because I think it would be good for you. I wish I would have gone to school. Heck, maybe I'll join you.
Sarah smiled and squeezed his hand that sat in her lap, entwined with her fingers. He squeezed back.
You'd like that, wouldn't you? Us going to school together.
I think I would, Sarah said, delighted at the idea.
You'd get to keep an eye on me, and I'd be far away from Katie.
Sarah practically threw his hand back at him in disgust. Even though she were in a vehicle, the floor turned into eggshells. Brandon laughed and clung to her hand.
I'm kidding. Geez. To be honest, I don't know what I'd even go for. I already own a business.
Sarah shrugged off his joke and tried thinking what her husband could go for. She recalled the wall of cards. There were a lot of business-related degrees. Certificates too. Maybe you could learn how to make your business better.
Finally. Here's our exit.
Brandon announced. Sarah thought he was ignoring her for a second.
Yeah, maybe, babe. How about we have a great weekend full of rubbies and sex, and on Monday you go to school and sign up for classes. Whatever you want.
Sarah nodded in approval. The thought of Brandon not there to dictate her decision suddenly made her feel incapable of making the right one. Maybe she would just start with a few classes as he'd suggested. At least for her first semester. Brandon drove down the main drag of the small town where the family cabin was nestled. It stretched for about 3 whole blocks before changing back to trees and random houses. Sarah looked out her window until Brandon turned onto the street with mailboxes placed outside gated driveways. Scattered houses could be seen through the thick pine trees with their soft glowing lights. Her and Brandon had taken many after-dinner walks together down this road. All the way at the end, Brandon pulled into the last driveway. The family cabin was the last on the street, the same as their formal residence. Brandon halted the car in front of the gate, which was left open. Wide open.
What
What is it? Sarah asked, unsure if she should be concerned. Brandon squeezed her hand and took his foot off the brake and let the car continue down the driveway.
I asked my mom if anyone was going to be here, and she said no.
Wait, babe. Should we call the cops? Have them check it out.
No. That's stupid. What if it's nothing? I don't want to waste their time.
Sarah recoiled and watched out the windshield as Brandon let the car creep up to the cabin.
Geez.
He groaned.
It's Seaver and Eve.
Wait, why are they here?
I have no idea.
He replied, pulling up behind his brother's Land Rover. Sarah frowned. She wanted to take full advantage of the log cabin with its vaulted ceilings, walk-in shower off the master suite, floor-to-ceiling windows looking out to the lake, the kayaks, and all the opportunities to do as many activities as possible while naked. Yet the idea of her brother-in-law and his wife being there added a strange, alternatively comforting feeling. The front door opened and Sarah saw Eve walk out. She smiled and waved all crazy. Sarah waved back. Brandon rolled down his window.
Hey. Mom said no one was going to be here. Are you guys here for the whole weekend?
Oh shoot. I told Aaron to let someone know. We came up here to assess the remodel.
What remodel?
Brandon asked, surprised. The addition. Hey, Sarah. Hey. Sarah called back. She was eager to find out how the weekend was going to play out. So? Park and come on in. Eve chirped. Sarah felt like leaping out of the car before Brandon declined.
You want us to stay?
Brandon asked, perplexed. Sarah unbuckled her seatbelt. Brandon looked at her and then back at Eve. Yeah. It'll be fun. Sarah, you can go shopping with me and the baby, she said, winking. Sounds good to me, Sarah answered. Brandon blinked. Sarah saw his eyebrows wrinkle. His hands were still gripping the steering wheel.
Can you give us a minute?
He asked his sister-in-law. Sure. If anything, you guys should at least spend the night, but I hope you end up staying the whole weekend. And sorry your brother didn't alert anyone we'd be up here. She winked at Sarah, giving her full eye contact before heading back into the cabin. Babe, I really want to stay, Sarah said adamantly. She felt strongly about winning this.
Can I ask why?
Why? Why not? I don't want to go back home.
All right.
Sarah threw open the car door, not leaving Brandon any opportunity to ruin the weekend. 22. The evening was proving to be more relaxing than any other she'd experienced around her in-laws. And if Sarah were being completely honest, it was more relaxing than most evenings around Brandon lately. He'd gone directly to one of the spare bedrooms and laid face down on the bed. Sarah had followed him in there only to drop off their duffel bags, then quickly left the room before he could say anything. Later, Sarah let him know that Aaron was ordering pizza and when the pizza arrived, but he chose to remain in the room. At first, Sarah was nervous being left alone with them, but while they sat in the living room eating pizza and watching the evening news, her anxiety faded. Eve ate while breastfeeding her little one, who fell asleep in her arms. Sarah observed Aaron take the sleeping baby so that Eve could finish eating. The exchange happened with no words, which gave Sarah the impression that was how meals played out between them. It made her smile inside. They were both so kind, so in love, so intuitive of one another. It was eye-opening and simply refreshing to watch. She wondered if Brandon would be like Aaron if he became a dad. If they'd ever get to talk about that. You are free to drag that lazy brother-in-law of mine over with you anytime. Eve winked. I would love to. Sometimes it's difficult getting Brandon to be social with other couples or even his friends, so we actually just bought a bonfire so that people can come over to our place. I think Brandon's just more comfortable at home, she added, soften the implication. I was actually going to get a fire going tonight. Think you can wake up the sleeping troll? Aaron chuckled.
Sarah
set her plate on the massive log that served as a coffee table and stood up from her end of the sectional. I'll try, she said, sighing theatrically. Eve nodded in approval. Sarah felt like Eve had this knowing, somewhat sympathetic I'm here for you buddy way about her. It was almost like she knew things. It dawned on her that Eve might serve as an ally, at least to help with uncovering the top layer of their private problems. Sarah pushed open the door of the bedroom. Brandon was under the covers with his back against the headboard. His clothes were still on.
You don't love me,
he said. Sarah blinked.
You didn't feed me.
I told you pizza was here.
You didn't bring me any.
Oh, I didn't realize your legs were broken. You should have told me.
You're mean.
There's still some left.
It's cold.
Warm it up.
Did you come to rub me?
Brandon wistfully changed the subject. Actually, Aaron is going to start a fire. I came to ask if you want to join us. She chose her words so he'd understand that she intended on not coming back to the room anytime soon.
I guess I could come out for a minute.
Sarah felt a tinge of excitement. She actually wanted her husband to join in and be social. She just wished it wasn't such a fight. It was around 9 at night when the flames were going high that Brandon showed up. Aaron had built a log teepee and stuffed papers in it to ignite the logs. He sat down in the chair next to Eve, who was staring into the fire, twiddling with the antenna on the baby monitor. She looked new mom tired. Aaron squeezed her shoulder, provoking a warm smile from her. Sarah and Brandon were across from them. Together they all sat with a view of the lake, which had turned black after sunset. Tomorrow I vote we get marshmallows. I searched the pantry high and low and couldn't find any, Aaron announced. Sarah and Eve both voiced approvals. So what are your plans for the weekend then? Are you staying? We hope you will, Aaron asked. Again, Sarah took the lead. We want to stay. We brought the bikes and I really want to get pancakes. And go shopping with Eve? Eve gave an approving wink.
Yeah.
Brandon seconded. Sarah felt victorious. She was so excited for the next 2 days.
Do we still only have 2 kayaks?
Brandon asked. The thought of her husband thinking about some alone time between them excited her. He even smiled at her. She smiled back. No, there's 4 now. We bought 2 more the last weekend we were up here. They're sitting by the dock. Aaron pointed at a shadowy mound near the dock.
Okay. Maybe after we get pancakes tomorrow.
Brandon shrugged. That sounds amazing. Do they make them any special way? Eve asked, suddenly perking out of her dozing state. They're potato pancakes actually, Sarah chimed in. I'd asked to join, but I feel bad we messed up your romantic weekend, Eve said remorsefully. It's fine. I'm really glad we're all here, Sarah said, meaning it. Brandon leaned forward and made a groaning noise as he stood.
I'm gonna go grab some pizza if you guys left me any.
On the counter, Eve said without moving in the slightest. Hon, you look so tired. Would you mind if we did this tomorrow night? Aaron addressed both Eve and Sarah. It's sounding like there will be plenty of activities to do tomorrow between all of us. Eve clasped her hands together and looked up at Sarah. I should probably get my energy for shopping tomorrow. You and Brandon are definitely welcome to stay out here. We're not kicking you out or anything, Aaron clarified. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Thanks for starting a fire and letting us stay. We can figure out everyone's plans tomorrow. I'll take care of the fire, Aaron said. Eve rose, seeming happy about going to bed to get some sleep before the baby's next feeding probably. Good night, Sarah, she said, carrying the baby monitor and touching her husband's shoulder before heading in through the double glass doors. Sarah walked in behind her and decided to strike a nail in the coffin of plans by saying, I'm really looking forward to shopping tomorrow. Me too. Eve called before disappearing into the master suite. Sarah slowed her steps toward the bedroom door, unsure if she was ready for Brandon's unpredictability. She crept open the door, revealing soft light from the bedside lamp, TV on. The clothes that Brandon had been wearing were on the floor and he was on his back, duvet pulled up to his waist. Their eyes met and a smirk appeared on his lips. Brandon turned the duvet down. Sarah stripped as she crossed the room and sunk into Brandon's warm body. He wrapped his arms tightly around her.
What took you so long?
Time to sleep. Tomorrow's gonna be fun.
No show. Or sex.
Sleep now. Shish. Sarah closed her eyes and slowed her breathing in hopes it would calm her beating heart. She wasn't sure at all how to describe it, but it felt that by going to sleep she was avoiding his game. 23. Sarah and Eve said goodbye to their husbands after breakfast. Brandon did not seem his usual self when Sarah tried going in for a kiss. He'd allowed her to kiss him but without reciprocating and just got in the driver's seat of his GTI with Seaver. Then again, what is a usual Brandon like these days? So first I thought we'd get Sandy's lemonade. I promise it's the best you've ever had, Eve said as they drove down Main Street in the Land Rover. That sounds great, Sarah agreed. She heard a fuss from Dahlia. And I think after that Dahlia needs to eat. I know the perfect spot though. There's a nice grassy park next to the lemonade stand. Yep. Whatever you guys need. I'm just happy to follow along. Okay, it's like right there too, Eve pointed. I'll be honest. I hate feeding her in public alone. Either I get stares or people telling me how awesome I am for breastfeeding my baby in public despite what people think, Eve said, mocking words that had been spoken to her before. Oh, I see, Sarah said, a bit surprised. Not at the reactions but at the fact that Eve divulged her vulnerability. It made Sarah feel useful, like she could offer support to this woman she was starting to look up to. Dahlia fussed the entire time they were in line, and Eve held her and found things for her to grab onto while they waited. Afterwards they found that grassy area. Hey, would you mind holding Doll while I set up the blanket? Not at all, Sarah said. She took Dahlia from Eve and cradled her against her chest. Dahlia grabbed a fistful of Sarah's hair immediately. Oh, what you got there? Sarah giggled. Oh my gosh, she might never let go, Eve laughed. That's okay. She can have it. She let the baby keep her hold even after a few painful tugs. Okay, Eve started, holding her arms out. Let go of Auntie Sarah's hair, Miss Dahlia. They ended up waiting to pull the hair from Dahlia's grasp after the arm exchange. Sarah laughed at the whole thing. She sipped her lemonade while Eve expertly positioned Dahlia to latch while not exposing herself. At home, I don't even bother covering. Actually, the first few weeks we were home from the hospital after she was born, I never even wore a shirt. Sarah nodded. Was it difficult? Or just easier that way? Eve sensed her grasping at straws. Hardest thing ever. She ate every 2 to 4 hours and breastfeeding hurts. If you decide to breastfeed, I'd offer my coaching services, huh? Sarah raised her eyebrows. That was a loaded offer. Eve was so casual she could see them bonding one day, especially if her and Brandon had a baby. So have you guys given it any thought? Eve winked. You know, I just realized that having a baby might not happen for a while now actually. I just enrolled for school. I think we'd wait until I'm done probably. Oh. Good for you. I loved college. It really rounds you out. Prepares you for things other than a career, you know. Oh. Well, that's cool. Brandon talked about maybe going too. Probably to help him be a better business owner. Yeah, one day. When he gets his act together. Aaron is looking forward to it. He has been hoping he'd step up. I'm not sure what you mean, Sarah said, confused. I know their grandfather wanted all three brothers to manage the business together when he's gone, but Aaron and Seaver aren't sure Brandon's ready. I'm kinda confused. I thought he was an owner? Well, he doesn't fully run the store yet. Aaron is helping him all that he can. He didn't seem to care until he met you, so something about you must have driven him to do well. Sarah could tell that Eve meant for the words to be endearing. To Sarah, the words rose a red flag. He is just so good with customers, but as far as the business model, he still has a lot to learn. His idea of running a business is planning where we go out for drinks. He just needs to shift his focus a bit more. And if I'm being honest, before he met you, he was a little too friendly with female workers. Sarah felt like she was looking up from a deep dark hole. If the whole talk about Brandon apparently not owning his own store wasn't contradicting enough to what she knew to be true. Sarah sipped her lemonade until she was sucking air. Told you it's good, Eve said, winking. Eve? Yes? Sarah stared straight at her. She decided to commit to having this conversation, no matter how revealing it was. I don't know if it's rude to be asking you this. I was actually wondering if I could ask you something about Brandon, if that's okay? Oh girl, go ahead. Anything. You've known him before I did, she began, thinking of what picture to paint. Eve nodded. I just was wondering what his social habits were like with his previous girlfriends. Eve seemed to think for a moment. I don't want to say that I have no idea, but if he dated anyone before you, I doubt any of us knew. I don't think we even knew he was dating anyone until he just dropped the bomb that he was marrying you. And I never got to meet you until your wedding. So I guess then he really doesn't like to be social with the person he's in a relationship with. I thought it was just me. He keeps you separate from other aspects of his life. He compartmentalizes. Yes? Why does he do that? Have you talked to him about this? More like argued several times. Do you know what a narcissist is? Yeah. I think. That's someone who's just really full of themselves, right? Yes, but there is so much more to it. I recommend a Google search of it. Narcissism is a spectrum, and I suspect he's closer to one end than the other. I think what's important for you to realize is that he probably isn't going to change. So I should just wait until he's ready? I have clients that have similar complaints about their partners. It's usually an ongoing occurrence in their marriage. What can I say to him to get him to see my side? Oh, Sarah. Be prepared for that day to never come. And be prepared for him to be in control of all or most situations. Okay. Well, maybe I can get him to bend. I don't want to start a thing, but he really didn't want to stay here while you guys were here. I made him stay. So maybe I just have to do that next time he does something with his friends. Maybe I can insist I go. Like, be ready to follow him to the car. I get what you're saying, but that's also not healthy. You can continue to talk to him about how it makes you feel. Keep asking. But I'm not sure if forcing him is the right action. Sarah nodded slowly. Thanks, Eve. We'll figure it out. I mean, other than that, he's a great husband, Sarah assured, not caring to elaborate. That's good, Sarah, Eve said. Sarah felt it was a patronizing compliment. Well, how about we get rid of the lemonade that's run through us and go make soap, paint rocks, and buy a bunch of stuff? Yes, let's, Sarah seconded. Eve's gaze met hers and it felt heavy with concern. Almost as if Eve wanted to say more. 24. Sarah just didn't get it. Brandon had hugged her and acted like everything was fine when they got back. He'd taken over cooking the steaks on the grill, at least his and Sarah's, claiming no one could make them as rare as they liked them. She found that endearing. But once Aaron announced he would get a fire ready, he took his plate to the bedroom without an explanation. He didn't appear to be in a foul mood or anything, but he just sort of disappeared, making Sarah feel like she needed to offer an explanation of Brandon's habits. He really likes eating dinner in front of a TV. It's what we do when we're at home. We've never eaten at our dining table, Sarah laughed, hoping they'd laugh with her. I feel bad. You guys came up here to relax and we're here, Eve apologized. It's fine. I had a lot of fun today. Tomorrow maybe we can all go kayaking, Sarah offered. I mentioned it to him. He said maybe, Aaron added. You can go with your brother. I'll nap with Doll. Oh yeah. Sarah felt dumb forgetting someone needed to be with the baby. She felt her phone vibrate in her pocket. Eve and Aaron went into a discussion about the renovation. She was not looking forward to a whiny text from Brandon. Tanya.
Hey. We were swimming all day. Trevor got the pool finished. It's awesome. You guys gotta come check it out.
Ah, she finally answered. Sarah, can we get lunch or something Monday? You and me. Tanya.
Sure.
Well, that's settled. We should play Scrabble, Eve said, addressing Sarah. Sarah looked up from her phone. Scrabble? Yeah. Tell Brandon to come out. Okay. I've never played. I can watch. It's so easy to learn. But I need Brandon. He is my worthiest opponent. Sarah switched over to her conversation with Brandon to text him. Sarah, Eve wants you to come out to play Scrabble. Brandon.
I thought you were having a bonfire.
What does it matter? Sarah. We are. We're doing both. Come out. Brandon.
Do I get rubby later?
Sarah sighed. Oh, how she was sick of that question. Sarah, maybe? Come out. Brandon.
You don't love me anymore.
This again? She sent back an eye-rolling emoji. I think it's just us, Sarah announced. Aaron was just sliding the glass doors open and emerging with the Scrabble box. Why couldn't Brandon be more like his brother? He got all the crap DNA. Eve opened the box, which opened up more like a puzzle box than a traditional cardboard box. It was some kind of special edition. She thought for a second to text Brandon and tease that they were playing a special edition, but she didn't feel like wasting the energy on him. Sarah spent the next several hours both having a blast with her sibling-in-laws learning Scrabble, all while dreading what type of mood Brandon was going to be in when she finally went to the room. The sound of Dahlia fussing over the monitor ended the game, as if either had a chance against Eve, who won every round by a mountain of points. You know what's funny? I could forfeit every move from now on and still have more points than you guys, she teased as she got up. Aaron and Sarah met eyes and nodded. It was an accurate statement. Aaron rose too. I'm going to head to bed. Want me to take care of the fire or are you staying up? He asked. Actually, I got it, Sarah said. She decided since she officially had her own fire pit that she needed to become firemaster. And she was going to start now with properly extinguishing it. Aaron gave a little wave which she returned. She took the bucket and filled it with the hose and poured it over the fire which hissed as it died. She took the poker and stirred the ashes to uncover any glowing coals and she poured more water over them. Smokey the Bear would have been proud. Confident that the fire was out, she went inside, washed up in the half bath off the kitchen and crept into the bedroom. Brandon was under the covers, presumably naked, with the TV on. His empty plate was on the nightstand.
What took you so long?
I was having fun. I don't get to see them that often. This weekend has been a treat having them here, Sarah responded, trying to be defensive but not rude. She didn't want to spark his anger.
That's cool, babe. I was just exhausted today and wanted to relax. We were supposed to be relaxing together.
She sighed in relief and undressed and walked into the attached bathroom naked to brush her teeth.
Hurry back, sexy.
He called after her. She smiled, glad he had sex on his mind over Rubby. She walked back into the room and saw he'd repositioned, so he was lying on his stomach with his head at the foot of the bed. The coconut jar was beside him. She gulped. Babe, it's almost midnight. I'm kinda exhausted and I want a kayak tomorrow. Can we put off Rubby tonight?
Really?
Brandon complained.
Come on, please just do my back. It's sore from driving and everything.
Alright babe, she said, trying not to sound annoyed. She climbed onto the bed and straddled him like usual. Her fingers scooped up a clump of coconut oil, warmed it in her hands and started spreading it over his back. He went limp. She yawned, realizing just how exhausted she was. She slowed down, trying to focus on the TV to stay awake. Brandon shrugged his shoulders exaggeratedly.
Harder, babe. Come on.
Sorry. I'm just really tired.
I had a long day. Take care of me.
Sarah managed to stay awake long enough to finish his back, applying decent enough pressure. She started to dismount him.
Can you do some butt too? My sciatic, babe.
She replied. She thought she caught herself nodding off. She squeezed each butt cheek and rubbed in half-moon motions. She felt a jolt as he shifted underneath her and bumped her off. She caught herself from falling off the side of the bed. Brandon had reconfigured himself so that his head was on his pillow, covers pulled up, and his back was to her. She got under the covers herself, laying on her back and staring up at the ceiling. She made sure she wasn't touching him while she listened to the television. Some movement came from Brandon and the TV clicked off. Ah, finally he's complying. She closed her eyes. Expecting him to be sleeping, the illumination from his cell phone penetrated through her eyelids. "Can you turn the brightness down, please?" No response except for turning the brightness down a bit and pulling the cover over his head. "Good enough, I guess." She was just drifting off when her sleep was interrupted by a subtle shaking of the bed and a distinct sound of skin on skin. Is he masturbating? Sarah's eyes shot open. There was no going to sleep now. Thinking it could be a gesture to initiate sex, she moved her hand to his thigh where she could feel the power behind his thrusting hand. He finally spoke.
You want some?
You got me awake now.
Are you gonna rub me?
Tomorrow.
Then go away.
Sarah kept her hand there for a second and started caressing his thigh. He stopped.
I'm serious. If you're not gonna rub me, then no sex.
So are you holding sex ransom?
Rub me.
Sarah recoiled her hand and turned onto her side away from him. She felt Brandon start back up again. Her gut filled with an awful sick feeling of disgust and rejection. She felt humiliated. The more he was pounding away on his junk, the more she wanted to grab everything and go back home in his car, leaving him to get a ride home with his brother and sister-in-law. Which would infuriate him. The thought of him knowingly putting her through this and then knowing he'd be angry at her for wanting to escape made her feel trapped. Feeling tears welling up in her eyes, she got out of bed, grabbed her pillow and went to the living room. As soon as she closed the door behind her, calmness started flowing in. The still dark vibes of the room felt safe and non-threatening. She tossed the pillow down on the couch. It landed almost perfectly against the armrest. She rummaged through a trunk for a blanket and found a full-sized comforter on the bottom. Perfect. Wrapping herself completely in the comforter, she plopped down with her head nestled into the pillow and shut her eyes. They could be stargazing or having sex or laughing and watching shows, but instead it was this. And this was too confusing. Was it her fault? She was so sick of her husband's rubby requests controlling how each day would end. She wished he would just stop asking or ask only once in a while. Every night. And if she didn't comply, why did she have to be punished? Why couldn't he for once just say okay if she didn't feel like rubbing him and let it go? Sarah's chest heaved in silent sobs as she contemplated all these questions with no answers. She could really go for some of the affectionate, attentive Brandon from the night they met. 25. After the accident. Great. There's no spots on this street either, Sarah grunted out loud. She stopped at the stop sign and turned right, driving slow as she scanned for a parking spot. "Aw man, are you serious?" she complained out loud. "If you would have pulled up another foot I could have fit," she scolded the empty car. She turned at the next street, ending back at the parking lot with a huge sign that read parking $25. Whatever, at least she had a free ticket. She handed a 20 and a 5 through her window to the lot attendant, who was a big guy in a black hoodie who was keeping the cash in his hand, and followed the parking guides until she was in a stall. Tanya had told her to park in the lot and not on the street, but $25 is $25. She turned off the car, finished her iced coffee and made sure she had her keys, debit card, ID and the tickets. She got out, stuffed the items in her jean pockets and locked her sign. Other people were emerging from their cars and either left right away or were standing and drinking. She saw other cars full of people, all bringing cans and cigarettes to their lips. She stuck her hands in the Metallica hoodie that Tanya lent her and followed the stream of people toward the venue, which was a huge brick building several floors high. From the parking lot she could hear loud guitars and drums coming from inside. She wondered how well the people in the houses just next door enjoyed living close to such a venue and if they attended shows or if they were just victims of the circumstance. The concert was supposed to go until 11 p.m. How many nights here were like that? There were plenty of groups and couples heading inside. She tried staying close to a group to not appear alone. The guy-to-girl ratio was well balanced, which added a comforting factor. I really wish Tanya was here, and fuck Val for canceling right after texting "I'm on my way." The mob was guided up a bunch of stairs to the top floor. Along the way there were neon signs adorning bathrooms and merch tables. There were bars almost everywhere with people packed around them. She recalled the spot where her and Tanya had stood at the last show they'd attended here, and she found it easily accessible with a decent view of the stage and the current opening band. Tanya had been right, people really crowd in at center stage all the way back, and somehow people forget there are sides. Granted, she had a giant stack of speakers obstructing the band members on stage, but oh well. She propped her hands on the railing that separated security and the crowd. Beside her was a woman in all black with a top laced up like a corset. Her black hair was long and straight, protruding from a high ponytail. A guy was behind her with his arms around her waist. There was another couple beside them in the same pose. Looking around she saw many couples standing like this, even guys who were fist pumping with one arm and had the other around another girl's waist. There were some girls dressed down like she was, jeans and a hoodie. Other girls were in heels, boobs popping out of shirts, faces painted with red lipstick, black lipstick, and the eyeliner was thick. She herself had wore eyeliner and let her bleached hair down. After the song ended and the crowd whooped, the band announced their name and asked the crowd if they couldn't wait for Chevelle, eliciting a loud yeah from the crowd. Sarah perked up. She was going to call Tanya when Chevelle would start and keep her phone on so she could listen from the gas station. She pulled her phone out. Tanya.
Are you fucking kidding me? What a bitch. Now I'm even more pissed I'm not going.
Sarah read Tanya's reply to her text telling her that Val had cancelled just before she drove there. Sarah. I know. Wish you could have called in. Tanya.
I really wish I had. You there now?
Sarah. Yep. Tanya.
You got the same spot we had last time?
Sarah. Yep. Tanya.
You will love Chevelle. Have fun. Call me as soon as you get back to your car.
Sarah, where will you be after work? Tanya.
Might go to my mom's. We can burn one when you get back.
Sarah. Cool. Tanya.
Get me a guitar pick.
Sarah, okay. The crowd was methodically banging their heads to the band on stage. The couples would depart one another for beer runs and then reassume their positions. A guy bent his head into his girl's ear. At first she thought he was licking it or something, but he was just talking. She wondered if the girl could even hear him. The music was intensely loud. During one particularly heavy song, a mosh pit broke out. Guys were jumping and slamming into one another. From the ceiling, it may have resembled a hurricane. It wasn't the first time Sarah had seen one, but they were kind of fun to watch. When the song ended, all the people evacuated the moshing area and the empty floor remained. Sarah moved to the edge of the clearing, which gave up her close but distorted view. The crowd was energizing. It fed the energy of the band and vice versa. Like a tribal effect. The next song was just as heavy and random guys returned to the pit. People on the edges would push them as they slammed into them, both to protect themselves and to keep their momentum going. Sarah had to do the same thing a few times. One guy was coming right for her and she brought her hands up and took a step back to brace herself. Just before he reached her, she felt scared that he would end up knocking her over. A tall guy behind her luckily took most of the blow and pushed the guy, protecting her. Sarah felt like maybe she should get her previous spot back. She liked watching moshing, but it was a little dangerous. All right. Once again, we are after the onslaught, and we are from Los Angeles. This is our last song. Are you ready for fucking Chevelle? The lead singer screamed into the microphone. The crowd replied with a collective yeah. Then fucking go crazy. This song is called Don't Go Away Broken, he screamed into the microphone and growled with his eyes shut and his mouth wide. Sarah was knocked around as several guys rushed past her to get inside the mosh pit, and she found herself inside being knocked around. A random hand on her shoulder yanked her back and the owner of the hand dashed into the pit. Her heart pounded with fear, then relief. She tried retreating further back into the crowd, but it was too packed. She had no choice but to endure the body slamming as best she could. Through all the jumping, she saw a guy with massive biceps coming straight through the mosh pit. This guy, looking all out of place, charging through the mosh pit while dudes literally bounced off him, kept getting closer and closer to Sarah. His arms were jacking up and down as if he were on a brisk walk, and his arms functioned with hydraulics. She tried pushing back to make room for his exit from the pit, and a fist came straight down on top of her shoulder. Sarah saw stars. An immediate wave of wanting to puke came over her, and her body felt like it was on fire. A half-person-sized gap opened up behind her and she pushed through it. She held the elbow that was connected to her throbbing shoulder and stumbled to the women's bathroom and fled to a stall. She leaned over the toilet, not even closing the door behind her. It took a few good long seconds for the puking sensation to dissipate. Luckily, nothing came out. She stood back up, turned around, and sat on the toilet. She hooked her foot under the door and pulled it shut. Her shoulder ached horribly. "You all right in there?" came a female voice. "Yeah, I'm cool," Sarah replied. After a minute, she emerged and splashed water on her face, not caring if it fucked up her eyeliner. Then she changed her mind and wiped away the bleeding parts as she looked in the mirror and took a few deep breaths. Outside, she heard the band had finished their set, and the crowd gave a quick holler as the lights came back on and music played over the sound system. Sarah left the bathroom and saw that people had left the floor to get beer, but even more people were piling onto the floor, people that had arrived only for Chevelle. The idea of returning anywhere near that crowd seemed unfavorable. She walked toward the balcony next to the bar. It was for smokers, but it was completely open to the night air and she desperately needed it. She took to the floor with her back to the cement railing. The cement felt cold and soothing against her back. After several minutes, worry set in that Tanya was waiting on her call to hear the band. She quickly got up and the uneasiness returned to her stomach. She leaned over the railing, not caring if anyone saw her puke. Luckily, like before, nothing happened. As she turned toward the stage, the lights went down and the crowd erupted in anticipation. She actually had a decent view now, so there was zero reason not to stay put. She slunk back down to the floor. She could still see the heads of the guys of Chevelle take the stage and jump right into their first song. She watched a group leave the bar to join the crowd and made accidental eye contact with a guy. She looked away back at the stage and focused on the lights pointing on and away from the stage. Instead of following his friends, the guy walked up to her. "Oh no, go away."
Hey, my friends and I all saw you sitting there for a while and they told me to see if you were okay and to make sure you weren't roofied,"
he said. His eyes were concerned but seemed very comforting from what she could make out from where he stood a couple feet away. Sarah laughed. "Oh ha. No, I haven't been roofied. I just got kinda hurt in the mosh pit and needed to get some air," she explained. He took a step forward and leaned in. He then squatted down. He was pretty tall, so she still had to look up at him. He was dressed very differently from most of the other guys there. He had Adidas sweatpants, Puma shoes and a blue shirt on under an Adidas hoodie that zipped up the front. And he was kinda hot. Short dark hair stuck out in places from under his beanie. His dark eyebrows shielded his dark eyes with full eyelashes. His entire jaw was lined with 5 o'clock shadow.
"Sorry, it's a little hard to hear over the band,"
he said, raising his voice.
"Can I get you a water?"
"Yes," Sarah said. She was parched and he was cute. She knew it was dangerous to accept a drink from strangers, but something about this guy felt safe. She scolded herself for allowing her to accept a drink from a guy who looked safe, because weren't those usually the guys who successfully roofied a girl? And how ironic would that be after he'd just asked her if she was roofied? Fuck, if it's my time, it's my time. Whatever. She giggled to herself. If she survived the night, she'd have to tell Tanya what she'd just thought. Tanya would laugh at her and say something like she'd taught her well. Maybe Tanya was starting to rub off on her. That, or she had to act a little Tanya in her absence. Since the bar was right next to the balcony, she could watch him walk up to it. In her sight, she watched the bartender open a bottled water and pour it into a clear plastic cup, and saw the guy grab his wallet from his pocket and pay the bartender. She took in his stature. He just had a look that she was into, the comfort look. And she had a spot for guys in beanies. He turned and came right back to her. Her lips curled up in a slight smile as he held out the water to her. She took a long sip.
"Can I sit with you for a bit?"
he asked. Yeah. She felt relieved that he had asked. "Thanks for the water."
"Yep. Can I ask what happened?"
He sat down next to her, leaving enough room so that touching wouldn't happen accidentally. He had to lean in as he spoke. "Well, I thought I would go by the pit 'cause they're fun to watch. And even though I saw this guy coming right for me, I couldn't get out of the way. And he was coming through the crowd like a..." Sarah paused.
"Rock'em sock'em robot?"
he offered. "Oh my god, that's exactly what he looked like." Sarah laughed. He chuckled too. It comforted Sarah. He looked at the stage, which also comforted her. His demeanor came across as a guy who did the chivalrous thing. It felt more like that, and less like he was actually trying to pick her up. Even if he were, she just might let him at least go home with her number.
"Yeah, I saw that guy. He was a beast. People were jumping into him and getting knocked down and he wasn't even fazed. I'm kinda impressed you took a blow from him and lived to tell the tale."
Sarah chuckled. She enjoyed hearing him describe the guy. She brought a knee up and inhaled. Butterflies took over any nausea that was left. "Hey, do you want to get back to the crowd?" she asked casually. "It's too smoky here." He responded by holding out his hand. She grabbed it and they rose together. He was strong and coordinated. She felt a warm hand gently touch the center of her back, but only for a moment. When it left her cold, she willed for it to return. With his other hand still in hers, she held onto it a bit too long after she rose on purpose. His grip decreased, but he didn't pull away. Deciding the gesture was a bit too forward, Sarah let go. Their eyes met, and this time they both held the gaze. Without an exchange of words, it was decided that they would join the crowd together. Sarah was scanning the crowd for a safe place to stand where no one was flailing or moving from their spot on the floor and where she could see the band, at least one of their heads or something. The place was so packed there was really no luck. She felt a touch on her shoulder. It was a follow me signal. She walked behind him between staggered rows of people and ended up on the other side of the stage opposite of her initial spot. Here the whole band was in almost perfect view except for when they crossed behind the tower of speakers. But she could see the guitarist and the singer at the very front of the stage where he screamed into the microphone he held, eyes strained shut as he roared. This dude had led her here to this sweet spot. Her head started bobbing up and down to the heavy beat. The surrounding crowd weren't moshing, just moving their bodies. It was safe here. The end of the song signaled a second-long chance to converse. She leaned in as close to him as she could. Did you want to find your friends?
No, I'm fine. They're probably way in there,
He said, cupping his lips with a hand against her ear. Sarah took a sip of her water and offered him a drink. He took a sip and handed it back.
Thanks.
He smiled. What's your name? She yelled. Another song had started, so it was too loud to hear anything less than yelling.
Brandon? Yours?
Sarah. He gave a thumbs up.
How's your shoulder?
What? She yelled, leaning in really close even though she had heard him.
Your shoulder?
His hand gently landed on her affected shoulder. She smiled and gave him a thumbs up. He smiled back. The singer announced the next song and triggered Sarah's brain to remember her duty. She pulled out her cell phone and tapped on Tanya's number in her contacts. She saw the call connected as the timer started on the screen. She didn't even try saying anything and just hoped Tanya could hear the music without total distortion. Brandon looked over at her and she could tell he saw her phone, but he said nothing. I promised my friend I'd call her because she can't be here. Sarah yelled into Brandon's ear.
That's sweet of you.
He yelled back. The surrounding people started moving enough to the song that they were both being shoved around a bit. Not quite as bad as the mosh pit, but Sarah was bringing her guard back up. She pocketed her cell phone and held out both hands in anticipation. A guy in front of her repeatedly jumped backward into her in his own little mosh world. She felt Brandon's hand quickly snake around her back and firmly grab her side when the guy took an unexpected leap backwards and he pulled her along as he sidestepped them to safety. His arm lingered just long enough for Sarah to decide she would put hers around his as well, but just as she'd made the decision, his arm retreated. She spent the rest of the show missing it. That was awesome. Sarah yelled into the phone, making eye contact with Brandon as she yelled. She put it to her ear and heard muffled yelling on the other end. She heard Tanya yell something, and while trying to make out what she'd said, she remembered she promised to get her a guitar pick. The house lights had come on just after Chevelle signed off with some words and left the stage. People were shuffling toward the door, but Brandon stayed by her side when she didn't follow suit. Hang on. I gotta find a guitar pick. Brandon nodded. Feeling confident that he would follow her, she went against the crowd and walked up to the barricade in front of the center of the stage. She searched the floor, which was covered in plastic cups, liquids, and random pieces of clothing. She noticed a couple other people who were hunting the disgusting floor as well. Brandon too scanned the floor. A random thought had Sarah looking over the barricade in the area where security stood during the show. She spotted one in plain sight. A guy came rushing past pushing large black boxes on wheels. Hey! Sarah shouted at him. Hey dude! He ignored her. The cleanup crew was coming through and shooing the pick hunters away. Sarah sighed. At least she tried.
Is this what you're looking for?
Brandon was holding out his palm. A pick with small letters reading Chevelle splayed across it. That's it.
You can have it.
Thanks. She slipped it from his palm and pocketed it. Okay, exits that way, a security guard called and started approaching the small crowd. Let's go, Sarah said to Brandon. She hurried past him in an exaggerated running away sprint. She stopped and waited for him to catch up. They descended the stairs still side by side. The crowd was directed to exit through the main entrance, made up of several large overbearing doors that were held open, letting the flood of people out. The fresh night air hit them, accompanied by all the lights a city at night offered. The street in front of them was a continuous flow of traffic. 2 large tour buses were parked next to the building and a crowd of people stood on the sidewalk hoping for autographs and pictures. Brandon took out his phone and tapped on it. Do you know where your friends are? Sarah asked.
They're probably at the car already.
He answered coyly. I can help you find them if you want.
Nah. I actually came in my own car. It's parked 8 blocks away.
Okay. I'm in the parking lot. I could drive you to your car, Sarah offered, consciously suppressing any caution.
That would be cool. Thanks.
Brandon said, smiling. She smiled back, excited he accepted her offer. She took a step in the direction of the parking lot. Their eyes locked for a split second. Sarah thought about taking his hand. At this point it felt almost like it would have been completely natural, as if they'd done it 100 times already. The idea urged her to do something about the possibility of him being gone forever. She needed to do something before she dropped him off at his car. They only had a block and a half at best for some small talk. Have you seen Chevelle before?
No, this was my first ever concert. What about you?
Wow. Sarah honestly remarked. I've only been to a couple of shows. My best friend Tanya is a metalhead and she's always fun to go with.
Why didn't she come tonight?
She got the tickets a while ago and couldn't get off work. Another friend was supposed to come with me in her place, but she canceled.
I almost didn't come tonight, but my friends forced me.
Oh, do they think you don't get out enough? She teased.
Probably. I've been a bit of a recluse lately.
So what do you normally do on Wednesday nights?
Probably watch TV. But if it's nice out, I'll try to get some biking or hiking done. I eat out a lot too.
She noted his use of the word I. What's your favorite food?
Sushi or ramen mostly. Or a good burger.
I have never had sushi. Or ramen, she confided.
It's great. I would absolutely recommend it. There's an awesome place by the Third Ward.
Where's the Third Ward?
You're not from around here, are you?
Ah, no, she replied, again throwing caution to the wind.
Well, if you're up for it, I could take you sometime. I mean, unless you require a plane to get home.
Sarah laughed. I just live 30 miles north. I wonder if I would like sushi. I'm a little uneasy about raw fish. She immediately regretted what she'd said. She didn't want for it to sound like she was declining. Before she could think of how to recover, he spoke.
Oh, you can get cooked rolls. They have fried shrimp rolls and then vegetarian rolls too.
Oh, that would actually work. What about seaweed?
Some rolls have them, some don't. But it's not as bad as you might think.
Sarah looked up at him to see his face. Okay. Let's plan it. They crossed the street between cars that lined the streets. Sarah pulled out her car keys and unlocked the car with her fob.
Oh man. Cyan TC. Sweet.
Brandon got. Yeah, it was all Sarah could muster through the butterflies. Once they'd gotten in her car, Sarah started fumbling around like she wasn't familiar with her car or driving. She found the headlights and adjusted things like her rearview mirror, which was fine right where it was all along. She pulled out and entered the line of cars. So where are you parked exactly? She did kind of need a direction to go in.
I'm way up on Michigan Street, but...
Sarah heard him pause. She waited.
I totally get if you say no, but would you want to take a walk on the lakefront? I know a very well-lit area. It's really awesome this time of night. I guarantee other people are there. It just won't be super crowded.
Sarah actually thought twice before saying yes. A small amount of caution summoned itself forth and she suggested they take separate cars and she'd follow him. Brandon had her stop beside a blue Volkswagen GTI. He quickly got out and started his car. She liked how sexy he looked in his driver's seat. She regretted not being in there with him. She followed him down a street that was lined with historic but posh-looking buildings and passed under a metal arch over the road that said Third Ward. On either side were tall apartment buildings and nice cars parked on the streets. There were plenty of open establishments with people sitting at tables outside on sidewalks and tables set up in the parking lane with railings around them and potted trees. People were enjoying food, drinks, and live music. The place looked welcoming and non-threatening, just as Brandon had led on. As they drove, she saw a lighthouse come into view in Big Ol' Lake, Michigan. Brandon guided them past one last row of cars and slowed down as he scanned for a parking spot. At the lighthouse, they turned and followed down the road, which changed from paved to gravel. On one side was a steep hill and the other was the lake. Brandon did a U-turn and then parked between two trees that were spaced out along the gravel road. Sarah pulled up behind him. A few other cars were parked in line. There were street lights, which made it a well-lit yet intimate area. Want to sit by the lake? Brandon asked after approaching her window. His soft gaze met with hers. She unclicked her seatbelt. Just outside her car, Sarah could hear the waves crashing loudly against the brake wall. They walked side by side toward the railing that lined the edge of the lake. Below them, it looked like the wall was lined with corrugated metal that had rusted. The water was dark and violent. Waves thrashed hard against the breakwall. The lake itself extended all the way to the horizon. They both leaned against the railing. The temperature was considerably lower than back at the venue they'd just left a mere 10 minutes ago.
This is one of my favorite spots,
Brandon said. So you live around here, I'm assuming? Sarah asked curiously.
Actually, I lived here for a short while. I had an apartment with some buddies. But I just took over my grandfather's shop back home. I come here a lot to hang out with my friends.
Where's the shop? Sarah asked.
It's in Barton.
No way, Village of Barton? Sarah interjected.
Yes.
That's where I live. Brandon smirked.
I thought you might be close to it when you said you lived 30 miles north.
So are you from there?
Yeah. Right now I'm staying at my parents' house until I find a place. I'm still thinking about if I want a roommate or not.
What about your friends? Sarah pried.
They all have jobs out here, so no. And Ethan, my buddy I was living with, isn't an ideal roommate. Even though we're best friends.
So what kind of shop did you take over?
It's a custom shop for cars and trucks. Ray & Sons Auto Body. I'm sure you've seen it.
I have. I know exactly where it is. And that's why you like my sign, I bet, Sarah teased.
Oh yeah. We've done a ton of them. Signs are fun to customize.
So what would you do to mine?
Well, definitely some new wheels and maybe some custom-made stitch seat covers. A spoiler.
Sarah nodded. Okay.
Yeah, it's a fun job. My older brothers own the other 2 locations.
How many brothers? Sarah asked. She felt a sting at the mention of brothers. Living brothers.
2.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Aaron and Seaver.
Sarah shivered suddenly. Cool, what do you do? Brandon reacted quickly by rubbing her arms and then her back briskly.
Do you want my hoodie?
I'm fine. For now. She winked. He smiled again. Their eyes stayed connected.
Anyway, I'm all over. I'm the overseer.
Boss guy.
Yeah. Small company. We only have a few employees.
Cool. Do you have any other siblings? She asked, hoping he didn't think she was bored with the shop talk.
Yeah. I have 2 younger sisters. Madison and Lexi. Maddie is like my little sidekick. She's really the only other cool person in my family.
He smirked. Sarah felt his comment was endearing.
What about you?
Sarah asked, dreading the question.
Do you have siblings?
Instead of feeling sad, she had a different sensation, one more like a duty associated with carrying on a legacy. She realized he was the first person she would talk to about her brother that never knew him. I had an older brother, he recently died in a car accident.
Oh man, I'm sorry. How awful.
Or tellin' me. It happened 4 months ago. I still can't wrap my head around it. She found herself trying not to act too sad or too over it. And actually now was a good time to change the subject. I really like your car, Sarah said, adding a nudge using her entire torso. He didn't respond. Her head turned so she could find his eyes. He had been doing the same. Their eyes locked like the several other times that night. Just as she was about to drift her eyes down to his lips, hoping he would notice the subtle hint, he leaned in slowly toward her. She lifted her chin automatically. The kiss was less surprising and more completely wanted. Needed. While she worried internally about whether to use tongue, Brandon took the lead of the kiss by gently tilting his head and rearranging his lips against hers in multiple kisses that were soft and intimate. His fingertips gently grazed her arm. He was being so gentle, there was a sense of him holding back. Yet Sarah's entire body felt on fire. Her heart felt like its own star that the world was orbiting around. She placed her arms around his shoulders. As the kissing lingered, she thought about jokingly asking him, "So, wanna go back to your place?" When he did eventually pull away, he had her in a full embrace, and neither said a word. She sank into his arms against his chest, and they stayed like that for a long time, listening to the waves crash into the wall only a couple of feet away. 26. Present. Sarah opened her eyes and became suddenly aware of her pressing bladder. After she let her legs fall off the side of the bed so she could stand, she saw Brandon was not in bed. She stopped to listen for a moment, but the house was completely silent. "Where is Brandon?" Sarah sat down on the toilet and exhaled sharply. She thought back to the last day of their getaway. How after she had gone to sleep on the couch, Brandon had come out and shook her awake to ask her to come back to bed. She'd sensed urgency in his voice, and it had dawned on her he'd wanted her to return to their room only so Aaron and Eve didn't know that they had fought. Knowing this gave her the power to decide to stay on the couch, and then he'd have to face Eve's prying into their fight. She'd told him to leave her alone. Then he'd gotten under the blanket with her and brought his strong warm arm around her. Then he started kissing her. After she giggled, she knew she'd lost her upper hand. They'd returned to the bedroom quickly after that, had sex, and went to sleep without Brandon asking her to finish the rubby. Then the next day he was an angel. He was perfectly social and joked around with everyone. He kayaked with Aaron and Sarah while Eve and Dahlia slept. They tried playing Scrabble and ended up watching Brandon and Eve battle it out. At the end, it resembled a real vacation. Sarah washed her hands before heading for the kitchen. She noticed the blinds for the patio door were open, and she glanced out and saw Brandon standing in the yard, shovel in hand. The box for the fire pit was ripped open. He grinned when he saw her standing in front of the glass and motioned for her to come outside.
"Hey baby. Sleep okay?"
"Yeah." Sarah approached him and saw beads of sweat from the first few shovelfuls he'd made under the warm mid-morning sun. So I noticed you're digging into the ground.
I woke up early this morning and sat outside for a while. Then your dad pulled up to the driveway and dropped off those chairs he made.
Brandon motioned toward the chairs up against the house. She'd walked right past them on her way out.
We just got to talking and he made some comment about how I could dig into the ground and make it so you couldn't tell from the street. He made a good argument that the deeper the pit, the more ashes it would fit, making it less maintenance. I couldn't argue with the man.
He surprised her by snatching her around her back with one arm and pulling her against him. Sarah shrieked and giggled and wrapped both her arms around him in the embrace. She gazed up at him, searching for meaning to her earlier thoughts. If he had any reason for going hot after being so cold, it was forgotten about when he pressed his lips to hers in a long kiss.
Wah? Then I thought, fuck it. My baby wants a bigger fire pit. And if that's what she wants, then that's what she gets.
Sarah chuckled again. She loved this Brandon. She could keep this Brandon for all eternity.
So you want to help me?
Of course, babe. Do we have more shovels?
Actually, if you go inside and make breakfast, that would be the biggest help of all.
You got it. Sarah turned and started for the patio door and stopped in front of two large boxes up against the house. Babe, what are these?
Wicker chairs.
Really? When did you get these?
After your dad left. You were sleeping hard, so I didn't want to wake you. You know, you're kind of funny. You want to have a bonfire party so bad, and you forgot about seating.
Sarah laughed at herself. He was right. She walked into the house feeling the stress from their quasi-weekend melting away. The next time things got really bad, she would just remind herself that Brandon would come around. That way she wouldn't have to waste any time feeling bad about their marriage. He always came around. 27. I'm so happy. Sarah exclaimed, emerging from the bedroom and joining Brandon in the kitchen. He was cutting the skin off of 4 salmon fillets.
For a bonfire or my salmon salad?
He asked. I'm always excited about your food, babe. She knew better than to not compliment his cooking. And this is the first bonfire I'll be hosting since my brother died.
I still don't understand what's so important about bonfires to you, but it seems like a huge deal.
Sarah shook her head. How can he possibly be saying that after she did explain it to him? Did he forget? Is he playing stupid? Is he doing it on purpose? I guess you had to have been there, she settled on saying.
You mean around the beer drinking and the pot smoking? I wouldn't have enjoyed that. We wouldn't have gotten together if you were still like that,
he said. Her heart sank. She guessed he was right though. Her husband had never smoked anything and he rarely drank. Or maybe more than she thought, as she remembered Eve's comment about him often going out for drinks with the shop. The point was, he didn't drink every day like her brother had. He probably wouldn't have fit in back then. She tried shrugging off the feeling of his words cutting into her. I did smoke, but only a little. And I didn't drink that much either. Barely.
I'm sorry. From what you've told me, I wouldn't have liked your brother.
Another cut. She tried shrugging it off but held the lump in her throat as she walked to the bedroom for a few breaths.
Babe. Did I upset you?
He called. I'm fine. I'm checking my phone to see if Tanya texted, she yelled back. She was probably being too sensitive. She was just going to have to accept that her husband had never met her brother, and they were two different guys who probably never would have gotten along. That was just the truth. Sarah let out a shriek as strong hands snaked around her waist and lifted her off the floor and plopped her onto the bed. Brandon flopped down beside her and grinned. She chuckled at him.
Babe, I hope you don't take it personally that I feel that way. It sucks I never got to meet your brother, but I honestly don't think we would have gotten along or hung out.
I know. I understand, babe. I guess I just wish you could have known me back then is all. We had a lot of fun.
Yeah, with me around you would have had even more fun.
He winked. Oh, I bet. He pressed her head gently toward his and kissed her deeply on the lips.
Did Tanya say when they were coming?
Yeah, in like 10 minutes.
And they're bringing a dog?
Yep. Elvis.
Okay, cool. Did you ask her if it's okay if he stays outside?
I'm sure they won't stay that long. It shouldn't be an issue.
Okay. I'm gonna go start up the griddle.
Okay, babe. Thanks for being so sweet. He got up and started walking toward the door.
You should start being nicer to me,
he said, grinning before he left the room. Am I the only person with a husband who speaks like this? Sarah and Brandon both stood beside the fire pit, staring down at the pile of wood inside that Sarah had arranged like a teepee.
What's next?
Brandon asked. Okay. I've seen Bodhi do this a million times, she said and doused the wood with lighter fluid.
Who's Bodhi? Your boyfriend?
Sarah rolled her eyes and ignored him. Did he ever get bored with repeating the same stupid comments over and over? You brought the junk mail and the Doritos? Brandon held out a random page from the weekly advertisement to the flame at the end of her lighter. Stick it under the teepee.
What?
Inside. Sarah yelled, pointing to the logs. Brandon quickly shoved the burning paper under the logs. Sarah smirked.
Okay, let's do a few more.
They repeated the paper igniting a few more times.
The logs aren't catching.
Brandon observed. I guess we'll use these then, Sarah said, producing the small bag of Doritos.
A Bodhi trick.
Brandon asked. Camping hacks from Pinterest.
Well babe, you got this. I'm going to head back in and lay down the salmon since they said they were on their way.
Okay, Sarah said, focused on starting a fire. Bodhi always made it look so easy. She emptied the bag of Doritos under the logs, lit them and watched. Eventually, one log started smoldering. Holy crap, I did it! Sarah yelled out loud. Although no one heard. However, the fire would be the proof. Oh, just keep burning, baby, she said as words of encouragement to the fire. Sarah stayed outside by the bonfire while she waited for her friend. The table on the deck was set up for outdoor dining with the food and drinks still in the house. She'd brought a speaker outside that she could play music off her phone and had it on a classic rock station, something her brother and Daryl would have listened to. She surveyed the arrangement of the 2 chairs her dad had made and the 2 wicker chairs Brandon had purchased around the fire pit. She frowned at the fact that they were so out in the open that there was absolutely nothing to block the neighbors from seeing them. Not that they'd be smoking weed or anything like the old days. The sound of an approaching car brought her quickly out of her daydream. She stared at the space between their condo and the garage, waiting for them to appear from the loud black truck that was parked in the center of the driveway. Tanya and her man, a tall fellow, emerged accompanied by a golden retriever attached to a leash that was zigzagging about and sniffing everything in sight. Babe, they're here, Sarah called through the screen door. Sarah waited with a goofy grin on her face until the trio reached the chairs. Greetings. Check this out. I have made fire, she cried, pointing both arms toward the tiny fire.
Very impressive,
Tanya said, clapping.
Are those Doritos?
You bet. Sarah beamed.
Why aren't they in a bowl? Where's Brandon?
Inside, cooking the food.
You didn't have to hire a private chef for us. Also, this is Trevor.
Tanya started, flopping her hand out toward the tall stranger standing at least a foot above her. Cool, Sarah said with a tiny wave. Hi. It's cool to finally meet you, he said. Sarah laughed. I hope you heard good things. I've heard many funny stories, he assured with a nod. Well, Tanya is a great storyteller, Sarah said, nodding Tanya's way.
It's true,
Tanya confided. Have a seat, guys. Sarah chimed in, shooing them towards the chairs.
First though, come here, girl,
Tanya said, ushering Sarah into her arms. Sarah squeezed her friend, matching Tanya's intensity.
And don't forget Elvis.
Sarah squatted down to run her hand down Elvis's fluffy golden coat. The dog eagerly walked into her hand, accepting the pet. She imagined for a second dressed in scrubs and greeting him as if he were there for a checkup at the vet's office. Maybe one day. You're a cutie, huh? Thanks for letting him be here, Trevor said. Of course. I love animals. We actually need more animals around here, but Brandon hasn't warmed up to the idea yet. Tanya reached down into the little cooler on wheels she'd pulled over and pulled out a few glass bottles.
We brought some beers. And?
Tanya started. She was digging around and pulled out another thicker glass bottle.
An iced coffee for you,
she said, extending it out for Sarah. Sarah grabbed the bottle from Tanya and stared at it.
What? You still drink that, right?
Yes.
Well, drink it, Goofy.
Sarah laughed. Sorry, it's just really cool. Thanks.
See, hun, I told you she was incredibly sentimental,
Tanya said to Trevor.
Haven't changed a bit,
she added, winking at Sarah. You have though, Sarah said, trying to sound serious.
How?
You're sitting in a chair.
Yeah, do that now,
Tanya said, feigning an apologetic tone.
Actually, I do that to remain an alpha stance above the dog.
Sarah chuckled. Tanya's presence and their playing off one another had her feeling that same odd, comforting feeling she'd felt ever since she talked to that random guy, Hero, at the tech college. She took the moment to take in her best friend with her new man. Tanya was wearing a long-sleeved white top with flowers on it. The sleeves were oversized in a sort of hippie style. She was wearing jean shorts that had some purple lace adorned to them. Her makeup looked stepped up a bit from her usual with the addition of some foundation. Her long brown locks with recently added blonde highlights were down past her shoulders. Her lipstick was bright red, something she'd done as long as Sarah could remember. And she had on the boots that had belonged to Trevor's sister. Trevor, who seemed too tall for any chair, had moved his chair back so his feet weren't in the fire. He wore blue jeans and a plain solid brown t-shirt. Sarah felt it was a little dressed down if it weren't for his cowboy boots and hat. Tanya had said he was a genuine cowboy. Manners and all, she could see that. He seemed like a great guy for her. Oh, winner. You can let Elvis off the leash. Unless he's a runner and you don't want to go chasing him down the street, Sarah offered, watching Elvis just chilling on the grass by Trevor. Well, thanks. I might have to leash him again once food is brought out. He's a beggar. Odd. Actually though, that might be soon. I'll go check quick, Sarah decided, lifting herself from her chair. She peeked in through the screen door. Hey babe, do you need any help in there?
Yeah. It's done. Come grab it.
She heard him call back. Assuming her guests heard him, she slid the door open and found Brandon in the kitchen. Hey.
Hey baby. Are you happy?
I am. Are you going to come out and hang with us?
Duh. I was just making dinner all by myself. Grab the plates there. I'll bring the food out.
Sarah winced a bit. She had only asked because he basically avoided his own brother and sister-in-law the previous weekend. She dared not mention any of that in her defense and grabbed some forks and took them outside with a stack of plates. Come and eat. We're up here on the picnic table, Sarah called to her guests, stepping onto the deck.
Ooh.
Tanya cooed, sitting down in front of the plate with all 4 of the freshly grilled salmon steaks.
This is my plate. What are you all eating?
Sarah giggled. She noticed Trevor frowned for a second, not appreciating her goofiness. Brandon emerged with a large bowl of salad and several other items that would be used to dress the salad.
Babe, can you set out the plates? I'll dole out the salad.
Wow. Fancy?
Tanya noted. He has a system to his salads, Sarah explained, unstacking the plates.
A good meal salad should have 5 components.
Brandon began.
A good spring mix, nuts, berries, and the dressing very light.
He said while adding each food item to each plate as he mentioned them systematically.
Somehow I feel like I should know this, but what's the 5th?
Tanya asked.
I counted 4.
Protein.
Brandon answered, gesturing to the plate of salmon.
I figured everyone would want to choose their own. The one on the edge is mine. I like it a little rare. Probably too rare for most.
Did you just pluck it from the pond?
Tanya joked.
I seared each side about a minute max.
These look gorgeous, Trevor commented.
Thanks. Babe, do you want to go grab drinks?
Oh. We brought some craft beers. Trevor won't go to parties empty-handed,
Tanya said.
Nice policy.
Brandon complimented. Trevor brought the cooler to the table and brought a few glass bottles to the table.
Sarah, you have your iced coffee?
Tanya asked, grinning. Yep, she answered, raising it as proof. This tastes really great. Thanks for having us, Trevor said after the first bite. Are you a chef?
No, actually. I just watch cooking shows. I can cook a few things really well. This is probably mine and Sarah's favorite meal, so we wanted to share.
Brandon answered. Sarah loved how polite Brandon was being. She would tell him later how great it was to see him socialize with her friends and maybe bring up how cool it would be to do this with his friends. Sarah, Tanya tells me that bonfires are very special to you. Trevor mentioned. Yeah, Sarah answered. She paused a bit, deciding what to say next. They were pretty much an everyday thing at one point in our lives, back when we all lived on the same street. I carry a lot of memories from back then, she concluded, satisfied with her explanation. I was sorry to hear about your brother. I lost my baby brother in a car accident when I was 2 years old, Trevor said. Sarah blinked. Oh, she stammered. Why would he say that? He was too young to remember, most likely. Mine died less than 2 years ago, and we had years together to mourn over. She gulped, holding back her thoughts. He was just trying to be nice.
When do you start school?
Tanya asked quickly, recovering for her friend. In 2 weeks, Sarah answered. She smiled at Tanya. Tanya nodded.
What are you taking?
English 101, Intro to Sociology and Environmental Science.
Yeah, I told her to start with 9 credits. Just humanities and electives.
Brandon interjected. But I have one science course, Sarah said.
It's an elective. It's not toward your major. You won't get into that until your 3rd semester. Well, maybe next semester, depending how well you do.
Brandon clarified. Oh. What are you going for? Trevor asked. He took a long sip of beer. Sarah looked over at Elvis, who was lying next to the table. It was then she'd realized Trevor had tied him to a table leg. He looked miserable and hungry. I'm undeclared, but I'm taking classes that will count for both an Associate of Science and a Vet Tech degree, so I can decide when the time comes. You can practice on Elvis anytime. Trevor offered. Oh, thanks. Maybe I will. He's a cutie. Sarah beamed.
Trevor, what's your gig?
Brandon asked, sitting back to take a swig of beer. Well, I know I look like I drive cattle all day, but I work with apps. Like appetizers? Sarah asked. Tanya let out a full laugh. Brandon stared at Sarah. Trevor chuckled before answering. Apps as in applications. On your phone. Oh. Sarah went for a long drink of iced coffee. She thought about pressing the cold glass against her hot face. Dinner finished quickly, and Brandon offered to clean up everything so Sarah could tend to her fire and her guests. Sarah happily poked at her fire, mimicking what she learned from observing Bodhi 1,000 times.
Brandon's in a good mood today,
Tanya noted. She stood next to Sarah with her second beer, watching her poke the fire. Yeah. To be honest, I had no idea how he would act after last weekend. Trevor whistled to Elvis as he threw a frisbee across the grass toward the next row of condos. It surprised Sarah no one else was outdoors. The lack of privacy probably contributed to people's lack of using their backyard. This had been the first time Sarah and Brandon were really using theirs after all.
Have you two talked about anything yet?
Tanya pried. Sarah exhaled. No. We had a good week after the disastrous cabin getaway. I kinda wanted that to keep going, you know.
All right. How's therapy going?
I'm going to stop going. I missed my last appointment. I hate it. I don't want to grieve on a schedule.
Maybe you should still go, but turn it into dealing with your husband instead. Or maybe you guys can do couples counseling.
Brandon doesn't do counseling. Not for himself. Or for us. Sarah huffed. She took a drink from her iced coffee and poked the fire again.
Let me try,
Tanya said. Sarah's initial thought was she was about to have a talk with Brandon until she grabbed for the poker from her hand. Tanya moved a log over a few inches and it smothered part of the fire but soon caught and started burning. Wow, Sarah said.
Woohoo.
Tanya cheered. They both stared at the fire.
I'll be right back. Gotta pee.
Okay, Sarah said, dropping into one of the vacant chairs. An uneasiness grew as she was left alone with Trevor. Her brain refused to conjure up any words. Luckily he and Elvis were both busy wrestling with the frisbee. It sounded like they were both growling too. She laughed. She was starting to see what Tanya saw in the guy. He was fun. It reminded her of Brandon. Still, the idea of having to converse with Trevor alone terrified her enough to want to go inside until at least Brandon or Tanya returned. Sarah was quick to slide the patio door open. She wasn't so quick to close it when she noticed she was alone inside. She walked down the hall to the bedroom and found it empty as well.
Oh hey.
Brandon called from the kitchen just as she was going to head to his office for a look. Sarah was about to retreat and let herself be known when she heard Tanya talk.
All yours,
She said, emerging from the bathroom.
Actually, I wanted to ask you something.
Came Brandon's voice. It was much softer now. He was in the hallway with Tanya.
Okay.
I'm sure Sarah's been reaching out to you a lot lately. I know you're busy and have a life and stuff, but I was hoping you could spend more time with her. She's been struggling a lot lately. She's growing more reluctant with therapy, but I think it's been helping her. I don't know how to talk to her about the whole brother thing. It happened before we met, but I'm just not good with that kind of stuff. I think she just needs you more. You know, you're more than welcome to come over any time, even stay the night. I think Sarah would benefit from spending more time with you.
Sarah watched him place his hands gently on both her shoulders and pat them. She ducked back into the bedroom, hoping she was undetected. Tanya inhaled sharply.
Okay. Can I say a few words?
Of course.
I agree with you on therapy. Ironically, I just mentioned that to her. I know you and Sarah have been having issues. And yeah, she's been reaching out to me, I'm her best friend. We do talk. Quite a bit. What I'm hearing from her is she wants more from you. If anything, better communication. I suggested couples counseling.
Let me stop you there. We talked just fine. We just spent a weekend away.
Yeah, about that. She told me what happened. She also told me she's afraid to talk to you. She said you yell at her anytime she brings certain things up. And you act weird. You're confusing her?
I act weird.
Yeah? So just man up. Tell her the truth about shit because she's confused about everything and she wants to talk to you about it. And she doesn't want to be yelled or be banished to the couch for not giving you a massage.
Tanya turned and started walking toward the sliding patio door.
You know what, if you want to have an honest conversation about this, call me. I'd love to go out and get coffee with you.
Yeah, sure.
The patio door opened and shut after several seconds passed. Then she heard a grueling, wicked laugh come from her husband right before he closed the bathroom door behind him. 28. Hey baby, Sarah said into her cell.
Hey. Did you find your class?
Brandon asked from the other end. Not yet. I just walked inside. I'm nervous.
About what? You're there to learn, not meet guys.
Sarah rolled her eyes at the phone. I look a lot older than everyone else.
Don't worry about that. You're not there to fit in. Besides, you're not that much older. Just take a deep breath, get a coffee, find your class, sit in front, take good notes. Get in and get out. No distractions.
Yeah. I'll get a coffee and a snack. Can you eat or drink in class?
Yeah, usually. Unless you're in a lab or something. Wait and see what the professor says.
Okay. Can I call you later?
Of course.
Love ya.
Love you too.
Sarah felt mildly better as she slipped her phone back into her pocket and started following the signs directing her to the classroom. It had been a great couple of weeks after the conversation she'd overheard between Brandon and Tanya, which Sarah was expecting to hear about from, well, either of them. But that hadn't happened. If she were being honest, she didn't expect Tanya to mention it, since not mentioning things seemed to be her MO now, but she wondered what was taking Brandon so long. Her and Brandon had fallen into an easy routine of having lunch every day and making dinner together or going out. Most days they went for long walks or bike rides. Then they'd cuddle while watching shows and have sex. Brandon had been asking for rubbies and she had been giving them. But she felt like giving them. And he'd reciprocate with either a back or foot rub for her. Sarah was thinking maybe he actually saw the error in his ways. Maybe he'd appreciated Tanya's words and decided not to complain to Sarah about them. She racked her brain to think of a time they could have met up. Maybe they had, and Tanya had given Brandon one heck of a lecture. Sarah purchased a coffee and a snack before heading to her class. She had laid eyes on a chicken wrap that she might grab for lunch later. The classroom was small compared to the classrooms in high school. There were 4 long rows of tables with plastic chairs that were upholstered and on wheels, a major upgrade from high school. And instead of a chalkboard, the front of the room had an enormous whiteboard. In the front corner was a desk with a desktop computer. There was a map of the world on the wall. There was no nameplate or anything denoting that this was English 101. Oh, is this the right class? 2 girls were sitting in the second row chatting up a storm. She moved to the front of the room and took a seat in the center of the front row. She set her new flowered backpack, one that she'd picked out on Amazon, on the table and took out a folder, notebook, pen and 2 mechanical pencils, as Brandon had told her. She tipped her coffee to her lips and felt it was still too hot for her to consume, so she opened her snack and took out her phone. She turned around and held her phone out and took a selfie of herself with the whiteboard in the background and sent it off to Tanya's phone with the caption, "Guess where?" Almost immediately, Tanya commented saying,
Jail? What did you do?
Sarah stuck her tongue out at her phone and decided to send texts until class started. Sarah. How's it going? Tanya.
Boring. Gas station is slow. Good luck in class.
Sarah. I feel like celebrating. We should plan a double date. Tanya.
I celebrate the gas station being dead every day by doing nothing. But sure.
Sarah snickered out loud. From behind her she could hear more people shuffling in. Sarah. I'll call later. Gotta go. Class. Tanya.
Okay, I'll be here doing nothing.
Sarah was about to text Brandon when she heard a voice. Hi, is anyone sitting here? She looked up and saw a familiar face. Hey, it's you, she said, realizing her comment probably sounded rude. No, no one yet, she answered, hoping that put her back in good standing. Thanks, he said, dropping his backpack on the floor beside the chair and sitting down. I'm so sorry I forgot your name. I will always remember the day you helped me put my backpack on. Oh my gosh, yes. Sarah exclaimed. She was relieved he'd forgotten her name because she'd done exactly the same. I'm Sarah. I totally forgot your name too. Hero, he reminded. Hero. Yes? Your cast. It's off. Sarah gasped. She felt a genuine happiness for the guy. Yeah, last week he said. He looked quite happy for himself. I didn't make the team. Sarah was racking her brain to remember what else they'd discussed when he mentioned the team. That's right, you tried out for soccer, right? Yeah. Oh well. Next year. You can do other stuff though, right? Yeah, I have video games, he beamed. What about you? Oh. I dunno yet. I need some leads. You should come to lunch with me. I will introduce you to some cool people. We're always in the cafeteria between classes goofing off doing homework but mostly playing video games. That sounds awesome. Thanks. Even Sarah's extreme happiness was starting to weird herself out. A petite woman years older than Sarah and wearing a business-like pantsuit walked past them and placed a bag on the desk with the computer and started tapping on the keyboard. She watched her grab a stack of papers from her bag and then made eye contact directly with her. Good morning. Good morning, Sarah replied. She shyly looked away. Hiro smiled at her. She remembered suddenly how his smile, those dimples, had calmed her. She smiled back. Okay, it's at the top of the hour, so we'll go ahead and get started. Everyone here for English 101, right? The woman began. A collective yeah came from the class. I'm going to come around and hand out a syllabus to everyone, she said, grabbing her stack and proceeding to do just that. Sarah started looking over the 5-page packet and saw a bunch of rules and regulations type stuff. I'd like to begin the class by doing some introductions. What sort of things do you want to know about people? The professor asked. Name, someone said. Name is a great one, the professor said. Major. Favorite Disney movie. Sarah watched the teacher write these on the board as they were shouted out. Others didn't make the board. Pets? Siblings? Political stance? Oh, I don't think I'm going to put that on the board, the professor said, wincing at the idea. Okay, we have plenty. I'll start. I'm Angelica Staton, like the island in New York. I teach English 1 and English 2, which some of you will be taking next semester. I also teach creative writing and women's literature. I have 2 dogs, both rescues. Their names are Cooper and Mickey. They're both Cocker Spaniels brothers. Let's see. I have a sister who teaches chemistry at the university, and my favorite Disney movie is Bedknobs and Broomsticks. Why don't we start at the back of the room? Go ahead, introduce yourself. Sarah turned to listen to her classmates introduce themselves. It surprised her to see there was a handful of people in the class that looked older than herself. She heard a variety of majors and learned that some majors, like cosmetology, required an English class. She thought they would just cut hair. Hiro's turn was before hers, and she grew excited at the opportunity to learn more about him. Hi, I'm Hiro. Like someone who saves people, only spelled with an I instead of an E, he smirked. The class laughed at his comment on his name. He looked at the board for the introduction requirements. My major would be forensics and my minor is computer science. I like Johnny Tsunami. We have a dog and a lot of birds. My house is never quiet. I have 3 sisters. Was it the birds or the sisters for why your house is never quiet? Professor Staton interjected. Everyone, including Sarah, laughed. Ah, yes. That is very accurate, Hiro agreed. Okay. Thanks, Hiro. And you? Professor Staton said, looking at Sarah. I'm Sarah, she said, fanning her hand in front of her as a single wave. She looked at the board as well for the questions. I'm doing an Associate of Science and might switch to vet tech. My favorite Disney movie is Where the Red Fern Grows. I don't have any pets right now. And I have a brother. Sarah felt her face turn hot. She wanted to add, but he died. But she held back. So vet tech but no pets? Oh, Sarah stammered. She hadn't realized the impact of that truth until now. Yes, well, my husband is allergic to fur. Anything furry. We're working it out, she stated. If there were a hole nearby, Sarah would have gladly crawled right into it. All right, well, welcome everyone. This will be a fun semester. Let's go over the syllabus. As soon as I get this thing turned on, Professor Staton said, pointing the remote at the projector that hung from the ceiling. Sarah sighed silently to herself. A moment ago she'd been so happy, and suddenly a dark cloud had moved in and cast an ugly shadow on her mood. Sarah shouldered her new backpack and followed Hiro to the cafeteria. It was bustling now compared to when she'd stopped by to get her coffee and snack before class. Hiro led her to a section with tables near a wall of booth seating and chairs on the opposite side. The booth seats were completely occupied, so he dropped his backpack on the floor beside a chair. Sarah did the same in a seat beside him. She was relieved she didn't have to look around for a secluded seat where she would eat alone. The dark cloud was changing to clear skies. Sup? Hiro said to the group. The first to say hi back was a girl across from Hiro with long blonde hair and a flawless heart-shaped face that was done up in mascara, pink cheeks, and a full foundation application. Sarah smiled and mouthed hello to the girl. The others in the group eventually mumbled greetings. A guy next to the blonde girl had blue glowing headphones covering his ears and was tapping at his laptop and clicking on his wireless mouse. Sarah could tell by his mannerisms that he was playing a game. He hadn't looked up or anything, but he was at the same table as the girl, so Sarah just assumed. At the next table was a girl in short black hair who had also had a laptop open, but the notebook page covered in numbers and her scientific calculator implied the work she was doing. "Hey Hiro," she replied in an exhausted voice. Was that it? No introductions and she was already formally in the group, or would there be some sort of hazing later? She was so confused. She thought about the chicken wrap she'd laid eyes on earlier and went to get it. She returned to her seat with the chocolate milk and the chicken wrap. Most of the others had left to get lunch too, so it was just her and the chick doing math. "I'm Sarah, by the way," she said shyly. The black-haired girl looked at her and smiled, making Sarah feel relieved. "Hi. Dana," she said. The blonde girl at the table introduced herself as Heather Lee when she returned. Hiro sat down with a tray containing a boat of cheese fries and 2 sandwiches wrapped in foil. The blonde girl sat back in her booth seat and took one sandwich. Hiro took the other. Sarah wondered if she was his girlfriend. Sarah ate in silence next to Hiro, watching him and Heather share his cheesy fries. She kind of wanted to try them. The gamer guy slid his headphones off his ears and rested them around his neck while he ate his cheeseburger off his own tray. "Who's the new girl?" Sarah wondered how long they had assembled this group since it was the first day of the semester and all. "Oh yeah everyone, this is Sarah." "Sarah everyone," Hiro said, laughing at his informal introduction. After that the group resumed its lax demeanor. Sarah was already an afterthought. She had been hoping for some formal introductions like they'd done at the beginning of class. But this group obviously wasn't the type to be provoked into conversation. Actually, it was reminiscent of when she and Tanya were introduced to her brother and Daryl's friends around the fire. "What's everyone's major?" she asked, interjecting into everyone's solo-oriented doings. "We're all studying forensics except Dana. She's a chem major," Hiro said, answering for the group. "Wait. Dana, you graduated. Weren't you going to transfer too?" Yeah. I'm here for one more semester." "Deal with it," Dana snapped, grinning before going back to her work. Sarah thought that was interesting. Someone could graduate but not leave. "Except Drake," Heather broke in. "He's a lost puppy," she grinned. "Well, I was in forensics. I'm just unsure is all. I have too many talents," he said in defense. "Drake? That's a cool name," Sarah commented. "It's not his real name," Hiro revealed. "I don't have a real name." Sarah didn't know how to respond to such a comment. "Oh really? Isn't it like Tom or something?" Heather razzed. "No, it's Rick," Dana spouted. Sarah was honestly confused whether they all actually knew his real name or if they were razzing him. And she wasn't about to ask. But surely one of them had a class with him and had to know. She finished her lunch listening to the group's conversations. Now and then Hiro would ask her a random question. She couldn't tell if he was just trying his best to make her feel included or if he was trying to recruit her for one of the several clubs he was in, since it seemed he was advocating for them to the rest of the group and meeting no success. And even though Brandon had said she wouldn't be that much older than anyone, the fact that none of them were married made her feel really old compared to them. On a random thought, she checked her phone to see if Brandon had texted. He hadn't. She couldn't believe how different it felt being here at lunch on a college campus after having so many lunches with Brandon when she was just a housewife. She smiled and allowed herself to feel a sense of pride for herself. Over an hour had passed before the first person left the group for a class, which was Dana. She had sighed out loud and packed her stuff up before announcing she had to go to a chemistry class. Hiro had risen and finally announced he was going to head to his sociology class when Sarah started to feel a slight queasiness. She had a class to get to as well, her second and last for Monday, and hoped she could just use the restroom and be fine. Maybe it was the chicken wrap. She discreetly let Heather know about her discomfort before she left, since she'd expressed interest in the chicken wrap earlier. Sarah headed to the restroom and checked her phone again once inside the stall. Brandon.
"Hey baby."
Had her stomach not been churning, she would have smiled.
"What's the matter, babe?"
Brandon said once he came in the front door and saw Sarah laying on the couch. He walked into the kitchen before she answered, but she knew he was still within earshot. Was all she replied with.
"Here,"
he said, setting a can of carbonated lemon juice on the coffee table.
"Move over,"
he said, half sitting on the couch near her thighs. Sarah tried scooting her lower body further into the back of the couch. Why didn't you come home from work? She asked gently.
I did. I just got out of work. Geez. I just brought you a Pellegrino. How about a thanks instead of the third degree?
Sorry, babe. I've just felt sick to my stomach since lunch.
No sex then?
Sarah grumbled. She actually didn't want to say no in case she felt better later, and also didn't want to say yes, as that could put her up for rubby duty.
Are you gonna eat dinner at all?
He asked. No.
Well, I'm starved. I'm gonna make a pork chop.
Okay, she moaned. She stared at the ceiling while she listened to Brandon clambering around in the kitchen and the sizzling of his food. In under 10 minutes he emerged with a plate containing a pork chop, a heaping pile of mashed potatoes and asparagus. It smelled good, but her stomach was still churning. He sat down in the recliner and grabbed the remote.
Wanna watch something?
Sure. Brandon started perusing Netflix and settled quickly on the recent animated comedy they'd been watching.
You didn't drink your Pellegrino.
He noticed. I'm waiting for it to warm up. Brandon sat back in the recliner and started eating his food. Sarah watched for a bit and closed her eyes. She felt exhausted and as though she might doze off. Brandon's loud laughs caused her to open her eyes every few minutes. Her inability to fall asleep completely made her thoughts spiral. Why wasn't Brandon asking her how her first day of school was? Was he waiting until she felt better? Did he really work late, or had he gone out for a drinks with work? Had he decided he could stay out late when she texted him she wasn't feeling good? Should she just sleep on the couch to avoid her asking any of these questions to him and thus avoiding a fight? Should she try eating some crackers? Yeah, probably, she thought, answering her last two questions. Sarah sat up and immediately felt a wave of nausea. Without a word, she hightailed it to the bathroom and stood over the toilet for several minutes. Realizing nothing was going to come out, she sighed and went into the hall. She glanced in the room and decided the bed looked so comfortable, so she flopped down on her side and dozed. 29. Wednesday morning, Sarah felt refreshed as she walked into her English 101 class. She was glad that she had no classes on Tuesdays because she needed a day to recover. She'd only eaten a can of chicken noodle soup and some butter crackers and drank some of the ginger ale that Brandon got for her after work. Today, her appetite returned. No more chicken wraps. But maybe those cheese fries. And grapes, she thought, surprised only because she couldn't remember ever having a strong craving for grapes. Hiro came in shortly after her and they began chatting, freeing her from the urge to text with someone in lieu of sitting idly. So, are you going to the gaming tournament today? Oh. When is it? Where is it? Sarah asked. At noon in the atrium. Me and Drake are in it. Drake and I, Professor Staton corrected, walking up to the computer. She looked like she was in a hurry to get class started as she dropped her pile of papers and madly swished the mouse to bring the screen to life. The projector screen was already pulled down. Hiro seemed amused by being corrected. Oh yes. I should be on my best speaking behavior when in this class. Sarah laughed. Professor Staton seemed uninterested in his comment as she pressed buttons on the remote as she held it toward the projector. Are you going to eat lunch afterwards then? Sarah asked as class ended and they started packing their backpacks. I'm going to register and set up, then maybe grab food between battles. Okay. I think I'll just follow you. Okay. After class, Hiro followed Sarah to the cafeteria. He must have gained an appetite after all, because food. So what do you think about the assignment? Yeah. I dunno. I never wrote a poem before. I hope it doesn't have to rhyme, he laughed. Sarah and Hiro parted ways momentarily to buy their lunches. Sarah got cheese fries and grapes. It was weird, but it felt like someone else had picked it out. She saw Hiro, Drake and Heather all meet up with their lunches and she followed them to the atrium. Hiro and Drake set up their gaming laptops on the tables that were lined up in the center of the atrium. Sarah sat beside Heather, who had found a cozy spot on some comfy chairs with tables that flipped up. Wow, these are cool, Sarah commented. Heather made a laugh that sounded more like a hiccup. It was more of a sound of acknowledgement than an actual laugh. Sarah hadn't meant to be funny and she suddenly felt old by her comment. But perhaps now would be a nice opportunity to befriend her more. The thought of having school friends to study with and do things with as a group outside of school excited her. So what classes are you taking? Sarah asked, eating her first fry. She relished in the cheesiness. Forensics 3, Biology, Chemistry and World Lit, Heather said while stabbing at her salad for the perfect forkful. Okay, so are you double majoring? What do you mean? I'm a forensics major. Sarah paused. She didn't know how to articulate her confusion. So the chemistry she left open. Chemistry is required. So is biology. I'm trying to get as much done here as I can before I transfer. Okay. Cool. Thanks, I just don't know that much about how college works honestly. Heather smiled. Yay, it's no problem. What are you going for? Well, right now I'm going for an Associate of Science. I wanted to register for vet tech right away, but my husband thought I should wait to see how I do my first year before deciding. Heather seemed to perk up at her last comment. Oh, you're married? Yeah. We got married last summer, Sarah said, smiling. She was happy that Heather was at least engaging in conversation a little. Oh. Can I ask how old you are? I hope I don't sound rude. I'm just curious, she said, giving a nervous laugh. Oh, no worries, Sarah said, waving a grape bunch in the air. I'm 24. I know I'm a little older than you all. Heather laughed and tucked some strands that were sticking to her face behind her right ear. I actually didn't notice until you said you were married. Then I thought you might be a little older, she explained. Sarah felt relief from Heather's comment about appearing younger. Maybe she was fitting in better than she thought she was. How is it? Marriage. It's nice. Sarah didn't have any other words past that. My parents won't let me get married until I have my degree and a car. Or a house if my dad has it his way. Married life can be boring at times. Sarah felt stupid for saying that. What was she trying to do? Make marriage sound like a burden so that Heather would like it less? She shouldn't be talking to Heather about marriage anyway because hers was complicated in a way that she was certain other people never experienced. Oh. Heather looked down. Great idiot, now you scared Heather away from getting married. Either that or you just made her feel sorry for you. So have you guys ever gone disc golfing? Sarah was hoping to recover her dignity and not seem like a shell of a person. No, what's that? It's golf with a kind of frisbee. I'd love to take the group sometime. Or maybe as a double date. Hiro and I are not together if that's what you meant. Oh, I'm sorry. Sarah could not get it right with this girl. She should quit while she's 2 steps behind. So, are you guys doing anything this weekend? The group, I mean. Okay, one more try. Friday night is the welcome back barbecue. Sarah's face lit up. She immediately knew she wanted to invite Brandon to that. It would be an amazing opportunity to show him how fun it would be, being a social couple. This way she wouldn't have to plead for him to take her to go see his friends. It might be just the nudge he needed to get over his fears. 30. Sarah was on the bed reading from one of her textbooks, waiting for Brandon to come home with Chinese for dinner. Her ability to focus on the material waned as time got closer to his expected return. After his text saying he got the food and was on his way, she stopped reading altogether and texted Tanya. Sarah. How's it going? Tanya.
OMG. I talked Trevor into taking us to California.
Sarah. OMG, that's awesome. When? Tanya.
Dunno yet, but maybe after he comes home from visiting his parents in Texas. He won't be back until next week.
Sarah. Promise me you'll come back. Sarah waited several minutes for her best friend to respond. She hadn't given up staring at her phone until she heard Brandon enter.
Hey.
He called. Sarah walked out of the bedroom to greet him. Brandon was already putting on a show to watch, so Sarah went to the kitchen for plates and forks. Hey babe, how was work today?
Ah. It was good. Come here,
he said from his spot in the middle of the couch. Sarah sat beside him. He wrapped his arms around her and kissed her, just a quick one but nice.
Missed you, babe?
Sarah smiled, relishing in the feel of his arms and his lips, but mostly in the kindness of his voice. I missed you too.
How was school? We haven't really talked since your first day. Which made you sick?
He laughed. Huh. Yeah, she said, throwing her gaze to the ceiling in remembrance of that awful day only 2 days ago. I have my first assignment in English. I have to write a poem.
That's good, babe. Have fun with it.
I also made some friends. They're a young group, but I'm fitting in with them. They do homework and play games and hang out in the cafeteria. I don't know if they've fully accepted me, but, Sarah left off, emphasizing her best attempt at mimicking someone who was trying to be accepted by a pack of wolves.
I'm glad you have friends, but just remember you're there to study hard. Get your degree and get out.
He repeated from an earlier conversation. Sarah pouted. Brandon didn't acknowledge her attempt at comedy and only gave his concerns. So anyway, this Friday is the welcome back barbecue, so I thought it would be cool to go to that. You can meet them. It's free food. she boasted, emphasizing on the last part.
You go have fun with your friends, babe. Bring me back something.
He said, staring at the screen.
You want to watch the episode of Sunny with Country Mac?
He suggested excitedly. Sarah sighed, feeling defeated that her husband cared more about an old episode of Sunny than spending a Friday night together. Maybe she would just bring it up in the morning. 31. Sarah arrived at Ray & Son's Auto Body on Friday after class. She'd planned to wait to text Brandon until she was actually in the parking lot. Sarah. Hey babe. Let's get lunch. I'm at the shop. Brandon. Sarah. No class, so I thought I'd surprise you. Want to get ramen? Brandon.
Sure.
Sarah. How long? Brandon.
10 minutes?
Sarah. Okay. What was that whole question mark thing? She immediately felt like he knew something was up. 10 minutes passed and he hadn't yet appeared or texted, and Sarah had to pee. For real. She made up her mind quick to go inside. Katie smiled at her from behind the desk. Sarah smiled back and went straight to the women's restroom. She emerged and found herself walking straight up to Katie. Hey Sarah. Should I call back there for you? He knows I'm here, so I'll just wait. How's it going? She said nervously. She felt the obvious difference of being in Katie's presence compared to Heather's. It was more of a lioness versus lioness instead of lioness versus cub. It's going great, she replied pleasantly. I just finalized the park reservation for the company picnic. Sarah's eyes bulged. Oh. When was that again? She stammered a bit. In 2 weeks. It's later than last year's because everyone kept taking vacation 1 week after the other. Maybe you can make it this time, Katie answered rather carefree. The stab in her gut almost made her yelp. She had no clue about this company picnic and hadn't last year either. No use dwelling on that now. I'd love to. I think it will depend on how much homework I've got. Sarah slinked over the desk as discreetly as one possibly could to get a better view of Katie's desk area in hopes to get a second look at her photos. See if there was anything new. Nice, Katie responded. Oh, I think Brandon's out by your car. Shit. I just looked out there too. Sarah felt a rush of embarrassment. Katie smiled, helping Sarah feel less busted. Okay, I'll see you around, Sarah said, eager to leave as she walked outside. Brandon was in the passenger seat of her Scion.
Hey.
He said right as she opened the door. Hey, she said excitedly.
This is a pleasant surprise. Did you and Katie have a nice chat?
Sarah felt the weight of his accusation in the comment but sidestepped it. Yeah. She wanted to make sure I would be at the company picnic. She was dying inside while waiting to hear his reply, which came without haste.
Oh yeah, that? It might not actually happen.
She said it's in 2 weeks.
That is currently the popular vote, but it hasn't been set in stone yet.
I might have the latest update. She said she just made the park reservation. Brandon tapped on his phone. Really? Nothing. Oh, okay. Well, just let me know. I told her if I don't have a lot of homework, I'd love to go.
Whatever. Let's get going. I'm starving.
Sarah pulled out of the parking lot in the direction of their ramen place. Babe.
What's up?
Will you please consider coming to the Welcome Back barbecue tonight? There's going to be awesome food, a live band, and some yard games. We don't have any plans and it would be so much fun. Please?
It's just not really my style.
Okay. What's that mean? What about it isn't your style? Sarah said arrogantly.
Big groups. Strangers. Bratty kids.
Bratty kids? Can't you ignore all of that to support me?
Wow, that's a little insensitive. I'll just turn off my social anxiety whenever you need me to.
I'm confused. You go out all the time.
Yeah, with my friends.
But you're still around strangers.
But my friends are with me.
Right. Like tonight. I'll be with you.
But you'll know the other people.
Okay, so, you are okay going out with your friends and being around strangers because they're all strangers to them as well, but you don't want to go with me to the barbecue because I will know some of the people?
Yep.
Sarah sighed. She tried figuring out if he was making this all up to get out of it. She decided to take the high road. I'm sorry, babe. I didn't know you had social anxiety. Is there anything I can do to make it more comfortable?
Just drop it. I'm not going.
My friends aren't scary. They're a little younger than us. Nothing too scary.
I'm not going.
He yelled. Sarah inhaled and tried swallowing the lump in her throat. She really wanted to call him out on this new diagnosis that would have put almost all of his behavior into question. But she was too exhausted for a screaming fight. 32. 5 o'clock took forever to come. After she dropped Brandon off at work, they parted ways with barely a goodbye. From the library window, Sarah watched as a group set up a drum set and speakers for the live music. Someone in a chef hat was setting up a grill, and she saw covered trays set out on tables. Her stomach grumbled. She wondered where the bonfire would be. The flyer she'd seen didn't mention a bonfire, but a school email did. A fire and friends would help her mood. She made her way down the stairs past the cafeteria and out the door into the courtyard. A line had just begun and she quickly added herself to it. "Hey," a familiar voice came. Sarah looked behind her and saw Drake standing a good 6 inches taller than her, bright blue headphones around his neck. "Hey, what's up? Good thing you're in line. Last year they ran out of food early." "Oh my. Yeah. And I want a cheddar brat." Sarah nodded and turned back. Once she was through the line, her plate contained a brat, burger, various picnic sides, some cookies, and she had a cup of lemonade that she tried carrying in her other hand while also holding a hand under her heavy plate. She picked a table that was close to the band setup, and to her surprise, Drake sat his plate down at the same table. It made her feel cool, part of the group. Before long, Hero, Heather, and Dana all showed. She sat back and enjoyed the back and forth of the group. Someone commented that Dana wasn't actually doing homework. Hero and Drake talked about their tournament, which lost Sarah since they'd played a game she hadn't heard of. "Hey, does anyone know if we can use the paddle boat?" she piped in after looking around and spotting it at the edge of the pond. "Oh my god, paddle boats?" Hero gasped. "Dude, she said paddle boat. With a P and a D," Drake answered. "And there's only one," Sarah added sadly. "Haha. Paddle boats would have been sweet though." Dana laughed. "I think I'm going to go see it," Sarah announced. She stood up and abandoned her half-eaten plate and walked across the grassy lawn toward the pond. Hero and Heather followed. "It's not tied down or anything," Hero observed. "Should we ask someone if we're allowed to use it?" Heather asked. "Sure. I don't mind asking around," Sarah offered. "I mean, what if it's like for the groundskeeper to use for pulling out garbage or dead fish or something?" Heather followed Hero to the grassier side of the pond. Sarah went with them, walking with her head down. "Hey, look at this," Sarah called. Hero and Heather came to her side and looked down to where she was gazing. In the grass was a perfect little animal skull. "Oh," Hero said. "What animal do you think this is?" Heather took out her phone and snapped a photo of it. "I don't know, raccoon maybe," he offered. "I'm trying to find it right now," Heather said. Sarah nodded at her. "Well, I'm going to head back. After I finish my food, I'll see if anyone can tell us about the paddle boat." The trio walked back. Sarah was reeling from the whole exchange. She had college friends. "I see hand-holding. When did you guys get back together?" Dana asked a bit out of nowhere. Actually, completely out of nowhere. Sarah couldn't figure out how that question was even prompted. A glance at the pair holding hands showed the source of Dana's question. "Last night," Heather gushed. "Back together?" Sarah asked. "We dated in high school," Hero filled her in. Sarah looked at Heather. She meant to be smiling, but instead her face showed wonder. Like, why hadn't she mentioned that yesterday at the gaming tournament? "Sarah, you should have brought your husband," Heather asked once they'd been sitting for about a minute. "Oh yeah, he had work," she settled on after stumbling over picking words. She had almost forgotten about his absence, and now a flood of emotions gushed over her. "You're married," Drake said, bewildered. Sarah stood suddenly. "I'll be right back," she announced. Sarah felt tears on her cheeks before making it to the restroom. She sat on a toilet and sobbed. Seeing Hero and Heather holding hands made every disappointing moment with Brandon jump into her mind at once. Why was it so easy for them yet so hard for her and Brandon to be around each other's friends? She sniffed and pulled out her phone. No text from Brandon. She expected he would at least harass her to come home once he got off work. Nothing. Well, she would just have to make herself busy as late as she could. Maybe after this, she could see if Tanya wanted to go out or something. It was Friday night. Yeah. Going against all of that, she dialed him. Her need to be needed by her husband was greater than her showing off by staying out all night. He didn't answer. Now all she could think of was going home to see what he was doing. Why wasn't he answering? What if he was out? She had an urge to call Tanya to check on him for her. What even was this? Jealousy? It didn't make any sense. She got off the toilet seat and hurried to her car. Her friends would wonder what the heck happened to her. And she had that whole plate of food, yet she stuck her keys in the ignition. What in the world was this feeling? She called him again. No answer. 33. The front door closing loudly startled Sarah awake. She'd gotten home around 9:30, but she'd been so wiped out that she'd headed straight to bed. Thankfully, the alarm clock was in her direct line of vision because she was still too tired to move. She squinted a few times to read 1:22 a.m. Sarah sat up and started rubbing her eyes. Brandon came right into the room.
Shit. Babe. Sorry if I woke you.
Where were you? You didn't text me. Brandon started undressing and then pulled on a pair of boxers.
Went bowling with people from work. Had a few beers. Nothing too extravagant.
Sarah felt a stab in her gut. Why didn't you tell me? Maybe I wanted to come out, she said angrily, ignoring the fact she had felt exhausted hours earlier.
Didn't you have a thing at school?
Yes. I did. It ended at 6.
Yeah? School functions rarely go that late.
She still felt residual emotions from sobbing earlier. Just be honest. You didn't text me where you were because you didn't want me to join your thing. She knew for certain this would enrage Brandon, but she wanted answers.
Wow. Really? I didn't want to disturb you while you were out with your friends.
He said, slurring the last word. Sarah was infuriated. What do you mean by that? What's wrong with my friends?
Don't they play a lot of video games? I just want to make sure you're focusing on school. Do you have any homework?
What the hell? Stop deflecting. Why can't you answer my question? Brandon got to his side of the bed finally.
I did. I said I didn't want to bother you and your friends.
He said, adding the slur again and laughing. Sarah looked at him sourly. You knew I wasn't going to be out that late. You didn't text me on purpose where you were, she said, trying to keep a calm demeanor.
You never asked me where I was.
Brandon shouted. Sarah sighed loudly. While he was right, she knew in her heart that he didn't text her on purpose. There was just no way to prove it. It was something he'd have to admit. Had I texted you, what would you have said?
That I was out bowling.
Would you have invited me?
Honestly, probably not.
He chuckled. What would you have said if I asked?
Asked what?
Sarah rubbed her eyes. If I asked to come out with you.
I probably would have said yes. So you missed your chance.
Sarah sighed. She felt like he was playing with her. Like he was lying. Did you want me there?
Honestly, no. Look at how you're acting. You're acting crazy. I don't want to bring you around my friends if you're going to be all crazy.
Sarah's jaw almost dropped. What the fuck? I am not acting crazy. I'm just trying to have a conversation with you.
Yeah, and you're interrogating me. You're acting so crazy right now.
Because you keep deflecting and saying I can meet your friends. But your actions speak otherwise. Her comments were becoming animated with hand gestures as her anxiety was rising.
When did I deflect?
Before. When I asked you why you didn't text me where you were.
Oh my god. I did. I fucking answered you. You're fucking crazy.
Why won't you answer me? I mean, honestly, answer me when I ask about meeting your friends, she demanded, trying to stand her ground to get an answer.
Dude, you are acting just too insane right now. You know what? I'm done. I'm so fucking done. I don't know why I married you,
he said, pulling the blanket up and turning on his side so his back was to her. Sarah jumped up, grabbed her pillow and took it to the couch. She laid down and pulled the spare blanket around her and sobbed again. 34. After the accident. Sarah stood outside of Tanya's bedroom for a short eternity, waiting for her to open the damn door. She was trying to maintain a ridiculous pose for her to see, involving jazz hands and an excited open-mouthed grin. Seconds from giving up, the door opened and an uninterested Tanya quickly turned and went back to sit on her bed.
Hey. Want to come with me to the balcony and smoke a bowl? I need to wake up.
Nah. I just want to talk and hang out. Tanya made a knowing smirk.
I bet you do.
Sarah sat on the edge of Tanya's bed just below her pillow. She noticed a card table set up in one corner with a sewing machine, a pile of jeans and rolls of different colored lace on it. What's that all about?
I've been sewing again. I went to the tailor shop below us and got inspired.
Tanya sat at the foot of her bed, facing Sarah.
Anyway, no need to be polite. How are you and Brandon? You've been dating what? 3 months now?
Sarah's cheeks brightened. Oh my God, I don't even know how to describe it.
Describe it, girl.
Sarah's cheeks warmed. We had sex a few times at his office.
No way. That's hot. During hours?
No, Sarah laughed. Definitely after closing time. I found out he isn't really into flaunting me around his work. Yet anyway.
What's that mean?
When I went to pick him up for lunch the first time, he asked me if I minded just waiting for him in the car. Tanya made a confused look.
Why? Were you causing a scene or something?
No. I just stood in the lobby. He asked me what I told the receptionist, and I said nothing. Just that I was here to pick him up for lunch.
Did he say why he wanted you to wait in the car?
Yeah, he just said he wanted to wait for people to know about us until we decided we were totally serious.
And?
Sarah grinned this time. We talk about being married. He likes to joke that he makes enough so I won't have to work and he'll probably do all the cooking. He really wants to pamper me.
He cooks?
Sarah's hands jumped out in front of her. Okay, his salads are amazing.
Salad? Really?
Tanya looked very unimpressed. He has this system. He puts nuts and berries and cheese and protein. Oh my God, his salmon is so good. He sears it. And the marinade. Before him, I only ever put ranch on my salad.
Okay. That's quite a salad. But still a salad.
The best salad. Sarah shook her head and closed her eyes.
So he orgasms you and food-gasms you.
Sarah giggled. Yes?
Have you met his family? What are his friends like?
I haven't met any of his friends, but I've met his whole family. His parents, 2 brothers and 2 sisters.
Wow. Big family.
Yeah, it's kind of cool. They live in a huge house. Well, both of his brothers are married and don't live there anymore. And his 2 sisters are really young. Like they're both young enough to be his daughters.
I guess some families are just like that. Kinda weird but cool.
Yeah. He doesn't interact with his family much. We spend all our time in his room or in the basement watching movies or TV. His sister Maddie comes to hang out with us at times, but that's about it. We eat down there too.
Cool. So what does he do then?
For work.
Well, yeah. You said he has an office. Or does he just sex you up and make you salads all day?
Sarah giggled. He owns an auto body shop that he inherited from his grandpa. Each of his brothers have one too.
That's really cool. So he's like the boss.
Yeah.
You really like him, don't you?
Sarah grinned.
You're in love with him, aren't you?
Sarah's expression didn't change. Tanya feigned a sigh.
Alright, I'll start designing your wedding dress now.
Oh my God, Tanya. I really want him to be the one.
I hope so too. You deserve this. So you sure you don't want to smoke one?
Nah, I'm gonna go see him after I'm done visiting with you.
It's cool, Sarah. I am really happy for you.
Thanks. There was a pause between them. For the first time ever, Sarah took the lead. So you want to see what wedding dress styles I've been looking at? Tanya laughed and shook her head.
Yes, my friend. Yes, I do.
35. Present. It was 9 a.m. when Sarah awoke from sounds coming from elsewhere in the house. Brandon walked out of the bedroom freshly showered carrying his gym bag. He stopped in his tracks when their eyes met.
I'm going to breakfast with some friends, then we're playing tennis.
Sarah didn't answer.
Whatever.
He said, going to the kitchen to fill his water bottle. What do you want me to say?
I was just letting you know.
Can you just tell me what's going on? Are we getting a divorce? Should I be packing my shit? What?
You know what? I don't know. Last night you weren't making any sense, and you kept interrogating me. I just don't want to be treated like that constantly.
Constantly? You think I want to be left here alone every time you go out with your friends and never being invited along constantly?
There you go again. I sure as hell don't want to bring that crazy attitude around them. Do you know what they would say the next time they saw me? They'd probably tell me I should get rid of you.
Honestly, you're being stupid. First of all, we wouldn't be fighting if you took me out. I would be happy and delighted to meet your friends. I wouldn't be fighting with you because we would be doing the thing that I am trying to get you to do. And still I never ever get a straight answer from you.
Alright, if you're going to shout at me, then I'm done. I came out here all nice, told you where I'm going, and you're shouting at me. I'll see you later.
he said, shaking his head at her before going out the door. Whatever, she said, staring at the floor. She flopped back down on the couch. What the hell was that even? There was a word for what she felt. Bamboozled. 36. It was too unbearable to stay at home while Brandon was out having a gay old time with his friends and the word divorce hanging over her head. When the heck were they going to discuss this? Not that discussing things had been very successful anyway. Everything was an argument. There were never any answers to her questions. At least not honest ones. 5 minutes after Brandon had shut the door, Sarah was loading her overnight bag and her backpack into the backseat of her Scion. She wondered if when he came home to an empty house if he'd text or call her. Especially when it became apparent that she'd be gone the night. He'd see her backpack missing but probably not her overnight bag unless he actually looked for it in the closet. She was certain he wouldn't make that slightest effort. She made a stop for an iced coffee at a drive-thru before stopping at the courthouse. Of course it was closed. It was Saturday. The divorce documents could probably be printed off from their website anyway. She cried a little before backing out of the parking stall. It wasn't as though she needed to fill it out immediately, but she felt like she needed to have it. It meant she had taken some sort of action. Maybe she would need it, maybe she wouldn't. Maybe Brandon would show up with his own. In an effort to get her eyes to stop leaking, she pretended she was back in time before she'd met Brandon. Instead of hiding from her husband, she'd be going someplace where she was appreciated, wanted. Where her parents Tanya and Bodhi would be glad to spend a whole evening with her. The good old days. When they lived each day not worrying about the next, spending almost every waking and sleeping moment together. Now it was like pulling teeth just to get a text from Tanya. Growing up sucks. Sarah frowned, bringing herself back to the present. Were all relationships like this? Did they have to change significantly? She wondered how her parents dealt with their friendships they had before and after marriage. Maybe I can ask them, she thought, parking beside her dad's car and walking up to the door. And then what? After she compiled enough data regarding couples' social lives, even if it supported Brandon's behavior, she wouldn't feel any better. Nothing could take the sting away of not being wanted around. Bridget. My daughter's here, her dad yelled as he opened the door. Sarah laughed. She needed her parents' humor. It was so cute. Sarah wished she could conjure up that type of lighthearted humor and share it with Brandon. We're out in the backyard having lunch. Your mom made chicken salad on croissants. Oh, that sounds good, Sarah obliged despite her brain reminding her what happened the last time she had chicken. They walked out to the backyard. Sarah left her backpack and overnight bag but he door since she didn't want her dad to know what was up until she talked to her mom. They went to the gazebo, which was now covered in vines and yellow flowers. She scanned the yard for other add-ons. I see you built the bridge, she noted. I hate it, Bridget chimed. What? Why do you hate it, Mom? He was supposed to make one that I could walk on. That one is only for appearance. Ah. John responded. I kept telling her I can go get one of those pre-made ones from Menards. So you should go get it, Dad, Sarah remarked. I will, but not until next summer. I want my hard work to be appreciated first for a little. Sarah laughed. She finally settled down into the chair beside her mom. Her dad walked off into the yard. So Mom, she started. Yes? I came to stay the night. Did something happen? Brandon and I got in a fight. I don't know how serious he was, but he brought up divorce. First of all, of course you can stay the night. You can stay as long as you need. Can I ask what the fight was about? It's about the fact that he won't introduce me to his friends, and then when there's an opportunity for it, he hides it. Or he makes excuses why it didn't happen. And then when I get upset over it, he calls me crazy. And he uses that as an excuse to not introduce me to them. I never trying to fight. I just try bringing it up and he gets so defensive. That's silly. What does he have to hide? I honestly don't know. What if he does it on purpose just to make me feel jealous? And that makes no sense. There has to be a reason. He works hard. Maybe he just wants to unwind before he comes home. Men can be like that. Is Dad like that? Your dad would get the occasional drink. Did Dad have friends that you never met? That he kept from you? Well, no. They'd come over to the house. Play cards. It was fun. We didn't need to go out to have fun. Kind of like you kids and your fires. I don't know how to describe it. I'm starting to go mad just trying to figure it out. Let me go make you a sandwich. Thanks, Mom. Can I have two? Her stomach decided it was too hungry to be worried about the chicken wrap memory. After talking to her mom, she was no closer to deciphering Brandon's behavior. She'd almost have to play back word for word her conversations with Brandon in order for anyone to understand what she was experiencing. There was something there. She knew it. Something not normal. Sure. Sarah relaxed back. Her stomach grumbled. After food, she would take a long nap. It felt so great to be home. To be wanted. 37. The nap was definitely refreshing. She had almost an entire night to make up for, which made sense when she saw the time was around 5:45 when she opened her eyes. Smells from the kitchen wafted into her nose through her old bedroom door. Her stomach grumbled. She could definitely eat again. I was just about to come and get you, Bridget said from the kitchen table. How was your nap? Sarah smiled. It was like she was at her own personal bed and breakfast. It was great. Yum. Spaghetti. And meatballs. Bread's on the stove. How long are you staying? John asked. I filled him in while you were snoozing, Bridget concluded. Well, I didn't give it a lot of thought, but tonight at least. And maybe tomorrow night, then I'll head to school from here. I'm going to burn some stuff across the street, John added. Sarah's eyes lit up. The old fire pit. Yep. I've been using it here and there. Your dad's a pyro now. He likes tossing in aerosol cans and watching them explode. Sarah laughed. She could just about imagine. I am so in. After dinner, she'd helped her dad carry a few handfuls of scrap wood across the street. He'd then retrieved an old wagon with a cooler placed on top, some empty aerosol cans and a long lighter. Sarah laughed at him. You really are a little pyro now, aren't you? I guess. Gotta get rid of these wood scraps somehow. Sarah dropped her backpack down on the ground beside the chair before sitting in it. She expected to be hit with sadness but felt much at peace instead. Once the flames were about a foot high, Sarah could see someone walking down the street through the trees. Slowly and carefree. Her heart sank a bit, thinking it could be Brandon. But he would have come down the street in his car. The person turned onto the path and was walking toward them. Hey buddy, John greeted. Oh my gosh. Bodhi. Sarah exclaimed. Yep. It's me, he said, approaching them in his saunter. Sarah rose and held her arms out. Bodhi walked into her arms and hugged her back. It's been a long time. Yep. Sorry I haven't been available lately. Of course. No problem. It's good to see you, she said, meaning it wholeheartedly. What the heck have you been up to? Still working at the factory. Sorta met someone online. Really? Yeah. She only lives 20 minutes away, but she's too shy to meet yet. You should see if she'll come out now while there's company. Oh yeah, I'll invite her into the woods for our first date. Sarah laughed. Okay. Drinks are in the cooler if anyone wants one, John offered. Sarah didn't mind packing on the calories. She opened it and pulled out a beer. I should have known, she commented, putting it back. I'll take it, John said. Sarah pulled it back out and handed it to her dad. She sat back down and relaxed as they all silently sat. Got any snacks in your bag? Bodhi asked after a while. Maybe a granola bar. Want it? What kind? Blueberry. Nah. Sorry. I brought it thinking I might work on some homework. Out here? John asked. Yeah, I mean, it's just an assignment to write a poem. It's due Monday, so I should at least be thinking about it. In these trees the whispers I seize, but the birds I only hear, Bodhi chimed. Wow. Okay, Sarah said, nodding in approval. You sounded like a pirate, John added. Bodhi mocked. So do you guys hang out a lot now? Sarah was having fun watching their interaction. Yeah. He helps me with my outdoor projects and your mom feeds him, John said. Sarah nodded. She tried imagining if her brother were still alive, if he'd be the one helping their dad with the outdoor projects. But Bodhi and her dad hanging out felt good. A sudden pang of hunger caused Sarah to stand. I'm gonna go get some more spaghetti, she announced. Anyone want me to bring back anything? Ice cream? Bodhi answered. No thanks, hon, her dad answered as well. Okay, Bodhi, I'll check. Bridget was sitting on the couch watching TV when she entered the house. Hey Ma, just came for some more spaghetti. Oh, I just put it away. It's in the container with the green top. Thanks, Sarah called from the kitchen. She found the container in the fridge and plated a heaping pile of spaghetti, topped it off with a couple slices of Gouda, and microwaved it for a couple minutes. After mixing it all in, she added more parmesan on the top. Originally, she was going to return to the fire with her plate, but instead sat down on her dad's recliner. "Do you eat at home?" Bridget asked sarcastically. Yeah. Maybe I'm just stress eating. Have you talked to Brandon at all today? No. Sarah's thoughts took over while she absently ate her spaghetti. She was actually feeling happy being at home. No one here fought. Her dad and Bodhi had formed a friendship and were continuing the fire tradition. What more could she want? She was glad Brandon wasn't even around. The thought of having to return to the condo was really dampening her good mood. How's school going? Oh, really great. I have this poem to write before Monday. I figured tomorrow I'll hang around and do it. Tomorrow, me and your Aunt May are going shopping around if you'd like to come. I haven't seen Aunt May in a while. Maybe. If I get my assignment done. We were thinking of leaving around 8 or 9. Wow. That's early. I'll have to think about it. Sarah looked at the last few bites on her plate and considered getting another helping. I must really be stressed. So Mom. Question. She thought about trying again to get her mom to understand things between her and Brandon. What's that? The thought of explaining to her their last fight word for word felt grueling. And somehow she just suddenly didn't care. Do we have any ice cream? In the freezer. 38. Sarah heard her mom tap on the door at some ungodly hour. I don't think I'm going, Mom, she called out. Didn't think so but wanted to check, Bridget called back through the door. Sarah closed her eyes and drifted right back to sleep. She awoke around noon. After grabbing a bite, she got dressed and then told her dad she was leaving but would be back. She grabbed her backpack and got into her Scion. Being in her car reminded her of her failed attempt at getting divorce papers, and she reminded herself she needed to print them off before going back home. She slowed as she approached the end of the street. To her right was the closed bridge. She gazed at it for several moments before turning left and heading off into the country down County Highway D. In 2 miles, she slowed for the familiar bend with the massive tree on the side. She began pulling over and saw a girl, emerge from behind the tree. The girl glanced at her and kept walking. Sarah saw a black and pink crotch rocket parked close by. The girl walked up to it and opened a bag on the back of it to put something in it and grab a bottle of water, which she took a long chug from. Sarah stopped the Scion as far as she could, being safely off the road, trying to maintain a non-threatening distance from the girl. She hoped the girl was about to leave as she grabbed her backpack from the back seat. Hey, the girl said, turning and waving to Sarah. She saw a pink streak in her long blonde hair. Man, she was gorgeous, Sarah thought. The girl gave her an odd, calming feeling. Again, it was like the one she got from Hero when they'd first met. Hey, Sarah said, smiling and waving back. Interesting how I find comfort in complete strangers now. She sat down with her back against the tree, staring out at the tall grass that stretched on toward the forest, and took out her notebook and a pencil. Well, here I am. Now what do I write? She was distracted by the fact that the girl hadn't started up her motorcycle yet and wondered what she was doing. Maybe a leisurely stop. Or maybe she had to pee. If she was passing through, she wouldn't know where the nearest gas station was. Her phone vibrated, but she didn't dare check it, even though she was dying to know if it was Brandon and if he was being nasty. Or nice. Instead, she reached into her backpack and grabbed the half sheet that had the assignment type out on it. No minimum or maximum word count. Doesn't need to rhyme. Having no limits made the assignment feel even harder. A distinct smell came wafting into Sarah's nostrils. Weed. She wondered if the girl would actually come over and offer her some. Then she started imagining a time of when she would have accepted. Maybe she should start up again just to piss off Brandon. Okay, time to write something. Under a tree. Woe is me. Sarah frowned at her words, but she didn't erase them either. It didn't have to rhyme, but where was the fun in that? She just sat for the next several minutes until the sound of footsteps drawing near broke her short-lived concentration. Sarah moved her head toward them. Are you all right? The blonde-haired girl asked. Yes. I'm just writing something for school, Sarah replied kindly. Okay, the girl said. She winked before walking back to her bike. Sarah smiled again. It felt nice to be checked on even by a stranger. A very gorgeous, tall, long-legged and tight leather pants stranger. The rumble from the motorcycle starting up was quite jarring, and she focused on listening to it fade into the distance. After a while, she looked back at the empty clearing and the empty road and sighed. She was alone again. Alone with her thoughts. Alone in this place. Then it hit her. That feeling she'd had when she first met Hero, the comfort she felt when she was around Eve, and the relief she felt when she was around Tanya. It was what friendship and companionship, void of riddles and confusion, felt like. Great. She found more peace with strangers than her own husband. Finally, some sort of inspiration came, if you could call it that, and Sarah had 2 paragraphs on her paper. Good enough, I guess. Sarah got up and threw her items into the back seat. Before leaving right away, she stopped to examine the same patch of grass where she'd found the glass shard. She passed the tip of her shoe across the grass, bending the blades. Nothing came into view. Sarah walked back to her car, opened the driver's side door, and emptied her lungs in a massive sigh. Okay, I think I'm ready to go back, she said out loud. Standing on a molehill of courage, she decided to check her texts. Tanya.
I promise.
Sarah, you have no idea how badly I needed to hear that. 39. It surprised Sarah when she didn't feel complete dread as she pulled into the driveway of their condo. Her battery to face Brandon was recharged, and she felt like she could deal with whatever he'd have to throw her way. And yet, as she walked up to the condo, her heart started racing. That battery was already starting to deplete. There was no telling what to expect. She hoped he wasn't right there on the couch, but in the kitchen, or better yet the bedroom, where she didn't have to see him immediately. Her hand hesitated on the door. Really? Where have my nerves gone? She opened the door. Brandon was on the couch and he smiled at her. Sarah smiled back, although it was loaded with uncertainty.
Hiya.
Odd. Hey.
How are ya?
I'm fine.
Are you hungry?
Was not expecting that. Maybe?
Do you want to talk?
Yeah, Sarah said, still standing by the doorway with her overnight bag and backpack.
Okay. I'm really starving, and I was wondering if you could actually go pick something up. I need to get some work stuff out of the way. Then we can eat and talk.
Okay. What do you want me to get?
Can you run through Taco Bell?
Okay, Sarah said. She took her bags to the bedroom and left them on the floor by the closet. She noticed the unmade bed. So, Brandon had slept in it. Her side was mostly undisturbed. She turned to leave and was startled by Brandon standing in the bedroom doorway. He held his arms open. Sarah approached him and let him embrace her. The feeling was a bit awkward. The uncertainty of how their talk would go was keeping all of her feelings at bay. She forced herself to hug him back.
Okay, I'm going to work on some stuff quick. Can you get me 5 soft-shell taco supremes?
Sure.
Thanks.
Sarah drove down the street. Mind reeling. Was all of this a sign that he wanted to have a friendly talk and to work things out? No way would he hug her and send her off for tacos, only to have her come back to talk about divorce. Sarah had no idea what she would do if her and Brandon divorced. Stupidly, all she could think of was all the good things that some other girl would get. She imagined Brandon with another woman and them going out together with his friends, and how unfair that felt. The entire way home, Sarah's boost in happiness from the weekend felt as though it was all flying out the window.
Wow, you were hungry.
Brandon commented as Sarah took all of her food out of the fast food paper bag. I guess.
Do you want to watch a show?
What? I thought we were talking. Sarah felt completely bewildered by his question.
We will. I just thought we could watch a show while we're eating and then talk.
Can we just talk, please? I mean, you mentioned divorce, so I'd like to discuss that before any show, really, she emphasized.
Okay, fine.
Sarah waited.
Look. I don't want to get a divorce. I just get upset because you don't seem to trust me, and I've never cheated on you or given you a reason not to trust me.
Wait right there, please. Brandon waited. But you do actually say things that don't give me any certainty.
Okay, like what?
I know you don't want to hear it, but you say weird things about Katie all the time. I was never jealous of her, but it really feels like you're trying to create jealousy. Brandon laughed.
Really? You're not jealous? After I joke around a little about her, suddenly you start going into the shop and chatting with her.
I had to pee.
I see where you stand too. You're trying to look at her photos. She has a boyfriend. They've been dating a long time. They come out together for drinks with us all the time.
Sarah's heart plunged. They?
Yeah. They.
Oh my God, are you not understanding the point?
Apparently not.
This right here. This is my biggest issue with you. Why does Katie get invited to go out for drinks?
She's an employee.
Why does her boyfriend get to come?
She invites him.
Why do you never invite me? Brandon's face scowled.
Because it's a work thing. I don't want you there.
But why not?
Because it doesn't look good.
Who all goes? Tell me. Does Aaron go?
Yeah?
Eve.
Sometimes. If she's at the shop. She even brings the baby. It's weird actually. Taking a baby out for drinks.
He chuckled. Stop going away from the point.
What point?
God. Sarah yelled. I didn't even know that you're going out for drinks.
So what? It goes with owning a business. Sorry.
Sarah got up and walked over to the sliding glass doors and leaned her head against her forearm, which was propped on the glass. There had to be some way to get through to this guy. Can you please just answer me honestly? She asked calmly.
What?
Why do you not want me to be out with you in public?
Seriously? We go to lunch together almost every day, to restaurants. That are in the public.
Sarah sighed loudly. She regrouped her question. Why do you never invite me out with people you know?
That's easy. Look at how you're acting.
Sarah's anger was so high she had to use all her resources to keep calm. Do you not ever realize that I am acting angry right now because you never let me meet your friends? And when I ask, you get super angry and never answer me. So I'm asking you now. I want to know why. And don't say it's because of how I act. Because you know I wouldn't act like this if I were out in public with you. Because I wouldn't be angry. I would be happy. Does it make sense to you now? Brandon ate a whole taco before responding.
I had a girlfriend meet one of my friends before.
Sarah turned and looked at him. The comment filled her with rage until she thought maybe he was actually about to give her some kind of honest answer. She waited.
I had a friend from high school that was really pretty. We never dated, we were only ever friends, but we hung out a lot. My first girlfriend wanted to meet her. I was hesitant, but I invited them both over to my parents' house. Let's just say that my girlfriend wasn't as good looking. And when my friend came over, my girlfriend locked herself in my bedroom and cried. I think she just saw my friend and assumed I was going to leave her for my friend. But that was never the case. After that, my girlfriend became so obsessed and jealous of when we would hang out that we broke up over it. So I think that's why I don't mix friends and girlfriends anymore. I really loved her. It was traumatizing.
Sarah shifted into complete awe. She walked back to the couch and sat down. I had no idea. That sounds awful. But you also have to realize that I am not your old girlfriend and I want us to have a social life together with mutual friends. I am your wife. It's healthy.
Yeah. But look at how you are with Katie. You're acting the same way that she did. All jealous. Katie and I never hang out outside of work things.
Okay. Question. Did you ever say anything that could have provoked jealousy from your old girlfriend? Like, did you ever tell your girlfriend about your friend's good looks?
I told her how she looked. It's not my fault that she had such low self-esteem. I tried everything to make her more comfortable. In the end, her own worries just got to her. She became too hard to deal with. She started asking me every day if I was talking or planning to go out with my friend. Kind of like what you're doing.
I am just going to stick with my original thought, that you created the jealousy. I never would have given Katie a second thought until your comment about being able to get her if you wanted to. It just really rubbed me the wrong way. Brandon smirked.
Well, I could. But I was joking. You should have known that. Babe, I need you to know me.
His playfulness offended Sarah. Where's your friend now?
I dunno. The friendship basically ended too. She felt bad, like she'd done something wrong, and she basically friend dumped me. To protect me or some shit. Who knows where she is now?
Babe, I want you to know that I do trust you. And I'm sorry if I did get a little jealous. I just didn't understand the lightness of your joke, I guess. But I really do want to be out with you more. Please? Will you at least try?
I'll try, baby, okay? I love you. I want you to be happy. All I ask is that you don't rush me. And I'm sorry for bringing up divorce before. I was really mad.
I love you too, Sarah said. She felt so much lighter.
Actually, your jealousy is kind of flattering to me, but it also annoys me.
Brandon added, chuckling. Sarah was taken back by the comment, but she just chuckled to herself. Did he understand or not? Why was he either mad or humored by this whole thing?
Can we watch a show now?
He asked. Yes?
And Rubby later?
Sure, Sarah said, meaning it. Just a little. 40. Sarah waited all day for Brandon to come home from work so he could take her out for dinner and ice cream. And by waiting, she had slept almost every minute of it. Brandon returned to the car where he'd left it running while Sarah waited. Sarah leaned over and opened the door for him and quickly grabbed her double scoop cone.
Thanks, baby.
I love this.
I know. I'm so awesome, right?
You really are, babe. You were so sweet.
See, babe. All you gotta do is take care of me and be nice to me.
Of course, Sarah knew he was referring to Rubbies and not asking to meet his friends. That was what those words always meant. What if Eve is right and he doesn't intend to ever let her meet his friends? It would be an unfair arrangement, but maybe this was just the simple compromise she would have to endure to be married to Brandon. Sweep it under the rug, especially if it meant every day with Brandon would be like this. She smiled at him in return. When do you think we can go up to the cabin again? She asked while licking her ice cream.
I dunno. I think renovation started, so I might want to wait until it's done.
Sarah nodded. Okay. What would you think about taking a trip somewhere?
Like where?
The Grand Canyon?
Seen it.
I know, but I haven't.
I'm sorry. It's just a big hole in the ground. You go there, take pictures, go home.
Well, I still want to see it.
Just kidding. It's actually super awesome. You'd love it.
Sarah laughed and slapped his leg playfully. Brandon grinned. As soon as he finished his ice cream cone, he started the car. Where are we going?
It's a surprise.
Sarah put on her seatbelt and tried figuring out where they were going as he drove through the city. She was even more surprised when they got on the highway. After she finished her cone, she placed her hand on his and he laced his fingers with hers.
Play something good,
he said. Sarah grabbed her iPod and plugged it into the radio. She played a few alternative rock songs that they both liked and watched out the window. Brandon followed the highway ramps that lead to the lakefront. Sarah's heart flipped with joy as she predicted every turn as he went past a row of bustling restaurants and made the last turn onto the lakefront drive. I knew it. Sarah squealed. The memory of them coming here together the night they met after the Chevelle show played behind her closed eyes. Brandon squeezed her hand before letting go and putting the car into park.
I love you.
I love you too. 41. Sarah groaned loudly as she let go of her grasp on the toilet bowl to sit back against the wall. It was the first thing she'd done upon waking that morning.
Babe. Are you okay?
She heard Brandon ask from the other side of the bathroom door. No.
Do you want me to take you to the ER or something?
Yes. Sarah was still groaning when her name was finally called. She was given a blue plastic bag just in case she needed to puke again while they waited in the waiting room. She would have traded almost anything to not be in a waiting room with the need to puke until someone gave her something to stop her misery. Brandon sat on his phone while they waited. It was nice to have him sitting there. The triage nurse called her name and took them to a small room with a gurney, IV stands and other hospital stuff to take her vitals, all while Sarah clung to the bag. So just a little nausea today? The nurse asked. Yeah. It might be food poisoning. And how long has it lasted? On and off for a little over a week. Sarah groaned. Sarah, is there a chance that you could be pregnant? What? Oh. I don't know. Okay, let's get a urine sample first before you see the doctor. Sarah sat in agony as the nurse took her vomit bag in exchange for a plastic cup and some sterile wipes. She got up and walked to the bathroom slowly and clicked the lock shut. She wasn't drunk or high, but the nurse's insight had a very sobering effect on her. Too bad it didn't work on the nausea. Sarah sat in the passenger seat of Brandon's car staring out the window, feeling overwhelmed. Brandon's hand on her thigh provided a warm feeling. It was the perfect gesture. For the moment.
Feeling better?
Yes. Thank goodness for that melty thing.
I feel bad. I didn't know you were so dehydrated. How many times did they have to stab you for the IV?
6.
Damn, baby.
I just feel so much better than I have been the last week. Brandon parked in his usual spot in front of the garage.
Hold on,
he said, getting out of the car quickly. He crossed in front and opened Sarah's door. Oh. Thanks, Sarah blushed. Brandon offered his arm to help her out. Sarah felt herself acting less capable despite the fact she felt fine and at her normal physical ability. Like she was allowing him to feel helpful. They walked hand in hand to the door.
Let's go lay in bed,
he suggested. Sounds good? I could use a nap. Sarah undressed to panties and a shirt. Brandon put on boxers and they got under the covers. Brandon held his arm out so Sarah could snuggle up against him with her head on his chest. She closed her eyes.
Well, at least we know why you've been acting all crazy.
Sarah's eyes shot open. She started turning her back to him, but he stopped her and pulled her back, chuckling.
I'm teasing. Except I'm not. You've been a real pain lately, but it's okay. I forgive you.
Sarah didn't know how to respond. He was being very light about it, but it still felt insulting. Maybe she'd just let this one roll off her shoulders. Or maybe she was just hormonal-ridden. Perhaps she would have to learn to be calmer. Give him some free passes. So, when do you want to start telling everyone? She asked, allowing herself to snuggle back into position.
Well, I think we should wait a little while. I mean, at least have your first doctor appointment to find out how far along you are. Then shouldn't we wait until you're a certain time in? You know, just to be safe.
I know what you're saying. But I want to tell my parents and Tanya right away.
Of course. Let's hold off on telling my side of the family just yet. I really don't want to end up having to go through giving them any bad news.
What, a miscarriage? You know that can happen at any time, right?
Yes, but I just want you to be a few months along is all.
Okay. That sounds fair. As long as I can tell my family. Brandon squeezed her and kissed the top of her head.
Actually, wait on telling your parents.
Why? Her gut responded with a dreaded sensation.
Let's wait until there's an evening we can both go over there and tell them together.
Oh, Brandon, I would love that, she beamed, any unease evaporating completely.
I know.
42.
I'm going to be an aunt? Oh my God.
Tanya sang from the middle of her room.
Dad? Here. Come on. Let's go tell him.
Tanya grabbed Sarah's hand and yanked her all the way to the living room.
Dad?
She yelled again while standing in front of him where he sat in his recliner. Sarah stood beside her, just grinning. Yes? I suppose this can't wait for a commercial?
No. Sarah's having a baby.
Oh well. That's great. Congratulations, Sarah, he said, getting up and giving her a proper hug. Sarah hugged him back. She couldn't remember the last time, if ever, she'd hugged Tanya's dad. It made her feel special in a way. She let Tanya drag her back to her bedroom.
So,
Tanya began.
am I the first to know?
She batted her eyes for emphasis. Sarah laughed. Yes. I haven't even told my parents yet, so make sure word doesn't get out.
What? Seriously? How did that happen?
Brandon and I are waiting until we have dinner with them.
Oh my gosh. I gotta plan your baby shower. When are you due? Are you gonna reveal the gender?
I think so. Brandon doesn't want to do any of the planning stuff just yet. There's plenty of time. I haven't even been to the OB yet.
Brandon says, blah blah blah. It's your baby too, you know. Where do you want to register at?
I dunno. Target.
Cloth or disposable? Breast milk or formula?
Tanya was bouncing on her bed, she was so hyper. I was just trying to focus on names.
Names?
Tanya yelled, flailing her arms.
Do you have a girl or boy name picked out?
Not a clue. I need help, Sarah said, shaking her head.
I'll probably never have kids, so you can use mine. Jet for a girl or Jade for a boy.
Wow, really? I love those. So creative. I suck at creative things.
Oh, stop it. I'm so excited. I can't believe I'm going to be an aunt.
I'm really excited too.
You should be. Weirdo.
Tanya turned her back to open her closet. Sarah finally sat on the edge of Tanya's bed and watched her friend shove hangers of clothes around. Tanya sighed loudly and walked back and sat beside her.
I have something to tell you.
Sarah's heart pounded. Was Tanya finally going to tell her the whole story behind her and Daryl? Is it bad? She could tell by the somber look on Tanya's face that it was.
Trevor broke up with me.
Oh. Tanya.
It's stupid. You know how he went down to Texas?
I do.
Well, he conveniently bumped into his old girlfriend and they decided to get lunch together. It was meant just as old friends, Trevor insisted. But he said they both felt a spark and that night they decided they wanted to get back together.
Sarah tilted her head and frowned. Tanya, I am so sorry.
The dude actually said I should be happy for him, because he was devastated when they'd ended years ago and now the time was finally right for them. And that he knew she was his soulmate. How about that?
Oh my god, that must have been hard.
I was pissed. I stomped all around and grabbed up all my shit out of there. You know how much shit I had there? Like 4 armfuls? And he just stood there by the door silent the entire time I went back and forth. And I was wearing his sister's boots the whole time. I could tell he wanted to ask for them back. I bet if he'd asked, I would have kicked him in his dick.
Sarah choked out a laugh.
Yeah. It would have been hilarious.
I am so sorry, Tanya. Are you okay though?
No. Not yet, but I will be.
Tanya shrugged exaggeratedly. I can't believe this happened to you. It's so unfair.
Are you kidding? This is a whole new chapter for the both of us,
she said, reaching over and hugging Sarah. Sarah hugged her best friend back, thinking all was perfect in the world until her mind reminded herself that she was about to bring a baby into her uncertain world. It was time to nail things down. Sarah relaxed against Brandon on the couch. She was loving all the extra attention he'd been giving lately. He hadn't even asked for a single rubby since their ER visit. Brandon's laughter was the last thing she heard when she felt herself being bounced awake.
Hey.
Um.
Are you asleep?
I was.
I said, is your homework done?
Oh. Yeah.
When's your next break?
Thanksgiving.
Dang. I was gonna say we should go on a trip. We'll have to do family crap for Thanksgiving.
Ah. Yeah.
So I was on my phone looking at pregnant couples' Halloween costumes because you know I'm an awesome husband.
Oh my gosh, baby. Sarah gushed. Brandon held his phone in front of Sarah and scrolled through several Pinterest images. They reacted together at the photos for a while. Sarah was so content against Brandon's warm body as they window shopped online.
So I have something to ask you. I hope it doesn't make you mad.
He kept the phone up and kept scrolling as he spoke. Okay, Sarah said, feeling on edge. She couldn't even predict what he was about to ask.
On Fridays, a bunch of us from work will be going out for drinks and stuff. And I wanted to tell you ahead of time so you don't get mad. And there's one other thing.
What's that? Sarah was dreading this other thing even more.
I would really like to go alone. You can't drink, so I figured it would bore you. And it's just so I can unwind after the work week. Then I can be home every other day of the week and be the awesome husband that I am.
Sarah tried finding something wrong with his reasoning but failed. She couldn't figure out why warning bells were going off in her head. Is Katie going? I'm just curious, she said, trying to be non-threatening.
I dunno. It's mostly shop guys. Look, I know I promised to do stuff with you, and I will keep that promise. I just need this thing to be just me, okay? I need man time. I'm about to be a dad.
Sarah turned in his lap and looked into his eyes. Of course, baby. I think it's a great idea. He turned toward her and kissed her deeply on the lips.
I love you.
I love you too, she said, kissing him again. She felt Brandon arch himself slightly while he reached back, and she heard the blinds fall and hit the sill, then lifted her shirt over her head. They stayed like that for a long time, kissing until Brandon led her to the bedroom. So much for nailing it down. 43. Sarah had been relaxing in the passenger seat of her Scion while Brandon drove. When she felt the car stop and she opened her eyes, confusion took over. Huh? Why are we at a car dealership?
So I've been thinking.
Brandon started.
Before we go to your parents', let's buy an SUV.
Oh my god, really? Sarah squealed.
Yep. What do you think about trading in your Scion?
Wait. Why my car? All of the excitement was suddenly sucked from her.
Hear me out. I should keep my car because it's customized and basically a moving billboard for the shop. And I gotta keep up my image. And you'll probably have the baby with you while I'm at work. It's safer. And we can use it for trips.
Sarah tried processing all of his words. Like, right now.
What do you think?
Sarah tried really hard to find any flaws in his reasoning. And failed. It did have a sense of logic to it. Yet there was still that underlying feeling that she was being bamboozled. Did hormones do that? Do we have to trade in a car? Would it be smart to keep my car for any reason? We could sell it? Sarah felt proud that she'd found something to counter him with.
Trade-ins are worth more. Plus, I don't want a driveway full of vehicles.
Sarah slumped in defeat. All right, she relented. Brandon was always the voice of reason, but it also felt like she'd lost yet another battle.
I told you you'd love it. You need to trust me more,
Brandon assured from the passenger seat. He'd suggested that Sarah drive the SUV to her parents' house. I'm not gonna lie. I was sad seeing my sign go, but I do really love this.
We can load this thing up and go on some road trips like the Grand Canyon. It'll be fun.
Yeah, Sarah said, meaning it. She could picture it. We can put the bikes on the roof.
Or kayaks?
Oh yeah.
See, babe. When am I ever wrong?
There were plenty of times when she disagreed with him, although that didn't necessarily make him wrong. Once again, she felt too confused to answer his question. She turned the SUV down the decaying road, staying in the middle as usual. It already felt safer driving down this particular road. She crept past the fire pit in case her dad or Bodhi might be there and pulled into the driveway behind her dad's car. Brandon stayed close as they came in the front door. He accepted hugs from both of her parents after she had, and he held her hand as they all sat in the backyard on one of the benches inside the gazebo that her dad had made. Her mom didn't yell to her dad that his daughter was there. Sarah missed the playful announcement. It was probably too old a joke now. Did you get the new bridge over the pond? Sarah asked, noticing the change. Nope. Reinforced it so your mom can walk on it.
You do really nice work,
Brandon said. Thanks. Bridget still won't walk on it, but it's really solid. I bet a whole flock of ducks could stand on it. How nice of your father to say I'm no heavier than a flock of ducks, Bridget commented. Sarah giggled, happy to hear the playful banter return. She also wondered if her parents were dwelling on the elephant in the room, since less than a month ago she spent the night after a fight where the D word was used. Now here they were, happy as two clams. Bridget announced she was going to start dinner. Sarah offered to help. Her dad would love to take Brandon all over the yard showing off his projects to him. I'll make the salad, Ma, since I know Brandon likes his a certain way. Do you have walnuts? Cupboard above the stove. I don't see any. Try the one next to it. Got it. So you two look happy. We are. We really are. We bought an SUV today. You did. Is there a reason? Sarah just realized her mom was catching on. Honestly, Brandon's been really great. Too great. He's communicating better and being attentive to my feelings. That's great, hun. I'm really happy for you. I know. So am I. As soon as they were all seated at dinner, Sarah lost all ability to keep the news in any longer. She took Brandon's hand and gave him a look. He nodded. She loved that he knew exactly what her look meant. Mom. Dad. We're pregnant. Bridget let go of the spoon she was using to scoop out mashed potatoes, and she circled the table to Sarah and kissed her on the head. She did the same to Brandon. Then she laughed at her spectacle. John let a croissant fall onto his plate and he bent his head forward to collect himself. He turned his head and looked at Sarah. Really? I get to be a grandfather? Yes, Dad. By God, John shook his head and wiped his eyes. Well, I know just what to do.
Do.
Brandon sounded curious. He's going to make something, Sarah said. She smiled and nodded at her dad.
Like I said, the man does nice work. Can't wait. I'll just say that we already have a crib in mind.
Brandon, Sarah teased. When are you due? Bridget pondered. Early June. Oh, thank goodness. I was worried you'd be due when we go on our trip. Oh, nice. Where are you going? On a cruise with Beth and her new man. Dean, I think his name is. Sarah clapped. I can't wait to tell Tanya that her mom finally got you guys to go with them on a cruise. We'll see. We haven't paid for it just yet. We could go too, Sarah said optimistically.
Babe, that is cutting it a little close, don't you think?
Yes, honey, you would be miserable, Bridget reassured. Sarah looked at her dad to see if he had a vote. He just winked. Okay then, John, put an extra scoop of mashed potatoes on your daughter's plate. Sarah lit up and giggled. 44. Sarah sat in the passenger seat of the SUV, fingers entwined with Brandon's. He'd suggested he drive since she was getting exhausted. They'd stopped for ice cream after dinner. For once, Sarah felt lucky. All the important people in her life loved her and were all coming together for this baby. Life was going to be amazing. Brandon led her into the bedroom and they undressed. He pulled Sarah on top of him and they snuggled into each other. He kissed her neck. Sarah shuddered and moaned. She hoped she still got this treatment after the baby was born, or if she just needed to relish now.
Did you tell your parents about our fight when you stayed by them?
I told my mom that you brought up divorce.
Was she mad?
Actually, not really. We didn't talk about it much. Just visited. I think she didn't want to get involved. She trusts me. Brandon squeezed his arms tightly around her.
I'm sorry about that. I'm so happy we're having a baby.
Sarah felt a tear escape.
Why are you crying?
He asked, wiping her eye. I'm just so happy, Sarah sighed. Brandon kissed her deeply. Sarah closed her eyes and kissed him back with a longing intensity. She glided her hands around his back, feeling the dips and curves of his muscles. It had been so long since they had been intimate like this. It was reminiscent of their first time. This wasn't make-up sex. This was the real deal. She was making love to her husband. The stupid, annoying cell phone ring interrupted everything. Brandon broke away from the kiss and the embrace. Sarah sighed loudly. Brandon shot her an apologetic look before reaching for his phone on his bedside table.
Hey, Mom?
Sarah laid on her back and pulled the covers up past her breasts. The absence of his body made her feel cold. She listened as the conversation elevated in intensity.
Really? Oh man. Where's Grandma? Is she okay? When were we all going to meet there? Uh-huh. Yeah, of course, Mom. Okay. Bye.
Brandon hung up and turned to Sarah. What happened, babe?
Grandpa Ray? He died.
Oh, baby. I'm so sorry. Sarah cried out in shock.
It's okay.
Brandon said, averting his eyes to an empty spot on the bed. He looked back at Sarah when she touched his arm.
So, the family is gathering at the cabin to make arrangements and stuff.
When?
Everyone's heading there now.
Oh my gosh. It's a 4-hour drive away. Okay, Sarah said. Brandon had gotten up and was starting to put his clothes back on. Sarah did the same and then went to the closet to retrieve their overnight bags. How many days should we pack for? Brandon crossed the room to stand beside her and he put his arms around her waist.
Babe. You stay here.
What? Why? Sarah asked. She didn't hide the hurt on her face.
Because it's just going to be a lot of crazy. And since it's past dinner on a Saturday night, I really doubt I'll be home before Monday. You don't want to miss class.
Well, I think this is an acceptable reason to miss class. Brandon sighed.
I know. I just think it's best if you stay here. Let me deal with this.
But I want to be there for you, Sarah whined.
I'll be fine. I'll probably drive up with Seaver. You need to focus on school, okay? You've missed too much school as it is.
I should probably drop out.
What? No. Babe, you don't need to do that. Trust me.
Sarah exhaled and finally nodded. Brandon kissed her forehead and grabbed his overnight bag, filling it with clothes and toiletries. Sarah stood by, watching and pacing until he put on his shoes and hugged and kissed her goodbye. Call or text when you get there, okay?
I will, babe. Love ya.
I love you. Sarah went to the bedroom and turned on the TV. She felt the ache of his absence and couldn't stand the silence. She put on Brandon's favorite episode of Sunny, put on one of his shirts and crawled under the covers. 45. It was Sunday, and Sarah loaded up the back of the SUV with 6 paper bags full of groceries and 2 six-packs of San Pellegrinos. She thought about calling Tanya once she got home so she wouldn't feel lonely. Brandon hadn't texted or called yet today, unless she counted his text around 1 a.m. to say he'd arrived at the cabin. But she'd been asleep and saw it in the morning. She climbed into the driver's seat and placed her hand on her stomach. Here we go, she said out loud. Going down the road, her mind kept reeling. What's going on up there? Why didn't he want me there? He was so adamant on me not going. Yes, I have school, but a family member had died. All of her teachers would have understood if she missed a week. He had been really sweet about it. The two ideas kept ping-ponging around in Sarah's head. Was she overreacting, wondering what her husband's ulterior motives could have been, and if there were any at all? Why am I so messed up? Probably just being too sensitive again. Dang hormones. Oh no. Sarah yelled. She hit the brakes and swerved quickly just as a squirrel disappeared under the SUV. The sounds of bones crunching filled her ears. The immense horror almost shut her down. No. No. No, she cried. When she realized she hadn't fully stopped and was about to cross over the center line, she jerked the wheel and pulled over to the curb, forgetting her blinker. Luckily, there were no cars in either direction. She looked in her rearview mirror and saw the remnants of the squirrel she had just run over. It looked flat and surrounded by its blood. Sarah's head fell to the steering wheel and she sobbed heavily, wishing her husband was here. The cell phone sat on the coffee table while Sarah sat on the couch, obsessing over the phone call she was going to have with her husband any minute now. A feeling of dread kept coming up the more she played it out in her head. She needed to get off her chest the horrible time she'd been having alone. And on top of it, she wanted to find out who all was at the cabin with him without an accusation of jealousy and being insensitive during his time of mourning. Sarah was always in the wrong when it came to his point of view, so it seemed. She exhaled and tapped on Brandon's name in her contacts list.
Hey.
He said, answering on the second ring. Hey babe. How's everything going?
Okay, I guess. My family is being annoying.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
What are you up to?
I really miss you. It's been pretty awful with you gone. She said.
Did anything happen?
I ran over a squirrel. It was really awful. I heard its bones crunching. I pulled over and cried.
I wish you could go on antidepressants, but I know you can't if you're pregnant.
Really?
Yeah. I still feel terrible that I can't help you with your emotions. I'm just not good with that. Maybe that's why I'm not getting along with my family. They're being all emotional, and I'm like, let's just bury the guy in dignity and not fuss over things. It's just upsetting my grandma even more. Let the poor lady mourn her husband.
That's very supportive of you.
Maybe. I mean, not really. I don't want to deal with the mourning. All my family does is fucking argue. I just want this sorted out so we don't have to deal with it anymore and move on. So no, I'm not great at helping.
The last thing she expected was to be wrong even when she was complimenting him. You're doing your best. It sounds like you're right. Your grandma needs people to settle down so she can mourn. Brandon sighed.
There's just a lot of stuff to deal with. His estate. Everything's complicated.
What do you mean?
It's not important. It's just complicated.
Do you know when you'll be back?
Tomorrow. Maybe?
Okay. Sarah nodded. Brandon, Mom, and Eve said we're all leaving for dinner soon, Sarah heard a familiar voice say in the background.
What? Why? I thought we were ordering in.
Mom says we're going out.
Okay. Thanks.
Was that Madison? Sarah said with excitement in her voice.
Yeah.
Ah. I miss her. Eve is there too, huh? I miss her too. Sarah remarked.
Eve asked about you. When did you guys become best buddies?
Last time we were up there. We had a great time.
I think she's too nosy and too bossy.
She's very helpful, Sarah insisted. She cleared her throat, feeling extra brave to confide in Brandon. I asked her some things about you since she's a psychiatrist and all.
You talked about me.
Well, I wanted help figuring you out. We weren't communicating very well. I brought up some things you said and asked her to help with what you could have meant.
Are you serious? I'm not mad, but that was kind of stupid. What did you ask her?
She supposed she deserved that. I just asked her about the whole friends thing.
What friends thing?
He demanded. Just that you don't want me to meet them, and at the time how you were trying to make me jealous about other women. She winced, waiting for him to explode.
Are you fucking serious? You told her that? And what the hell? I thought we had this all worked out.
Thank goodness he wasn't shouting in rage but just speaking in a very deflated tone. We do. Please don't be mad. This conversation happened before we worked it out, babe. Please? I was really struggling with it and I needed someone to talk to, and you just weren't letting me talk. I'm sorry, Sarah begged. She felt stupid having brought it up. Things were going so well, she was determined to keep it that way.
Do me a favor and just leave her out of our lives, okay? Do you even know why she became a psychiatrist?
No, I guess not.
Because she screwed up and she wanted to understand her own problems. That's why anyone who studies psych. I mean, I love her, she's my sister-in-law, but she's crazy. Maybe crazier than you are.
He said, laughing at his own dig. Sarah felt ashamed. I always make mistakes and I'm sorry, she said, her voice was wavering to tears.
Hey. It's okay. I wish you hadn't mentioned things to her because she also has a big mouth and she probably told my brother and my mom, but what's done is done. It's okay. Just tell your mom or tell Tanya next time. And you should always come to me first.
But Sarah sniffled. When I do, we get into a big fight.
I only get mad when you act crazy or when what you're saying is dumb.
He laughed. Sarah was relieved that he was making light of the situation, but only because it meant he wasn't pissed. So, have you told anyone yet?
What? Oh, the baby? No way. Not now. Seriously? I don't think this is a good time.
Okay, Sarah said, feeling ashamed that she'd made another mistake yet again. You're right. I was just thinking it would help people. Make things seem a little less sad.
No. I mean, eventually. But right now is way too soon. The man just died. He hasn't been laid to rest yet. Actually, babe, I gotta go. Love you.
Wait, can you call me tonight?
I dunno. I'll try. Okay, bye.
He rambled. He'd hung up before Sarah removed her phone from her ear. To not feel hurt by his sudden departure, she tried reminding herself that he was with his entire family, who were mourning the passing of a family member. The entire family minus her. She felt herself spiraling towards tears and quickly went to Tanya's name in her contacts and hit call.
Sup?
Came Tanya's drab voice almost immediately. Oh hey, Sarah said, surprised she'd answered. I just called to see how we're doing.
Bored as usual. Depressed. I dunno.
Sarah felt bad for asking. Do you want to go do something?
I'm at work till midnight.
Oh shoot, I didn't know you were at work.
It's fine. Actually, what are you doing Friday?
No clue. Brandon will be out with work friends, she answered, hoping she didn't have to explain their agreement that he'd be going out Fridays. And that she had agreed to it. Sort of.
On Halloween?
That's this Friday?
Yeah.
Oh. Then he might actually stay home because we were planning on dressing up together. Let me ask Brandon if we're doing anything. What did you have in mind?
Wanna hand out candy at your house?
Sarah smiled. She wanted to call Brandon that exact moment but knew he'd be at dinner with his family. What if Brandon were planning on inviting her out with his friends and he was going to announce to them about their pregnancy by showing up together in their themed pregnancy costumes? The idea made her super giddy inside.
So?
Tanya said. Sarah realized she'd been lost in her thoughts. Yes. I would love that.
Okay, so let me know then what Brandon says, okay?
You bet.
Talk to you then?
Talk to you later. Sarah ended the call and fantasized more about telling his friends about her pregnancy. The hard part was convincing herself it would only ever be just that, a fantasy. 46. Brandon texted her back after dinner saying he would call her the next day on his drive home. But her phone never rang the entire day. She spent most of the day pacing and doing random things around the house, thinking up all kinds of reasons for him to not call. Maybe there was no reception. Maybe he had to drive home with someone. He did hate talking on the phone to her when he was in the car with someone else and having them hear his business. She was finally sitting on the couch and just staring at the front door at almost 8 p.m. when she felt something from the inside of her stomach. A kick. No way, it's too early for that. Hurry up, Brandon. It was 8:30 p.m. when the front door opened. Sarah had just pulled open up her backpack and looked over the assignments she'd neglected all weekend.
Hey baby.
He said, plopping his duffel bag on the floor and closing the front door. Hey, she beamed, ready to jump off the couch. Did I miss your call? She said, giving a fake worried look.
No, I just needed a quiet drive home. It's been a long weekend.
Sarah slumped, tried to not let it show. Yeah.
My family knows.
Know what?
That you're pregnant.
Seriously? Sarah snapped her head to look at Brandon with a massive grin.
Yeah, at dinner, everyone kept giving me shit about you not being there, so I said it to shut them up. That only made it worse though.
He laughed. Sarah didn't laugh with him. It stung that he dropped the news in an effort to get them to stop wondering why she wasn't there. Served him right, they badgered him. She knew without asking that he didn't tell them she'd wanted to go and he didn't want her there. The reminder just added to the sting.
Hey babe?
Yeah.
Can I get a rubby?
He said, grinning fully. Yes? She knew better than to say sure or okay.
Thanks babe. I am so beat.
Leaving his bag by the door, he headed straight for the bedroom and undressed. Sarah followed him and got the coconut oil from her nightstand. He assumed his normal prone position and she knelt beside him on the bed and started oiling his back. He moaned loudly.
Oh, I needed this.
Sarah smiled. She had waited all day to bring up this coming Friday and she couldn't wait to talk about it. Maybe her wishes would actually come true. The timing was perfect. She wished she were further along so that she was actually showing, but still. There was an actual baby in there and that was all that mattered. Hey babe, she said as she glided her palms up and down his back.
He
said with his face in the comforter. She giggled. So did you realize that this Friday is Halloween? Brandon's head lifted.
Oh shit.
Sarah found his response unsettling. Remember how we were talking about doing a pregnancy-themed costume? Maybe we could go out together after work for drinks and that could be our big announcement, she exclaimed, thinking she presented her idea well.
No.
He said frustratedly.
I'm not telling my coworkers that you're pregnant.
Why not? She could feel her eyes getting wet.
Why do I want to tell them? They're just people I work with. They mean nothing. God, you're just obsessed with showing dominance over Katie. Do you want me to just tell her? I'll text her right now. Jesus. Just stop bringing this shit up, please.
Sarah recoiled at his shouting and sat in silence. She felt if she opened her mouth that only a sob would come out.
Are you not going to rub me?
He said angrily. And not while we're fighting, her words carried out in a sob. Brandon scoffed and got up to lay back down in his normal spot on the bed.
Thanks a lot. My grandpa just died. I had to go plan a funeral with my annoying family, and I come home to you and your stupid jealousy and wanting to control me. All I wanted was to be rubbed.
Brandon.
Can you get out, please?
Sarah looked away as warm tears leaked down her cheeks. She grabbed her phone from her table and slumped out of the room.
Shut the door.
He yelled out. She closed it softly behind her. In the living room, she finally let herself vent her frustrations by crying out loud. It wasn't fair. Why did he always get to decide? Why? She was sick of feeling this way, like she was always wrong about everything. She was always wrong about what she wanted. She wanted to go home. She wanted to be around the fire with her brother and Daryl and Tanya and Bodhi and her parents and everyone else except Brandon. Because he was what was wrong in her world. 47. Before the accident. This was such an amazing night. I'm so sad it's going to end, Sarah said, turning the music down in Tanya's car a few notches.
Fuck that, it's not going to end. We're gonna smoke a bowl after I drop you off.
Tanya said.
And thank you for following car rule number 1.
She added. Yes, no turning off the music to talk, only turn it down enough to be heard and so that the driver can still hear it.
Nothing worse than having a good tune cut off.
Is there a rule number 2?
Don't touch my radio.
Tanya laughed. Sarah sighed happily. She stuck her hand out the window and felt the cool night air whip through her fingers. Rock and roll is cool, she said matter-of-factly.
What have I been telling you for years, woman?
I know. Now I'm mad at myself for not having gone with you sooner. There was so much energy from the band and the crowd. And it was nice going out and doing something other than just sitting around at home, you know.
Yeah? I'm totally aware.
Tanya teased.
Does this mean you'll come out with me again?
Hell yeah. Definitely.
Good. I'll get us tickets to Chevelle or something. They come around here a lot because they're from Chicago. They're not as heavy as the show tonight. Actually, it'll be a more relaxed show. People will still be moshing though. Just not like tonight.
Sounds like a blast.
Get your hand in the car. That might be a cop behind us.
Oh shit, Sarah said, quickly recoiling her arm. Tanya squinted into the rearview mirror and checked her side mirror.
It's 1:30 in the morning, so the only cars on the road are gonna be cops or people coming home from the bar. And the cops know that, so they might think we're drunk.
Are you drunk?
No, my beer wore off hours ago. Okay, I don't think it's a cop.
So are you staying at your mom's or your dad's tonight? Sarah asked after a few moments passed.
Probably my mom, since I don't want to drive across town again.
Actually, you could stay by me tonight too. My parents are out of town. Not that that matters.
Fuck yeah. Let's do that. Let's smoke a bowl, watch TV and eat till we pass out.
Sounds like a beautiful plan to me. Sarah sat back as Tanya turned toward their neighborhood. They'd be home in less than a minute. She was all ready to make this night happen all over again. As they turned onto their street, Sarah instinctively glanced in the fire pit's direction. She saw a low flame. Wow, someone's having a fire.
Really? You mean the idea didn't die when your brother and Daryl moved out?
Weird though, I don't see anyone's car. Do you think Bodhi started it? Tanya slowed to a stop as the car neared the tree line straight out from the fiery glow. Sarah tried craning her neck.
Hard to see who's there with all these damn trees.
I'm gonna get out and check, Sarah said, unclicking her seatbelt and exiting from the passenger side door.
Weird,
Tanya said under her breath. She stayed in the car since she was in the oncoming lane. Not that there'd be traffic this late. Sarah followed the footpath through the trees and stepped into the clearing. She saw a guy sitting in a chair a few feet from the fire, chin to his chest and several beer cans by his feet. It's my brother, she called out.
Hold on, I'll park the car and come over.
Tanya called back. Sarah watched her pull into her parents' empty driveway. Bro? Sarah asked the unconscious body that resembled her brother. No answer. Hey, she yelled at a slightly higher octave, also adding in a nudge. The body grunted. What are you doing here? No. Stupid, Sarah heard him say. There were more words, but she could not make them out. Tanya appeared through the line of trees.
So what's up?
Sarah shrugged. I dunno. I have no idea why he's here all alone.
What are you gonna do? I could call Daryl.
No, I'll just try to wake his stupid ass up. Hey. More mumbling.
Well, at least he's awake.
Tanya offered. Come on, bro. Let's get you in the house. I can't, they heard him say.
Words? He speaks?
Tanya said, lifting her arms. What do you mean you can't? Get up and walk to the house. No key. I have a key. I still live there. I ain't going back to that fucker's house. Fuck him, he yelled, his words a total slur.
He's so wasted,
Tanya observed. Who? Daryl? You're not going back there. I'm taking you to Mom and Dad's house across the street, Sarah explained. He better not be there. No one is there, bro. Mom and Dad are out of town. It's just you, me, and Tanya. Oh hey, he exclaimed, suddenly aware of Tanya's presence.
Sup?
Tanya said. Let's go please, Sarah said, nudging him again. He leaned forward in an attempt to stand and fell back into the chair. Luckily, he hadn't gotten enough momentum to make the chair fly backward. Sarah and Tanya had been ready for that just in case. Come on, Sarah said in an encouraging voice. He lurched forward again, separating his body from the chair and hovering in a hunched position. They were prepared for him to fall backward again, but again luckily he didn't and stood up straight. Hey, grab my beer. What beer? Sarah asked, annoyed. The bag. Tanya found the plastic shopping bag with 2 full cans of beer in it and held onto it.
Okay, got it. Let's go.
Give it to me. We got it, bro, let's just go. He seemed to be fine with that, and he took a step forward. They both watched as he leaned forward a bit too far and tried catching himself by taking another step, but he took a dive straight into the dirt. Not so lucky this time. Really, dude? Sarah complained towards the stars.
Hey, you alright?
Tanya said, crouching down by him. Sarah approached him slowly. I'm going to help you up, she said, still obviously annoyed. Slowly but surely he made it to his knees, and Sarah and Tanya helped him up by each taking an arm. They walked him past the trees and onto the road. By then they had made such good progress that neither of them expected when he fell again. In the middle of the road. Oh my god, get your dumb fucking ass up. Sarah yelled, exasperated. Ow, he said in a low tone.
Where are you hurt?
Tanya tried asking. Well, it's definitely not his dignity. That got hurt years ago. They heard him chuckle against the cracked pavement. Tanya laughed too. Sarah grinned. She'd made a joke and people laughed. Well, she shrugged. She wasn't used to making the jokes. Okay, come on, bro. You need to get out of the middle of the road, she said, her voice softer now. She and Tanya helped him up in the same fashion as before. As they walked, they held on a little tighter. You got my beer?
We have your beer, dude,
Tanya assured. They finished crossing the road and walked just fine up the driveway. Alright, so I'm not even gonna mess around. You have to just crawl up the stairs, Sarah instructed. He bent over, placing his hands on the bottom stair, and Sarah burst out laughing. A snort came from her brother's stooped-over body. Even in his drunken stupor, he was aware of how ridiculous he looked. Don't laugh, he said before starting his ascent. That's it, Sarah encouraged.
Good job,
Tanya added. I can't tell whether I feel more like a sheep herder or I'm talking to a baby to take their first step, Sarah mused. I said no smack talking. Trust me, I'm not. She turned to Tanya, who was next to her on the step down from her brother. Still an amazing night, she smiled.
Hell yeah,
Tanya said, nodding her approval.
This is probably better than anything that's on TV right now anyway.
Sarah laughed. Hey. No stopping, she called out to her brother, who had stopped moving his feet momentarily. Goddamn sis. How much further is it, he called back.
Dude, you've got like 10 more steps,
Tanya said, laughing. He tried looking up the stairs and groaned. Let's go, Sarah encouraged. Now it's like herding sheep. A slow-ass wasted one. Her brother finally hunkered down and focused on reaching the top of the stairs, where he reached out for the railing and tried to stand with Sarah and Tanya assisting. Wow, that only took like 10 minutes, Sarah conveyed while unlocking the front door. They helped him step across the threshold into the house. As Tanya reached back to shut the door behind them, Sarah looked ahead at their options. More stairs, either up or down. Okay bro, I'm putting you on the couch in the basement. You're going to scoot your ass down the stairs. Got it. He seemed to take a few seconds to process the words before saying okay. Sarah went down a few steps from him. Tanya stayed behind him.
I'll take the back.
Okay bro. Slow and easy. Not much further to go. He managed to get himself into a sitting position and stopped, looking confused. Sarah threw her head back and laughed. Not sure what to do next? No, he said after a burp interrupted his first attempt at the word. I don't know what to move first. Okay, lower your butt to the step below you and your feet should follow you, she coached. He chuckled at the idea. Well, it sounds easy. Why the hell aren't you moving then? Damn sis, it's been a whole 2 seconds. I'm trying. Tanya laughed.
You are so mean to your brother.
Only when he's being a dumbass. All three laughed. Okay now. Here I go, he announced, placing his hands on either side of himself flat on the stair. So now what? Oh my freaking. Just watch me, Sarah yelled at the ceiling. She went down a couple steps below her brother and sat. Watch me. Okay, are you watching? He mumbled. Sarah placed her palms flat, positioning herself just as he was, and she scooted herself down to the next floor. Okay, do you see what I did? She said calmly but firmly. Yep. Can you do it? Yep.
Still got the rear? Watch your head,
Tanya assured. Sarah got up to her feet and turned to face her brother. Without another word, he seemed to focus all of his attention to coordinating lifting his butt enough to move it down to the next stair. Sarah took a step down as he progressed. There you go. Nice and easy. Good job. He stopped when his feet touched the floor and remained seated on the second stair from the floor. Okay. Now stand and we'll help you to the couch. Helping him to the couch went a bit more smoothly. They both let go of him and he fell into it. His back bounced against the cushion on the back and he sank into the cushion beneath him. Thank God that's over, Sarah sighed out loud. She slumped down in the matching recliner across from the couch. Hey, did you bring my beer? Her brother asked very nonchalantly.
right here.
Tanya said, setting the bag beside him on the couch. She took her own seat on the floor, creating an equilateral triangle between the three of them, and swung her purse into her lap. The sound of a beer can opening pierced the momentary silence. Sarah remained commentless. She glanced at Tanya while she brought out a tiny bag of weed from her purse. Hey, you want to play some tunes or something? Her brother asked. Sarah got up and went to the entertainment center and turned the receiver on. She had no CDs or records stored nearby, so she turned on the local rock station, something no one would protest. A Led Zeppelin song had just started. Sarah got back to her seat just as Tanya was lighting the bowl. She waited for it to come her way. After hitting it, she held in a cough while she got up to pass it on to her brother. He seemed to have gained expert coordination as he hit it. He even leaned over as far as he could to hand it back to Tanya. Instead of leaning back, he lingered in an awkward squatting position and slowly straightened his legs as he got to a standing position. Sarah raised an eyebrow as he staggered down the hallway and stumbled, hitting his shoulder into the wall before disappearing into the bathroom.
Nothing like a bowl of weed to bring you back to life,
Tanya proposed, raising the pipe as a toast. I don't know how you all seem to get that way when you smoke. I always feel like taking a long nap after I smoke. That's why I usually quit after 2 hits.
It's us who envy you. Sometimes just one bowl doesn't do it for me.
Yeah, but it makes me really sleepy. There's almost no point on me doing it. Tanya responded by holding the pipe out to her. Sarah took it and lit it. She coughed hard and held onto the pipe, waiting for her brother. She thought about their mutual unspoken etiquette of not skipping anyone in the pod circle.
Maybe you hit it so hard and you use all your energy on coughing up a lung.
Tanya offered. Maybe.
So I've been wanting to talk to you about something.
Tanya began. Holy shit, could this be it? Was she finally going to drop the whole "I'm dating Daryl" bomb? Sarah was so ready to tell her best friend she had no reason to be so secretive about it. They were besties, for God's sake. She need not carry any shame. They watched Sarah's brother return to his spot on the couch, better choreographed, and continued as if he wasn't there.
I've been looking into California.
Or not. Sarah passed the pipe to her brother. For what?
To move there?
What? Sarah asked, bewildered. She felt a draining sensation.
I mean, it's just a thought, but for the hell of it, I've been looking at jobs and rooms for rent on Craigslist.
So you're serious about it?
I dunno. Maybe. Something to look forward to. I also thought about maybe going to school to learn a trade.
In California?
Maybe. I know California is expensive as fuck. But if a bunch of people are renting one place, it wouldn't so bad. I wonder if Val or Courtney could go with us.
Sarah's stomach felt less empty as that last word. So the four of us?
Yeah, we could share rooms. Get jobs. Go to the beach every day.
The mental image of the four of them bikini-clad, carrying surfboards, walking on the beach, the sun setting, brought on a whole new level of excitement. Screw the whole Daryl thing. Maybe it was already over. Her head nodded as she locked eyes with Tanya. You ain't going to California, sis, came her brother's voice. The words came with a mocking tone. Why not? Not unless you take me with you.
Yeah, you can get your own place with a bunch of dudes.
Tanya mocked him. Hey, speaking of dudes, Sarah began. What were you saying before about Daryl? She asked, abandoning the California talk. She knew her and Tanya would talk about it again later. What about that fucker? He replied, tone childish. I don't know, you tell me, bro. Why did we find you alone by the fire? For starters, he moved those two in. And they get my room? Fuck off. Sarah and Tanya raised an eye at each other. Who are you talking about? Sarah asked. Sham and Caitlin, he mustered, exasperated.
Oh, you mean Kaylin without a T?
Tanya mocked. Her brother stared down at the floor. Sarah would have thought he was deep in thought if she didn't know he had how many beers in him and a bowl of weed. It was enough to give you a view into oblivion. Caitlin is a sweetheart, but Sham needs to die.
Ouch.
Tanya added. So why do they have your room? And why does Sham need to die? Sarah asked, her tone patronizing. She was growing annoyed yet intrigued. I guess because I don't have a job right now. And then. He stopped talking after giving up on the sentence and letting out a very loaded sigh. When do you have a job?
Ouch.
Tanya repeated. Are they working? Maybe Daryl wanted a little help with the bills. And maybe he felt if they were paying, that they deserved a room. That's not even what happened, sis, he groaned. So what happened? Did you have a job when you guys got the place? No. Whatever, bro. I don't care to ask you 50 questions and take an hour to get the basic story, Sarah sighed, sitting back in her chair. Tanya tapped the ashes from the pipe into her hand and dumped them in the short wicker basket lined with a grocery bag, remaining silent. Her eyes were very telling of what a drag the night had become. So I think I'm gonna crash, Sarah announced decidedly after a brief pause.
Yeah, I'm gonna head to my mom's.
Tanya started packing her party favors in her purse and grabbed the armchair to help her to her feet.
Text me.
Okay. Night, Sarah said as Tanya passed her. Toodles, her brother said. Sarah listened to her go down the hall and open the door next to the garage. She didn't hear it shut.
We are so dumb.
Tanya called from down the hall. What? Sarah answered.
We didn't have to use the stairs. We could have just gone through the garage door.
Their laughs recovered the vibe of the evening and Sarah almost forgot about the Daryl thing. Almost. 48. Present. Sarah parked her car in the east parking lot by the pond where she'd found the animal skull at the Welcome Back barbecue. She recalled that day. Another day that Brandon had ruined. Why did it feel like he was always making choices that left her unhappy? It took all of her energy to get out of the SUV and walk to class. She was just on time for class to begin, so thankfully she wouldn't have time to interact with Hiro or anyone. Which was fine by her since everyone seemed to be in a great mood, something she couldn't figure out how to muster. The professor asked everyone to pass their journals forward so they could be graded as done or not done. A few people gasped, saying they didn't realize they were due. The professor seemed annoyed, saying she'd extended the due date from Friday to today and said she would allow them to be submitted Wednesday, but after that if they were not submitted then they would get a 0. Sarah sighed, knowing she was a part of that group. Class was barely halfway through when she felt a round of sobs begging to be released. She calmly grabbed her things and walked out of the classroom straight to her SUV and cried. A tap on the glass startled her in the middle of it all. She tried drying her eyes before looking. Hiro was standing by the passenger side door. She pressed unlock and he opened the door. You okay? Not really. Want to get tacos? Sarah closed her eyes and nodded. Yes? I'll drive, Hiro offered. It was amazing how effectively the drive made in silence in Hiro's car calmed her nerves. His car was like neutral ground. She even felt extra calm that it was a little messy since Brandon was rather clean. They sat in his car in the parking lot eating tacos in their laps. Hiro hadn't asked her what was wrong and she was glad for it. She needed an escape from talking or even thinking about her husband. The tacos were the greasy goodness she needed to coat her stomach. And she'd wash them down with a glass bottle of lime-flavored Dorito. Instead, Hiro was just going on about games and his hilarious dad. She thought for a second it would be cool to see their dads meet since hers was pretty funny too. Hiro drove them back to the school parking lot after they threw out their trash. Thanks for spending your lunch with me. I'm sure Heather misses you. She won't be mad, will she? Now she's cool. Sarah smiled. It must be nice. Trusting your significant other. Hiro turned on his CD player, keeping the volume low. I think I'm gonna take a nap. Hey, do you mind if I stay and write? I have to finish my stupid journal. Yeah. I might snore. She giggled. That's alright. Thanks. She pulled out her English 101 notebook and a pen. Suddenly the art of journaling felt entirely too easy as her thoughts flowed. Quickly she got lost in her thoughts and forgot that she was even working on an assignment. Getting it graded would now just be a bonus. She focused her pen to write directly over the lines and in weird patterns, sometimes single words on a line. As she wrote, she felt the pain inside being replaced with complacency, like her feelings had fallen into a void. She turned the page and started drawing in a circular pattern from the middle of the page until she'd created a dime-sized black hole in the middle. Her pen continued outward, making rings flowing out to the edge of the page. She lifted her pen when the circles fell off the page and dropped back down as the hole took over the entire page. She stared at it and felt if she could jump into the hole she would. 49. It was another long week of walking on pins and needles. If it were possible, Sarah would have bottled the comfort she got while being around Hiro and the gang at school and brought it home. The only words that had been exchanged came on Thursday night when Brandon finally rolled to face her in bed and pulled her into him. Relief overcame Sarah. She didn't expect an apology, but she welcomed his change in demeanor. Even then, his famous words were,
"You should be nicer to me."
On Friday, Brandon sent her a text while she was in class and asked if she could pick him up for lunch. After arriving at the shop, she stayed in the car and waited for him to appear. Even though she wanted to go in just to say to Katie, she kept dwelling on Brandon, commenting that she hadn't gone inside to talk to Katie, to the point where she was both expecting it and dreading it. She really had nothing against Katie. In another world they'd be friends. If her husband didn't have to make things so weird. Why didn't he understand this?
Hey, let's go get some ramen.
Brandon suggested as he sat down in the passenger seat. All right, Sarah answered, keeping her tone neutral. She couldn't figure out if things had gone back to normal. She pulled out onto the road toward Zodiac's.
So I thought we should buy a car seat after work. They can be tricky. I remember the ones my brothers had. They were so hard to install. We probably need the practice,
he said, laughing. Sarah perked up, loving the sound of that. Okay, she said, smiling genuinely.
Then I thought I'd stick around to hand out candy with you if you want before going out with the guys, if that's okay with you.
He mused. Thanks, babe, she mustered. As if I have a choice to disagree, but okay.
See how awesome I am? You don't even deserve for me to be this nice because of how mean you were to me, but because I'm so awesome, I want to make you happy.
Sarah was honestly floored. God, he better not be waiting for me to say how much I agree to that.
Yeah, can't argue with that, can you?
He grinned widely. I guess not. Once they arrived home with a new car seat, Brandon went straight to the bedroom and tried enticing Sarah to bed with the promise of sex. Sarah honestly wasn't excited about the idea of having sex with him now, after his comments earlier, or this entire week in general. Babe, we're going to have company in like an hour, she said, referring to Tanya.
Suit yourself,
he called from the bedroom. For once, she was relieved he would just be masturbating. She started putting together some snacks for Tanya to be somewhat hospitable. She stopped to look out the sliding glass doors onto the deck. They could have a fire after handing out candy. It would be perfect. She should even text Bodhi and see if he'd come. Or heck, her parents. Brandon would be going out, so why not? Sarah, hey, let's have a fire after we hand out candy. Tanya,
Okay. I need to ask you a question.
Sarah, question mark. Tanya,
So can my new boyfriend come?
Sarah, what? Sarah, sorry. Sarah, yes, he can come. Tanya, smiley face. Sarah put her phone down and thought she should tidy a bit more for Tanya's guest. Or boyfriend. She'd only met Trevor once and now she was supposed to get used to a whole new guy. But she'd do it for her best friend. While she waited for them to arrive, she anxiously checked on the Halloween decorations outside their front door. She wished her and Brandon had been doing better lately so they could have carved pumpkins. Was it even Halloween without jack-o'-lanterns? Her eyes focused enviously across the street with carved pumpkins on every other porch but theirs. She was still outside when she saw Tanya's car pull into the driveway. Sarah waved frantically and shut the door quickly to run to the bedroom. "Babe, are you done?" she called out before peering into the bedroom. She sighed in relief as Brandon was out of bed and changing.
Oh hey. So I got a text and everyone went out to the bar already. You cool if I just head out now? You have Tanya. You don't need me.
Sarah sulked. Does he really just not get it? I'm not just some lonely creature who is afraid to be alone. It's about being social together. She felt too defeated to say the words that were on her mind.
You who?
Tanya called from the front door. Yeah, go. Whatever. She was happy that Tanya was there after all. Who cares what Brandon did anymore? Sarah walked into the living room to greet her guests. Tanya was dressed in a black dress and had a long black wig on and some heavy eyeliner. The guy next to her was dressed in a black hoodie with a college football team on it and baggy black sweatpants. She examined his face for some face paint in case he was dressed as a dead linebacker or something, but he was just in street clothes.
Where's your costume?
Tanya said, frowning. I just had no time this year, Sarah explained. It was hard to have a normal life when your husband confuses you on a daily basis.
You both are lame,
Tanya responded, referring to Sarah and the guy standing next to her.
This is Kev, by the way,
she added, pointing to him with her thumb. Sarah smiled and waved. Hey. Kev mimicked her. Brandon entered and stopped in his tracks when he saw the guy.
Hey Tanya.
He greeted, not hiding in his voice that he was surprised to see her with a guy.
Hey Brandon. This is Kev. Wow, so you're all lame. You guys do know it's Halloween, right?
He's going out with friends, Sarah said nonchalantly. Brandon kissed Sarah on the cheek before walking over to Kev and shaking his hand before leaving. Sarah felt a tinge of anger knowing he only kissed her for show. They hadn't kissed since Brandon last kicked her out of the bedroom. Not even the last couple times they'd had sex. Okay, so I have snacks and all kinds of drinks in the fridge. Help yourself, Sarah said, clapping her hands together. Tanya, can you come with me for a second? I need to show you something.
Yep,
she said, following her to the bedroom. Sarah closed the door. So this guy?
We met a few days ago. He came into the gas station and asked me out. Sort of?
Sort of.
Well, he asked me if I wanted to hang out when I got off and I said yeah. He came back to pick me up. We smoked a blunt and had sex in his car.
Oh, Sarah said, at a loss for any other words. She couldn't even think.
I know you probably think I'm just being reckless after Trevor, but it feels nice to be wanted. For now. Whatever. What did you want to show me? Nothing? Okay then, let's go,
Tanya said, straightening the hair on her wig and walking out of the room. Kev was just sitting on the couch checking his phone when they returned. Sarah grabbed the bowl that she had filled with a mixture of bite-sized candy bars and little boxes of colored candy that was on the stand right by the door. Ready? She asked her guests.
I'll be out in a sec,
Tanya answered from the couch where she'd sat down next to Kev. Sarah opened her front door and plopped into one of the chairs her dad had made that she moved from their back porch. She looked at the empty matching chair beside her that she'd also moved and thought about going to get a third chair for Kev. It would be a friendly gesture. She thought briefly about alternate scenarios where Trevor and Elvis were there instead. Or even Brandon. Or her brother. Then she started imagining their child's first Halloween. Brandon would be home for that for sure, Sarah imagined. Kids in costumes accompanied by parents started trickling down the sidewalks and up Sarah's walkway. Besides the mailman, this was the most use their walkway ever got since they always entered from the side by the garage. It was nice to be sitting out here and interacting with the neighborhood. She saw she wasn't the only one sitting outside. Other neighbors across the street were outside as well in small groups. A nice family affair. She was about ready to text Tanya to get her butt outside when she finally came out and sat by Sarah. Kev came out as well and opted to stand after Sarah offered to grab him a chair from the backyard. It was nice to finally be joined by her company. Tanya gawked at everyone's costume and gave all the little kids high fives. Sarah smiled. Tanya was going to be an awesome aunt. How long does this go till? Kev asked. His first real word since greetings. Until 7, Sarah answered. 20 minutes later, Tanya and Kev retreated to the backyard, and after that, Sarah saw them both go to Tanya's car. They didn't drive off but also never returned to hand out more candy. Sarah sulked the entire time, but she put on a smile for the kids when they ran up her walkway. When Sarah was positive that all the trick-or-treaters were gone, she went back into the house. Tanya and Kev returned as well. I'm going to go start the fire. You guys can grab whatever drinks and snacks and meet me outside, Sarah announced, deciding to not make a big deal about her disappointment. The bowl of leftover candy will be out here too, she added, trying to insert something more enticing. She went out and started the fire, which was all set up and ready for a match. She was proud when a strong flame emerged from both sides of the center log. After walking around to the front and dragging both chairs back to the backyard and positioning them beside the fire, all that was left to do was wait for her guests to get their slow butts outside. Finally, Tanya emerged. She kept her hand on the sliding door as she spoke.
Hey, we want to go for a drive. You want to come?
Sarah's heart dropped. But she stammered. Fire, she questioned, gesturing at it with both hands.
We want to smoke, and Kev is paranoid since there's no trees between you and your neighbors.
Tanya shrugged, showing sympathetic signs on her face. Okay, Sarah sighed heavily and sprayed the fire with the hose until there were no flames. She sauntered out to Tanya's Toyota. Sarah sat in the back seat as they drove to a house that was somewhere off of Highway D. They took the sharp curve that went past the massive oak on the bend, and Sarah grabbed at her stomach as a wave of nausea hit. There were several cars parked outside of the house that looked like it was decades due for repair. With no word, Kev got out of the passenger seat and closed the door. Sarah laid her head against the door, waiting for the growing nausea to dissipate. She couldn't tell if it was caused by Tanya's driving passing the crash site or by her total disgust with the current situation. Seriously, why had she agreed to this?
So what's going on with Brandon? He seemed a little arrogant.
Tanya piped. Yeah, but when is he not? Sarah said naturally.
Okay. Are you sticking up for him? He didn't exactly try to hide his fucking disappointment in seeing Kev. That was pretty rude of him, don't you agree?
The comment was stinging. First off, why was she being so rude? She abandoned her almost the entire trick-or-treat time, completely flaked on the fire, both with no apology or explanation. And now she's wondering why Sarah didn't stick up to her husband? You want to know why? Because if I had said anything else, it would have provoked a fight. And that would have long-lasting effects, and I'm sick of it, and I just want to have a nice relaxing day. Where are we? She asked softly.
Kev's friend's house.
What are we doing here?
Picking up some weed.
Oh, Sarah said. She didn't care that she sounded disappointed when her best friend was being audacious. Kev came back shortly after and they left right away. At the first turn, Sarah's nausea hit a critical limit. Pull over, I'm going to be sick, she whined. Tanya pulled over, braking quickly and making Sarah lurch forward, forcing her to cover her mouth. She got out as quickly as possible and emptied the contents of her stomach in a few quick hurls behind some trees. The whole thing exhausted her and she just lied on the grass in the small clearing. The grass was rather soft and the sound of the river several yards away trickling between high rocks was rather soothing. A few minutes passed and Tanya got out of the car.
Dude, are you alright?
I'm fine. It was just motion sickness.
Okay, phew.
Kev got out as well and walked past them toward the side of the river. She heard a lighter striking. He turned around and walked back over to them by the time Sarah had sat up. He brought a blunt to his lips and inhaled. You want to hit this? He asked Sarah.
She's pregnant?
Tanya said. Sarah felt relieved her friend answered for her. She thought it was at least nice of him to offer a blunt to the sick girl. The couple finished smoking their blunt over by the river's edge. Sarah sat up in the grass, both reveling in its softness but also wondering what the hell she was even doing there in the first place. Not long after dark, Sarah was laying in bed, beyond relieved the night was over. She was mad, sad, let down, feeling abandoned, trapped, and probably a few other things. Tanya had dropped her off just before 8. Thankfully, after their blunt, they'd taken her straight home. Sarah had thanked them for coming. Might as well have thanked them for ruining my evening. She checked her phone and saw that her text to Brandon was still unanswered by 10:30. Her text only asked Brandon to please call her just for a few minutes, counting on him to be an ally in the matter. Yes, she was going to complain to her husband about her best friend. How the tables turn. Screw everybody. I should just go visit my parents again for the weekend. But it's too late and I'm tired. But I'm too mad to fall asleep. She tried finding a random show on Hulu to watch, but nothing seemed satisfying, so she picked the first thing off her watch list and let it play. Her cell rang. Hello.
Hey babe, just getting done. What's up?
She looked at the clock and saw it was just after 11 p.m. I had a really shitty day and I needed you, she said, getting choked up at the end of her words.
Okay. What happened?
I'm upset at Tanya. I kind of can't believe how she acted today. She sat in her car with her boyfriend almost the entire time I was handing out candy and…
Oh yeah. What's up with that guy? I could tell he was bad news. What happened to what's-his-face? He dumped her.
Yeah. I guess he. Brandon cut her off again by laughing hysterically.
Haha. I knew it.
Yeah, so Trevor I guess went to Texas and rekindled things with an ex. Brandon continued to laugh. She tried ignoring it. I'm sorry I texted you before, but I really needed to talk. After that things just got worse.
Worse?
They invited me on a drive, but it turned out to just be a weed run. Then I got sick because Tanya was going around the turns too fast.
Wow. I'm sorry you have such a shitty friend.
Sarah stayed silent with her eyes closed as tears pinched from between her lids and ran down her cheeks. She'd wanted Brandon to have called her right away, take pity on her and invite her out with his friends.
Well, I'll be home in 20 minutes.
He said, hanging up. He would have if he loved me, Sarah told herself. 50.
I know what you're doing.
Brandon absolutely noticed when Sarah wore her Converse to his parents' Thanksgiving dinner. Sarah shrugged it off and played stupid. He shook his head. It felt too good to have actually rattled him. Luckily, just after arriving and right after greetings involving being asked how her pregnancy was going, Maddie had come along to whisk her upstairs. She knew the little girl would take her right into her secret lair, and Sarah was grateful to have a place to hide until food was ready. So what's new to the story? Sarah scanned the wall paintings for new ones. There were plenty. I have a new character. He does magic and has a pet dragon. And his house is surrounded by poisonous mushrooms, so watch out. Wow. Is he the purple guy? Yeah. He's supposed to be white and purple, but I messed up. While Sarah sat cross-legged and admired Maddie's work, she wondered why she was hiding her work here. She could paint on an easel in her room, but instead she chose to hide this story in a tiny room hidden beyond her closet like a secret. It felt profound to Sarah, made her feel more connected to her little sister-in-law. Hey Maddie, do you think you would want to come over to my family's Thanksgiving? It's in 2 days. You might remember the pond from the wedding. It has fish in it now. And we always play fun games after dinner. Oh, that sounds fun. Maddie was painting another scene in her story as Sarah spoke. It made Sarah feel special that she could create in front of her. She imagined Maddie being close with her daughter. Can you believe you'll be an aunt before you turn 10? Aha. Sarah smiled. Maddie was definitely focused on her work. So have you shown any of this to Lexi? No. Please don't tell her. She'll tell Mom. Oh. Don't worry. I won't. You said I could tell Brandon. What about your older brothers?
Boo.
Sarah and Maddie both turned to the tiny door with alarmed looks. Brandon was crouched at the entrance with his arms poised above, holding onto something to steady himself. Brandon is my oldest brother, Maddie continued, suddenly unaffected by Brandon's entrance.
Talking about me.
Brandon started crawling his way in.
Wow. You were right. Do not tell Mom about this.
So wait. Brandon, you're the oldest.
Yeah, so?
You told me Seaver was the oldest.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you said that on the night we met.
No. I did not.
It's okay, babe. I'm not mad.
Why would you be mad at something I didn't say?
No, like all along I've had this knowledge that you were the youngest brother.
Well, then there's something wrong with your head.
Sarah feigned a laugh, hoping to de-escalate Brandon's sudden anger.
You know what it probably was? I bet I said that Seaver was the oldest of my younger brothers.
Oh. Yeah, that's probably it. Brandon Crouch walked out of the tiny room.
Dinner's done.
They heard Brandon say as he left the bedroom. Sarah looked at Maddie and was about to offer an apology. I really like my brother, but sometimes he gets mad for no reason. 51. The doorbell rang and Sarah quickly washed her hands before answering it. Hey guys. Come in. Feel free to grab a spot on the couch. Pizza is on the way, but I'm almost done making a fruit and veggie plate. By now, Sarah was 100% confident in having her friends over and not needing to tell Brandon about it. As far as she was concerned, he got to be cryptic about his social gang, so she would be too. Dang, it's getting fancy up in here, Drake commented. I hope you don't mind us bringing the knucklehead, Hero apologized. Nah, Drake is no problem. Yeah, I'd say we're besties now. Drake plopped down in the middle of the couch. Heather looked a bit annoyed at his seating choice. You have one class together. Hero sat down next to Drake and pulled the large box that was preventing his backpack from zipping all the way. Sarah set the plate of food down on the end of the coffee table, then dragged a chair from the dining room over to sit in. She was surprised to see Heather take the chair, so she sat on the other side of Drake. He ran his hand through his hair. Sarah wondered if he was nervous about being in her house. Is your husband gonna be here? No, he goes out every Friday with his friends. Well, cool. Thanks for hanging out with us instead, Hero said. He and Drake were still setting up the board game after he pulled it from his backpack. Oh. I never go out with him. Never? Heather asked. I mean, we go out. But Fridays are for him and his friends. Oh, Heather sighed. I thought you meant you never go out with him and his friends. That would be weird. Sarah's face felt warm. She could tell her friends that she felt the exact same way and that she and her husband fought regularly over the fact. Assuming they'd take her side, it would be nice to have more people to confirm her feelings on the matter. But she was pregnant, and having her friends feel sorry for her for having a shitty husband while pregnant just felt embarrassing. As much as she could use their support. Why is it weird? Drake asked. Why can't couples have separate friends? They can, Heather pressed. But why? What's the reason? Why does a couple have to be together every single time? Hero hangs out with me all the time and you're not there. I think what Heather means is that it's weird for couples to have separate circles of friends that they don't ever meet, Hero clarified. I think I'd have to at least know the people my boyfriend is hanging out with. But I don't need to hang out with them every time, Heather offered. Sarah was thankful for both comments. Yeah, I wouldn't feel comfortable being around a group of friends that she didn't know. And I like having Heather around. I like us sharing experiences together. If I was out doing something fun and she wasn't with, I would feel sad or guilty unless she declined to go out. Dude, Hero, you go to gaming tournaments all the time without Heather. That's different. But she comes to a lot of them with me. I don't go shopping with her and her sister every weekend. I guess. The doorbell rang again and Sarah got up. She hoped the debate might go on after pizza was served. She asked the pizza guy to step in and place the 2 pizzas on the dining room table since it was so close to the door. After he left, Drake appeared right next to her and grabbed a hot slice. Hero and Heather came over as well. Oh yes, Drake moaned as he chewed. How was everyone's Thanksgiving? Asian Thanksgiving means egg rolls, egg rolls, egg rolls, Hero chuckled. Oh my god, those egg rolls, Drake moaned with a mouthful of pizza. I'll bring you some. Our freezer is full. Cool. I'm here every Friday. Hero laughed at her sly joke. Sarah felt proud. Damn, we should game here every Friday. Drake was still talking and chewing. We should start a campaign. She's about to have a baby. I doubt she'll want your loud mouth here every Friday, Hero jabbed. Sarah's thoughts continued inward. Hero was such a great friend. He had terrific manners. And he was obviously thoughtful and empathetic to Heather's needs. He wasn't selfish and he stood up for chivalry. It was just nice to know that people like that existed. 52. Fridays had become Sarah's new salvation. Her school friends joining her and playing board games while eating pizza was a damn good time. But each night when she sent them home so she could get her pregnant self to sleep, she felt the stab of loneliness until Brandon waltzed in. He always returned home in a great mood. Kind of like he was rubbing it in. She felt great too, having spent a night with her friends, but seeing Brandon happy after doing just that made her angry. The nagging fact remained that he didn't want her there and he was having the best of fun. Did he have to come home so cheery? No, it wasn't jealousy. This was something else entirely. Something sinister. She could feel it. She wanted more than ever to follow him, show up unannounced at drinks and act like she was just running late. She'd love to see the expression on his face. See if he'd play along or if he'd make a scene and tell her to leave. There would be hell to pay afterward, but then at least she would frickin' know. The impending backlash really scared her from doing it. You're leaving early. Brandon stopped in front of the door and turned toward Sarah.
Dang, I was hoping you wouldn't notice. I was actually going to get you a surprise.
Sarah beamed. Really? Are you not going out? Even though the idea of her husband staying home this Friday elated her, though it would suck to have to cancel Hero and the gang last second.
Oh, I'm still going out. Just wait here.
He opened the door and Sarah stood in the living room until she heard his car start and drive away. Her mind conjured up every kind of food he could bring her, and then she settled on the fact that he was bringing her a pet. Oh, she just knew it. She imagined a cute dog or cat. By the time Brandon returned, she'd spiraled all the way from imagining their daughter having a puppy to grow up with to her becoming a vet and their daughter following in her footsteps. Sarah made sure she was standing in the living room when the door opened.
Here she is.
Hey, Sarah. Oh. Maddie. Hi. Wow. Maddie crossed the living room to hug Sarah. Sarah hugged her back tightly, hoping neither caught her demeanor. Only Brandon did. He was staring straight at her with a sick frown. He looked like he wanted to cut her. It frightened her.
You know, Sarah. Does anything in life make you happy? Here.
He slung a little purple backpack off his shoulders and threw it halfway at them, and it landed with a hard thud.
She wanted to have a sleepover with you. Sorry, Maddie, that Sarah's so damn selfish. Call Mom if you want to be picked up.
The door slammed behind him. Sarah inhaled deeply and a heave carried with it. She held her tears in. It's okay, Sarah. He's just like that sometimes. Sarah looked down at Maddie, who was just smiling matter-of-factly up at her. Is it okay if I stay? Oh my God, yes. Maddie, I want you to know that I am so happy you are here. Okay. And I have no idea why your brother said those things. Yeah. He just gets mad like that. It's okay though. Later he always goes back to normal. Except for this one time he stopped talking to me for months. Months? Oh my God. Yeah. When he moved out of the house with his friends, I went and had a sleepover. I got a little whiny because I used to get like that when I was little when I got sleepy. And he took me home and said he wasn't ever going to hang out with me again because I was ungrateful. It took a long time, but he went back to being my brother again. Sarah fought tears so hard. But to no avail, she had to get up and go cry in the bathroom. She grabbed a folded fluffy bath towel and shoved it into her face as she sobbed. How in the world could he treat her like that? And how in the world does he deserve to have a sister so forgiving? Why does he treat everyone like this? He's going to treat our daughter this way. Over my dead body. This has to end. It was a good minute, or apparently 15, by the time Sarah pulled herself together. She decided she'd go straight to her bedroom to change into pajamas. Ta-da! Maddie's voice rang before she made it to the bedroom door. Sarah stopped and changed paths to the living room. Maddie stood holding out the bottom of her dress and began twirling. Maddie, that's a really pretty dress. Thanks. I'm going to wear it to the Christmas party. Oh. What Christmas party is that? Grandpa's store. Wait. Ray and Son's Auto Body? Yes. It's next Thursday. I'm off school. Sarah smiled in response. It was the deadest smile. All life left her face. Brandon had not mentioned any work party. And she knew with all of her heart that he wouldn't. And it crushed her. Add that to the company picnic her husband never followed up with. Sarah, do you want to watch scary movies? Maddie's voice was full of delight, and it was hilarious how she said scary movies in a malicious voice. How absolutely appropriate for where Sarah's feelings were. Which was down in the pits of despair. Maddie, of course we can. She just had to text Hero and cancel first.
I still don't get why you reacted the way you did when I showed up with Maddie last night.
Brandon had dug right into that tender conversation as soon as Maddie shut the SUV door and skipped to the side door of her house. Brandon started reversing down the driveway.
And are we still getting ramen for dinner?
I hate it when you do that.
Do what?
Ask me a question and then change the subject before I get the chance to defend myself.
Sorry. I'll just drive around aimlessly until you defend yourself, and then we can decide where to go for dinner.
We already decided ramen, so go to the ramen place.
Okay. I guess you can defend away. Although I already know the answer.
Oh. Enlighten me because you're probably wrong.
You hate my sister. You hate my whole family, actually.
What? Sarah couldn't even finish the word. Brandon, what the hell?
There's no other conceivable reason why you'd be mad at me for bringing her over.
No other conceivable. Brandon. I wasn't mad at you for bringing her. I was surprised. And I was a little offended that you didn't ask me first.
Yep, I knew it. If you didn't hate her, you wouldn't have needed to okay it.
You are being so unfair right now. You're not even making sense. Look, what if you had brought her and I had plans to go to my parents' house? Or to Tanya's?
Take her with. As long as Tanya doesn't smoke weed in front of her, I don't care. And I'm sure if you had plans, you would have told me about them. Damn, I thought you'd like to have someone to hang out with. I was thinking of you. I didn't know you actually hated my sister, the way you always hide away with her every time you're at my folks' house.
I happen to love her. Very much.
Then what's the problem?
You just should have asked. I don't sit at home and sulk every second that you're gone. She was seconds away from divulging that she was inviting her school friends over the past several Fridays.
No, just when I'm out with Katie.
Sarah smashed her water bottle against the door as hard as she could repeatedly. Drops of water started flinging everywhere. Brandon pulled over.
Whoa? You okay over there?
Will you fucking listen to me? Sarah screamed at the top of her lungs.
Why are you screaming right now? What's wrong with you? You take your chill pill today?
The only reason Sarah didn't smash the water bottle over Brandon's head was because she did not want to give birth in jail. She just breathed. In. Out. And willed the dragon inside to go back to sleep. Brandon pulled back onto the road.
You're so needy. You always have to be in control of everything. Sorry. I'll never surprise you with anything ever again.
Sarah literally saw red. 53. Somehow Sarah knew her husband wouldn't dare fuck with her before the company Christmas party. The one she had found out about. The one that he still on the day of the event had failed to mention to her. It was eerie to know that Brandon would be the perfect husband so that he could get away with going to the party without her. He thought he was so clever, slipping under the radar. But she was waiting to snipe him, like an FBI agent who knew exactly when and where to execute the offender. Sarah maintained feigning ignorance until the moment that Brandon had picked up his phone off the nightstand from where he lay in bed naked beside her and had an announcement.
Oh shit. I totally forgot.
What is it, babe?
I forgot we were getting together tonight instead of Friday night. We rescheduled because Matt has his family Christmas tomorrow.
Brandon swung the comforter off him and got out of bed and promptly went to go shower. She noticed he took his phone with him. She really was curious what the text actually said. If there was even a text. This whole act was probably staged as far as she knew. Her heart slammed around inside her the whole 5 minutes he was in the shower. When he came back into the bedroom, his eyes reached hers and he gave her a smile. He went to his closet and pulled out pants and a shirt and started changing into them.
Sorry for not telling you. I totally forgot. At least this means we can do something fun together tomorrow.
You. Liar.
Huh?
You're a fucking liar. I know exactly where you're going. And if you go, I am leaving you. For good. She surprised herself in the moment for going that far. Brandon scoffed.
Okay. Where am I going?
Sarah rolled her eyes. He really wants me to say it. Ray's auto body Christmas party. Brandon's face showed no surprise. How was that even possible? Sarah didn't let that waver her voice. So either we go together and you don't give me any shit about it, or you stay home and don't give me any shit about it. Or I am out the door. Saying those words was so liberating.
What, you want to move back to your parents' house?
Brandon finished changing and he sat on the edge of the bed. Sarah was expecting denial. A debate. Even rage. She was not expecting him to nonchalantly discuss her arrangements after leaving his ass. Well, yeah. Where else would I go?
Okay. Look. It was wrong to lie to you about it. But you've been so weird lately. The other day after taking my little sister home, you freaked out and attacked the SUV.
He laughed, recalling the event. Brandon, just stop. Sarah rolled over and faced the wall of closet doors. Was there any fucking way around his words? Suddenly, she didn't even care if he went. Even worse, it baffled her yet again when she felt him shift closer to her on the bed and lay against her, wrapping his arm around her.
So I can't go.
Brandon, do what you want. But I won't be here when you come back if you go.
What if we have sex?
Sarah perked up. Sex with Brandon would be a great way to start the evening. And then, she imagined them going out or staying in and watching shows, pretending that the rest of the world doesn't exist.
Then can I go?
The very last bit of self-esteem that Sarah had died in that moment. I hate you. I fucking hate you, Brandon. Sarah cried into her pillow.
Hey.
Brandon's strong arms pulled Sarah to face him. Sarah kept her eyes shut. She really did hate him at this moment, and she had no desire to look at him. He kissed her head as she cried. She felt him pull away and then he started laughing. Her eyes opened. He was on his back, face pointed toward the ceiling, and he was laughing. Why are you laughing?
Because I am such an asshole sometimes.
Sarah couldn't move. She was frozen. How was this even real life? Finally he stopped laughing and once again turned to face her.
Okay. You get dressed and we'll get Chinese and ice cream.
Sushi.
Okay. Anything for you.
Sarah got up and promptly changed. This felt wrong. But it felt right. She was so mad. So relieved. So confused. Had she won the argument? This was it. Brandon was hers. And this would be the way that their marriage was going to function. They would just constantly battle and sometimes Brandon would relent. This is so screwed up. Why am I even agreeing to this? I really just want him to go to the damn party now. I don't understand a single thought going on inside my head. Her stomach grumbled terribly. Yes. It's for the baby. 54. Sarah was rocking back and forth in the blue rocker, anxious as all hell. It had been a great while since she'd been in this chair and she really didn't know if Dr. O was going to lecture her or not, though she was expecting it. Sarah, how have you been? Dr. O seemed rather chipper. Okay. Dumbass, how is he going to prescribe you anything if you say you're okay? I mean, not really. Well, it is good to see you. Have you been journaling? Have I? A little. It hasn't helped. I see. How has it been? Tell me. A part of Sarah decided that Dr. O could use a bit of the truth. Honestly, I am still sad about my brother. But my husband keeps suggesting I go on antidepressants to take the edge off. He keeps saying he wishes he could help me more. He's probably right. Our communication has been off. She internalized an apology to her brother for using him as the excuse to why her and Brandon aren't getting along. You know, many of my patients are on something mild that helps with depression and even anxiety. I'll write you a script. Dr. O pulled a pad of paper from his clipboard and scribbled on it. He tore the sheet off and handed it to Sarah. Oh, thanks. Just like that. She was pleased with her decision to wear Brandon's largest hoodie. It covered her tiny bump very well. Now I hope this doesn't feel like a lecture, but want to stress how important it is to stick with therapy too. Prescriptions only get you so far, but therapy will get you further. Sarah nodded and looked down at the rug with the weird pattern. Fine, lecture me. Obviously I don't know what's best for me anyway. Sarah slid on one of Brandon's big blue t-shirts before getting into bed. She had started wearing his t-shirts to bed since hers weren't fitting anymore. She thought about shopping for maternity clothes but had this feeling that it was an unnecessary purchase. The semester was becoming a bit more challenging than the last. Brandon had told her to prepare for school to just get harder and harder. She still hadn't told him that after this semester she intended to declare her vet tech major, as it would open the door for his unsolicited advice. And she just didn't want to face the possibility he'd come up with a reason she shouldn't become one. It felt more like becoming one would be more to rub it in his face than a celebrated victory. She pulled out the drawer on her nightstand and grabbed the orange prescription bottle. Curiously, she read the label and was surprised when she saw no warning sign of taking while pregnant or nursing. Wouldn't there be one if that was the case? It says that on Tylenol. Without thinking, she popped the top off and shook one out. Then swallowed it with a few gulps of water. She looked down at her belly and put her hands on it. She felt immediate guilt and shoved the pill bottle back into the drawer. How stupid. She knew she wasn't going to actually start taking them regularly, so why take just one now? It wasn't even going to do anything. I should throw them away. Hoisting herself up, which took a few hoists to actually get into position, she relaxed into the 4 pillows propped behind her. Too bad this position would only remain comfortable for about 20 minutes tops. Sarah huffed and grabbed her laptop, positioning it in her lap. She opened her web browser and a new page to begin a Google search. Instead of typing in something related to her paper topic, she ended up just typing in the word narcissist. The definition stated it was an excessive interest or admiration for themselves. Sarah laughed. Yeah, that was Brandon. She scrolled down the Google search results to the bottom and looked at suggested searches. Narcissistic abuse. Narcissistic parent. Narcissistic behavior. How to deal with a narcissist. Sociopath. She tapped on the first suggestion and just like that, Sarah went down an entire rabbit hole. 55. Wait, Sarah? I'm here. Sis, take my hand, her brother breathed, holding out his hand. His eyes looked sad yet serious. He looked like he had been running as he was trying to catch his breath. Sarah took his hand. Don't let go of my hand. I won't. Where are you headed? The same place you are. To the fire, she said, thinking what a silly question. I'll help you find it. I know how to get there, Sarah said. She thought it was weird of him to say that, knowing the fire was right on the other side of the row of trees. But they'd been walking since he first called out to her and actually should have been there by now. And looking ahead, Sarah saw that the fire pit was not where it was supposed to be. The woods did not look at all familiar. She tried looking back to the road. She could barely see their house. It looked like it was several miles away and as though she were looking at it through binoculars. "It's not safe anymore, sis," her brother said softly, squeezing her hand. "How could that even be?" Sarah squeezed back. Instead of asking out loud, she increased her speed along with her brothers as they started zipping through the woods. Sarah tried looking back and each time saw her house still the same distance as it was before. It was still, as if she wasn't running at all. When she looked forward, she felt her feet pound against the earth beneath her as she ran through the woods. The trees thinned until they were passing through the tall grass. Really tall grass. She had to use her free hand to bend the grass aside to see. Finally they had slowed. She looked at her brother next to her. He looked weak. And the more she stared at him, the more he looked like he was fading away. The sad look on his face was still there. Sarah looked ahead and gasped at what lay before her. In front of her stood the massive oak tree. Behind it, the tight curve. Between the tree and the road, Daryl's Jeep. The front end was crushed and looked like an accordion. The twisting of the metal lifted the rear tires off the ground. The metal of the hood and bumper was twisted around the trunk of the big oak. The scene before her was the aftermath of a fast-moving vehicle that never made its turn. Sarah opened her mouth about to wail when her brother squeezed her hand again. "I'm here, sis. You can save me. Just don't let go of my hand and I can't die." Sarah looked at him and squeezed back. She was seeing her brother alive next to her, talking to her. She could feel his hand in hers. But somehow she knew that there was no truth in what he'd said. Because he had died, and somehow she knew that there ain't no coming back. 56. Sarah's eyes shot open. It was dark. Her heart was pounding and her skin felt damp where it touched the bedsheets. She wanted to go back to her dream where her brother was alive and well, where she got to touch him and speak to him. Then there was relief in being awake and away from that horrible sight of seeing the crash again, as if it had just happened all over again. The mesh of those feelings turned into pure gut-wrenching agony. She didn't even have to turn over to see that Brandon was not yet home. The time on her phone showed 12:34. Brandon would probably be home after the bar closed. Not that she really wanted his company. But a human presence would be nice. Thankfully the remote was beside her so she could turn on Hulu. She put on a random episode of that 70s show and grabbed for her black notebook which was still in her lap. Before she'd fallen asleep, she'd written notes on narcissistic parent abuse and the list of behaviors she'd read about on the internet. It was a list of things that she wanted to watch out for. Since Eve had told her a list of terms to identify the behavior she was experiencing with Brandon, she'd been complacent in their definitions. But thinking that he could possibly do the same or worse psychological damage to their child made her angry. She closed her eyes and gave in to the misery that was still taking over in her mind. She wrote about the agony of the dream she'd just had until that agony grew too strong, and even writing about it was too unbearable. The words felt less like a release and piled up inside of her. She dropped her pen. How stupid it was to dwell on this idea. But the dream felt so real. Why couldn't it just be real? Why can't we go back in time? Why can't people come back from the dead? Why can't people be nice? Her thoughts zoomed all over the place as she dwelled on everything that had gone wrong in her life. She wished she never went to the concert where she met Brandon. Why, after what I've been through, do I have to deal with this now? Why was he a monster? Sarah cried up at the ceiling. 57. Before the accident. What have we here? Sarah announced, grinning as she entered the clearing.
You dudes?
Tanya teased. She was shoulder to shoulder with Sarah. Really, it was shoulder to just above the elbow, with Tanya taking the lead. Together they approached Sarah's brother and Daryl, who were in their usual spots beside the fire. Did you guys make up? Sarah began. Yeah, I gave him another chance, Sarah's bro relented. Actually, I gave him another chance, Daryl corrected. Actually, you're kind of an asshole. Actually, you're kind of a dick. Yeah, I kind of am, Sarah's bro nodded. Everyone laughed. Glad to see you worked your shit out, Sarah said, placing a hand on her brother's shoulder. She sat down in the empty chair beside him. Tanya found a flat grassy patch to sit down on.
Guys got any weed?
Hey, keep it down, Daryl cautioned. I think he's a cop, he said in a mock whisper, cupping his hand to his lips and pointing at Sarah's bro. Nope. Nowhere to find any. Sarah's bro added. Not really. Plus we're broke. What you got there? Sarah mentioned, pointing at the colorful round discs on the ground. Discs for disc golfing, Daryl answered. What's that? So it's golf that you play with a disc, Daryl portioned out. You don't say. He does say, her bro added. So do you play it on a regular golf course? No, they have disc golf courses. There's one 20 minutes away outside of town, Daryl explained. Let's go play. Now. Yeah. I'll drive us. Fuck it, let's go, Daryl said, shrugging. Come on, idiot, he said, tapping Sarah's bro in the foot with his shoe. Cool. Sarah beamed, surprised they were up for it. Should we put out the fire? Nah. Leave it, her bro said. Bodhi will probably smell it any minute now. How was it that Sarah managed a whole conversation without Tanya's input? It was something to be proud of. Sarah drove them in her Scion down the winding road that led them just outside of their subdivision and straight into the country. The guys were in the back and Tanya was in the front, rummaging through her CDs after she'd switched the Alice in Chains CD out again for some Iron Maiden. This is too hard. Put on some Skinnerd. Sarah's bro called out.
Maybe on the way back. I need some hype music,
Tanya replied. Put Alice in Chains back on, Daryl said. Dude, it's been in Sarah's CD player for months. I'm doing an intervention. Hey! Sarah's bro yelled suddenly. What? Sarah yelled. You were supposed to turn there, he said, returning to a normal octave. Shit, Sarah said, slowing and performing a Y turn. I couldn't think with all that racket.
Lies,
Tanya said, turning to frown at the guys. They pulled into a parking stall next to a park shelter with attached bathrooms, picnic tables and grills outside. Here you go, Daryl said, handing Sarah and Tanya each a disc. You can practice at that basket over there or we can just go straight for the first hole.
I'm ready,
Tanya said, making random mock stretching moves.
I'm going to slay you guys.
Sarah threw her disc and it sailed through the air before going sideways, eventually hitting the ground and rolling to a stop. So do you throw it like that? Nope, like this, her bro said, and held his disc close to his chest and extended his arm out quickly, flinging it into the air. It soared 5 times as far as Sarah's and landed flat in the grass. Like that. Oh. I see. Daryl threw his next and it went about as far but took a hard curve to the right. Yep, you still suck, Sarah's bro pointed. The first 3 holes went fast for the guys who reached the pins in 3 or less throws. Sarah and Tanya each took about 6 or more throws to make it near the basket and an additional 3 to make it in or put it in as they were told.
That was a birdie, right?
Tanya joked, grabbing her disc through the chains of the 3rd basket before they started walking to the next hole. These are all par 3 by the way, Daryl said. So the next few are in the woods. Be careful not to hit a tree, but it'll probably happen, Sarah's bro cautioned. They entered the woods and came across a group standing around, smoke coming up from amongst them. You guys can play through, said one guy from the group. He was wearing a beanie and looked kind of cute, Sarah thought. Daryl stepped up and threw his disc first. It soared relentlessly down the fairway, which was clear of trees, and delicately landed a few feet from the basket. Nice, the guy in the beanie mentioned. Sarah's bro threw his and it hit a tree about 30 feet in front of him with a loud, unforgiving thump and went flat to the ground. Ooh, both groups collectively gasped. God damn it, he mumbled. Sarah let herself laugh out loud. You'll get him next time, bro.
Okay. All I gotta do is make it past that tree and I'm better than this pro here,
Tanya teased. Her disc sailed right past the unforgiving tree and veered far left and landed in a bush. Damn nature, Sarah's bro commented. Sarah threw hers and it went completely to the right, barely making any forward progress. She looked back and saw her group had joined the other one in lighting a small glass bowl. The guy in the beanie held another one out to her. She hadn't planned to partake, but since the cute guy was holding it out to her, she decided not to be rude. She tried her best not to cough as she held in the hit and passed it to the person next to her. A girl as short as herself snuck up next to him and cuddled up to the arm of the guy with the beanie. He placed his arm around her. Sarah smiled. They looked cute. Is that your disc, sis? Her bro asked, pointing at the disc she'd just thrown in the wrong direction. Shut up.
Anyone wanna go again? No? Okay, me neither,
Tanya said, carrying on by herself. Sarah and company just groaned as they all walked to Sarah's Scion. The group with the hot guy in the beanie got into a car and left. Sarah sat with a feeling of sadness seeing them all depart. The fun was over, but at least she was still in good company.
Should we go see if the fire burned down the neighborhood?
Tanya said while everyone piled into the car. That was pretty fun, guys. How did you all get started doing it? Sarah asked. Sham got us into it, Daryl answered. Holy shit, these are still cold, he announced, pulling a can of beer from the cooler they'd left in the car.
Oh yeah, the guy who was at the fire. He got mad at Sarah for trying to drink his camera.
Tanya reminisced. Daryl laughed. I still don't like him, Sarah's bro added. Can someone please tell me what the deal is with that guy, Sarah asked. Well, my friend here gave him and Caitlin my room. He bought a house now. It's all good. And he offered your sorry ass a free couch to sleep on. So you guys are moving in with him? Sarah noticed Tanya sat quietly. She suspected her knowing the answers to her questions. Maybe. It was dark by the time they'd reached their neighborhood. A figure caught in the glare surprised her and Tanya as she turned onto their street.
Is that a deer?
Tanya gasped. It's, Sarah paused until she could give an accurate answer. Bodhi. Approaching slowly, they confirmed Bodhi was walking across the street from his house toward the fire pit carrying a large bundle of wood. Sarah slowed and rolled her window down. Hey, we left the fire burning for you, she said to him. Bodhi had stopped and only turned to address them. Yeah, thanks. We'll be there in a minute, she said before letting go of the brake pedal. Cool, he replied and walked off. Sarah parked in her driveway and everyone headed to the bonfire. Bodhi was sitting in a chair tapping on his cell phone. Everyone took their usual spots. Sarah's bro and Daryl started drinking more beers. Every so often, Bodhi grabbed a fence piece and put it on the fire. Sarah got up to stand by the fire. Hey, these are from my parents' house, she noticed. Yep, Bodhi started. Your dad asked me to help him burn these. I'm gonna help him put in the new fence too. Wow, I didn't even know he planned on building a new fence, Sarah said. Yep. Tanya got up and walked over to the tree with the bike in it.
Was it really light or something?
Huh? Daryl asked. The bike. It's just really high up there. I feel like I need a reenactment to see if you guys actually got it up there with a simple toss. How about we just toss you up there with it? Will that work?
No, I'll pass,
Tanya said, walking back to her chair. Sarah's bro got up and walked into the trees. No one looked, knowing he was taking a piss. Hey Bodhi, do you think there's enough wood there to build an outhouse for us that find it difficult relieving ourselves outside? Sarah said. I dunno. Probably, Bodhi answered.
Dude, your house is across the street,
Tanya pointed out. Fine. Let's build a fort then, Sarah said.
Again, your house is across the street. It has your bedroom in it.
Are you trying to relive your childhood? Bodhi asked. I'm still living it, Sarah answered.
You just want to build a little makeout shack and invite that guy at the disc golf course,
Tanya noted. What? Sarah blurted. You mean for you and Daryl to make out in?
I saw you looking at that guy. The one in the hat. He was looking at you too,
Tanya said, adding a nod. He had a girlfriend. She was attached to him the whole time in case you didn't notice.
Girlfriend schmorfriend. I think he was into you. We should go back there. Slip him your number,
Tanya teased. Maybe, Sarah said without thinking.
Aha. See, don't act all innocent.
Tanya and Sarah shared grins. Daryl stood and stretched. He lost his footing and staggered backward a step, knocking the lawn chair over.
Steady there,
Tanya commented. Yeah, I think we're gonna head home, Daryl announced. I can drive you guys, Sarah offered. They had been drinking all day. Nah, I'm fine.
Yeah, and I can give you a ride back to your car tomorrow. We live on the same side of town and all,
Tanya said, sweetening the offer. I said I'm fine. Good night, people, Daryl scoffed. He grabbed his cooler and started down the trail toward the street.
Cheese?
You couldn't tell by their spoken words, but the body language between Tanya and Daryl was akin to two people who were more than just neighbors. They held gazes and shared looks that communicated way more than what was said. Just tell me already. All right. Later, bro, Sarah said, getting up to give her brother a hug. Thanks for taking us disking. It was really fun. Yes, sis. Let's do it again. I'm free tomorrow, he said, reciprocating the hug. Sarah laughed, knowing her brother was insinuating a joke based on the fact he was unemployed. Her and Tanya stayed out by the fire, watching the two walk over to Daryl's Jeep parked in his parents' driveway, watched his poor backing up job and then disappear around the corner. Sarah pulled out her cell phone and started tapping. Sarah, text when you get home. Love ya. 58. Present. Sarah awoke to being gently shook. Brandon was crouched on the floor and eye to eye with Sarah.
Hey, sorry to wake you. I was gonna wait until you woke up to ask if you want to get breakfast, but now I'm like really starving,
He said with an apologetic tone and a look to match. Being super pregnant, Sarah couldn't refuse. Brandon drove. He even held her hand on the way. Sarah didn't really feel like holding his hand, but she didn't pull it away either. It felt best to hide her feelings just in case Brandon had a fit and turned the car around. The baby was too hungry to put off eating breakfast any longer. Sarah rested her other hand on her belly.
How are you feeling today?
Brandon asked after they'd sat down at the table and placed their orders. He sounded like he was trying to be genuine. Starving, Sarah said, trying to remain detached. Brandon actually looked like he was expecting her to ask how he was feeling in return. She didn't, of course, and took a long sip of her chocolate milk, then her water, and then took out her phone.
So last night, I kinda got a wake-up call from a friend of mine.
Brandon added. Sarah glanced up at him and then back at her phone. Sarah. She lifted her gaze.
I'm going to stay home Friday nights. You're due in 3 months. I want to be there for you. I want to be a better husband.
He was smiling as he finished. Sarah was caught a bit off guard by the sudden change of heart. What to call it? Or was he losing his mind? Or was this some kind of wicked game? She almost faltered, but he held her gaze. And then that smile. It was like that ugly, wicked grin he'd given her months before. When was that? It was back when they'd had a fight and he'd flipped on her. Went from angry as hell to joking. Sarah leaned slightly forward, took a small breath, and in the calmest voice spoke from the depth of the pit in her torment. Next weekend you take me out with all of your friends so you can officially announce our pregnancy. Then.
They all know. And anyone who doesn't know isn't worth telling.
Brandon quickly interjected. Then, she pressed, you integrate me with every part of your life. Whoever you know, I get to know. Brandon scowled, but only for a slight second. It was as if he just remembered he was playing the nice guy.
Babe, I get it. It's just a little extreme and controlling of you.
Yeah, under normal circumstances. But this isn't a normal situation. From the start, you have irrationally been keeping me from knowing most of the people in your life. Starting with our wedding. Brandon opened his mouth and swallowed his words after a single syllable escaped. What I need from you is an ultimate gesture that proves you and I are a team and that you aren't hiding things or whatever this whole act has been. I no longer want to be the faceless pawn that allows you to appear a certain way to your friends. After those words, Sarah felt an enormous weight lift. She'd never been able to articulate herself to her husband in such a way before. She was stomping on the eggshells she'd been creeping over forever. Brandon hung his head rather exaggeratedly.
Okay. I mean, who are we talking about, exactly? Aaron. Eve. Katie. Katie's boyfriend. Well, not anymore, they broke up, I guess. Who else?
He said, acting puzzled. Who have you all been going out with Friday nights? She dodged the decoy he set up by bringing up Katie's breakup.
The people I just mentioned, people from work, other friends.
What are all their names? Brandon scoffed and recovered again.
Matt. Luke. Dan. Ashley. Megan. Alan.
Sarah listened intently as Brandon, like a scolded child, did just as he was told and rattled off a ton of names. Her intent was to listen for names of people he had never mentioned. It didn't matter if they were male or female. This had nothing to do with the possibility of him cheating. This was a part of what she read about narcissism. The narcissist kept a harem of people to never run out of people to adore them. She was still working on the connection between all of these people and his not allowing her to meet them. Her only guess was that she would expose something about himself to his harem, whatever illusion he'd created for them about himself. Well, she was about to bust that illusion.
Okay. And you want to meet every one of those people?
Yep. He shook his head.
I really don't understand why. I'm not even friends with most of them. They're just there because they're part of the group. And my friends who didn't come to the wedding, we haven't hung out in forever.
Sarah refused to indulge him. He must have thought he was so clever, downplaying their importance in his life, so she'd decide they weren't important to meet. She knew damn well he'd just had a Friday night with those friends he hadn't seen in ages. It didn't matter. She expected him to completely reject her proposal. Time to make it an ultimatum. So I want this all to happen within the next 2 weeks or I'm filing for divorce. Luckily, she could look away just as she spoke to greet the server who brought their plates. She started applying butter to her pancakes and salt to her eggs without a care in the world. Part of her actually hoped he would just get up and walk out. But he didn't. He laughed.
All right, Sarah. You win. I don't actually know if 2 weeks is enough time, but I'll try. By the way, I don't need to meet any of your friends because I honestly don't care about them. Those are your friends. I do adore Tanya. I think she's a really great friend. Not too keen on her new man though.
His face tightened in a scowl. Sarah was almost shocked by his agreement. Brandon dug into his meal. They sat silently for a while, filling the voids in their stomachs, guarding the door to the void deep in their hearts. She remembered what happens when things would start to get great with Brandon. He'd throw a curveball. Mitt in hand, she was going to be ready for it. Being married to Brandon meant she'd have to make sure she never put that mitt away. 59. Brandon texted Sarah asking her if she wanted to pick him up at work for lunch. She passed and said she'd picked up a chicken wrap at school. That was a lie. She hadn't even made it to the cafeteria yet. Hero followed her with their backpack slung over his shoulders. He'd taken to carrying hers as she grew bigger with the pregnancy. Oh my gosh, remember when we met? Sarah said, realizing something. Yes, Hero said, puzzled. Your backpack fell off your shoulder. So I helped you. Now you're helping me with my backpack. I know, it's stupid. I just thought it was funny when I realized it. Hero responded with a laugh. We are just two people keeping chivalry alive. Sarah laughed. It felt good to have an honest laugh these days. I'm going to go grab a chicken wrap. See you at the table. We'll all be there. Sarah grabbed 2 chicken wraps, a chocolate milk and grapes. She felt her cell buzz in her hoodie but decided it wasn't important enough to check. She walked toward the tables the group always sat at. Drake was grinning at her. She smiled politely, not thinking much of it. As her gaze moved, she saw that the rest of the group was watching her approach. What's going on? She said aloud, feeling herself grin despite herself. Methodically, the group produced tiny gifts from their backpacks and placed them all on the table where Sarah was sitting. It's a mini baby shower, Dana said, smiling boldly. The situation quickly grew overwhelming as Sarah saw the small gifts bags and one gift that was actually gift wrapped with a rattle attached with a bow. The intensity of the gesture was too much. Sarah closed her eyes and buried her face in her hands. Guys? She choked. She wasn't alone for long. In seconds, all 4 of her friends gathered around her to hug her, and the thought of almost having left them to have lunch with Brandon felt unbearable.
So I went out and grabbed lunch with a bunch of people from work.
Okay, Sarah mustered. She didn't feel like conversing much. It really had nothing to do with the current situation with her husband, but rather the fact that he was giving a fantastic foot massage right now to her beat-up feet.
Now you know how I felt when all I wanted you to do was rub me. You always wanted to argue.
He teased.
I can't wait until the baby's born and you can go back to rubbing me.
Thank the universe the doorbell rang. Sarah hadn't planned on responding to that. But that meant the end of her massage, as Brandon had to get up to get the pizza that was just delivered. She remained lying down on the couch as Brandon set up the pizza box so she could easily reach a slice. She had fully planned on not conversing and focusing on the new show they were watching when he spoke.
You know, since we know we're having a girl, I think it's about time we talked about names.
Sarah glanced over at her husband. Alice.
That sounds like an old grandma name. Like Abby.
It's awesome. Alice in Chains, Alice Cooper, Alice in Wonderland.
Yeah, leave it to you to bring a band into it. We should come up with a more rare name. Something that's not used a lot. Like Lavender. We could call her Lav for short. Oh. Or we can call her Lava.
Then the boys at school can call her Hot Lava.
Not if just you and I call her that.
He started losing his excitement. Was Sarah winning this conversation? Lavender is okay, but I've always wanted to call her Alice.
That's it? Just that one name?
Yep. Brandon shrugged and took a huge bite of his pizza. Sarah quickly chewed before speaking. So I have plans for Friday night. I thought I'd let you know now in case you had a meeting planned.
What meeting?
For me to meet your friends.
Wow, you're really sticking to that. What are your plans?
What? Sarah said. She felt her cheeks getting hot. Of course I'm sticking to it. Were you planning on me forgetting or something?
Yeah, kinda.
He grinned again. Sarah frowned at him. So what did you think? That I was joking? Just messing around?
I thought that you were just arguing. You were mad. You felt off that day. I thought you just had a bad day.
What the? I'm really fucking serious, she gulped. I have divorce papers.
Are you serious? Geez, your hormones are really wacko.
I have been dealing with this since before we were married.
Then why the fuck did you marry me?
You know, I dunno, maybe it was because I trusted you. Because back then I had no reason to not believe you when you gave me the pathetic reason behind why they couldn't be at the wedding, which was that you weren't ready. It's been almost 2 years. You should have been ready by now.
Wow. You believed me.
He said, grinning wickedly. What? Sarah said beside herself.
Yeah, don't you know I just told you that to get you to marry me?
Sarah blinked. Her heart was racing.
I'm kidding. Geez. You're so upset. Just relax, babe. I don't want you to go into labor,
He said, grabbing her toes on one foot and shaking it assuredly. Sarah let out a massive sigh. Why the hell would he do that? Why would he act as though this serious issue was a joke? Oh well. She would still stick to her plan to set out the divorce papers on the table for him to see, unfilled at first, and then he'd look at them again and they'd be all filled out. The thought actually made her relax.
What are you doing Friday?
Going to a concert.
I'm not invited.
It's just friends.
Whoa, hang on a sec. How is that fair? You get to go out with your friends and I'm here forced to parade you around all of mine by the end of 2 weeks?
He sounded serious this time. It's a concert. You don't go to those.
We met at a concert.
I've asked you so many times to go and you keep saying you're disinterested.
So. Obviously sometimes I'm not in the mood. You can still ask.
I do see your point. But sometimes when you rant about all the reasons why you don't want to go, how am I supposed to know you even enjoy them?
Because we met at 1.
He reiterated at a higher octave.
So clearly, I like going to them. Just not to everyone like you.
I don't go to every concert. What the hell?
Why were you alone that night? At Chevelle.
I told you. Tanya couldn't go because of work and my other friend canceled.
How do I know that's the truth? Why did you still go if you were by yourself? You probably went to hook up. Look how easy it was to have you come with me to the lakefront. I could have been any guy there. Wait, should I be worried?
He smiled, once again spinning the argument into a joke. Wait, are you accusing me of lying about going to concerts with my friends and that I went to hook up? And I was taking a chance with you that night. That wasn't something I was used to doing. So you're right about that.
Yeah, but I'm banned all of a sudden from going with you?
Aha. Banned. Like how I have been banned from even meeting your friends. That is literally your own word.
Oh my god, you're so fucking crazy.
Brandon sighed and exaggerated, collapsing against the back of the couch. How can you not see that the roles are literally reversed right now? This is exactly like when I ask to go out with you and you have plans with your friends and you say no. It's hurtful, isn't it?
You know, if you were able to get off the couch by yourself, I'd make you sleep on it tonight.
Fuck you, Sarah scowled, feeling the heat return to her cheeks. Seriously? How dare he? Brandon turned toward her. The grin had returned. He started crawling on top of her, keeping himself from putting any weight down on her stomach. What are you doing? Brandon brushed the tip of his nose against her cheek, then her forehead. He even planted a small kiss on her lips. Sarah didn't move.
Did you actually get divorce papers?
Yes?
Babe, I want to do this for you, okay? I want to make you happy. I'm just really uncomfortable about doing it.
Why? Just talk to me. What makes you so anxious? She softened her voice to try an empathetic approach. Her hands crept up on his beefy biceps.
I'm just not the type of guy who likes to show off.
You shouldn't treat this as showing off. It's a normal thing to be seen in public with your wife.
I know, I just like keeping things separate.
But why? Do you know how awful it's been being left at home, uninvited while you're out having fun? Out hanging around other couples. I mean, have you given that alone a thought?
I get it, okay. It's just how I am, how I've always been. I told you the story about my ex freaking out.
And I am not her. So why are you treating me like her?
But you are her. Look at how you've been acting with Katie. You started going in and interrogating her.
That's entirely your fault, Sarah demanded. You cannot have this person in your life, refuse me to meet her, and on top of it say shit like you can have her if you wanted. You can't do that. You're an asshole for actually doing it.
It was a joke. Which I wouldn't have made if I knew how crazy jealous you'd be.
Sarah shook her head. She knew deep down that his deflecting and his weird shifting between anger and playfulness was all an act. A stupid narcissistic act. I don't want to do this anymore.
Do what?
Sarah's eyes shot open. Brandon was looking down at her with a careless stare. She didn't realize she said those words out loud. She'd been so afraid to share her feelings this whole marriage in fear of Brandon leaving her. Now she didn't care about the consequences of her feelings. Warm tears started dripping down both of her cheeks. I don't want to be married anymore, she heaved. The words almost didn't come out. When Brandon pulled away, returning to his feet, Sarah felt his arms slip from her grasp. She wanted to cling to him, but she just let him slip away. Brandon got off the couch and walked down the hall. Sarah tried hoisting herself up but couldn't. She knew the only way to get up would be to roll off the couch. This realization made her cry even harder. Was she seriously about to leave Brandon when she needed him the most? Her husband re-entered the room, threw a bottle at her which bounced off her huge belly. He grabbed a slice of pizza and walked out the door. She didn't have to look at the bottle to know it was her prescription antidepressants. How the hell did he even know she had them? What a despicable act is throwing them at her. How could he care less about her feelings? The pain in her heart made her push off and roll onto the carpet. She wept while on all fours, ashamed at her state. Ashamed of being on the floor. Ashamed that her husband refused to care. Ashamed that even after all of this, she could be wrong. There's no way she could feel this horrible and it be all her fault. If Brandon wasn't solely responsible for her misery, he wasn't at all off the hook. And this was how he dealt with it. By throwing a fucking bottle of antidepressants at her and walking out. She reached for the bottle and hurled it at the door with a scream. It cracked on impact and pills spilled everywhere. She remained on the floor and sobbed. She craned her neck to look at the door and willed the universe to send her husband back through that door. She wanted him to come back and see her there and feel sorry for her. To pick her up and help her to bed. But she'd heard his car start. He was gone. She heaved and sobbed. She grabbed her stomach as it cramped up, causing her to contort on the floor. Her face heated up and beads of sweat formed all over her skin. She reached up on the coffee table and her hand fell on her cell phone. Thank the universe. She cried out in pain and dialed 911. 60. Sarah heard Brandon close the door behind him just as she entered the bedroom. She changed into pajamas and one of his t-shirts and got under the covers. It felt strange just to be in her skin. She'd just been discharged from the hospital and she had called her husband to take her home. In the car he tried asking what the hell happened. She didn't feel like answering since it felt like he was accusing her of creating a scene just to get him to come home. But it hadn't. She really thought she was about to die. That was how it felt. She had no idea a panic attack could be such an overwhelming rush of physical pain. Brandon walked in, took off his pants and shirt and got into bed with her in his watching TV position.
Can you please tell me what happened?
I got an enormous pain in my stomach. I thought I was going to die, so I called 911. The EMTs insisted on taking me to the ER because I'm pregnant, Sarah said, giving in.
So what did the doctor say?
I'm fine. It was probably a panic attack. She left out the part about the doctor insisting she get in touch with social services and her assuring the doctor she'd call her own therapist right away.
Okay. The baby's okay?
Yes?
Damn, I really wish you could be on medication. Why do you even have those pills? Are you taking them, or did you just plant them in your bedside table for me to see?
God, you're so fucking stupid. Pills don't cure everything, okay? Quit acting like a fucking expert, she spat. She didn't care anymore about holding back. He deserved every word.
Whoa? Chill the fuck out. I just thought that it could help, Take the edge off. And sorry for leaving, but you did just say you didn't want to be with me anymore. Sorry if I wanted to get some air after that. And then I get a call saying, hey, come pick me up at the hospital. Sorry for being concerned. That is my child you're carrying.
Your child, she repeated.
I don't even want to get into it, okay? I'm here. Let's just please work on this, okay?
Sarah frowned at the wall. She hated that her heart felt relief in him wanting to work things out. She hated how her brain was waving the red flag. It felt like her only choice was to do what Brandon wanted and see where it went. Staying would beat the alternative of leaving him right before she gave birth. Brandon's arm came around her and his hand rested on her stomach.
Come here, babe.
I can't. Brandon laughed.
Come on.
He chuckled and pulled her to face him. She was surprised at his strength. He leaned down and kissed her. She closed her eyes, kissing him back. She hated wanting his kiss and his arm around her.
Wanna watch Sunny?
It was not lost on Sarah that Brandon could pull a reconcile out of nowhere as fast as he could throw an insult. Yes, she said. And she snuggled against her husband and tried to muster laughs for the show. 61. Even though Sarah felt as though things with Brandon were looking up, she had taken an entire week off of school. She just didn't feel like going. There was too much to do in preparation for this baby. And she had the luxury of staying home while Brandon was at work and not having to tell him.
How was school today, baby?
He'd say, walking in through the door. Just fine, she'd reply. It felt so great to lie. Hiro texted her to ask if she wanted the assignments. She said yes, but felt so far away from wanting to do them. She had barely left the house except to pick up Brandon and go to lunch. They'd get food and have a short walk as far as Sarah could muster. After work they shopped for groceries and house stuff and went to a different movie 4 nights in a row. Sarah's favorite part was when they talked about family vacations where they'd go for each year that would be the best experience for their daughter, camping in Disney World when she was younger, Europe and historical places when she reached middle and high school. They brought up starting her college fund. Sarah agreed to name her Lavender as long as her middle name was Alice.
Lavender Alice. Doesn't exactly roll off the tongue.
Brandon winced. At least he'd agreed. Friday night rolled around. Sarah had gone to the mall to buy a decent-looking shirt for the concert that fit her enormous stomach. She would have borrowed a band shirt from Tanya if she wasn't carrying a baby in the front. Tanya couldn't go with her to help her pick one out since she took someone's earlier shift so she could actually go to the concert. She wouldn't be off work until it was time to leave. Things were going so damn well with Brandon that she'd let her guard down a bit and told him she didn't care if he made plans while she was gone. Although it felt like she was only saying that in case he would tell her he'd made plans. She was going to add that he still wasn't off the hook with 1 week remaining. It felt hard though to even think of her ultimatum after all their talk about their future as a family.
I'm just gonna stay here and watch TV. I'm not like you where I complain about being left at home and uninvited.
Brandon teased.
Maybe I'll go online and order some stuff for the nursery.
He added. No, please don't do anything for the nursery without me. Just get a list of ideas.
What? I'm not allowed to buy things for my own daughter.
It's the nursery, and I want to be a part of it. It's a big deal. Brandon just grinned ear to ear. She knew he was messing with her big time. Was he trying to get her to stay home? Before finding out, she shrugged and flew out the door as fast as her pregnant body allowed her. Sarah sat on the couch in Tanya's living room while Tanya was in her room getting hot. As she'd put it. She relaxed a little too far into the couch and realized she would need help to get up. Every passing minute was making her anxious about missing the show. They had a 90-minute drive to the venue in Chicago. Sarah was looking forward to having all that time to talk to Tanya to bring her up to speed on everything. She also needed Tanya's honest opinion about the narcissist thing. She'd tell her about all her research about how narcissists treat their spouse and their children. She could voice her concerns and ask for support and advice. Mostly she just wanted validation. And if there was time, she'd tell Tanya how despite all of this, she still felt okay with Brandon failing to meet the requirements of the ultimatum and getting a divorce. Hopefully Tanya could help her understand how it was possible to even feel all of that at the same time. A bunch of minutes later, Tanya stood at the end of the hallway. She looked weird. The way she looked at Sarah made her stomach drop. There was no smile, no look of sarcasm. No. They both held the other's gaze. Tanya broke the silence.
I can't come.
Why?
It's Kevin. He.
Wait. Who?
Kev,
Tanya stammered.
you saw him back on Halloween.
That guy. The guy you catered to while ruining my night. Sarah just stared and swallowed.
Anyways. He was going to be coming back tomorrow, but he came back now, I guess.
What does that even mean? Sarah's voice wavered.
He's been in Ohio for the past few months. He went there like right before Christmas. A couple of weeks ago he called me out of the blue and we just started talking.
Yeah, I thought you broke up with him because he just up and left without telling you, Sarah said, recalling the details from an old texting conversation. She had been relieved he'd gotten rid of himself.
Yeah. It was kinda messed up, but anyways, I didn't want to tell you we were talking again unless we officially got back together.
Are you?
That's what I want to go find out.
Can't he wait? He's a day early. Let him catch up with friends and family.
He said he has something planned.
Can't he unplan it? Tanya chuckled.
I don't know. I mean, he made reservations somewhere.
We have reservations. Tanya smiled lightheartedly.
We don't really though. We were going to buy our tickets at the door.
Can you help me off the couch? Sarah asked, lowering her gaze and leaning forward. Tanya crossed the room to help her off the couch. Sarah let go of her arms as soon as she was up. Well, I gotta get going. Wasted enough time.
You're still going? By yourself?
Tanya was giving her the wide eyes. I've done it before. I'll do it again. Maybe find me a real man and a real friend. The private thought pleased her.
Shit. Can you take me back to the gas station? My car's there?
What? Sarah said, glaring at her. Can't Kev pick you up?
Yeah.
Tanya said, looking like the obvious had just hit her.
Sorry?
Tanya was acting like someone who'd just gotten off the hook, yet Sarah was determined that any second she would come to her senses. No way could she be plunged straight to the bottom of her best friend's priority list just to get laid. Before she reached the door, she turned to make eye contact. Come on, T. I need you.
I'm sorry, Sarah. He needs me more.
Sarah's eyes bulged. How the fuck?
He's also here because his mom died.
So is he here to get you back or here to go to his mother's funeral? She spat. Her anger was returning moments after she'd just decided to give her a benefit of the doubt.
Oh my God, Sarah. It's both. It's this whole thing. Later I can tell you how it all played out, but you're in a hurry.
Sarah was completely defeated. She grabbed the doorknob and pulled the door open. She turned once more and allowed her thoughts to come out. You have no idea how wrong you are about who needs you more, she said, defeated.
I'll make it up to you.
Tanya called from inside her apartment. The words just rolled right off Sarah. Tanya had never let her down before. Not this bad. The Daryl thing wasn't even this serious. As far as she knew anyway. Should she give her a pass? No. She really meant it when she said she needed Tanya more. She needed her to pull her out of this funk. She needed her tonight. The truth was that ever since before the holidays when she'd become complacent, she'd changed. She didn't understand it, and she needed help getting back to normal. She wanted to feel something else besides sadness and hopelessness. The spurts of happiness she'd experienced with Brandon, she knew deep down they were these spur-of-the-moment feelings. They weren't emotions of pure joy. Because she just knew somehow there was some twisted form of reality behind it. And she was stuck in it. She knew that some way, somehow, she needed her best friend to get through this. 62. Sarah arrived at the venue in Chicago. The entire drive down she had managed to keep her mind empty of negative thoughts and had just turned on the radio to a rock station to get her in the mood for the show. She had a very removed feeling as she knew she wanted to be here, but she felt awfully judged. Maybe embarrassed. But she was there. Her current state of feeling disconnected had her doing things she would have never done alone. The venue was at a bar in a well-lit neighborhood. There were couples walking around after dark, some with dogs too, but when she got to the door the crowd changed. Metalheads had all come out of the woodwork in their jeans and band shirts and their vests covered in band patches and scruffy beards. Tanya would have called them her people. Now here Sarah was, full belly, wearing a 1X Iron Maiden shirt that she thought Tanya would have gotten a kick out of. Dang, is she here alone? Sarah almost didn't register that the comment was directed at her. She looked up to see where it came from, and she saw a guy with a beard and a flannel shirt with a group of friends directly ahead of her in line. He was giving her a sympathetic look. Luckily none of his friends acknowledged his comment either, as they were busy getting their tickets at the box office. The guy looked away from her finally to purchase his ticket. Sarah just went on to purchase her own. She was behind the group of guys again for the line to scan the tickets and to get wanted with the handheld metal detectors. The guy turned back around. Are you alone, hun? Don't go near any mosh pits. I'm fine, Sarah said, furrowing her brow at the guy. She was well freaking aware of the dangers of mosh pits. She might be 8 months pregnant and at a concert in downtown Chicago alone, but she wasn't stupid. He turned back and went in, but he kept looking back at her oddly. Sarah rolled her eyes at him. Once on the floor, she took the safest place possible against the back wall. Surprisingly, it had an impeccable view. She was far back enough that she could see the stage perfectly, and there were no tall people blocking her view. After a mere 5 minutes of standing while the stage crew was changing sets for the next opening band, she'd missed the first thanks to Tanya. She looked desperately for a place to sit down that she'd be able to help herself get back up from. Her feet were hurting so bad and she felt tears welling up, thinking she might actually leave. I am so pathetic. That guy was there again. He was roughly 10 feet from her. He was talking to a staff person and practically pointing her out. Oh God, what was he saying? That I shouldn't be here. Fuck this guy. Now she had to stay out of spite. The staff person started walking toward Sarah, so she looked back at the stage. Please don't stop by me. Please don't stop by me. Hi. Ma'am? Yeah? Sarah gulped. That guy over there felt concerned about you. We do offer chairs to people in your condition, the staff guy said, being careful with his words. Oh, Sarah said, immediately perking up. That would actually be so awesome. Okay, so you actually have to come up to the balcony. Can you follow me up the stairs? Yes, Sarah answered. Oh my god, the balcony. The staff guy led her to the bottom of the stairs where another staff guy was sitting on a stool with a flashlight, checking tickets to allow past the people who paid for balcony seating. She begrudgingly climbed the stairs as she was led to a row of seating that had a view of the side of the stage. A perfect view. No people in her way. No stacks of speakers. Just the stage, the instruments, and the band. Wow, I'm like getting the rock star treatment. She hoped she could see that guy in flannel with the beard and thank him for his concerns. She pulled out her phone to check the time to see how long until the next band would go on and noted that she had no text messages. Not a follow-up sorry from Tanya. And nothing from her husband. Go figure. She pictured him in his office on his laptop scanning Amazon for nursery stuff without her. She was mad at the fact that he just might be doing that, and she found it hard to pull her mind away. She opened a random game on her phone to stay occupied and to push away the urge to text him but couldn't focus, and she shoved her phone in her pocket. But once she scanned the crowd, she was able to shift her focus. Sarah loved being able to watch all the people from where she sat. There were people in line getting drinks. It was amazing how many black shirts were there. And hats, those trucker hats. And black hoodies. And long hair. She got excited about seeing a mosh pit from up here. She wondered if Brandon would wait up for her. Or maybe he'd went out with friends. She'd really love to rub that in his face if he did. Oh, I thought you were going to stay home and watch TV. What happened? Get bored while I was out. 1 week. You have 1 week, buddy. It was a ridiculous thought, but she suddenly wished she'd brought the divorce paperwork to the concert so she could fill it out. She put her phone away and decided that those who were at the bar had the right idea. She should go for a soda or something and get caffeinated before the band went on. After she got back from dropping $4 on a 20-ounce of soda, she sat back in her chair and peered back and forth between the crowd and the stage. Her anger over Tanya creeped back up. Damn it, she should be here. Her and Kev better be fucking engaged by the time I see her next. Her thoughts felt justified. If her best friend ditched her for true love, it had better be just that, or Sarah would forever assume she was ditched for a booty call. The lights went down and a shriek emitted from the crowd. The surrounding people jumped to their feet. A mosh pit broke out too. Heads were bouncing around. It was crazy. She was so glad to not be anywhere near it. She didn't even look at the band for the first several songs since people watching was so much more interesting from up above. Soft lights came on and the lead singer propped one foot up on a receiver in front of him and intimately addressed the crowd, saying they were going to do a cover of a band they loved. You all probably know this one, so please sing along. He shoved his body off the receiver with his foot to grab an acoustic guitar and sat on a stool. The lead guitarist had done the same, holding onto his electric and grabbing a stool. Quickly, Sarah realized she recognized the song. It was the Scorpions. The song was Wind of Change. And it was beautiful. Flashes of her brother hit her hard. She saw him sitting in a lawn chair by the fire. She saw his smile. She even saw herself smile. She could see Tanya too, talking and making jokes. She saw Daryl sitting with a beer and just being there. She saw Bodhi stabbing the fire. Her memory took her back to their last day, how her brother leaving a bag of burgers in her car gave her one last impromptu day with him. Tears came down her cheeks, pushing through her eyelids. She clenched her eyes as tightly as she could. Not to hold in the tears, but to hold on to the memory of her last days spent with her brother forever. 63. Before the accident. Sarah pulled into the driveway and stopped inches behind her dad's truck, then grabbed her phone from the passenger seat where she'd plopped it down and saw she had a voice message from her brother. What the heck? I just dropped him off. Bring back my frickin' burger RRRRS. Bye. Sarah snorted at the desperation of his voice and its nonchalant ending. She turned to glance in her back seat and saw the bag of frozen burgers tucked perfectly into the back seat. Well, I guess I gotta go all the way back out there, she exasperated out loud. Before taking off, she decided to call Tanya in case she was at her mom's and see if she wanted to come with. Within 5 minutes, Tanya trotted down to her car and jumped in the front seat.
I brought Pantera and Ozzy,
Tanya said, holding up the bare CDs, one on each of her middle fingers. Ozzy.
Alright, you're gonna like this,
Tanya said, exchanging the CDs in the CD player. Sarah casually took the few turns to get from her street and back onto County Highway D, where she just traveled to and from. She slowed for the upcoming giant curve. This doesn't sound like Ozzy, she noted quizzically.
I know.
Tanya beamed.
It's psychedelic, isn't it?
She grinned.
This is Black Sabbath. It's incredible to get stoned to.
Sarah joined Tanya in just sitting back enjoying the music and the scenery. And Tanya yelling,
"Oh my God, you'll love this one,"
at the start of every single song. It was a short 15-minute drive through the countryside. You wouldn't know there were houses along the way if there weren't mailboxes along the road, as the tree line went almost to the road and hid them. Sarah slowed and pulled the Scion into the gravel driveway behind Daryl's Jeep, just as she'd done about half an hour prior when she dropped off her brother. "I'll text him." Tanya nodded. "He says to come in." Tanya gave her a look.
"I don't want to stay."
Sarah knew it had to do with the fact that Daryl was here. She badly wanted to know what the heck happened but figured it was best to just let Tanya say something herself on her own time. Seriously though, why was Tanya taking this long to tell her? "It won't be long. I promise." Sarah got out of the car and walked up a narrow set of wood stairs onto the deck. She knocked. A thin girl in long auburn hair, hoodie and jeans answered. "Oh hey." Sarah was surprised to see one of the women that was at the fire with her brother and Daryl a few months prior. The woman nodded and left the door opened before turning back to the living room. The sound of a foot on the stairs behind her surprised her. Tanya had decided to follow her in. They stepped into a large living room with 3 full-sized couches and 2 recliners lining the walls, leaving the center of the room wide open. Next to the front door was a huge entertainment center that covered the wall. A large flat screen was hung in the middle of it and every shelf was busting with DVDs. Daryl was lounging on a couch at the back wall. Both of the girls from the fire were there, sitting in the recliners in front of a massive window. The TV was playing the show Friends. "Burgers." Sarah heard her brother call from a couch. "Oh shit," Sarah winced. "I left them in the car." She started retreating to the door. "Hey sis. What's up? Is my pipe possibly in your car?" "Oh. If it is, I'm not aware of it. You can come check if you want. Can you just look?" "Fine. Pass me them burgers first though." "What? Then come and get 'em. I'm not going out there twice." She didn't care who heard her bickering with her brother. Sarah just ignored him as she went toward the door, and despite his protest her brother came out to her car to get the burgers. "Can you pass me the burgers and then you look for the pipe?" "Why can't you look? It's your pipe. It's your car. So you know where all the hiding spots are." While she rummaged, Sarah thought about giving Tanya a scapegoat since she knew she really did not want to be here, but Sarah really wanted to stay and hang. The two stepped back into the house. Sarah sat down on one of the couches expecting Tanya to sit next to her, but Tanya just leaned against the wall beside the couch with her arms crossed. Any minute now her brother or Daryl would be asking someone to spark one. "Okay. Pass the meat. I want to get that shit on the grill." A commanding voice boomed from the adjacent kitchen. A face appeared in the doorway. He disappeared as quickly as he'd appeared. Sarah recognized him immediately as Sham, the guy who freaked when she'd mistaken his camera bag for a cooler. Daryl got up and snatched the burgers from Sarah's brother. "I think I'll take care of these from here." Sarah's bro got up and motioned with his head for her to follow. She got up and looked at Tanya. Her gaze was fixated on the TV and looking as if Friends was offending her. "Yoo-hoo." Tanya looked back at Sarah and stepped from the wall. They followed the guys to the backyard onto a large deck with a picnic table on it. Sham and Daryl were both at the grill at the far end of the deck. Sarah sat down at the picnic table and Tanya took a seat right next to her. Sarah could feel some intensity from Tanya. Her easygoing best friend was being so rigid, so quiet, so not herself. Then she brought her face towards Sarah's.
"I'm going to grab a brat when they're done, but then I want to get out of here soon after that."
"Oh, they have brats too?" Sarah thought about asking Tanya what was up, but she couldn't bring herself to. Not yet. If Tanya didn't say something later, like on their way back home, she'd probably have to ask. This wasn't the place. After Daryl started pulling brats and burgers off the grill, Tanya got up and pulled Sarah along with her. Sham had walked off to the yard, leaving Daryl to tend the grill. Tanya grabbed a paper plate and a bun from the package on the other end of the picnic table by the grill. Sarah did the same. Daryl was still holding the tongs as he turned toward Tanya. "Brat?"
"Yeah, right there. On the bun."
Tanya held her plate out and Daryl plopped one on her bun. Sarah wanted to giggle at the innuendo but held it in. She held out her plate in the same fashion. "Thanks." "Yep." They sat back down. Sarah was glad to have food. Had she known about the barbecue, she would have made a side to share. Aside from burgers and brats, there was only a jar of bread and butter pickle spears. Tanya dipped her brat and bun in a pile of mustard and took a bite. Sarah squirted a line of ketchup on either side of her brat. She thought about sticking a pickle spear on there. She didn't though and ate while Tanya sat still after her first bite. Sorry, Sarah mouthed.
I'm glad we stayed. I was starving.
Sarah smiled. Okay. Cool. Despite Tanya's words, she was about to give her the option of leaving once they were done eating. Sis. Help. Sarah looked out at the yard at her brother. Sham and the other guy were grinning quite wide. Sis. Come over here. Sarah got up and left the deck, stepping onto some surprisingly bumpy terrain with patches of dirt and grass. Tell Adam how cool I am. Okay. Adam laughed. See. Even your sister questions if you were ever cool. Sham laughed even louder. His laugh startled Sarah. She was very used to her brother being razzed. Now she felt pressured, like she was expected to perform as though everyone were expecting her to say something funny. He can be cool. We used to wrestle a lot. One day when I stayed home sick from school, we put on matching pajamas and wrestled in the living room. That was all she could come up with. Although after she said it, it gave her a brief panic that everyone would just look at her weird and there'd be silence. Pickin' fights with girls. And your little sister for that. Oh, that's just uncool, man. Don't you have any morals? Adam carried on, cackling. Sarah looked at her brother who was just glaring. He looked very contemplative with his eyebrow cocked. Yeah man, why don't you pick on someone at least at your intelligence level? Sham added. Sarah was feeling uncomfortable. She was totally used to Daryl razzing her brother good and she'd even join in. There was just something about Sham that was off-putting. Yeah, you just wait until I sober up. I'll razzle-dazzle your socks off, Sarah heard her brother say in a long drawn-out threat. She hadn't realized he was drunk. Adam cackled. Sham had walked away toward the deck to grab some food. When Sarah looked, she saw Tanya was no longer sitting on the deck. She had probably gone to find a bathroom. You want to play croquet? Adam said to Sarah. Sure. Adam handed her some hoops and told her to stick them in the ground wherever she felt. Her brother took a few from Adam and bent over pretty steadily, she noted, to shove one in, then walked about 10 feet before he did another one. With Sham gone, Adam seemed to stop the razzing, which Sarah appreciated. Dude, that's too deep. The balls won't even fit under. Her brother stared at his hoop sideways, then started snickering to himself and went to fix it. He dropped a ball on the ground, grabbed a mallet and hit it pretty hard. It pinged under the hoop and sailed across the yard. You just gotta hit it harder. Are we starting now? Adam asked. He stood up from the S-curve he'd just made of hoops. I was testing my whack, her brother called back as he walked to get his ball. Her bro walked over to his ball from the edge of the lawn. Me first. 4, he called before whacking his ball across the yard again. It bounced and landed somewhere in the middle of the field, as it was headed in no particular direction. Sarah giggled. Once again, not how you play, Adam remarked. Dumbass. Daryl called from the deck. Shut up, hunky. I was just hitting the ball to the starting spot. Sarah walked over by Adam, guessing that was where she was supposed to start, and she almost tripped over a clump of dirt on the grass. Watch your step. Sham's voice boomed from the deck. I had a bunch of trees pulled last summer and it left the lawn all jagged. Sarah nodded toward him. She saw that Tanya still hadn't returned. She hoped she hadn't gone to just go sit in the car or something. Adam hit his ball over toward Sarah's brother, who was still walking towards the starting line. He had to jump out of the way. Hey! He walked over to Adam's ball and kicked it way out toward the bushes. You fucker, Adam grumbled and walked toward his ball. Just as he was about to pass Sarah's brother, he lunged out at him and tackled him to the ground. He got up laughing at how he got the better of him, then Sarah's brother grabbed his leg and caused him to trip. He caught himself and tried kicking out of the grip. Sham got up and ran to them and joined them by fake elbow dropping Sarah's brother. He hit the dirt next to him. Then Adam grabbed his arms and held them above his head while Sham got up and started to slow punch Sarah's brother in the face, literally tapping him with his knuckles. Daryl ran over and actually shoved Sham out of the way. It was the first really near violent move from either of them. Sarah was frightened by how hard Daryl ran into Sham. She thought for sure that he'd want to get him back for the ambush. But the guys all just helped one another off the ground and walked back to the deck to open up some beers. Hey, good game, Adam saluted, tipping his beer toward everyone. I think I won, her brother said after a long swig. Everyone laughed, reassuring Sarah that it was all fun and games. Hey, where can I find the bathroom, she asked, looking at Sham. It's just off the kitchen. Cool. Sarah got up and walked inside. She found the bathroom easily and saw that it was empty, confirming her suspicion that Tanya might be in the car. She walked through the living room and saw one of the women sitting in a recliner. "Oh, the food is done," she mentioned to her as she walked out the front door. "Thanks." Sarah stepped onto the front porch and could tell that no one was in her car, so she went back inside. The woman was still sitting on the recliner. "Hey, do you know where my friend went?" Kaylin took her upstairs to play video games. Sarah was stumped. It would have taken 1,000 guesses to come up with that scenario. "You can go up there," the woman added amid Sarah's long pause. "Cool, thanks." "Sure." The creaky stairs started right at the corner of the living room. When she got to the top, she could hear TV sounds, but she proceeded with glancing into each room as she went down the hall toward the sounds. The first room had a queen-sized bed and was darkened by the red sheets that hung in front of the windows. Next was a small bathroom with the sound of a toilet still running. Across from that was a room filled with banker boxes and a desk with a huge camera on it. She peered into the next room and saw Tanya sitting on the floor next to a twin-sized bed. Her hands held onto a controller and she was tapping away.
Sup?
"Hey. Surprised to see you up here."
Yeah, I got bored. I didn't want to ask you to leave, 'cause I wanted you to have fun with your bro and stuff.
Ah. Sarah sat on the bed facing the TV and watched Tanya for a while. Her eyes roamed the room. The walls were bare except for a Metallica poster and a calendar. She saw a green hoodie hanging on a hook that hung from the top of the door. "Is this Daryl's room?"
Yeah.
Sarah paused. If Daryl was living here, then was her brother also living here? Who's all living here?
I'm assuming all of the people who are here besides you and me.
My brother too.
Sarah, you don't know where your brother is living?
I guess I don't. Huh. Sarah kept trying to think through the matter. It seemed like things went south after Sham got involved. At least her brother had a place to live. He could probably come back home if he ever needed to. She decided not to worry.
I died. Do you want to try?
Tanya held the controller out to Sarah. Sure.
Okay, jump on that spring. Get those rings. No, you got hit. Grab all your rings back before they disappear. You are supposed to jump over the spikes. Not on them.
Sarah jolted her arms around as she pushed buttons trying to follow Tanya's moves. There was some clamoring that could be heard outside the bedroom that sounded as though it was making its way from the living room up the stairs. It quickly grew and became obvious that the ruckus was nearing the room. It even sounded like someone was slammed into a wall, followed by a groan. Just as Tanya and Sarah were exchanging questionable looks, the bedroom door flew open and Sarah's brother zoomed in, and before she knew it, she was being hoisted into the air. Ah. Bro. Put me down. Sarah squealed. Her brother was trying to lift her over his head but failed to hold her appropriately to do so, then body slammed her onto the bed anyway. Sarah bounced and then held her hands out to warn him off from possibly repeating the ordeal. Are you serious right now? There. I can still do it. Sort of. And see. She's not hurt. I would never hurt my sister. Adam stood leaning against the doorway. Bravo. But good thing you're not my sister or I wouldn't do this. After saying those words, Adam lunged right at Sarah's brother. They both crashed into Sarah on the bed and smushed her up against the wall. Sarah screamed in protest. Okay. Let me out of here. Before Adam's foot left the floor to pummel Sarah's bro into Sarah, it got caught on the power cord to the Genesis and lifted the game system off the floor. When it crashed back down, the TV screen went a solid green color. Tanya stared at the blank TV and sighed, holding onto the controller. Sarah was grunting and begging to be let go while Adam and her brother wrestled almost on top of her.
Guys, I think Sarah needs to breathe.
Tanya had stood up and watched them wrestle with her hands on her hips. Adam finally got up and just simply left the room, relieving Sarah's brother from the onslaught and subsequently releasing Sarah from being pushed into the wall. Sarah sat up feeling dazed. She wiped blonde locks that got stuck to her face. Sorry, sis. Sarah sat up and just smiled and nodded at her bro. Not sure why you had to prove you could still body slam me, but okay. Don't you remember when we were kids? Well, when I was a high schooler and you were a little elementary kid, I used to come into your room and body slam you for no reason. Yes? I just wanted to prove to Adam that I loved my sister and that it used to make you giggle and go hee hee hee. He wiggled his torso as he mocked the way Sarah used to laugh as a little girl. Sarah snorted at the impression of herself. But anyway, sorry sis if I hurt you. Adam wasn't supposed to attack me and make me smash my sister all up against the wall. He yelled loud enough that Adam might still hear from whatever part of the house he disappeared to. It's all right. I survived. All right. Well, I think we're gonna watch some horror movies if you want to join in the living room. But if video games are your thing, you can stay here and do that too. There's still more burgers too. Okay, bro. Thanks. He got off the bed and stood facing his sister. Hey. No problem. He turned and walked out the door, but then he quickly returned. Oh, one more thing. Sorry. He walked to the bed and leaned over it to mess up Sarah's hair with a hand. God. Stop it. He made the same mock giggle sound as before and then left the room again. Love you, sis. They heard him yell from down the hall. It was early, really early in the morning, but still dark when Sarah's eyes opened. Her full bladder was screaming for release. She lifted her torso off the couch where she had fallen asleep while everyone watched the Evil Dead series. She vaguely recalled even seeing the end of the first movie before everything went black. She stumbled down the hall and clicked on the light as she entered the bathroom. Her eyes stung as the light stabbed them. After emptying her bladder, she went back to the living room and saw her brother snoozing on the other couch. She decided to head upstairs, half expecting Tanya to be playing video games in Daryl's room again. Or sleeping with Daryl? She crept slowly up the stairs, but the damn things were so creaky. The door to the first bedroom and the room with the banker boxes were closed. Daryl's bedroom door was open though, so she peeked in. Daryl was in his bed, but he was alone. Sarah was about to head back down the stairs when she heard a rather loud thud nearby. The heck? It was almost startling enough to wonder if a person had fallen out of bed. She contemplated ignoring it, but then thought better of it. This was a house full of drunks. Who knew if someone had a medical emergency? She or Tanya were basically the only people who were likely to be able to help. She walked down the hall to the door of the room that had the banker boxes and heard shuffling. And she could see light from under the door. Tanya. There was no answer. She pushed the door open and blinked. Tanya. Tanya stopped like a person who's been caught doing something they shouldn't.
Oh. Hi.
Sarah's heart fell. Is Tanya for real stealing? What are you doing?
I just got up to use the bathroom.
Then why are you in here? Tanya sighed. It was weird to see her do that.
I couldn't sleep, so I decided to snoop.
Sarah looked at her stunned. She thought of several ways to proceed, but she ended up turning and walking away, wishing it were possible to forget what she'd seen. Seriously? They were a guest in this house and Tanya was snooping? For what? How rude can she be? Sarah laid back down on the couch and heard Tanya come in to lie down on the other vacant couch. She pretended to sleep until the sun came up, too disgusted to even talk to Tanya. Sometime around 7:30, her brother stirred awake. She sat up and watched Tanya sit up too. She wondered if she hadn't slept as well. Good morning, her brother sang. Morning. Sarah briefly made eye contact with Tanya. You guys sleep okay? He asked. Yeah. How were the movies? Dunno. We never finished them. Oh, I thought it was just me, Sarah laughed. There were footsteps coming down the stairs and Daryl appeared. He'd changed into flannel pajama pants and was wearing his green hoodie. He took a spot on one of the recliners. No one said anything to him. I think I'm gonna head out. I'm craving an iced coffee. Sis, could you do us a big favor, please? Okay. Would you want to go get us some beer? We can throw you gas money. Add enough for an iced coffee and sure. Heck yeah. Sarah stood. Tanya stood as well.
I'll probably have you drop me off then.
Sarah responded by nodding before heading for the door. It was a tiny step up from her response to seeing Tanya snooping in the middle of the night. She got to the sign, started it, and waited for Tanya. She had the gear in reverse before Tanya's passenger side door closed. All 15 minutes of the drive home, Sarah was pissed. At first she stayed silent so that Tanya could open up and offer an explanation for herself. Maybe she could even apologize for making Sarah look bad. Well, potentially making her look bad since she was not caught by anyone beside her. Thankfully. Because had she been caught, it would have made Sarah and her brother look bad. And that would be more damning for her brother since he was the one who's invited them to stay. And she wanted Tanya to open her damn mouth so that she could tell her exactly that. But Tanya just sat in her seat silent. They turned the bend past a large oak tree. It was so huge. You couldn't miss it, and it was sort of this landmark that signaled you were almost back in town. In 5 minutes they'd pull into Sarah's driveway.
Look. There is an explanation for what I was doing. And I promise I will tell you. Just please let me do it on my own time.
Sarah breathed in. All her anger was gone and her heart was hurting for her friend. What was going on? Tanya was looking at her. Sarah threw her a smile, mostly because she had a road to watch. Tanya smiled back. She was so relieved. Just minutes ago she felt like this would somehow cause a rift in their friendship, but something bigger was going on and Sarah had to relinquish control to Tanya. She didn't need a lecture. She needed a friend. And Sarah would be there for her when she decided to open up.
I'll call you later,
Tanya said, exiting the car. Okay. Sarah was about to pull out of the driveway and head to the gas station when her cell phone started ringing. Her brother. Again. 64. Present. Monday evening, Sarah was sitting in one of the rockers her dad had made after reinforcing it with several pillows. She faced the fire that had taken her 20 minutes to spark, made sure there was plenty of wood within arm's length, sat back and relaxed. Something inside of her had shifted. Even after she'd just received a text from Brandon saying he'd be home late, she could easily melt into the pillows. He'd asked if he could go out with friends after work and bring her back food. She smirked and rolled her eyes, recalling his speech on his wake-up call, the one that was going to keep him home. That and the dude was in his last week to make a decision on her ultimatum. Perhaps he was having a last hurrah. Or perhaps he needed time to change whatever story he'd been feeding his friends since the beginning of his and Sarah's relationship. It was getting easier to spot narcissist games. Hint. It was any time he made her feel bad or good. Sarah texted him. Okay. And now here she was. It was kind of nice having him gone. Her. Music. Hand on her belly, feeling kick after kick. Her phone was playing the Scorpions playlist she'd created after being inspired by the concert. Neither did it matter anymore that Tanya had abandoned her that night. It was still bullshit, the whole Kev thing. She'd considered going home from the concert and pretending to both Tanya and Brandon about how amazing her night was, but it truly had been. The music had consumed her. Awakened her. Honestly, now she understood why Tanya was so obsessed with live music. The solo experience allowed her to enter a cocoon where she could ignore Brandon and Tanya's betrayals. Her parents would love a visit. She'd visit them soon. Maybe invite Bodhi over. Guaranteed company who wouldn't put a ripple in her contentment. She texted Bodhi. While waiting for a reply, she closed her eyes against the music and reveled in old memories. Life used to be so carefree. The heat from the fire was like an added blanket of calm. Bodhi, I would pop over, except I'm at my cousin's birthday party. Have fun though. Sarah smiled. She was happy he was among family. And look, he gave her the decency of texting her back. Bodhi was the type of guy who supported his family. He probably would have invited all of his friends to his wedding. At least Sarah hoped. Not only her husband was that extreme an asshole. He never texted Sarah back while he was out, and he always waited to call her on his way home. Except for that one time he actually left his friends after she texted when she was at the ER. Have to be near death for him to give a damn. Her phone vibrated again. Tanya.
Hey.
Tanya.
I have everyone on board for Friday.
Sarah rolled her eyes. The stupid shower. How she didn't want to spend an evening with Val and Courtney, who had long since become strangers to her. Why couldn't Kevin come home in time for Tanya to cancel the baby shower? If she just ignored Tanya, maybe it wouldn't happen. The other thing was that the day of the shower would also be the last day that Brandon had any chance to meet the terms of the ultimatum, and she didn't want him having an out. And she certainly didn't want to be distracted by a stupid baby shower. Tanya.
Hey, and thanks so much for understanding. Kev and I are doing really good.
Sarah frowned. I wasn't understanding. I'm not even understanding now. Sarah picked up her phone, ignored Tanya, and ordered a pizza.
So are you like dropping out?
Brandon asked as he pulled his side of the comforter down Tuesday night. Sarah didn't know how to respond. How the hell did he know? The truth was she was kind of just not going at the moment. She had made no kind of decision on the matter. It was more of a 1-week skip that was turning into a 2-week hiatus. Just don't worry about it.
Okay, well, have you been communicating with your professors?
They know what's up, she lied. Not even Hero knew what was up, and she'd left her backpack in her locker at school just so she could go home and forget all about school. What was the use? At least until she felt like going to classes again. School had fallen several rungs on her priority list.
So what exactly is up?
Sarah sighed. Nothing. I'm just exhausted.
Are you okay with your classes? Are you keeping up with your assignments?
Yes. Another lie.
Okay. Well, I feel compelled to tell you that withdrawing late in the semester has worse consequences than withdrawing before a drop date. Whatever happens now goes on your record. And that's assuming you're not going to fail.
Sarah was resting her hands on her stomach and feeling the baby kick. She tried not to smile as she kept that information to herself. Thanks for the input. Brandon sighed loudly.
You want to watch a show?
Sarah smiled. That was a genuine victory. Absolutely. It wasn't as though she had any big plans tomorrow that required an early start like a class or something. She hoisted herself upright and stuffed some pillows behind herself as well. Brandon watched her, grinning.
You know, you can ask me for help.
I got it.
Being pregnant has really made you more stubborn.
Sarah ignored his comment, but she let him slip an arm around her between her back and the pillows and let her head fall against him. He felt warm and solid. There was something reassuring there, like if someone broke into the house, she knew Brandon could take them. Brandon put on the show, and thankfully that meant he'd be quiet. It was a new episode of Sunny, but Sarah didn't pay it any attention to it. She felt another kick. Her mind started wandering to life after the baby was born. She started imagining them going for walks together, pushing her in a stroller. Eventually, Brandon would start going out with his friends. Automatically, Sarah imagined the three of them going out. But then she remembered she was married to Brandon. Her mind predicted a horrible future where Brandon refused to let Sarah go out with him but took their daughter. He wouldn't do that, would he? How ridiculous was it to be jealous of her own daughter going out with her father? That was a normal thing. Just not the way that Brandon would do it. It would turn into a big fight where he'd tell her how crazy she was being. He'd shame her for being jealous. Tell her she was being a bad mother. Would he really do that? Would he still not let me near his friends even after our daughter is born? Surely not. She'd given him the ultimatum. He had a deadline. That should solve the problem. Unless he tries finagling himself out of it somehow. I'll have to make sure I stick to my guns. The minuscule amount of pride she got from keeping the baby kicks from him was diminishing by the second. Brandon was slapping his knee at Danny DeVito, and Sarah's world was crumbling around her. What if he made plans to go bowling or something with friends and he took their daughter with? She could see them all passing the baby around like a little hot potato, cooing and gushing over her. Or if she's older, maybe she's sitting and having pizza and soda with them and one of Brandon's friends help her bowl. What if that someone was Katie? What if he started telling their daughter not to tell mommy where they were? They'd come home laughing about what a great time they'd had. What if he taught their daughter to lie? He'd be using our daughter to make me feel more crazy. Sarah shot upward and started pulling away, but Brandon playfully tugged at her.
Where are you going?
Bathroom. He released her. Sarah quickly made it to the bathroom and sat on the toilet without lifting the lid. The feeling of panic was slowly subsiding. She didn't even realize it was a panic attack until it was almost over. Her heart was pounding as if she'd ran up several flights of stairs. Having closed doors between her and her husband helped the feeling subside. But now what? Go back to him after her mind had made up their future? Sarah stood up and gazed at herself in the mirror. She followed her long blonde hair from the root where it was a deep auburn and followed it to the tips where it naturally turned to a shade close to white. She looked at her big brown eyes, her unplucked eyebrows. Her cheeks still glowed. For 1 second she saw a beautiful pregnant woman. Then she began to see a woman who was feeling defeated. She didn't want to play this game anymore. Beyond the door was the game maker. The one who made the rules. He was lying in their bed perfectly content with his place. And here Sarah was hiding in their bathroom. She was all out of moves. Well, maybe there was one. She turned on the shower and undressed. Under the water, she worried herself with Brandon wanting to know why she'd gone to take a shower in the middle of their show. Then it occurred to her she could use one of his moves. He enjoyed blaming her pregnancy hormones on her behavior. Well, so could she. 65. It felt right to be home, even though it felt a little sad. Nostalgia? The feeling was a lot like what she experienced from the dream about holding her brother's hand. How the need to not let go of it was in fear of losing him all over again. And how waking up from the dream carried that same sense to hold on to the memory of the dream. That wasn't nostalgia. It was something more desperate. Something about this moment felt so intense and so very in need of holding on to. Sarah felt it growing inside of her gut all the way until she pulled into her parents' driveway. Upon her arrival, it felt like a nagging ache that she may be able to ignore with just the right company. That was how Sarah felt as soon as she'd arrived at her parents'. Sarah stood in front of the game drawer in the living room, rummaging through all the decks of cards her parents collected since she was young. She selected a normal deck in case her mom requested Rummy, and also a deck of Phase 10 and Old Maid, which was funny because Sarah had never remembered playing it with her parents. Being home had marvelous effects. She was already starting to feel like a normal person. No eggshells here. Her parents were at the kitchen table, finishing cleaning up after their late lunch. Her mom was dishing out the last 3 slices of cheesecake she had in the fridge. Sarah returned to the kitchen with all the decks of cards. Okay, I found some good stuff. Her dad picked up the Old Maid deck. Oh, I think your mom and I played a strip version of this. Sarah tried pretending not to hear that. And I recall being rather good, Bridget said, setting 2 plates of cheesecake down before going to get the third. So. Phase 10? Rummy? Sarah asked. Phase 10 takes too long. I'll do Rummy, John stated. Oh, the garden will still be there after one little game. Nothing's overgrown since you trimmed it 2 hours ago, Bridget assured. John cupped a hand around his ear. Oh no, I just heard a needle fall off the pine tree. Bridget chuckled. Sarah laughed as she shuffled and then dealt each of them 5 cards. Then she took a bite of cheesecake. So how's that son-in-law of ours? John started in. Well, Sarah began. She was preparing the right words to tell her parents about the ultimatum when she suddenly decided not to. Why tell them and cause them any worry? She knew she could move back home at any time and they'd accept her willingly. If things ended up that way, she'd explain. But for now, she was determined to remain a hold on her contentedness and to keep Brandon out of this moment. He's doing just fine. And our granddaughter? Kicking. When she kicks again, I'll let you feel. Oh, I'd love that, Bridget giggled in delight as she grabbed up several cards and then laid a bunch down. You always get the queen. Sarah shook her head. I am a queen. Sarah laughed out loud. Mom, I love you. The games went well into dinner time. Sarah didn't even realize it was past the time that Brandon usually got home from work. Remember when your brother was so obsessed with wrestling he would just pick you up randomly and throw you down on the couch? It was called body slamming, my dear, John corrected affectionately. Oh, do I? Sarah made a laugh and eye-rolling combo. And remember the time when your brother tried doing it to Tanya and she slapped him so hard everyone in the house went quiet? Until you burst out laughing, Mom. How was that BFF of yours? You should bring her by next time. Are you two still attached at the hip? Sarah felt a sting, but just as she didn't want to enlighten her parents about her situation with Brandon, she also didn't want to burden them with her grief with Tanya. I'll bring her next time. Do you remember what happened the day you both met? Tell the story, John. You two met at the bus stop at the end of the street, became best of friends by the end of the school day, and begged to have a sleepover, but we all said no because it was a school night. Come dark, we suspected you were next door at Tanya's, so we went over there. Cherry was just about to come by us looking for Tanya. Come to find you both had dragged pillows, blankets, books and teddy bears to the bridge to live together. Sarah giggled. She loved seeing how her dad's face lit as he told the story as if it were his proudest moment of her. Out of the blue, John stood. Sarah expected him to say that he was going to go outside. Instead, his request floored her. Would anyone like to come out and have a fire? Oh, Dad. You have no idea, Sarah said. She almost got butterflies, she felt so happy. Her dad had a fire going before her, and her mom made it to the fire pit. He offered her a folding chair beside the fire and held onto her hands to help her sit since the seat was sunken in. Don't worry, I'll help you out of it too. Her mom took a seat beside her and to her surprise was holding an open beer. Oh, what the heck, her mom smiled. It feels like a special occasion. Sarah thought quickly about texting Tanya but then decided against the idea. Instead, she texted Bodhi. But he must have seen the fire because she saw him coming down the road on foot less than a minute after she'd sent it. Hello, Bodhi greeted as if he were joining a meeting. The same demeanor he'd had his entire life. He was reliable like that. He carried a can of soda and cracked it open as he stood by the fire, standing right where he always had. Hey Bodhi, Sarah greeted back. So you got a name picked out, he asked, raising his can a bit. Lavender Alice. Bodhi nodded. What about Alice Lavender? Her mom suggested. Brandon doesn't want Alice to be her first name, Sarah quickly clarified. Let's talk about something else. I'd like to bring up an old subject and suggest that we get a bathroom back here. All three chuckled. Sarah smiled to herself, surprised. I guess I found a reason to have one finally. She was about to ask for assistance getting out of her chair when everyone noticed someone approaching from the opposite way of Bodhi's house. One could tell it was a woman's gait the way she walked with toes slightly pointed. When close enough, the fire illuminated her features and showed a familiar face of a woman around Sarah's mom's age. Her long brunette hair was pinned back with a claw, and she wore a green hoodie that Sarah recognized right away as Daryl's. "Tracy," Bridget called. She got up and embraced the woman before she fully reached the group. They hugged for a long time and then walked together to the chairs. "Dad, help me up," Sarah said, leaning forward. He obliged. "Sarah," Tracy spoke warmly as they embraced. "When are you due?" she asked when they parted. "Less than a month to go." "How wonderful." "Hey there, John Bodie." "Hey Trace," John responded. He gave a signature shoulder squeeze. Bodie lifted his can of soda. "Were us kids being too loud?" John joked. "You know, I saw you were having fires now for a while, and I decided that the next time I am coming out. I never had a fire with the kids. This just seems nice." "Excuse me, gotta run to the house," Sarah said, hightailing it across the street. The need to pee was strong as ever. Once her bladder was empty, she went to her phone that was charging in the kitchen. Brandon hadn't texted her. "The clock is ticking, asshole." She set her phone back down and went outside. There was laughter and happy stories to hear. It didn't take long for the feeling of contentment to replace her anger. Sarah opened her eyes to someone shaking her. Had she really fallen asleep? Her mom was bent over in front of her and tugging lightly on her arms. "Come on. Dad's putting out the fire. We're heading to bed. Are you sleeping over?" Nodding yes, Sarah managed to get out of the chair. She went straight into the house knowing her parents weren't expecting her to help carry anything. Her dad would easily take everything back on his wagon anyway. Sarah went to her old bedroom, into her old bed that her mom kept made up. She brought her phone. 3 missed calls from Brandon. The last one was only 4 minutes ago. "Sarah, what?" "Brandon."
Why won't you answer your phone?
"Sarah, I didn't have my phone." "Brandon."
Okay. When are you coming home?
"Sarah, maybe tomorrow." "Brandon."
Maybe? Can you just call me?
"Sarah, fine." Her screen lit up with the call. "Yes," she greeted. She still wanted to sound very neutral.
How are your parents?
"What?" "They're fine." "Why?"
Dang. Sorry for being nice.
"Can we skip small talk? You seemed like you needed to talk."
Look, I know that meeting my friends means a lot to you. Although I have no idea why. But I need extra time.
Aha. You understand? I highly doubt that. Look at what you just said.
What?
You have no idea why. Sarah imitated. She cut him off from speaking again. You know, I've explained it to you. If you're too stupid to remember or understand, then that's not my problem.
So am I off the hook?
Sarah was floored. She reminded herself this would be coming. If you don't care at all, if you think this is stupid, I can just bring the divorce papers over tomorrow, she said calmly, thinking she was holding her ground well.
Babe. Come on. Just chill. Why are you doing this? Can't we figure something out?
Nope. Goodbye, she said quickly, ending the call before he could speak. Then she turned her phone off and set it on the bedside table. A light knock sounded from the door. It was open halfway, so Sarah easily saw that it was her mom. Come in, Ma. Bridget came in and sat on the bed. Sarah hoisted herself up. They both smiled at her struggle. When I was pregnant with your brother, I got so huge. The doctor told me to stop eating so much. Sarah let out a long exhale. Mom, I miss him so much. Lately it's been really hard. It's so hard on top of everything. Sarah surprised herself with her words, which alluded to her marriage troubles. She reminded herself to not bring them up. Oh honey, I know. We all do. She leaned in toward Sarah and tucked in a strand of hair. Sarah's hand reached for her mother's arm and held it just as she pulled away. I wonder if he would have been excited to be an uncle. Why would you ever doubt that? I don't. I think I am just wondering what he'd say. You know, it used to feel wrong to move on. It felt wrong to get married. You know. Getting married. Moving on. She was wiping tears away before she finished. Your brother would have been so proud. And he would have loved Brandon as a brother. Sarah nodded. Yeah. He would have. But Brandon wouldn't have. Everyone is going through their thing with your brother's death. Look at your dad. We are running out of yard for that man to put a plant or build a chair. Did you know that between benches and chairs that your dad has made, we have seating for 25? When in the world will we ever need that many seats? Sarah laughed. She really appreciated her mother's words. Her alone saying everyone had their own thing was way more assuring than anything her therapist had said. She wondered if her mom would have any solid words for her marriage situation after all. Sarah swallowed the idea of saying anything about it. Not tonight. We always wished your brother cleaned up his drinking. Your dad also blames himself for not being able to help him with that. It was Bridget's turn to wipe tears from her eyes. Oh, Mom. Sarah's throat tightened. Bridget leaned down and hugged Sarah tightly. Sarah held on just as tight. I'm so thankful for you and Dad. I love you guys so much. She was glad to find those words. We love you too so much, Sarah. Make sure you hug your dad before you leave tomorrow. I will. Morning came and Sarah was greeted with a huge breakfast. Had she acknowledged yet how great it was to be home? At first her happiness from the previous day came rushing back, but when she thought about Brandon, any joy got snuffed out. She should go to the kitchen and soak up some of her parents' playful banter. She could really use that. And food. This baby was starving. Sarah sat back after cleaning her plate. She played with the idea of spending another night here. The doorbell rang, making Sarah wonder who else could be visiting. The memory of last night's visits around the fire were sitting well in her mind. Hello, Brandon, Bridget said from the front door. What is he doing here?
Hey babe.
Brandon said, planting a kiss on Sarah's cheek.
I called, but I think you forgot to turn your phone back on. I thought I'd surprise you and take you to breakfast. But it kinda looks like I'm too late.
Oh. Yeah, sorry. Seriously, what made you show up here? Oh, perfect. I get to show you my gift now, John said, clapping his hands together. Follow me to the garage. I really don't want to do this right now. Sarah got up to follow John downstairs without waiting for Brandon. He'd followed quickly enough. John had them wait in the finished part of the basement that was adjacent to the garage. When he came through, he was pulling a bright red wagon. Dad. You made that? Sarah beamed. Yep. Soon as I heard. Took some time. Finished not too long ago. Sarah flocked to the wagon and bent down to get a close look at the intricate details. It had removable wooden slats that fit into a metal frame around the bottom. On the side in black painted lettering, it read Grandpa's Little Flyer. The letters swooped around like they were flowing in the wind. Dad, this is amazing, she said, standing. She held on tight as her dad wrapped his arms around her. She looked up to see Brandon's hand on his shoulder.
This really is beautiful, John.
Brandon said. You guys have made me so happy. I have been planning to make this since the day you were married. Ah, Dad, Sarah said, feeling her eyes getting wet. She saw her dad wipe his eyes. I'll load it up in that new car of yours, he said. Before Sarah and her dad took a step, their eyes met and he gave her an assured nod. Her heart ached for everything her dad knew nothing about. 66. I just want to be sad. I want to cry over my brother. And Daryl. I feel like I barely ever get to think about them because I'm so busy trying to figure out my husband and this marriage. When I met Brandon, my life was like a fairy tale. I have no idea where everything went so wrong. And I don't understand what makes him so hot one second and then so cold the next. It's like he and I are in a play, but he plays every character and I'm just the one. He's like the mayor in The Nightmare Before Christmas. Only Brandon's head spins so fast I can't keep all of his faces straight. At first, getting away from him felt empowering. Now I just feel empty. No matter what I do or who I'm with, it feels so useless. Back when I met Hero, it felt good to keep him and the group a secret from Brandon. But I'd wanted to share them and Brandon wasn't interested. I want to be included. How does Brandon not care about knowing my friends? He barely even gives a damn about Tanya. Tanya. I love her, but it feels like I'm losing her. Since Halloween, it seems like she just lost interest. Scratch that, I've been losing her way back since I saw her kissing Daryl. When she decided to keep that a secret. And the snooping. She promised me she would explain. How long am I supposed to wait? Doesn't she know I've been waiting this whole time? I hate thinking about the future. I keep thinking about Tanya moving away. My parents will die one day. I don't want to be left alone with Brandon. I am starting to believe Eve when she said I shouldn't wait for him to change. Can I live like this? Can I have a baby with this man? That future scares me. I am scared for what he will do to both our minds. I don't want him to carry his torment onto her. I don't want her to go through feeling the way I do. I can wake up one day thinking he loves me and by the end of the day think he's ready to leave me. only to have it go on again tomorrow. I feel like Brandon will try impeding our bond. I already can't introduce her to her uncle. If my brother was still alive, I wonder if Brandon wouldn't let me take our daughter to Fires. I'm scared that even if I did divorce Brandon, would he fight me for custody? What if what he's doing now is all to grow a case against me so he can take her away from me? I don't want him to take her and ruin her like he's ruined me. Everything happy is in the past and the future holds nothing good. Sarah opened her eyes and sat for a while longer with her back against the trunk of the great oak, staring across the clearing into the woods. If only things could be different from this hell. Sarah removed her earbuds and clicked off her iPod. She stuffed the items in her hoodie before maneuvering onto her knees and with a hand on the great oak hoisted herself off the ground. The black notebook hung heavily in her hand. Instead of going straight to her SUV, which was parked over on the shoulder, she found a spot in the clearing several feet beyond the great oak. She felt around the surface with the tip of her Converse pressing on the grass as it stood straight, bright green and lush. She didn't stop the tears as they ran down the curves of her cheeks. She saw herself on her knees not long ago at this very spot, hunched over. She clutched her stomach and turned toward her SUV, as if looking at it would stop the wave of images her mind was conjuring up for her. It didn't work, so she went to open the driver's side door and got in the seat. She stuck the black notebook into the glove compartment. Damn Brandon for not letting me be sad around him. Damn him for not letting me mourn in my own home. Sarah took the iPod and earbuds from her hoodie and tossed them into the passenger seat. They clanked against the gallon of vodka she'd just purchased at the grocery store. She hadn't even cared about looking pregnant when she bought it. The bottle of vodka happened when she was on her way to see Dr. O. She thought about telling him exactly how she felt. She was going to tell him just how sad and lonely she'd been feeling. She was going to tell him about her suicidal thoughts. But that would have been a mistake. Didn't admitting something like that get you committed? She obviously couldn't ask Dr. O that. He would at least have to call Brandon, and she was positive Brandon would have her committed in a heartbeat. Then what? What if they didn't let her out when she had her baby? Would they let her have her baby in there? Would they give the baby to Brandon? There was no way in hell she could allow him to have her daughter just after she was born. All that thinking led her to the liquor store instead of going to her appointment with Dr. O. Sarah started the SUV and headed home. She needed to take care of a few things before Brandon got home. Like stashing the vodka. She inhaled, her breath wavering. The way she saw it, Brandon always got to win in every situation. 67. Sarah was sitting in the passenger side of the SUV in the parking lot of Ray & Sons Auto Body. It was Friday. Today, Brandon would either make her the happiest person alive or he would shatter her heart all over the pavement. Since it felt like the latter, Sarah's mind had made up that this may be the last meal they ever shared as married couple. She was so obsessed with predicting the end of the day that she couldn't even think about the next. About what would happen to their child or herself. Butterflies of hope slammed against the walls of her stomach. Any version of Brandon could walk out any second. Angry Brandon. Always right Brandon. Sinister Brandon. The man she met Brandon. Sarah looked past the roof of the SUV to the stars, begging it to be the Brandon she met at the Chevelle show. Her phone lit up, causing her heart to skip a beat. Tanya.
Hey, my bestie.
Hey.
Girl, we are so on for tonight. Whoop whoop.
Seriously, why couldn't Tanya have forgotten? Or even flaked? I honestly don't feel like having the shower, Sarah said in a last effort to get Tanya to cancel the thing.
No way. I made Courtney and Val swear they would be there.
Great, so you had to bribe them or threaten them?
No.
Tanya made quick sigh through the phone.
They're both bringing gifts. And I will be in charge of setting up and cleaning up. You just have your pretty butt there. Tonight.
There was so much sugar in her voice, almost as if someone were carrying a lot of guilt. Kev's not coming, is he?
No.
Now there was vinegar. Did you break up?
He moved to Ohio with his brother and sister.
Fucking good riddance, Sarah scoffed.
Sarah?
She heard Tanya waver from the comment and recover.
Whatever. Tonight is about you. I will be there at 5 sharp, lady.
Served her right. She was not about to offer Tanya a pinch of sympathy. I gotta go. Going to my last lunch with Brandon.
What? Sarah?
Sarah slipped her phone into her pocket as Brandon approached her side of the car. She rolled the window down. He stood with his arms propped above him on the roof. Those beefy arms. She would miss those.
Let's take my car, baby.
Why? It's so low. He pulled on the handle, opening the door.
And I'll help you in and out.
Where's your car?
Back of the shop.
Eyebrows raised, Sarah got out of the SUV and followed Brandon back toward the shop entrance. All 3 garage doors were open and had vehicles hoisted up with people working on them. Her stomach fluttered so hard she thought she might be carried off by the butterflies. She'd never been around her husband's employees. Ever. Except. He led her straight to his GTI that was parked right across from the doors. On her way she glanced toward the shop and made accidental eye contact with one of the mechanics. They nodded at her. She nodded back. As she approached Brandon's passenger side door, which Brandon held open for her, she caught another glimpse inside the shop. Katie was standing beside one of the mechanics with a clipboard staring at her. Sarah was taken aback by her demeanor. She nodded toward Katie, then thought for a second that maybe her nod was too subtle. Katie just stood there still staring until Brandon took Sarah's hand and helped her into the car. Brandon hopped in the driver's seat after shutting her door. All of the butterflies in Sarah's stomach congealed into a brick. When he pulled out onto the street and stopped at the light, he turned to Sarah.
Ramen?
He said with a grin. On the way back from lunch, Brandon slowly pulled the GTI into the stall beside the SUV and shifted into park. Sarah was appreciative he'd toned down his driving, even though she hadn't felt nauseous for a while.
So, since you have that shower at the house tonight, I'm off the hook and can go hang with friends, right?
The comment felt like a punch to the gut. Had it been a normal circumstance, it would be considered a normal request. These were so not normal times. I can still cancel it and go out with you.
Come on. You have your thing tonight. Let me go out. Plus I need more time. I kinda wanna bring it up to my friends first. So they don't feel ambushed.
Sarah scowled. Why would they feel ambushed? You show up with me, get over the fact that people might razz you and say, hey, you finally brought your wife. I was beginning to think she was a myth. Why does it have to be something sinister?
Maybe because it's weird, and they're all gonna be on my ass about why all of a sudden I want them to meet you.
Why? Have you been bad-mouthing me to them? Sarah pressed.
No. Not like you do to Tanya.
Sarah rolled her eyes. Come back tomorrow. We'll fill out divorce papers.
Come on, babe. That's unfair. Look, you agreed to do this thing tonight. So I have no choice. It's not my fault.
Unfair? Not your fault? Tell me, had the baby shower not been going on tonight, would you have planned for me to meet your friends tonight?
No. Look. I made baby steps. I flaunted you in front of the whole shop. Even Katie was there. Doesn't that prove something?
The corners of his lips started pointing up. Sarah looked Brandon dead in the eye. Are you fucking smirking at me right now? She started opening her door to get out of Brandon's car.
Love you, baby. See you after work.
Sarah summoned enough strength to make it to her feet and shut the door and walked to her SUV without looking back. By the time she closed her door, buckled and started the SUV, she saw Brandon had entered the shop through the lobby door. Katie was on her feet and approached Brandon with a wide smile. Some words were exchanged and she threw her head back laughing. She swore as Brandon walked in the direction of the shop that she saw Katie's arm go up and refrained from putting it down on his back. Katie never looked out, but if she had, she'd have been met with daggers. 68. Just like she said, Tanya knocked at the door at 5 sharp. She came in carrying several bags.
Okay. Now you go to your room while I set up the decorations and stuff,
Tanya said, practically pushing her down the hall. Wait, Tanya, Sarah protested. Tanya stopped and with a goofy grin gathered Sarah into her arms. The hug was tight, and Sarah reciprocated with minimal effort. Tanya's effort was only making Sarah feel loved less.
Okay, give me 30 minutes and I'll have you totally dazzled. I just need to work quickly. By the way, Courtney's out.
Sarah was so relieved to have one less person to deal with as she turned to go to her bedroom. She sat on the bed and stared at the wall with the closets. A strong sensation overcame her to turn on her favorite episode of that 70s show. It was weird, but she did it. As she was bringing it up on the TV, she heard a buzz and checked her phone, but there were no notifications. The episode began playing. It was one of her favorites where the Foremans got cable. She literally forgot about anything but laughing. Tanya came and checked on her once when she laughed particularly hard. The second time she came in was to announce that she'd finished. When she saw Sarah snickering, she sat on the bed beside her to watch the last 5 minutes of the episode with her.
Man, I miss watching this. Best show ever. There's not been another show as funny since.
Yeah. Many good times in each other's houses watching it. I really miss watching it with my bro.
Yeah. I know.
Is my party ready? Sarah mustered a snide smile after having a few laughs.
Yep. Let's go.
Tanya stayed behind Sarah as they emerged and went down the hall. There were streamers pink, purple, and black all strung together. Balloons in the same colors hung from various streamers at points that touched the ceilings. Other twisty danglies hung in random places and had skull and crossbones with bows at the ends. One might mistake this for Avril Lavigne's party. On the wall hung a large poster that Tanya had made reading "Happy Birthday, Lavender?" You know, I might change her name to Alice when Brandon isn't looking, Sarah said.
Oh. Yeah? I'll just make a new poster.
Tanya chuckled. Dang. You did a good job. This is actually really cool, Sarah added, feeling that Tanya wanted her to be more excited about it.
Why, thank you. And over here, we have the strawberry daiquiri bar. Non-alcoholic, of course,
she said while extending an arm toward the kitchen counter where she'd set up a blender, bowl of strawberries and a pint of vanilla bean ice cream. Sarah said, failing to add any genuine excitement to her statement. The doorbell rang and Tanya went to go get it. Sarah thought about sitting on the couch, but recent horrible moments flashed before her eyes. The nights she'd spent on it. The time she'd gotten stuck and had to roll off, ending up on the floor. The time Brandon threw her prescription antidepressants at her. She went to the dining room and dragged a chair to the opposite side of the coffee table. Val entered and she gave the same enthusiastic hug that Tanya gave her earlier. Sarah gave her same an enthusiastic hug in return. Her eyes met with Tanya's before they parted.
Let's go right into games,
Tanya insisted. Sarah wondered if Tanya was rushing because she was sure Val would leave any minute. Sarah played along, but she was far from getting into them. She felt bad because she could tell Tanya had caught on that Sarah was not enjoying herself. She just wanted to grab the ice cream and go back to her room and watch more of that 70s show. Finally, Tanya must have decided that Sarah was being tortured enough because she had Val follow her to the kitchen to make daiquiris. Sarah got up and went to the bathroom. In it, she felt like a prisoner. But she didn't just feel trapped in this house, she felt trapped in this life. More crappy memories tried playing in her head, but she shut them out. She was really sick and tired of having more bad memories to reflect on than good. Without memories to dwell on, her mind chose to imagine Brandon out having a wonderful time. And that made her hate him. She emerged from the bathroom and saw that Tanya had placed some gifts on the coffee table. She sighed, not wanting to have to open them now. Tanya and Val each sat on the couch. She noticed that Val still hadn't taken her jacket off. Luckily, Val had produced a gift bag from beside the couch and placed it on the coffee table where Sarah could grab it. Sarah smiled politely and saw that they were both sitting expectantly. She groaned internally and pulled out the items inside. She laid the soft blanket, little pink and green hat and sock set, and a huge package of newborn diapers. Thanks. You're welcome. And here, this is from Courtney. She placed another small gift bag on the coffee table. When she opened Courtney's gift, she just laid it down in her lap and nodded.
What is it? Let me see,
Tanya said, literally harboring all the enthusiasm possible during this sinking ship of a baby shower. Sarah lifted the 3-pack of onesies. Ah. Those are so cute, Val cooed.
Okay. My gift now?
Tanya reached for her wrapped package. Sarah inhaled sharply. I hope this is the last one. Maybe I can say I'm too tired for anything else and they will just leave. Luckily, Val announced she really had to get going. Sarah just sat back and let Tanya take care of showing her to the door. At least that was nice of her. Sarah might have actually given her the boot had she worn any. Tanya brought her a strawberry daiquiri. She stood in front of the couch looking quite defeated.
I'm sorry. You know what? We're going to redo this. I already have a much better plan.
Hey, you want to watch more of that 70s show? Sarah picked up her laptop that had been resting against the leg of the coffee table. Tanya finally sat down.
I know you're happy Val left. God, I suck. You still have my gift to open yet.
Sarah actually felt a tinge of something. Not quite happiness, but she felt slightly better. Seeing Tanya's rather large wrap box. It had a very curly bow and rattles on top as an ornament. It reminded her of one of the gifts she'd received from her school friends. It was probably a Pinterest thing. It was still very cute though. Very thoughtful. Without even planning it, the words escaped her mouth. Tonight's the deadline.
For what?
Sarah looked at her, her lips in a very straight line. She watched her fumble to remember.
Ooh.
Tanya looked a bit relieved when she finally remembered, and then she looked shocked as she realized what it was about. He tried getting out of it tonight. Like he didn't care. He doesn't care at all about the ultimatum. I didn't want to do it, but I asked so many times and just kept saying he would. He would have kept that up forever if I didn't set a date. And here he is missing it.
Shit. I'm sorry, Sarah. What are you going to do next?
I filled out the divorce papers at my parents' yesterday. I knew he wasn't going to come through.
Brandon is being a huge dick right now.
Tanya shook her head. He's not just being a dick. I think there's something really wrong with him. Like he has a personality problem.
What if you guys just need counseling? Maybe there's a communication breakdown. Men can be really dense. What if he really just isn't taking you seriously? I think that he really loves you. He could be, I don't know, too comfortable to realize there's a real problem.
Tanya stopped rattling off various ideas. Seriously? This from the chick who can't get a man to stay in her life. Tanya stared at Sarah with massive eyes.
Ouch. Sarah?
I'm going to check his email. Sarah lifted her laptop screen.
Wait.
Tanya placed her hand on it. I'm sick of waiting. Did you not notice that none of his friends were at our wedding?
Weren't there 2 other guys there?
Those were his brothers.
Oh.
I'm sick of everything, Tanya. Everything that he does or doesn't do all makes me feel like I am a part of some big conspiracy. I am only allowed to know what he wants me to know. And I need to stop living like this. For once it looked like Tanya bit her own tongue.
You should call him.
For what? I have nothing to say to him. I already told him the papers are filled out and ready for him to sign.
I know. I'll call him. I'll tell him what a shitty husband he's being to my best friend and he needs to come home right now.
You can if you want, I guess.
If he doesn't listen to me, a person who has your best interests in mind, then that's an even bigger problem.
I already know what's going to happen.
What?
He won't care.
I'll say you're in labor.
He'll get angry that you lied and then he'll blame me.
I'll say.
No matter what you say, he's going to get angry at me for it.
It's ringing.
Why can I hear it? Tanya's eyes grew.
Wait. Is he here?
Sarah rolled her eyes. Tanya got up and disappeared down the hall.
Found it.
Sarah had heard Tanya, but the words did not register in her mind. All of her being was wrapped up in the image that had opened on her laptop. She had logged into his email and opened his most recent email from none other than Katie. She stared deeply at the image. Her heart slammed up against her chest. She was so filled with anger, there was arguably any space in her chest for air. You can have him, but that's my daughter's goddamn wagon. Sarah wasn't sure if the words actually made it past her lips as she grabbed a pen from the coffee table and jabbed it right into the monitor of the laptop. She shoved the thing on the floor and went straight for the door. 69. It was like she couldn't get to her car fast enough. In her haste, she could shed the horrible feeling and let it fall to the ground. The time it took her to stop and open her door, sit and start the car was sending her over the edge of sanity. She quickly reversed out of her driveway and took off like a bullet down her street. The feeling dissipated only enough for her to take a full breath. Where is he? Obviously she couldn't call him since he'd forgotten his phone at home. 4 bars later and no sign of Brandon's GTI, Sarah screeched to a halt in the parking lot of a packed bowling alley. Her husband's car was facing toward her. Next to it was Aaron's Land Rover. She and Brandon had never bowled here together. They always went to the other bowling alley in town. It was smaller and hadn't been updated since her and Bodhi walked there once when they were 10 years old. They'd had to leave because they were too young and unsupervised. But they had been allowed to get gumballs before they left since the place was basically empty. It had become a tradition that they did a whole 3 more times. Sarah violently shook her head to erase the memory. This place, on the other hand, was more modern. In fact, it had just been built. It had an arcade, dance floor, and a full menu. Sarah's heart pounded as she drove around looking for a parking spot and found one way at the back. Walking toward the building made Sarah's heart beat so fast she had to stop and sit down on a bench by the door. Her legs felt weak and her hands shook as she reached into her hoodie. Finally she got up and walked inside. A woman behind the podium greeted her. Sarah kept walking, acting like she'd just gone to her car to get something and was in a rush to return. The bowling alleys were off to the right and the left with a huge bar in the center. Sarah went right and slowly walked past the first few alleys. She imagined running into Brandon and him asking what she was doing here. What am I going to say? I was driving around and I had to pee like a racehorse, so I stopped here. Ah, the never-ending pee excuse. But no, that was not at all what she would say. He would get the scene he was always afraid of. But she didn't see Brandon. Not at first. She saw Katie spin around and bring her arms up while she shook her waist. That's when Sarah saw Brandon. He had been standing at the table by the alley and he approached her. Katie stopped to bend over. She grabbed the ball from the ball return and held it out to Brandon with a huge grin on her face. Brandon took it from her and he stopped to lean into her as she whispered something in his ear. His arm swooped around and his hand nestled in the crook of her back. Sarah watched Brandon approach the lane and send the ball down it with an incredible force, his arm muscles flexing. Katie and the other people at the table whooped and clapped for him, though Sarah could not see the ball hit the pins. She recognized Aaron right away, but all the other faces besides Katie's were of complete strangers. Katie handed Brandon a glass when he approached the table. Brandon draped his arm on Katie's shoulder and the shoulder of a guy on his other side. His face looked animated as he said something that made the table erupt in laughter. Sarah turned and ran out bawling. It was pitch black by the time Sarah pulled the SUV onto Highway D. She flicked on her high beams and rolled down all the windows. A loose, forgotten piece of paper flew around the back seat. Cool country air whipped around her. Her skin was covered in beads of sweat. As she came upon the curve, she pressed the brake. The SUV slowed, and like her pulse, she lurched to a complete stop in the grass. The headlights gleamed against the great oak. She killed the engine. All around her were sounds of the wind passing through the leaves of the great oak. She'd hoped for animal sounds, but it appeared she was completely alone. Her, the oak, and her heartbreaking, soul-crushing memories. She took out her phone and ignored the several missed calls from Tanya and went to her saved voicemails and tapped on the bottom one on the list. She brought the phone to her ear. Bring back my freaking burger, RRRRS. Bye. Sarah choked out a laugh in the middle of a sob. If only she could just drive home and see the flames beyond the trees and walk down the footpath to see her brother, Daryl, Tanya, and Bodhi all laughing. Her chest heaved as she sobbed, but her cries weren't releasing any of the agony. She was back in the moment when her brother died. 70. The accident. Tanya heard Sarah's cell ring and she leaned against her car for some reason to listen in. Sarah shot her a quizzical look as she answered her phone. Yeah. So don't come back. We are coming over there. What? Sarah asked, puzzled since her brother had just sent her on a beer run. Okay, she said, shrugging. What's the plan then? We're getting beer, then having a fire. Who's we? Me and Daryl. Awesome. Hey bro, one sec. Tanya was looking at her. Oh, so I guess they decided to come here and have a fire. They're getting beer first. You gonna hang?
Yeah, I'm just gonna walk home quick and grab a shower,
Tanya said. She turned away from Sarah's car and started toward her parents' driveway. Hey bro, do you think you'd want to go disking later too? Sarah was standing with her driver door open and leaning on it. Tanya turned, having heard their plan. She grinned and gave a thumbs up. Sarah smiled back automatically. She knew Tanya caught on to her, thinking that Beanie Guy could be there. Would you want to get your awesome sister an iced coffee from the gas station, maybe, possibly? Sarah asked in her most buttery voice. Well, he started playfully. I think I can watch it. Sarah heard her brother's voice get cut off by a very loud sound that was best described as a crunch, followed by a sound of glass shattering. The world went still for a moment. Sarah yelled and begged for her brother to respond. There was no reply. She checked her screen and saw the call was still connected. The realization of what just happened hit her like a hot stone in the gut. She screamed at the absolute top of her lungs. The person on the other end didn't respond. And then she just kept screaming into her phone. She didn't realize she was shaking until Tanya reached her side and grabbed her.
Sarah? What is it?
Tanya yelled, trying to get her to snap out of her screaming fit.
What happened?
I, Sarah stammered uncontrollably. Tanya gave her a firm tug with both her hands.
Tell me what just happened,
she asserted. Sarah seemed to return to earth. I think they just crashed.
Holy fuck. Get in the car,
Tanya demanded. She started pushing Sarah all the way to the passenger side. Sarah obliged and got in the passenger seat. Tanya grabbed the keys from her and got the car on the road at lightning speed. They flew down Highway D. Sarah was still begging for a voice from the other end of the call.
What's happening?
Tanya blurted, both whipping around corners, blowing through the stop sign at the edge of the subdivision. I heard it. I heard them crash, Tanya. Sarah yelled, now sobbing.
And now he isn't answering?
No. Sarah cried.
Fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck.
Tanya repeated. Her eyes were glued to the road in front of them. Tanya pressed the brake for the S-curve, still taking it a little too fast.
Oh my fuck,
she cried, slamming her foot down on the brake as the car screeched to a halt. Sarah jerked forward, and before the car was fully stopped, she got out and ran toward Daryl's Jeep. The entire front end was wrapped around a massive oak tree. It literally looked as if the tree had been growing out of the engine. She flew to the passenger door, which was closest, and saw no one inside. To her horror, the windshield was completely gone. That's when she saw the inside of the Jeep was red, when she knew it was supposed to be tan. There's blood everywhere. She stepped back and looked out into the field away from the road. To her absolute horror, she saw 2 bodies lying near the tall grass. They looked like dolls that had just been tossed there with their limbs all twisted. She ran to them. When she reached her brother's side, she didn't know what to do. She screamed at him, begging him to respond. She fell to her knees beside him and touched his face. Parts of it were smooth, untouched, while other parts of his face were literally missing. The look of it was too shocking to fully register. Reaching for his hand to check his pulse, she tried to feel for one. She couldn't find a single sign of life. His eyes were closed. She took his head in both her hands and cried out. Tanya was crying nearby. Sarah looked up and saw she had made it to Daryl's body. She looked at Sarah with the saddest face. She was shaking her head and crying. They both held each other's gaze, begging one another to not look away. 71. Present. Why? Sarah cried. Why? Why did you have to die? She sobbed and pounded her steering wheel. Her weak fists failed to release any of the agony within. Every second felt worse. Stars twinkled down on her, unmoving and oblivious. Why? She pleaded again. She tried reaching for her brother's body, but it was not there. It was almost as if her brain didn't register she was in her SUV in the driver's seat and not on the ground nearby the giant oak. He had been 2 years ago when she had held his lifeless, blood-soaked body. When she searched desperately for signs of life. When she tried pumping his chest. When Tanya had called 911 from her cell while Sarah tried everything to bring her brother back. When she kept trying until the paramedics were there and had to lift her away. I can't take it. I can't live without you. Sarah's forehead came to rest on the steering wheel. As if realizing where she was, her hand groped for the center console, where she fished around inside and clutched the cylinder. She brought the orange bottle into view and popped the cap. She set the opened bottle of antidepressants on the dash, and she craned to reach behind the passenger seat. The gallon of vodka never made it into the house. She twisted the cap and took a swig of the disgusting cheap vodka and gasped for air. The tears stopped as she stared at the great oak. They begged the tree for an answer. Her head bobbed in a slow nod. She shook a pile of pills into her hand and drew her head back as she popped them into her mouth. With both hands she brought the gallon of vodka back to her lips. She took 3 massive swigs, enough to get the pills down. When her eyes weren't closed from downing the bitter nastiness of the vodka, she was staring at the tree, refusing to look at anything else. And she didn't stop until that bottle was empty.
Oh my God. Sarah? Wake up. Oh my God, please wake up. Where's my phone? Okay. It's going to be okay.
911, what's your emergency?
My friend, I just found her and I think she took a lot of pills. It looks like she vomited. I don't know if she's alive.
What is your location?
I'm on County Road D, just going out of town. By a huge tree on a bend in the road. Please send an ambulance.
Ambulance and police are on their way. Can you check if she is breathing?
How do I do that?
Can you see her chest rising, or can you put your hand under her nose to see if you can feel any breath?
Okay. No, I don't. Oh God, I don't think she's breathing.
Can you try checking for a pulse?
Okay. I don't know. I don't think I feel anything. Oh my God, is there anything I can do?
Just remain on the phone until the police and ambulance arrive. Is she lying down or sitting?
She's sitting. She's in the front seat of her car.
Do you know what kind of pills she took?
Her antidepressants. They're called, hold on, Paxil.
Does she have any other medical conditions that the EMTs may need to know?
Yes. She's like 8 months pregnant. I think I hear them.
Are you standing somewhere you can flag them down?
Yes.
Please stay on the phone until they make contact.
Okay. Here. She's in the car. Okay, they're helping her.
Okay, ma'am, I'm going to hang up now.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, ma'am.
Oh God, Sarah. What have you done?